I want you to be patient and not sort of be irritated by these very simple equations. Machine learning is pretty much one equation. It is your some objective function, which is in this case is an error. Some model, the equation one is a model, a very simple linear model. You run some positive, what we call convex function, because it will always converge, and you keep on crunching and minimize, and eventually you will get an answer. And this is how the gradient descent, that as you start up with unknowns, theta 0, theta 1, which you don't know what they are, x1, x2, you keep observing, y1 you observe, you keep doing it. You go back to your school days when you fitted a line with a bunch of points. You minimize the error. It's very simple elementary arithmetic, and that's all that's working in neural nets. You'll see that later. Now, interestingly, and I'll always go back to the brain actually functions like that. It does backward propagation. But let's wait for that slide to see why that is not that simple. But there is obviously a way when we make decisions. If you look at the brain, by the way, is a very complicated thing. There's a prefrontal cortex, there is amygdala, there is hippocampus, it's a zoo, 80 billion cells. So each part of them actually function differently. And here we have a very, very simplistic model which says we are going to regress through this and find a model. So that's the beginning of the machine learning. And not everything is a number. Sometimes it's binary, yes and no. So there we tweak this a little bit to this formula, and for people like what little bit into mathematics, will immediately realize that we get to something called log likelihood to force the answer to between 0 and 1. So it's very elementary stuff really. That's all there is to it in the world of ML. Either of these two equations are working, whether it's neural networks, whether it is GPT, whether it is reinforcement learning, whatever you say, machine learning is only classification. Don't forget this one statement. ML is classification, classification, classification. When I say 10 words, what's the next word? It is one word out of the dictionary, which is typically 2000 words that we use. So it's a classification. 2000 classes, you pick one class. GPT, same story. Decision trees, same story. So ML is classification. ML is not intelligence. Okay. Now, let's proceed forward. This is the first part of our discussion. And we come into some very elementary concepts. Obviously, you have to do correct fitting. Some of the words are like overfitting, underfitting. Means that if the model is too simplistic, it will do an underfit. You're trying to fit a circle with maybe just a straight line, obviously it's an underfit. Overfit, you get it, you're trying to force a solution. Now, we don't know these parameters. We don't know how many features we need. So how do we know what to be fit? And that discussion will come back to this in the world of GPT and LLM and see how this has become such a huge problem. So the one thing that now at this point we know that an elementary linear model with some kind of objective function that you want to minimize, you will run into one of these issues. Either it's an overfit or it's an underfit. What's an overfit? Well, you have a cubic function and you are trying to fit something which is an 8th order or 10th order. And you can do that because you have so much data. And the reverse is what? You have actually a parabola and you want to fit a straight line. The problem is you don't know. The machine doesn't know what that curve is. So, and this will become, I'm spending a minute here because you'll understand how this takes shapes in GPT. How that becomes a formidable problem in generative AI. Most of people are overwhelmed with generative AI, but that will come back to haunt you in the world of generative AI, this particular slide. Now, next is the last slide, which is mathematical. I promise you there's only one. That machine learning, I said, it's all about classification. So not everything is continuous. There are groups of things. So way back, Claude Shannon, everyone would know him. He came up with the concept of entropy. And what that really means is that if there is order in the system, entropy will be low. It's a thermodynamic concept actually. It's kind of common sense. There's a lot of, like for example, if you don't know anything what's going to happen tomorrow, that means there is no probability of, you really can't say anything with any probability. That means there's a lot of entropy. It may rain, it may not rain, it may flood, it may not flood. So nothing is known. So there's total chaos. That concept is Shannon's entropy. It's typically used in something called a pre-log Q format. What the name is after the gentleman. Very simple concept, Hilbert-Liebert divergence. that you pick a model and you see that formula that you last line and you see how it matches with your reality, see the divergence. If the divergence is 0, that means you got it right. If the divergence is huge, that means your model is not good enough and you keep iterating. So why do you need this? This you need in those classes of problems where it's classification. So we end the phase 1 of I talked about the decision tree, we talked about regression, so you now need to come up with decision trees. Because that's another, we call decision trees also as artificial intelligence, at least we used to claim that once upon a time. Now, many of you would have played with XGBoost. It's a beautiful algorithm, very simple one, works great. If it is like 10 or 12 lines of parameters and very simple code, less than a page, works wonderfully. And all it does, it does something like this. That if I'm tracking soccer games and I want to make sure that how do I structure them, the tree, do I group them by the teams when they play in the morning, or do I group them they play in the morning in the local, in the what they call home and away? How do we group them so that the information comes out very, very lucidly? And that's where we apply this entropy constant. The formulas that you saw there, you would like to crunch through these very elementary numbers and come up with an information gain, what they call, and see the one that has the highest information gain, you would want to organize your tree, your so-called tree that you see in Excel or anything, in this format. So classical AI stops here. It comes into using regression, some model, and classification. So that's the end of 20 years of work. And obviously there's a lot more, but I think you get the sense. Then we move on to the world of neural nets, which will lead you to LLM. The neural nets, around 2000, when Hinton showed in the ImageNet conference the beauty of the CNN algorithm, and Hinton is actually credited to this gradient descent algorithm and the variations of that, and showed that the enormous capability of machines to recognize images. And it did a pretty good job. I mean, it could tell varieties of cats, varieties of dogs. And you will see later that while this was very nifty, it took enormous computing power to recognize. The amount of training that had to be done is mind-boggling. Now, but then that spawned a great interest in machine learning through neural nets. And today, for example, when you use Alexa or when you use Netflix, you will see all these neural nets making recommendations for you. So all of that is powered by the so-called deep net. This is interesting because by the time in the late 70s, 80s, it was completely discredited initial and then kind of came back. And now, all of you know this neural net stuff. I captured it in one slide, very elementary stuff. What you see here on the sigma sign is that a bunch of inputs are coming in, and theta 0 to theta 1 are the weights. You multiply them and apply a function, and I'll come to why we have that function. That function is given below. It looks like a S-curve. There are 3 of them: sigmoid, hyperbolic, and rectified linear. So essentially, it's a threshold. So when you multiply all those summations and you pass to that function, it crosses the threshold, then you get the next value. If it doesn't cross the threshold, it doesn't. And it propagates. So you have this incredibly complicated network. And again, you do the gradient descent that I talked about earlier. And all of you are probably familiar with it. You don't even really need to know. Most of the software will do it for you. And you crunch backward, the weights will get adjusted. And that's a neural net. Now, does it converge? Nobody knows. Actually, in many cases, it doesn't. And why doesn't it converge? Because most of the time, the optimization for those of you mathematicians will immediately recognize it's a local maxima or local minima. So it's like saying I went to see the to the Mount Everest, but I landed up in Nainital and I didn't see any other peak higher than me. I can't see anything. So I concluded I'm at the highest peak when you are not. So that's the problem of this approach. And people try to solve it. We'll talk about it a little. But I want to spend a few minutes to understand this slide and the next slide. So what you see here as the sigmoid function is the activation function in the brain that once the threshold crosses, is fed into that function, If it crosses, only will it go to the next neuron, otherwise it is 0. And so, how do you know what the thetas are? You don't. You just throw in some random numbers, and then you run experiments to see what it produces. It's completely supervised. Does it give the answers that you see? And that's exactly how LLM works, by the way. If it doesn't, you start changing the weights again. How do you change the weights? Well, you change the weights by the good old chain rule of differentiation. Remember that anything that I've talked in math here, you probably have done in grade 11. Probably earlier, I don't know, these days probably they teach it in class 2, I don't know, but given our competition. But this is the beginning of the math and pretty much all that is used. But here lies the problem. This is what the brain is. Now I have a deep interest in the brain, so I am not a physician. I know very little, so with that caveat, I will tell you how the brain works. What you look at the nucleus, that's a neuron. And neurons are connected to the next neurons by axons. In the axon, you see there's a junction between the two neurons. What you see is the synapse, which is blown up there. The synapse is the Greek word which means a gap. It is not a continuous connection. So first thing you should understand in neural nets is, if a signal is 1, and if it crosses the threshold, the next neuron thinks it's 1 multiplied by the weight. The next one goes on, so the signal will travel entirely. The only way you can flip on and off is a sigmoid function which simply says, is it going through or not? It's almost like a gate. It's not almost, it is a gate. That's not how the brain functions. The brain, the axon is the brain, the first part, the axon is an electrical signal. The electrical signal that comes to the synapse stops at the electrical signal because there is no connection. It cannot go forward. Understand the neural net and why LLM. All of this is coming from this. And if anybody is a neurologist here will immediately jump and say, will be excited at this. What happens when the electrical signal comes at the synapse? The synaptic junction sends a chemical message. The chemical message is produced by the electrical signals by 1000 plus genes. There are 1000 plus genes right there in the signal. How do these electrical signals proceed? The electrical signals start by what is called an action potential because of the difference between sodium and potassium. Inside the neuron is potassium, outside it's sodium. These sodium-potassium potential differences start the electrical signal. So anything that you see, anything that you do, anything that you hear, anything does is a result of this action potential. The entire brain, this is the zuban of the brain, it only says action potential. Now the problem is, when the action potential goes to the synapse, how that signal will go out is not a single signal, it's a signal there on the right bottom there, or the piece. The very interesting thing about the brain is that the code that goes out is a sequence of signals. All of the signals are of the same height, amplitude, but the packing of the signals are different. The amount of information that is flowing out is enormously complex. There are people doing research on that, and I'll tell you how these researches are done. So our model of neuron is an extraordinarily simplistic model where it simply says a signal comes in, it goes out, but that's not what it is. When you hear a piece of music, first of all, your brain, we are making a neural network assumption that the neurons are uniform everywhere. That's not the case. The brain consists of distinct segments as what we know. The hippocampus, the hypothalamus, the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex. There are different parts of the brain. The brainstem is where all the chemical serotonin, dopamines are all generated from that. All of these things are used in the synapse to decide what kind of chemical signals are going. So you will immediately realize that this is a digital plus analog, whereas a neural network is completely digital. So neurologists will tell you what we have produced is more of a caricature, more of a toy, thinking that, oh, this is the brain. And neurologists don't even understand it, by the way. There are 80 billion neurons in the brain. 90% of the brain is water. 10% is actually used. Different parts of the brain are collaborating with different parts. So there is an objective function going on. We don't know. It's not that there's only one part of the brain that's doing the objective function. It's all over the place. We don't know which classes of neurons work together. The neurons differ. And now I think you will understand that the complexity and how this is different. There's a guy called Meghanka Sur at MIT who does this, he's an electrical engineer. He does a lot of, I've been following him for a long time. He does work on understanding this, and the way he does that, he has instruments on photoluminescence and high-speed, studies on mice cells. So different parts of the brain lights up. There are videos out there, you can see it. So that's how he's sort of back calculating and saying which portions are working where, what are they doing, and is there a mathematical representation of that, right? So obviously this is way too complicated. And by the way, even before you go to the next step, there are people like Roger Penrose who believe that it's not only these neurons and synapses, but actually consciousness and thinking is part of a lower level quantum processes in the brain's tubules, microtubules. So this is like quantum computing, and I don't even understand that, there's no way to tell it whether it's right or wrong. So obviously one part is that the brain doesn't work the way, like neural nets. Even this description, according to Roger Penrose, he thinks that there is at a quark level, something has happened, quantum entanglement. If you really have to read his book, I think the book came out in 1999, and it's a viewpoint where he draws concepts from Gödel's incompleteness theorem, quantum computing, quantum physics and brain, and there are people like Max Tegmark who don't believe in it. So I just don't know. I mean, I'm an engineer. This is way too far out. We are not even here. So now you are here. Okay. Now let's continue. So what did the computer scientists do? Well, they did some hacks. We're good at hacks. We said we'll have RNNs. We are going to take the state from one to the other. Basically, all the weights will carry on to the next state. And then they realized that this will be like you deal with sequences. Because earlier neural nets, I showed all the input coming together. Now it will come as sequences. But then we soon realized it doesn't converge. Many of you know RNNs don't converge. They have the problem of vanishing gradients or zero gradients. And so this was given up. Then we did more hacks. We said, okay, there's a smart guy in Germany. He said, you will know, this works actually pretty well. LSTM, long short-term memory, that will have some gates. We introduced self-state and said we're going to tweak with the RNNs and force it to forget something and remember something and suit. And it worked for a limited, and for example, it's intuitive to you. If you say Ram met Sita, that makes sense. But Ram met Ram doesn't make sense, right? So I will force that through neural nets at a self state to force that whenever Ram meets Ram, no, that's not a valid sentence. So that kind of, basically common sense reasoning. But then also there's another branch of subject that popped up. We can't go into details. Reinforcement learning. A very, very important part of machine learning is reinforcement learning. RL is how I believe the brain works. Now there's different views of thought. Imagine a baby. A baby looks at 3 cats and recognizes the next one is a cat. A machine has to be trained with 1 billion images of cats, 1 million images of cats for it to recognize. So obviously something is very different happening. And the very different is happening is obvious also from the fact that the brain is very slow. A brain works at max 200 cycles per second. Mine probably works much less, but anyway. And a computer runs at gigahertz. Just imagine. But a baby is able to say a cat is a cat within, as soon as some neurons are developed in the head, very quickly. A computer, you keep feeding forever and it doesn't. Why is that? Because of the information content. The content that after the synapse what signal goes out is far more enriching information than what goes out of a neuron in a neural net. Remember, your brain is probably 1 kilo. 80 billion neurons in 1 kilo, which is less than 2% of your weight. yet it consumes 80% of what you eat, energy. Fascinating numbers. So all the stuff that you eat, all the pizza, cokes that we eat is all going to fuel the brain, basically, right? And that's because the content of information that is created is of so high order. Whereas computers are basically doing very simplistic calculations again and again at a very high speed. That's the big difference. So now, we did some hacks and that worked, but then I'll move to the last part because we have time constraint, because this is the part where you probably are most interested in. All of that suddenly gave rise to the world of GPT. In 2017, this Google guy came up with a paper which caught my attention in 2017 itself because of its attention, with the title. I thought this is a really weird title for a paper. So it grabbed my attention. So I read it a couple of times. And then I found that actually in 2014, Benjo and one of his students, Benjo from, I think, NYU, and Badano had produced an earlier paper, very similar in the context of translating languages, I think German, where they introduced this concept of, I'll come to that, but what did they try to solve? All of us know that this is a problem of machine learning language. We went to the bank and learned that it's a bank empty account, after which we went to the river bank and cried. Now, a machine will be completely flummoxed, right? This is the problem of language. And that's why we talked about neural nets, that's why we talked about LSTMs. None of these really work. And people who worked on classical languages like Barbara Liskov and before that Chomsky, and both of them at MIT, they had a completely different approach to language. Suddenly the neural net guys came and said, LLM guys and came, we solved the problem. Did they? So let's look at that, because in these days, if you can't say GPT, you are not very smart, right? So we have to say GPT. So this is what GPT is. GPT introduced a few very interesting concepts. Simple concepts, elementary concepts. The concepts are, these are the last 3 or 4 slides. After that will be a master of GPT and LLM. And you will see that this is now democratized. Everybody in the world can build these things. It's not just big companies with, all you need is a lot of server machines. You have to also, earlier we talked about neural nets being fed data, then they said one after the other. Here they introduced the concept that I will provide positional embedding. That means where do these nodes are, where do these words walk? So he went to the river bank. Every word he went to the river bank in a set of bits will also encode where that word exists in relation to the others. So it's actually a positional embedding. For the first time, they introduced that. They copied the concept from good old databases. Query times key must give value. For anybody who's coming from the database world and a relational database will immediately recognize that query key value are nothing but database concepts. Query dot key must give me the value if I got them right. We'll see how that. Then they use the concept I'll talk about attention, information prevention and normalization and decoding. Very simple ideas. Let's see how this works or does not work. So first thing, the words that they come in now, they're coming serially. Words are not letters, words are embeddings. All of you know that. They're vector representations of some numbers. What we do, we create 3 arbitrary matrices, weights, neural nets, query, key and value. What are the weightages of those? We don't know. Arbitrary. The idea is that if I do Q dot the input, whatever is coming in, it is a query representation of that same input. It's not the input, but the query representation. Bear with me for a second. I do that also for the key. Obviously, these are all wrong because your weights are wrong. You did the dot product, you got something, then you got Q and K. If you did a dot of those 2 matrix multiplications, you would get the value. Now, the value is also wrong, but hopefully they'll get trained. How will they get trained? So now, I have this embeddings coming in. I did the multiplication. And no, I don't do one representation Q, K, and V. I actually, V you don't create, V is generated. Q and K, I create 4, 8, multiple random matrices. Because you don't know what to start with, you create with multiple. So this is called multi-head attention. Why is it called attention? Query.key is the attention. How many of the K's and Q's do you do? 8 of them. Why did they do 8? Because that's what the Google guys started with. There's no reason. You did that, and then there's a technique for collapsing them to make them linear. Now you've got 8 results. Intuitively, it makes a lot of sense. if I tell a sentence, it's very hot today in Hyderabad, and if I ask the same question to 8 people or 10 people, their reactions will be different in their mind. There will be 10 interpretations, some of them similar, some of them not. So the language assessment of this sentence cannot be led by just one query and key. And that's essentially the idea, that we'll have multiple of those. And there are some very elementary matrix multiplications and coalescing of these that will result in one final output multi-head attention. And what that attention is actually very simple. It is you can clearly see it's almost like a masking, I'll give an example after this, but also they did another nifty thing. They said after this query.key, they would add back the original positional embeddings back to it again, because there's no mathematics behind it. Why? They just felt like. Because they would think they've lost the original positions of those words, what they meant. So while I have the intent captured, I'm again adding back the positional encodings, and then they do some normalizations, because this matrix has some are big numbers, some are small numbers. So you normalize by standard deviation and mean, and add a little bit below that 0.001, because sometimes if it goes to 0, it will blow up. So you will get a new matrix. So this is your multi-rate attention matrix, elementary math, right? You would get a matrix like this. And if you stare at this matrix, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see the diagonal is very high. Why? Because it's most relevant to itself. After the crunching of this KQ, when you do all this matrix, this is like the Sobel matrix in image recognition, filter rather. Here, you have the words which are most relevant will pop up and higher numbers, and that's your attention. So, for example, the word is pretty much 1 to itself, because the word is most relevant to itself. So, when you say play the Game of Thrones, you will say the word the is not so important, so it's mostly 0. But when you say, some word like game, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see correlation between game and thrones, if your query and key were trained properly. So that idea is out there. And then what you do, the rest is very simple. After you do this stuff, what you do is, you take the Q and K from the decoding part of the story. Remember, this was the decoding part. We started off by saying the left part is decoding. Left part, that is decoding. Position and embedding, multi-head attention, then again added a normalization. Now you got the Q's and K's, which is fantastic. And then you take it to the other side and you're all done. You take it to the other side. Now you have to produce the next word. How do you do that? You simply mask the attention matrix to zeros of the words that you haven't seen yet. Repeat the same process. So basically what you do after that, you will crunch to this number. Okay, I'll just stop here and take some questions, but essentially right at that step, after you got the K's and Q's and you did the dot product and produced a value and did the same old stuff again here, and eventually at the last layer, you are still doing a softmax, which is meaning picking a word, a statistical most relevant word, and so you now see that there goes your intelligence. It's at the end of it as a statistical machine, and it picks up a word. So you feed Wikipedia, it reads one after the other the words. After reading 10 words, it predicts the next 11th word. As long as it gets it right, it continues. If not, it goes back and iterations and keeps on changing. This, by the way, at this point is billions and billions of parameters with so many neural nets all over the place. And so eventually they'll get it right. But now, here's the thing, the last slide of my talk is, So GPT does not replicate human cognition. First thing we should understand. It differs from human cognitive process. It's just a statistical weight of one word with the other words. It's almost like saying, I am going to fit all the curves in the world with one parameterized equation. And anything that you throw at me, any equation, parabola or whatever, circle, I'm going to take this one equation, which has all these weights, and it will give you the answer. So it is at best a weighted solution to that. Number two is that it will be prone to errors. What we love to say in the industry is hallucination. There's no hallucination, it's an error. It is statistical error coming out from picking a softmax. Remember, at this, then you understand, GPT doesn't understand what an African elephant is. It knows Africa, it knows elephant. It doesn't understand African elephant because the elephant is the softmax of the previous state. It doesn't understand a Bengal tiger because it knows Bengal. It has seen many times Bengal and then tiger. So it will say Bengal tiger, but it has no notion what a Bengal tiger is. So, but it does jaw-dropping things. That you guys have seen it. And that's because, and nobody knows why. That's the beauty of it. Because statistical, basic statistics will tell you any overfitting will give you bad results. But what is very interesting in GPT is, as you fit more and more data, the results go up, then it goes down, then again goes up, and then again goes down. Why is this behavior happening? Nobody knows. So use GPT at your own peril, but I think you now know the opportunity is understanding the brain functions more, translating into neural networks which mimic the brain really, if you understand that, and add real computational processes, the convolutions that are happening inside the brain, the image processing that are happening, realistic modeling of those things are what will shape the future with the computing power that is arriving at our doorstep. So this journey will continue, and it will be, we just don't know which way it will go. But hopefully, with this I'll stop, and I know I'm over time, but hopefully this was interesting for you. If there are any questions, I can try to squeeze in a few. It is not a language model. It is a statistical grouping of words. And if it has seen many of such examples before, it is likely to parrot it. Think of it like your African grey parrot. It hears 10 words, it will say the 11th word, but it doesn't understand what it means. That is something you need to keep in mind.
Thank you, Dr. Jaydeep. That was quite a heady mix of mathematics, biology, quantum physics. Sir, Jaydeep, sir, you kept saying this is all elementary. That only served to remind me that I'm poor at all three subjects that you're touching upon. No, but thank you for this wonderful opening keynote. Well, now we'll head into the first panel discussion. The panel discussion will be on open source and AI, the way forward. Again, open source needs no introduction as to why we are doing this panel discussion. But let me invite the panelists onto the stage. I'll start by inviting Mr. Nagarjun Maladi, Vice President, Tech Mahindra, a huge supporter of Swecha and open source software. Nagarjun Nag Maladi, as we call him. Might I invite Rajendran Kaushik, Principal Architect, AWS. Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you for coming over here. Ranga, I call him co-founder, CTO at Everest Engineering. I would have been surprised if that reaction did not come. Ramesh Loganathan, a person who needs no introduction, a huge advocate of open source, has been an influential figure in the startup ecosystem in Hyderabad, currently a professor at Tripoli, Hyderabad, and is involved with the CIE. Ramesh. Might I invite Amit Kumar? Amit Kumar is a senior director at Salesforce. Thank you, Amit, for coming over here. And to moderate the panel, might I invite Kaushik Katrapati, who heads data practice at DigiQuanta. DQ is one of the AI/ML partners for this conference. Kaushik brings in more than 18 years experience with working with data and other things. I have a small request to make to the panel, Kaushik and the others.
So we hear a lot of all these big companies pledging towards open source, like Meta, Facebook, everyone pledging towards open source models. But while all of these companies are pledging that they are open source, we have a basic problem, right? We don't understand, or like there is no clear definition of what is open source AI. What is your take on open source AI, and who can define it properly? Please.
Thanks, Kaushik. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm a firm believer of open source myself personally, and even when I started my career, I remember developing frameworks even before the microservices world. I was building something similar to that, and an open source entirely. So again, let's just take a simple stand of what open source is, right? It could simply be a way of a developer or a contributor sharing their source of information or code or whatnot with limited or no licensing arrangement or whatnot. So basically, anyone can flexibly or freely use that source of information. It could be a code, it could be data, it could be anything for greater good. So if you really look at why open source is a popular topic now, if you look at why developers love it, our customers from Amazon or AWS, our customers love it. One, it accelerates innovation because you don't have to start from scratch. For example, today if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine-tune the model and then deploy. You take any project like, for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust, because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot, and you'll be able to tune into your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and support you with cost, because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot because it's included. So you can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can greatly take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I'll not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I'll talk more on other things. I hope I answered your question.
I would like to have a follow-up also. So, who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like only the model open? Is the data open? So, do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open?
Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this and somehow I did, which is, see, look at especially open source and artificial intelligence or machine learning, right? There are two things to it. One is the model itself, like for example, the set of instructions. For example, today if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine-tune the model and then deploy. You take any project like, for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust, because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot, and you'll be able to tune into your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and support you with cost, because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot because it's included. So you can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can greatly take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I'll not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I'll talk more on other things.
Who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like only the model open? Is the data open? So, do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open?
Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this and somehow I did, which is, see, look at especially open source and artificial intelligence or machine learning, right? There are two things to it. One is the model itself, like for example, the set of instructions that trains on your data and then infers on top of it, right? And the second is the data itself, like on what data is trained on, whether that data is an enterprise data. For example, I can simply take the whole algorithm, it could be open source, and train using my enterprise data. Now that doesn't mean that the whole model can be replaced for all open source purposes. If you look at even today, I'll not name, but generally speaking, many companies and we startups or enterprises were doing many number of very interesting innovations or proof of concept. But for them to go to production, the problem is the models, not only a source that needs to be open source or at least a license that makes sense to them. Most important thing is the model that the person gives the output, the data, whatever it has, shouldn't have been complex conflict or whatnot. right? So, to go back to your question on who can do this, I think obviously the contributor, whoever has actually contributed to the open source, should be transparent enough and say, okay, based on what data the data is trained and whatnot. So, I mean, again, from Amazon's standpoint, the models that you've built usually come with something called we identify our customers for using such models. For example, if you're using one of the models that Amazon, like for example, Titan text generator or whatnot, then if a customer is using those models and generating the result, and tomorrow, let's say for whatever reason there is a population issue, it is AWS that will. So I think these are emerging patterns in the industry, and I would also say it is with the contributors who should really evolve and say, okay, this is where my data, this is where the data comes, this is where model problems say, and they have to do it.
So the future of AI, what we understand from all our talks and everything is the future of AI should not be singularly decided, right, by massive corporate industry. Should be then the motive of helping for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of the humanity. That I think we all agree upon, right? But the key problem here is how can we build a diverse, decentralized AI infrastructure or like AI, not just infrastructure, AI ecosystem for the future. How can we achieve that using a collaborative model or what is your take on that?
So generally I see this is a three-pronged problem. One is the algorithm, which now have a lot of variants available right now, llamas and falcon and whatnot. And the second is data, which is again available, and if you don't, you could just scrape Wikipedia and get it, or a lot of other sources. It's boring enterprise data they're talking about. And third is compute. So that is where I see there's a gap. You can get data, you can get algo, but you cannot get the compute, because compute is limited to all these big orgs. And that reminds me something like, I think when we were passing out to college, we used to get a project called CT, to search of extraterrestrial elements, right? Where they use this public infra to run their algos. And then we did the same thing years later in terms of Bitcoin, where everyone is using their phone and harnessing those Bitcoins, right? I think that's something which we as an individual can do. But there's a good part of it also, the government is also serious about it. I was going through some of the government projects like Ashmi. That's something which is trying to provide the compute part as well as algo. Then you have different states or individuals, or like we're talking about Tamil Lama, there's a Kannada Lama. So I see people and orgs are getting interested in this, and they're adding compute factor to this. I'm seeing it's very positive direction. Again, it's for all of us to contribute to that. And Bitcoin is not the only shiny thing, this is the one.
Why people are going open source? I think first thing on the AI aspect. I think one thing I am personally, again it's a strong statement, is that let us take all the companies, like corporates. They are building up all this AI and like that, like crazily going on dimensions. And if you see all the research comes from universities, and when they come to, like they don't have like resources or like the computing power, which comes from corporates. Now the merger at some point is coming up, and then they are like trying to produce models which are like right now like close to 361 billion kind of parameters. It's like really huge models, like really scary ones. The thing is, assume that the corporates hold on to itself, right? And a few more corporations are holding on these stuff within themselves. I think it comes to a point where like right now nobody is realizing the perils of it, but sometimes like somebody wakes up and the government says, like 3 weeks back, European Union said like, hey, you know what? AI has like an act right now. That's the first time somebody came and said AI has an act. They worked on it for 3 years. They came with like absolutely beautiful rules. Like within the first version, it's like really good. So they're saying like, what are the sources you're turning up? You need to be very open about it. So they're like really good points. The point is that could have come any point. Now, assume that corporates are holding on everything within themselves. There is like a point where like they are having a commercial value, but some of these acts will just stop them from doing what they are doing. So there is like an obligation, which may be a reason why somebody is doing it. Like we don't know. Like that's one reason. The second one on the governing factors on like how to stop or like manage that, I think one of the aspects that I personally feel is there should be like the third party agency. Like for example, like let us think like all the countries are formed by themselves, and then like they're all sovereign states. They can do whatever they want, right? Like nobody's coming and telling them, oh, you can do this, you can't do this. In AI, you can do this. But in AI, it's very strong, right? See, assume that it's like a again for because there are students to understand it's very easy, like assume that it's a nuclear bomb that the countries are building, there is a treaty which says that you can't go and do these things, right? A very strong treaty just blocking them. But that's at nation level, it's not at a privatization industry level. So what's stopping them is like maybe even or like a group of companies, the countries coming together and stopping it. So eventually, I think right now it's not there, but there's a governance model that will come up which is equivalent to an event for like AI, and that treaty like that's the first version of EU, but a lot of other countries should come out in a strong way that like it's managing the governance that strongly. Yeah.
Again, we would like to revisit that point of governance. I have a follow-up question on that. But before going there, I would like to ask Mr. Ramesh Lornathan here regarding, we see a lot of these big corporates having collaborations with IIT Bombay, IIT Hyderabad, IITs, like doing a lot of AI research with a private and public partnership kind of a thing here. But the question here is, do we already have any collaborations between our premium educational institutes? We have so many educational institutes doing a lot of research work. Do they collaborate themselves, within themselves, in developing a larger data model? And what does it take to have that as a proof of concept for the larger private audience, private enterprises to come together and adopt that model in their work culture?
So, the academic institutions do a lot of work, and there are funding agencies, especially government these days, is asking for consortium proposals, right? A lot of consortium projects where they expect 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, 20 institutions to come together, right? And they're realizing that while each institution is very good and can do a lot of work with themselves, but if they don't bring the power of all institutions, the scale cannot happen. But it's very hard, very, very hard. I mean, I will refer to Bashni. It's a project where, like, its predecessor form earlier, the Indian Languages Technology Mission, or Technology effort, what's called Project Epic, had 10, 11 institutions, leading institutions, all the old IITs, ISC, Hyderabad, and such. 10, 11 top research institutions, language space, that engaged for almost 15, 16 years. Lot of research work came out, zero solutions came out. Right, and so then the ministry realized and then tried to do a few other things for a couple of years, and then in 2021 conceptualized this Bashni project, where now the project is supposed to get tangible solutions in the field. More than 2 years since it started, and still there's some solutions, but not as much and definitely not as fast as anybody would like, as the government would like. So these are institutions that are research institutions, very socially minded already, right? Academic institutions are social in nature, research institutions are social in nature, and academicians are social in nature, especially when they say no to kind of fancy industry jobs and they take up academics. They have a very strong social and societal mindset. But while the intent may be there, execution is very hard, right? How do you get multiple institutions to collaborate? Even government is able to do it only by making it a funding requirement. If it can happen, if we can figure out models where, so which is, there should be a shared purpose, shared interest, which has to come a little bit more organic, right? When we talk about, I mean, we try to do this for international collaboration, but the same thing applies here for domestic collaboration. But the only thing in domestic collaboration is faculty know each other very well. So a lot of peer-to-peer collaboration happens. Like two institutions collaborate because two professors know each other well, they make up a joint project. So that way we take probably at least half our professors have projects that they're collaborating with others because of their own connections. And then there are others that do it because the funding mandate is that you have to be in a consortium project. But when they don't have a natural collaboration, what happens? Technically, there are 10 institutions collaborating, but they're working on 10 very independent parts. So in effect, there's no collaboration. It's like, it seems like a collaboration, but they're just broken down into 10 independent parts, and so again defeats the purpose, right? The idea is that like sum of 10 parts should be much more than 10. Here at best it is 10.
What does it take from a governance or a government perspective, policy perspective? Does it help you to have more enforcement?
I think, see, we have this thing, right? If you have a battle cry, that aligns people, right? You can't say it's a funding requirement. Yes, there's a purpose why the funding needs consortium, because the belief is that it needs that kind of scale. National quantum mission. There was a consultation meeting in Delhi, led by the principal scientific advisor and the EDC secretary. Every research group in the country that's working in quantum, about 60 of them, were there in that room. 400 people in the room. You name it, and that institution had 2-3 people from the institution in the room. Phenomenal, and they want to, they're finding ways, they say quantum especially, it's not something we can do unless we align all our forces, completely aligned. They're finding it very hard. I mean, like, again, these are institutions like, I'm not from the space, I accompanied the professor who leads our quantum effort, and he knows many people. Like, everybody in the room knew at least 10, 15, 20% of the other people. They're that well known, whereas quantum world is not such a big world. They all know, and still not as much collaboration happens. I think what government could do, policy and financial models is one thing, but that is not enough. You have to create a battle cry, create a mission mode which everybody aligns to. Then it will happen. That is very hard. I mean, that needs a strong leader, strong vision, identifying that and articulating in a way that it aligns everybody around it. It needs that. I mean, like, true open source is a community movement. If you want open source model research across institutions, the community has an aligned purpose. Random people don't come and just work together. People that believe in one purpose come together, right? So, government, that's the hardest part. Creating that purpose, which is a battle cry, that gets everybody aligned together. That's the hard part. And you had a question on corporates. See, when corporates work with academicians, they also do pairwise projects, right? A company comes and works with one institution on one project or a set of projects. So, it's a very commercial model, so there's nothing social in that. The companies want the IP or they want the goodwill to have people, right? They come for that mostly. The few companies that do it more social, like Intel does a lot of work in India around research, and they invest a lot of time and effort. But few companies do it, most don't, which is okay. I think at the end of the academic institution, a company comes and funds a project, we value it very, very highly at the time because it's a real world problem with real world data, right? Real world perspective, real world domain knowledge coming in with funding. So we value it. We may or may not get research publication out of it, but it's a check for the reality check for the work we're doing, get a reality perspective to the work we're doing, and of course get funding that funds other research for this profit does. So we're okay with that, but I don't think that's going to see corporates supporting open source has always been motivated. It's a proxy market war that they find. So that's not a good thing to do. The very standard model, which is okay. Knowledge is open, but the commercial use is not open. Free is a different thing. Free and open source is a different form. That's not very common. And when a corporate supports open source, there is motivation, and that motivation is generally not good.
We understand that. So let's switch gears here, and then we see that okay, there is a lot of push for AI from the corporate, all the industry leaders, and everyone is pushing, saying that they are adopting AI within their organizations, and then they are saying we are enabling AI for their betterment of within the organizations. But with that comes a small insecurity for the developers that will their existing skills be obsolete, right? And how are enterprises going to cope up and educate and enlighten and upskill your resources? So I would like Nagarjuna to take a stab at this.
Yeah. Once again, a very good morning to everybody, all from the students, industry experts, and academia experts. A very, I would say, jubilating atmosphere. And thanks for the other panelists, which kind of set the platform. All the difficult questions are over to be frank with you. And as a connection to what Professor Ramesh had mentioned, and this question is positioned well. And again, I'm from Tech Mahindra, and to me, honestly, he started saying, I'm a practitioner of open source as well. As soon as I think that in 1998, if I'm not wrong, Netscape's code was available outside, and it was compliant to me, it was a complaint from me till such time saying that the IBMs of the world, Microsofts of the world are spoiling us in terms of, they give a lot of things to you. If you because on that you don't learn, the creativity is going for a task there. So I was always complaining on that. So as a practitioner in the industry for the past 27 years in Tech Mahindra, we took the complete advantage of open source. Fortunately, Dr. Ramesh's, comment on the corporates. If you look at the latest example, what we have done from our company side, if you watched our press notes in the past 2 to 3 years, like 2.5 years back, we announced a AI platform for our customers and customers. And he's absolutely right. Unless it is commercialized, we are businesses making profits. And my intention is to, as a business leader, my intention is to make it faster, better, cheaper, steadier, and larger. So these are like our parameters where my margin counts. So in line with it, what we have done is we kind of launched a platform called Gaia, GAIA. It's like our own platform. And interesting thing is it's all open source. We kind of partnered with Optimus, which is again an open source partner, and backed by Linux Foundation itself. The way Linux Foundation, I like them because personally, for example, if you look at the way blockchain is evolving, the way the support they are giving, like the way I think we answered in terms of consortiums, right? They back it up. So as a company, what we have done is we took the advantage of the open source, built a platform, and a reason why Ramesh's point on corporates will not really promote a lot on open source is in terms of the security, information security, right? For example, you are adapting somebody else's code. Many of the customers, especially formal licenses customers, where we have regulatory authorities and all, they don't appreciate it. Or even product making companies for that matter. I think Professor Jaideep was mentioning about Google, and we support them as well. But if you look at the confidentiality they maintain in terms of the source code, it's appreciable. It has to be a combination. It can't everything be open source, everything be proprietary or enterprise driven. So we respect our customers' objectives, and somewhere we are getting opportunities to convince our customers, say how this joint collaboration is making sense for commercial use. Again, going back to faster, cheaper, better, steadier and larger. We are achieving their commercial purposes. At the same time, we are giving a solution in faster time with better results, more productivity. That is working out. And this is happening for a while. I still remember, some of these facts are, you can Google search it. Apache, if I'm not wrong, it is most used web server, right? About 60 to 70% adoption. And if you look at projects also, most of the IT projects, if you look at the statistics, 66% are abandoned projects. 66 to 70% are abandoned. What do you do with that code? Give it to public, right? So they will take it forward and then finish it off. And coming back to the skill angle, thanks to love the open source movement happening for a while, forget about the people who are working in Techmahindra, all the students who are sitting here. Thanks to that open source movement, we call it as MOOC, right? Massive Open Online Courses. Even Stanford courses are available to you. Pick it up. Like the concept, knowledge was available. Dr. Ramesh was mentioning about it. Knowledge was available. A real problem with AI, professor's session, Dr. Jaideep's session in the morning, if I tell to the students that among the 8 to 9 slides he presented, 80% is coded, they get the motivation, right? If, for example, if I have to code all those algorithm matrices and all that, they feel it's very complex and difficult. No, it's not. 80% is coded. You pick it up from there and take it forward. That's what MOOC is selling. For the student community, who are our future learners? Basically, they also should learn about individual dignity that they can take to the table, right? If I think in a productive way how to utilize open source right from their college days, using MOOCs, practicing, understanding all open source platform, coming to a company like us, end of the day, you may be basically owning an idea to get a product which India would like to get in. The services versus product, right? Where revenues will be non-linear. So that's what, in my opinion, it's positioned well. AI, the problems are around data and compute. I think he touched base upon it, and Amit also spoke about it from Salesforce angle, and we also spoke from Amazon angle. Data is proprietary, data and compute. If we solve the problem in terms of crowdsourcing on an open source way, I think we are positioned well for this wave also. It is not new to India, right? We've been solving these issues for a while. In my opinion, open AI, collectively, I'm sure we will definitely make it happen, in my opinion.
So, I think if you look at it, like say all the academic knowledge by and large is published, right? It's one level of open knowledge. So even academic knowledge, like if somebody were to license, they have to, we have licensing terms and such. The paper may be public, but IP may still be owned. Open source, what is out there, like any of the open source projects, it's like public knowledge, right? Like you said, it's available, a group of people for whatever reasons went and created, and you could use it, leverage it the way you want to leverage. And then commercially using it is the next level, right? Even if it is an open source, sometimes it comes with license terms. So it's okay. Everybody has their own motivation to do, like some want to build the same thing commercially, some want to build just for fun, build it as an open source. But once the knowledge is available, it's up to anybody like Nag, like you said, for a project, they will choose what's available out there, right? It could be a paper that they take and build, it could be an existing framework that they use, it could be a commercial product. At the end of the day, they have something that they need to build. Now, where a platform like this can help, right, very significantly help is the social problems. Social problems, like if we're trying to create low resource languages, the work that all these research started, it's going to be very hard for any commercially driven initiatives to fund it because there are not enough commercial returns. But the social returns are huge. I think those are places where probably open source is the only way community-led open source only way do it, which may result in IP that could be commercialized maybe once it is done. But the initial funding, like nobody's going to come and pump money like OpenAI got to build for low resource languages, which most Indian languages are low resource, digitally at least, low resource languages. And the others like public health or any of those areas, agri, you've been talking about agri, Rachel's been talking about, those are areas where commercial forces will not come and fund because it's very hard to figure out a model. So I think open source community-led is a place where those are places where it's absolutely necessary. Because nothing else will come, and governments find it very hard. They're trying to do many things, but they're finding it very hard. The results that Switch has already got in the last few months, I think it's a strong indicator. Like I think keep that momentum on. We will solve for the nation what Bashini is finding it very hard to do. As a community, it can be solved.
Yes, Ranga. Actually, you have answered my next question. How can we push for start AI adoption? That's my next question. So Rangnaran, please, if you can also
Sure. Yeah.
share
So
your viewpoint.
I think I'll start with the answer and then I extend it here because both are very well connected. First thing is like let us take the point of industrial revolution, right? Like when it happened, I think one of the things, just think, right? Like when machines all came, people are like actually drilling railway rails, right? And then suddenly machines came and everyone was scared like, okay, my job is gone. Then suddenly all these machines came and they bigger tunnels and then like suddenly a lot of hardware came up, infrastructure came up. The world became a lot better place, right? And that time there was like a lot of scariness around all these things like happening. The second thing is like there's like simple example, right? There is this 1984 the great manure thing where like the Foxtrot used to put a lot of manure on the New York streets and then they used to put a lot of remove all of them, and when cars came in it removed and then the whole problem was over. So like always the betterment happened. I think from an industry perspective, as a student or like people who are thinking like, okay, what will happen to this, right? Like first thing, when people approach us with a problem statement saying that, hey, we want to build this, the approach is similar to what we are doing with, like again, the progression on AI is same as like when IoT came in, a lot of devices came in. When being contextual to this open source, no like industrial projects are based out of like Raspberry Pis or Arduinos or like equivalent open source hardware systems. But what was very good was all these things helped in prototyping things that helped build things on that place. Like the smart watch that you are wearing is far more advanced, but it was built on one of these open source wearables. Eventually they just commercialized it and made it a lot more powerful and then like adopted to it. But for prototyping it, this open source thing made it a lot more possible. So all the things that you are doing like checks on like your health, on everything on the smart watch is just happening because of that open source thing that happened on like the IoT stuff. But right now, if you take on like the growth of AI, we are taking the same path. Like somebody just made it open source. Again, it's like this open source thing in AI is a bit arguable because like what are this open sourcing? Are they open sourcing the model? Are they open sourcing the data on which they trained it? Or like both of them together? Nobody is doing all of them together. So there is some commercial angle, but still like if it is used in a particular way, the adoption of this will be like having these machines together, they are doing a journey together. But also like at some point, till now, like human intelligence has been like a lot more advanced than like machine intelligence. So it's very rare like where they were like in specific tasks they were doing it, which we call like a narrow based task or narrow intelligence. But on like general intelligence, people are like always like right now or afraid that it will overtake us and what will happen after that. Like so there is like recursive relearning and those kind of things which scares us, but still the evolution happens. Nobody is going to stop the red button. As I said, like once we come back to governance, there are like points in which we need to discuss, which will make that happen in like a better way.
That is fantastic. So Amit, if you can, I would like to understand what are the open source contributions from your perspective, from like Salesforce or like whatever your companies are doing for open source contributions. I would like to, for our audience to know more about, details more about that.
Please, because market traction, they get the community with support and the innovation, what it does upon. Innovation happens very fast the moment you open source. For example, I know that Salesforce open source Lip, this is for image to text, the text to image, and then there's XGen, which is LLM model. So, and then you see examples, just not limited to Salesforce, Meta has Llama 2 also, and now this week I think Elon Musk announced that Grok also will be open source. So what's happening that you are getting a lot of these models which are telling you how to do that. And the great news for the audience here is that you figure where to use that, what problem I should solve with that. I think that's an opportunity, and that way you get the skill and the new use case?
I think from AWS, I think we've been one of the most open and when it comes to open source, nurturing of the whole open source ecosystem and also embracing open source technologies. If you even take technologies from relational databases or whatnot, what we have done is we have taken the simplicity of open source and added our expertise in managing the infrastructure. If you look at some of our offerings, greatly embraces open source. Like for example, take Postgres, MySQL, and whatnot. We took all those open source technology and put like our expertise on top of it to give a highly scalable and also kind of affordable infrastructure for anyone to innovate on top of it. Now that's from the compute and general perspective. Now I'll talk two perspectives on our contributions. Now when it comes to Amazon or AWS, we've been actively contributing to projects like Babelfish. Even if you look at AML like MXNet and whatnot, we've been actively contributing. So much so like even the father of Java, who is James Gosling, is actually part of Amazon AWS and who is working on projects like. So we've been developing several, for example, free real-time operating system when it comes to IoT world and Babelfish for like database world and MXNet and Kubernetes and whatnot, right? We've been actively contributing. Now, when it comes to the execution or use of such tools and techniques, right? So in AI, when it comes to that, so we have an initiative called Registry of Open Data on AWS, which is called RODA. Now, in RODA, you can actually, we host a lot of open source data, open source data. For example, UK Biobank some time ago released 100,000 whole genome sequencing data. And we are the hosting partners. Like we took the whole data and we hosted on us and then hosted on the RODA platform and then share it. Like this, if you go to RODA, there are like number of data sets that are available for anyone to freely use and work or build any model on top of it. Now, when it comes to the AI models, and again, we've been building hubs. Like for example, we have something called SageMaker Jumpstart, which basically provides a platform to host all these pre-trained models that you could see in Hugging Face. Like for example, like Amit mentioned, Llama models and several other pre-trained models are available, which you can actually easily deploy and train. Now, what it means for you as a student or perhaps from the community is take all those pre-created data set or pre-trained model and start. You don't have to start from scratch. You can easily build on top of AWS. In fact, we also give credits for some of these use cases. And one such initiative I can tell from healthcare perspective is AWS Health Initiative, where we give funds to some of our customers who does solve the equitable problem and whatnot. Like if there are many funds that we have set aside, even recently we announced something for generative AI. Like we set aside $100 million fund to support our customers and partners and everyone to innovate on AI space. So yeah.
That was really educational. I would like to close this session with one last question. The main motto or like what the initiative of this event is to see if we can make Hyderabad the capital of AI. I would like to take each one of your inputs and see how we can make or what are the potential challenges. What is the road for Hyderabad to be AI capital?
I can start probably, yeah. So I think I was from Hyderabad, I'm from JNTU, like so a lot of things. I'm from Tripoli, Hyderabad, so a lot of things together with Hyderabad. But having said that, I think one city becoming a capital of like the whole AI thing is going to be like a crazy power, like superpower, like to somebody. But what I think I can suggest is like governments relatively, like again, like as I said, like somebody took an AI act from Germany or like, sorry, Europe or other places is good. But like from India, we can become like pioneers, like in starting the governance model and then acting on it. I think nobody, as far as I know, has like a serious model there where like Hyderabad comes and says, you know what, like we are forming this consortium and then this is going to be like the first one of like the like first version of the draft and that will put like spot on the map in India, like far ahead of other cities. Yeah.
I think there have been many attempts in the last 6-7 years, right, to put Hyderabad on the national AI map. And it's okay, some success has happened. But I think what can really, we need to think much bigger. It's not an incremental, I think the initiative that's being taken up now through the Svecha efforts, right, to create a very large platform. When I say platform, I'm talking about most broadest form, which people, processes, systems, right? Volunteers, energy, the battle cry. There's a battle cry here, right? I mean, like if you could get the Telugu ASR created, right? And I think there's an opportunity to see, like yesterday, 2,000 people in the room, right? Yesterday, all day, and more than 1,000 people here today, second day. I think if we rally around this and amplify what we just already started, right? And say like we create, and they're all social problems, by the way, right? We talk about agri or morning ranks of problems in public health. These are all social problems where this is the only way to do it almost. Either government should do it or community should do it. And government has its own priorities, like, so they'll pick what is the most important thing at that point. And so community can do this. And I feel if we amplify this, like say what the success that's been got in the last 6 months with the Telugu language, like I think I forget if it was Kiran or right Praveen that was saying Hugging Face for India, right? Create like models that's built by community. Lot of models available, right? Whether it could be used for social purposes, it could be used for commercial purposes, right? But the models get created, for which the data has to get compiled first, right? And labeled and data sets. I feel we should take this up in a mission mode, rally all forces, right? Whatever support from companies available, get other communities, academic institutions, significantly amplify and accelerate. And if we can get, like the many initiatives, like there is this AI for Bharat, there is Bharat GPT, many initiatives, I don't believe they're going as fast as, like given the forces behind it, the people, the thinking and the funds, it's going nowhere nearly as fast as they could. So this could be an opportunity to show that it's possible as a community to do it. I feel that's going to put us on the national map, nothing else. That will put us on the national map.
No, I thought you would take, but somehow Ramesh's points are very resonating to what I'm thinking. Actually, the sense of urgency is in, I feel that actually. It is not as if we are getting ready as Hyderabad Inc. for a .com or a .net or a SAP boom or something like that. If you look at the slide back, there are only two. Anurag University and Meta. Why? Why? That is the issue actually. For example, when we show to other customers, we show a slide full of customers who are our partners who enabled our growth, right? As even they did, Amazon or a Salesforce. But that is only two right now. And it is being driven by Svecha. There is actually, we talked about it, shared purpose and shared vision. That's what we used a few minutes back. Honestly speaking, the industry is about $150 billion market. It is going to grow something like 1.8 trillion with a 36.4% CAGR. How much of it you take is up to you as Hyderabad. Right now, in my opinion, he is absolutely right. Sense of urgency is not there. Why am I telling? As Hyderabad we can do. If you look at the COVID situation, earlier it was like a 5 to 6 year to invent a molecule and a vaccine. March 23rd is the date in 2020, lockdown is announced. January, you have a vaccine in hand. That means as a team we can do it. As a team we can do it. But we are not doing it is a problem, in my opinion. But really greatly appreciate the kind of efforts the Svecha kind of organizations are doing for ganging everybody together. It is not anymore a luxury or a nice to do. It's a must to have thing going forward. In my opinion, the educational institution should count for the supply side. At the end of the day, if I do AI or a machine learning or a federated AI, supplies from universities, supplies from colleges, and there is a variation. In my opinion, the universities have a shared problem right now. I think somewhere, one of you mentioned it about it, right? The compute angle. You had a great model. How do you deploy? How many institutions in Hyderabad today are positioned to really deploy a machine learning model? And at the same time, we are positioned. For example, Mahindra University, for example, IIIT. And why are we not collaborating? And why are we not forming a consortium with a shared vision of making Hyderabad as a GNAI? That's what needs to be done, in my opinion. And now you are telling all this. I've been telling this for so many folks in so many forums, but some action is what I'm expecting. He kind of hit the nail on its head actually. Sense of urgency is the most important thing. Trust me, market will make the money. Amazons of the world, Googles of the world, Salesforce of the world, Tech Mahindras of the world will make money for sure. That $1.8 trillion money will be made. Is it Hyderabad? Is it Chennai? Is it Bangalore? Is it Pune? Is it Mumbai? Is it Noida? Is a question. It is our share to get it back. I'll count on my support on anything that we'll do in Hyderabad actually. So that's what I reflect. Thanks for the platform you already said.
So just to condense your thoughts, right? I mean, I agree to all the points, and what I believe is three P's. I think one is purpose, and then partnerships, and finally policies, in that order. I think what made Swechha and other initiatives possible was purpose. I think there was a clear-cut definition of what anyone wanted to achieve. I think, let's say, to go back to your question on Hyderabad, I think Hyderabad should have that purpose or a vision narrated, following which we should have partnerships. This is where all these universities and private, public firms can actually come together and work towards that greater good. And like he really quoted a very good anecdote about COVID success, right? I mean, it is possible. And finally, policy. Trust me, I think policy sometimes is an enabler, sometimes is a blocker, but truly, in my opinion, I think the right policies at the right time will enable the whole ecosystem. So I would say you solve these three, I'm sure we can realize that potential of ADPS.
These gentlemen, they cover almost everything. I'll just talk about two concrete things. One is specifically currently we need professors to share this knowledge, and we have this untapped pool of people who have done that hands-on. So connecting the students with the mentors in industry, I think that will go a long way in solving this problem. And secondly, creating one great example. Think of it, Abu Dhabi came with Falcon, it's 180 billion parameters AI model. Why can't India do that, or why can't Hyderabad do that? So set one shining example of something like that, and then connect these two ends. That's probable.
Thank you very much, panel. We have really good insights from all of you. So we will give a good applause for the entire panel for sharing your thoughts, sharing your resources. And I would hope the audience here will take great inputs from this. The policymakers, the startup owners, the education institutes, everyone will make a big push for having a greater open source AI initiative here at Hyderabad. It can be a model, it can be a inspiration story for the rest of the world to pick it up from here. Thank you all.
No, thanks to Kaushik for asking soft and nice questions. I thought he would ask a question to us saying, can you code for one of the slides, Professor Jayad? Thanks for being so nice. Again, a great moderation. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Praveen.
Thank you, everyone. I think the key takeaway for me is the purpose. And I think we're all driven by the purpose over here. Thank you for taking your time out for the panelists, moderator Kaushik, another Kaushik, Ranga, Ramesh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. People, updated schedule has been sent over a WhatsApp message to all of you. If it hasn't reached you, but this is the schedule right now. We are running 20 minutes behind schedule. So without further breaks, we'll go to the next one. We're almost ready for that. There are talks starting right now. There are talks starting in the Jain Seminar Hall, which is in the first floor. There are some talks that are starting in the Golden Jubilee Hall of the EC department, and the panel session, which is starting in the event center of J-Hub. But here, we have a very distinguished person, a very renowned person, Dr. Pratik Desai. Pratik Desai is a founder and the CEO of Kisan.ai, the seasoned entrepreneur and computer scientist.
Can I add my slides?
Again, sorry for that. He's a computer scientist, founder CEO of Kisan.ai, and it's quite late in the night for him, and he has kindly agreed to stay up for us. And we requested him for a brief talk. Over to Dr. Pratik Desai.
I'm Pratik Desai, founder and CEO of Kisan.ai. I hope you guys can hear me. Just let me know if I'm audible, so I can continue the presentation. Naveen, can you confirm? Thank you, Swechha, and the team for inviting me for this presentation. I hope you guys are having a good time. And the topic for me today is about using AI in the Indian agriculture ecosystem, and how we have been working to bring AI, the latest technology, in hands of the farmer. And our goal is to divide this knowledge gap that has been very widely the reason behind how the agriculture in India is kind of traditionally one of the backward in terms of digitization. So just start with my own journey. So I grew up in agrarian family. Generations I remember we were in agriculture, and I grew up on farm, helped my father, and knew the first hand all the problems that farmer faces. And
very much aware of what's going on. But then I moved to US for my master's. My father took one of the biggest risks in his life, taking a loan to send me to US, and then I've been working in doing my higher education. I work on solving sensors, robotics, and then move to the AI/ML to solve the knowledge extraction problem. And after that, I moved to Silicon Valley, and really I have been part of multiple startups, the founder, founding member, and we did develop some amazing technology. Like so, one of the problems that we tried to solve was using real-time analytics on social media. Then we also worked on building wearables, which was pre-Apple Watch, and our objective was bringing intelligence inside the wearable devices. And the last startup was in automotive. Again, my role was to build the AI-based intelligence system for the cars, just like how Tesla has over their updates and data analytics. We built something for the regular cars. The company got acquired, and at the same time, I realized that it's time for me to start working to my roots, like the people I'm associated with. And there was a time in 2019 I decided to start a company called Tutori in India, and the objective was to build AI/ML application, high-tech tools that goes directly inside the hand of farmers, so farmer can access the technology and take the benefits of what's going on. And our journey has been more than exciting from the day we started. But we also had many great learnings from where we started and where we are right now. So, when we started, the objective was the first problem we tried to solve was the plots. The farmland plots are not geolocated or digitized. So the only way farmer can find out where the boundaries are, he goes to like collector's office or some regional office, government a worker will give them like a printout. It will have plots, and it will say, okay, this printout, this is your plot. It was not digitized. So we started with working on digitizing plot for the Gujarat state, and using machine learning, computer vision, satellite images, we did plot 1.2 crore farmlands. And we are running a startup, so it's always important to find out the product market fit and understand your demographics. So even though we built some advanced high-tech tool, the farmer had really not everyday use for it, and we also understand like the position of our farmer. So that was our first learning, that if you build something high-tech, but if your farmers cannot pay, you cannot continue like running a startup. So we started learning, even though we were building something in terms of advanced technology, we had to bring farmer on board. So we created this digital marketplace where our goal was to help farmers create their online shops and give them money prices, price prediction, and let them sell directly to consumers. And through that, our goal and objective was to start giving them the advanced technology that's possible. Now, this is the time we also started collecting a lot of agriculture data around different commodities, the markets, to us in the future. Next thing we worked on is helping farmer to create automated label and packaging. Now, like why? Like to understand the problem. If today farmer wants to sell something online or Facebook Marketplace or somewhere else, they do not have access to graphic designers or like some advanced labeling mechanism. So they will end up printing something on like paper with the name, and this is not something that's going to stand out in front of consumers. Now, how can we solve it? Like farmers cannot afford to hire a graphic designer. So this is the similar time the stable diffusion image generation model tool where farmers just select turmeric or any commodity, name, the name, price, and we will generate like a really nice looking label for them. They can print it out. And this is something very helpful because like these are the small tools that end up helping farmers to the day-to-day life. Now, our learning from this one was that even though we are helping them out, there is still something that missing. That is, these tools are created by tech folks for tech people, not for the farmers because they require education. You need to explain them how to use it. Which in sense, it's not very simple. There's like a literacy and language gap, and it needs to be very intuitive. So next step we use again diffusion models with ink painting and background removal application, and created something where farmer can take a picture of whatever they're trying to sell, automatically replace the background and create like something very professional looking. And when we did this one, we tried to create application which started becoming very simple. So they take a picture, select what they want to do, and they will create a picture. And this create like the professional looking image, then they can start sharing in the WhatsApp group or wherever they're trying to sell. So through all out, what we learned from our experimentation with building new applications, that the farmers has a really huge literacy and language barrier. Like for India, where we have so many languages, and most of the farming and agriculture happening in the rural area, this is very prevalent. Also, the education cost is very high. Like explaining farmers, because their day-to-day life, they are doing the job. Their job is not to remember all the filters and tools and settings. Yeah. Now this time we also realized that like this trained farmers are using WhatsApp, Instagram, and everything very well. Like nobody went to teach them, but they still started using it, and like they're sending millions of messages on WhatsApp every day. So I think it was like a realization was that it's a problem in the people who are creating things for farmers. It's not the farmer themselves, because everything we see today around built for farmers are not very farmer friendly in a sense. And the existing mechanism for them to access the knowledge, for example, we're not expecting farmer to go on Google and read 20 blogs, right, in English. There are many institutes in India and around, like, agricultural region who generate a lot of knowledge. This knowledge kind of stays to the institute. We are not expecting farmers again to travel 150 kilometers to find out and read these booklets and to figure out what is the best way to, what is the latest method to grow rice, or what is the latest variety. So what farmer end up relying to is the local expert. They are not expert, but local vendors who are trying to sell something, which kind of put them in this situation where they are subjected to exploitation. This advices are biased. Meanwhile, we do have a lot of knowledge and research, everything generated to be sold to farmer. So we saw this big knowledge gap from the knowledge that they produce to the person like farmer who's supposed to consume it. And we also saw that's like a two-way accessibility problem. It's not just the farmers. The knowledge that could produce is also unstructured. It's not designed to be digested by automated tools. It's very fragmented, and for the knowledge generation to the acquisition cost for farmer to reach to the farmer is also very high. And not just the farmer, people like extension workers or supports or sales, whoever is trying to kind of bring this knowledge to the ground, is the whole system is broken. So this was the chance where we already had a lot of knowledge that we have collected from different sources which we were using to on our platform. So we saw the opportunity that we can use this knowledge, use the legendary AI technologies and the models are getting cheaper every day. So we realized that if we can build something that can bridge this knowledge gap between farmer and the knowledge that producing organization, we can solve one of the biggest problem, because now farmers can reach out and get access to all type of knowledge, from the seeds to the equipment, to fertilizers, pesticides, finance and loan. Meanwhile, they can just talk in their own language and something very simple in the interface. So this is what Kisan AI is. When we launched Kisan AI last March, my objective was to create something very simple, intuitive, just a one button, select your language, and then you can start talking in your own language. And we are building knowledge base, and even today we are like continuously adding and getting more information. The goal is to all the data, knowledge, diversify information from practices to like climate resilient agriculture to organic farming. We would like to deliver them in a way where they can talk to the AI through the voice. And this is what the Kisan AI we launched last March. And surprisingly, because we were always focused on AI, but when we launched, we found out that we were not just like not just agriculture, we were like one of the first vernacular voice-based assistant built using generative AI, and which was supporting many languages. Because if you remember, the OpenAI and Bard and all started having this voice-based conversation very recently. But like within in March, we received a really great response because very first time farmer realized that they have the power of the entire internet in their hands and they do not have to read. They can just talk to it and it will reply. They can go back and forth. They can ask like multiple questions. It's not like a call center. They have to wait for 5 hours and then we don't know the person on the other side. It's like the knowledgeable person, like what's that, like, and it will not take them like 15 minutes, 30 minutes to find out the right answer. The answer is there. We started seeing getting requests at the middle of the night where someone is just doing like in India in farms the power come at the night time. So most of the time farmers are actually watering their farm at the night time. So we started seeing at the night time people are calling and asking questions about that thing. So we realized that we have like built something which is really valuable, and by expanding the knowledge that we have, we can actually solve many problems related to agriculture and rural economy. But we are focused on agriculture. There are many other problems and many other organizations trying to solve this thing, but we want to solve the agri problem. Now, there are many other things that we realize that like the Gen AI is still expensive. So if we keep running the show and keep serving more and more farmers, like we have already reached 110K farmers without any marketing. It's still like spreading. People who find out, use it, people they come back with the feedback, say like, hey, there's this thing missing, can you add equipment data, can you add finance data? So we are ourselves are keep expanding the knowledge that we have, but we also realize that like using the latest models which are really huge in size, and if we go and try to serve millions of farmers, then it end up becoming expensive. And because we haven't even figured out the business model, like remember, like we have to at one day being a startup have to generate revenue, so we cannot keep running it. So we started actually doing research on the language model side, like if we can reduce the size of the model for using open source like a model, something like a Llama 2, we can actually reduce the cost of inference. And similarly, we also realized that one of the biggest asks from the farmer was detecting disease and pests. So we started ourselves working on training, like fine-tuning models, so we can actually reduce the cost of inference while keep serving the more demographic and try to bridge this knowledge gap. While we launched, we really got like really huge response, not just farmer, but everyone around, like many media houses kind of check it out, they published about it, and I think that also helped us to kind of reach to more folks. And we also started seeing many success stories, like for example, one farmer from Chhattisgarh, he was growing geranium, which is like mostly used by perfume companies, and then there's a lot of agri-waste. The farmer has to sometimes pay for to get rid of this agri-waste. So this Lokesh, he was interested, he was like curious about what he can do, so he started asking questions and figuring out what he can do with the agri-waste. Then he found out like there was some chemical composition he can use, and using that he actually created air freshener, and then like he registered his company, he became an entrepreneur, now he's incubated, and so moral of the story is like, now with the AI, so many things like this research of how to use agri-waste into air perfume was there always, but it was not accessible to farmer. And there are many stories that can be created, like we are collecting, but it looks like, with this AI will help progressive farmers who are always looking to find a new way of like using better practices, building something from agri-waste, or like improving or increasing the yield, better way of using pesticides. They all have no answers. They can go and like have conversation with AI to find it out. And now this time we also realize that while we are building it for farmers, there are like thousands of agribusinesses who directly serve farmers. And they also have the same problem. They have their proprietary knowledge. That knowledge also needs to be served. Like all the equipment companies, tractor companies, pesticide companies, India or around the world, who have proprietary knowledge of their product, and they also struggle to take this knowledge back to the farmer, because farmer, let's say for example, someone is growing cotton and interested in finding out like what is the product from company XYZ that we can use for white fly. That's one of the common pests. Then he will not have, like, he will go to the nearest shopkeeper and ask, and he will sell whatever is best he knows or what is available in the stock. But now that same farmer can actually talk to the company's chatbot, and then the company will suggest like this is the latest product that you can use for white fly and cotton. This is available in your area, and that is what we are building as like a startup, an agri-co-pilot platform, which helps every businesses to take their advisories, manual, how to use this product, how to use a tractor or the new connectors or the extension product, and serving them through different type of channels and APIs. So this is about like the model that we are building. Like when we started working on the model, we also we were not like racing to release and create a model. We knew the problem. Our problem was always to create cheaper inference with the more knowledge base. So we were already collecting huge amount of data. We had around 400,000 different conversations that farmers can dig through our platform. We knew what kind of question they ask. So we did curation on top of it, and using the fine-tuning sample and parameter model. With this model was created on Llama 2, Open Hathi, which is based on Llama 2, and we named it Denu because Denu as calm Denu kind of symbol for agriculture, at least in Indian subcontinent. And also, if you look at the naming conversion happening with the models like Llama or Dolphin, we also realized like Denu would suit in that category of naming models from the animal's name. And then we last month also trained a vision model. The objective for the model is to not just detect pests and diseases for most commonly done crops, but also start having conversations. So a farmer can take a picture and then they can ask about what's going on, what's wrong with it, what can I use. So this is like very early stage for the vision model, and our goal is to kind of cover all major crops and the diseases, so we can create like a cheaper version that can be used by every farmers, because the current APIs with CNN models are very expensive, and we want to create something that is simple to use, just like our Kisan AI app, and then add multi-modal capability to that, and always stay on and focus on the agriculture, because like we cannot there are many things that people can try, which is like the purpose for the general purpose model, maybe like the AGI, but our goal is to solve the agriculture related problems, because that's very near to my heart and what we have been working for a long time. So when we released, we also realized that not just we were first to release the co-pilot, vernacular co-pilot, we were also like one of the pioneer in building agricultural LLMs. So I'll just play this one in terms of like how the Denu model, which is a bilingual, because we train on Open Hathi, which is a bilingual Hindi and English, and you can see like the knowledge that we have trained on is basically very specific to location for like Indian practices. So if you can ask and select the state, and it will provide you practices or advisory based on the location, not just very general purpose answer. And still like right now, the first version we trained had like a 300,000 instruction, because it's instruction train model. But next one we are like collecting around 1 million different instructions. So it's going to be like a really huge data set, and I hope that when we have the latest version, we'll able to actually make it much more better in terms of the knowledge that it can embed. Because the fine tuning method, there are two things that you can do. You can try to embed some knowledge. You can also embed the style, and the style would be like what kind of question that usually originate from farmers and how we actually reply to them. This is the small clip I like to play for the vision model. In the vision model, like you can see, select the farmer can take a picture, select an image. Now the earlier models which were based on CNN, they will just kind of take a picture and tell you what percentage they think this particular disease is, right? So that is anyway basically will be kind of identified by the model. But then the other additional thing that a farmer can do, like right now this is in English, but like when we actually kind of implement on production, we will be able to do this thing in all other languages that we support. But we can start just having conversation about what's going on, is there a disease present, what can we name it, how to take care of it, and all those kind of questions they can ask. So basically we are having a conversation as an like expert and not just to detecting the thing and then relying on reading again. Like today in traditional method, you detect a disease, then you take the name, go to the shopkeeper or ask someone or call center, and then they'll tell you something, right? Now you are over here, just in the chatbot, you are actually having this conversation. So her goal is to kind of, right now we train the vision model for just 3 crop with 10,000 images, but we will be expanding this to more than like 80,000 images, 80 crops, and see if we can actually create something which is very remarkable and solve problem on the ground. Summarizing the presentation, so maybe we can take some questions. So ultimately, if you look at it, what we try to be, we want to be like the knowledge superhighway. So there has been always like the gap between the information advisory that produced by institute and experts and between the farmers on the ground. And we want to be that the conduit to deliver this knowledge. And at one point on like longer roadmap, we also want to be someone who trained the base agriculture model and the base platform and create an unbiased platform that can be like the farmer's companion for everything they want to do like every day. Like the single app farmer when he wakes up he want to rely on, and that's what we actually want to be. And that be all from my side. Thank you. And if love to see if there's any question.
Currently, AI is applied almost everywhere. You can see from from wearables like bands, gadgets like Aura rings. So in nutrition, in disease diagnosis, in new development of new drugs and so on, imaging in particular. So precision medicine combines individual data on genes, biomarkers, physiological and behavioral data. Understand? This is important to understand this. Biomarkers, genes, behavioral data and physiological data. It makes a lot of data to understand to make a precision of a single individual. So if there is an excess gene, can be trisomy, an excess branch of gene that comes into causing a disease should be able to cut it. Or you cut it here and attach there, that's how some of these goes. So it will be very precise and precision is the keyword. For example, I will tell one drug. So one drug that's called Zolgensma, which is the costliest medicine on the planet. That in Indian terms it costs around 18 crores, just one injection. There is a disease called SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, and caused by a lack of functional SMN1 gene. So you just give this particular injection intravenous, and this goes and makes it functional. The lack of function causes the disease, and SM1 gene, it makes it functional. It goes and precisely touches the particular gene which is dormant and makes it functional. That's how the precision medicine works. And another example is statin. We all know hypercholesterol. What is high cholesterol? So when there is high cholesterol, doctors usually prescribe what is called statin. That's like atorvastatin, rosuvastatin, and simvastatin, etc. So there is a big trial in which they found a particular gene
sequence which is there in about 5% of individuals on earth so this causes statin resistance. Statin doesn't work if you have such type of genetic pattern. So what you need to do, you need to take an alternative drug like PCSK9 inhibitor. So if you know the genetic pattern, you can precisely avoid the drug, you can precisely prescribe the drug. So in diagnostics, it is used in diagnostics to increase the efficiency, and deep learning is helping in prevention of errors, diagnosis, improvement, and it helps detecting lung cancer, assessing risk of sudden cardiac death by, some of the AI models can detect 72-hour sudden cardiac death even before. So by the time he reaches emergency, if the possibility of sudden cardiac death is high, you know how to triage him, where to send him to the intensive care and set what are the measures to take. So classifying a skin lesion, there has been a model compared to a qualified dermatologist who gains knowledge over years and has to specialize and decades of experience. A AI model, what is called DCNN, deep learning, deep convolutional, neural networking. This is the AI system that can detect as good as 29 dermatologists who are experienced in learned and practicing. This is what AI can do in medical practice. So finding indicators of diabetic retinopathy, I think it is there in the domain for a very long time, and Google has taken it up. And in cardiology, AI uses prediction of cardiovascular disease and acute coronary syndromes or heart failure much better than a qualified and experienced cardiologist. If you just feed all the information of the chambers, thickness, and the measurement of the heart, it can give you better prediction than any of the existing, electrocardiogram or ECG, echo, and so on put together. It can give a better opinion. So anyway, it is also in the precision of disease stratification. It works in many ways in cardiology. So it also works for heart failure. Prevention cardiology, for example, I'll tell a live example. My grandfather was a smoker. He died of heart attack at 52. And my father was a smoker. He had heart attack at 52. He stopped smoking. He was fine then. And looking at this, I did not smoke. Recently, I got my gene studies done, which is showing the cigarette smoking will greatly affect your cardiac health. That's why coronary artery disease. Since I avoided and I did not have a problem. This is a live example how AI can make preventive cardiology scores. And pulmonary medicine, there is a gray area, what's called pulmonary function test. AI can augment this. And tumors also, potential improvement in early diagnosis of lung tumor. Lung tumors are some tumors before stage 3 is difficult to diagnose. When it is 10 millimeters or 8 millimeters, if you diagnose, it's already stage 3. If you can make it when it is less than 1 millimeter, which AI can do. It also, it uses all these, your behavioral data, as I told, like smoking, like genetic study, age, your, all the tissue data and multiple omics, all this put together, you can easily stratify and diagnose early as well as, you can make treatment plans. And in radiotherapy, this is one area that has greatly improved by AI. Radiotherapy is one. When I was a student, if there is a lung tumor, if radiotherapy was given, whole lung used to get fibrosed. And later came the linear, linear accelerators, which precisely bombards the tumor and also the normal lung tissue before the tumor and after the tumor gets affected. Now there is a recent AI model. This is picture has shattered. This is the latest ethos, which is AI based machine. doesn't affect any normal tissue. It precisely recognizes the cancer cells and bombards the cancer cells. Similarly, other areas. So endocrinology, continuous blood glucose monitoring. If you can just put a patch anywhere in the body, it recognizes the blood sugar levels every 15 minutes for over 15 days so far. Still, people are trying to make it 1 month. Okay. If you can show to the patient, definitely patient is going to improve his, lifestyle changes and going to make benefits. And further endocrinology, it works for, there is this model I cannot understand, but there is what's called hidden layer, which, output prediction is the phenotypes, biomarkers, and overall survival it can assess, and so on. So, in nephrology is one of the ever increasing disease process where increasing in diabetic, rapid increase in the incidence of diabetes is increasing the kidney failures, renal diseases. So, AI can, for instance, has proven useful in understanding the decline of glomerular filtration rate. Once diabetes is diagnosed to have diabetes, unless it is under control, microvascular disease like nephropathy, neuropathy, or retinopathy can be progressive. So this progression can be caused, can be understood, the decline of glomerular filtration rate by the AI in many kidney diseases and establishing the risk of progressive disease in IgA nephropathy and diabetic related nephropathy. Similarly, it can also in kidney transplant patients can predict the graft rejection, how far the graft can survive and how far the new kidney can survive and function. And also you can optimize the immunosuppressive therapy depends upon the risk of rejection of the kidney transplant. In gastroenterologists, again, at many places you can use it. In neurology, there is what is called AI model called Empatica. And this received an FDA approval in 2018. This also works by, neuronal nerve network, etc. And this can predict possibility of generalized epilepsy much before the actual onset of seizures. So you can be alert, the AI can alert the patient, alert the relatives as well as the physician to take measures before and prevent the seizures. Retinopathy, there is what is called RCNN algorithm. You can understand it better. You can predict the disease or retinal disease much earlier than an ophthalmologist who is a trained ophthalmologist through AI, through this AI system called RCNN. So, in emergency room, the popularity of robotic assisted surgery is, we all know that many advertisements on robotic surgeries, knee replacements and cardiac surgery, etc. on beating heart surgery, open heart surgery, minimally invasive surgeries, all these use AI as its, it directs how to go about, and robotic assisted surgery have led to fewer surgery related complications, less tissue destruction, precise understanding. And similarly, in the emergency department, you can try it, predicting likelihood of cardiac arrest in a case of sepsis, that is severe infection. It can predict the likelihood of cardiac arrest. So you know where to send the patient to intensive care, you have to do all the required measurements. So drug discovery is another area that it used to take very long time. Recently we have seen in COVID, usually it takes about 5 to 10 years to come to finalize a vaccine, but this time it just happened in 18 to 21 months because mostly people, they attribute it to the AI related assistance where you can cut short most of the stages. Similarly, in a drug discovery, normally you have many models, you have to identify where the drug is required and then you should keep searching for animal models, for preclinical, for human beings, for normal human beings, and then sick human beings, and then stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. stage 4 trials, and then comes out to the market. So it bypasses so many of these stages. So these are the various stages in drug discovery. Find the biomarkers and identify the target molecule, and then you can clinically precisely. So I'll tell you one example. There is what is called an apple is famous for what is called an apple a day keeps the doctor away. When you eat an apple, what happens? It goes to the stomach and then to the duodenum. In the duodenum, the L cells of the duodenum secretes a peptide called gastrointestinal peptide. Because apple increases the blood sugar, it goes and stimulates the beta cells of the pancreas to produce insulin. Similarly, if the blood sugar levels is low, the same peptides will go and stimulate the alpha cells of the pancreas to raise the blood sugar level. And thus a balance happens. And in between, from the intestine to the pancreas, there is an enzyme called DPP4 enzyme. It is going to neutralize almost 90% of the peptides. So precisely you have a area where to work, you have a target. If you can cut the effect of DPP4 enzyme, produce an DPP4 inhibitor so that the naturally innate gastrointestinal peptides will go and improve the effect of the, this is called incretin effect. That's how apple is famous for a long time. How identifying the target molecule, discover the effective drug, find biomarkers, you will make much easier, much earlier, much better than the conventional drug discovery. So there are certain rights in the precision medicine. Certain rights to the patient. Patients need to be part of precision medicine for achieving its potential to the fullest, because you are using the patient's data. Patients need to understand assurance of data privacy. Data privacy is very important for a patient, because as I told earlier, one model where statin doesn't work, you have to give a PCSK9 inhibitor. Statin costs about 3,500 rupees per year, whereas PCSK9 costs 350,000 per year. So if your insurance company knows this data, nobody will give an insurance policy. So you should have a complete assurance to the patient of data privacy, and owner and utilization of the genetic information is patient itself, and understanding the informed consent and to voice their preferences, sharing genomic and other information. So it's important that patients express their preferences and requirements while they are assured of their data security. So physician also has certain rights in precision medicine, medical curricular reform, specialist training, ongoing physician training, and additional courses on genetics, understanding the genomes, and and so on. So introducing more CMEs, more courses in that, because this is not a part of curriculum so far. So this is one area where actually in the liver, the pathology of medical imaging is very important. I am into a project with the IIT to identify the liver tumors as early as possible. When they are about 9 to 10 millimeters, the prognosis is poor, and already they try to go out of the liver, and if we can precisely make when it is less than 3 millimeters, we can make a better complete cure, and almost 99%. So I am into this project with AI based, and we can have many applications like this in day-to-day practice. Similarly, you can have a endoscopy, which is AI directed. You can have a radiology, CT, MRI, ultrasound, which is AI directed, which can make more precision, more precise diagnostic tools. And of course, these are not my area. Normally these AI systems are produced by data scientists, and we usually collaborate with them. We give all our requirements to them and patient point of view, and then they make the models which should work for us. So in surgery also, robotic surgery. You see, this is the surgical instrument, end instrument. It can go to a very narrow place and can move 360 degrees where a human hand cannot reach. So it can stitch, it can cut, it can, so tissue damage is very, very little, recovery is very fast, and the pain and post-op complications are very, very less with robotic surgery because of the high precision. So similarly, preoperative planning, if you feed all the data, like what exactly you are going to cut, you give all the measurements to the robo, it can make a preoperative planning, intraoperative guidance, it guides you, go this way, cut this, do this. Ultimately, it gives you assistant, it doesn't cut, it gives you signal to cut. And the surgical robotics, it requires precision, robustness, real time, and safety. All these are being practiced already. So future of medical practice with AI, we are practicing last decade, current decade is this, with all the biodata and available evidence-based medicine, but next decade is going to be robotics, AI, augmented reality, and then differentiation via intelligent solutions for evidence outcome-based health, focused on preventive care and individualized care in particular. So health trends technology, remote patient monitoring, you just put a chip in front of his chest, you can see all the data wherever you are, and you can monitor the patient, alert the patient to go, and a lot of telehealth after COVID is happening. So all that what we need is that data to interpret, and how AI will strengthen the future of healthcare. This is what is important. Ultimately, the end user is the patient, saves the doctor's time, improves the precision of diagnosis, prediction, and planning, and drugs, and as well as the prognostic monitoring and so on. So more personalized solutions in medication and treatment plan, and better understanding of human biology as you start practicing. It works much, much better and makes more accurate. So there are certain drawbacks like black box bias. If you do in certain people like South Asian Indians, it doesn't work for everybody. You have to make a models like by itself. Overfitting, data leakage is another thing which I have already told, and acquisition of data, privacy and security, quality of data, particularly the physiological data. If you know somebody's genetic data, what drugs work, what drugs doesn't work, you know. So you use your medication according to the genetic data. At the same time, physiological data. If somebody has more in high sympathetic outcomes, somebody secretes more adrenaline. If you have all that data, you can give a sympathetic blocker if the sympathetic secretion is high, and so on. There are so many things like that. So normally we give beta blockers if there is sympathetic hypersecretion. Some people have very type A personality; they are anxious for everything. So indicating that they need sympathetic stimulation, and then we should give beta blocker to curtail all the sympathetic effects. And then finally, the ethical issues, privacy, safety, accountability, and regulation is another important thing. So unless these are the future promising AI-based automation, new job creation, if you start practicing AI and understanding AI, an opportunity to build advanced AI capabilities, emergence of general AI to create synthetic systems as sophisticated as the human being, the formulation of AI regulatory framework. So far we are listening computerized, for everything computerized tea, computerized drawing, computerized haircut, computerized cleaning. But AI should not go like that. So there should be a proper regulatory framework for that. And the barriers being absence of interoperability, regulation implications, moral and ethical implications, concerns about the privacy, as well as the shortage of relevant and sufficient talent at this point of time. So globally, their precision medicine has initiated at so many places. So some initiatives have built new cohorts from scratch. Most initiatives have leveraged on the existing data from the biobanks, of course. And most of the initiatives predict that their findings will help improve people's health and update the latest knowledge in general and in particular for that personalized patient. So, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, advances in AI have the potential to transform many aspects of healthcare, enabling a future that's more personalized, more precise, more predictive, and more portable. And globally, AI could become a key tool for improving health equity around the world. We need investment into upskilling a healthcare workforce and future leaders that are digitally enabled and understand, embrace, than being, intimidated by potential of AI augmented healthcare system. So one should understand the future requirement and gear up. If you are a doctor and if you adopt practicing AI, you will have an edge in future and your patient will get better precision medicine, precision diagnosis, precision investigation, and finally the outcomes will be much better. So far we don't have much data on how AI works in a group of people, so it is only individualized here. Thank you very much for your patience listening.
Okay. Yeah. So,
I'll be happy if you have any questions.
yeah.
Hospitals hold lot of data sets. How much they are investing in the developing AI tools? Are they putting any efforts in collaborating with the IT industry?
Definitely, there are now, most of the hospitals are using health systems to stratify, to give appointments, to change appointments, to give time slots, and these are up to that only, not per se interpreting the personal data of the patient and put together. There is some recent during COVID, there is what is called Arogya Setu, which intelligently can tell you what is your risk if you are there around. Similarly, there is prediction when they are traveling from one place to other place. There is a prediction of possibility of these people, infected people, how many people are traveling. Similarly, with similar AI systems, China can curtail a lot of, can contain the COVID transmission. So far it is not much utilized and the database is more personalized and there are no clear guidelines or ethical issues that,
All the hospitals or hospital research-oriented institutions, if the Indian-based data consent will not be all, diagnosed data. Maybe outlet of the problem of the patient is going to make it open. Then we can have a broad view. What are the geographical areas? What are the areas specially? And what might be the symptoms dominating in that particular area? Will it be possible to bring out some of the solutions?
definitely it is possible, sir. We have to study in terms of AI with specific disease and groups of specific to this area and how to prevent and how to precisely diagnose and treat. So it needs, that's what I told you, there is no epidemiological studies so far and there are only case cohort studies and case present. So there is no epidemiological studies so far on AI based understanding to put into the society. That's where we are.
What the point is, considering individual patients' data related to ordering, the complete data should be there. Then only it is possible to pick up this patient.
Yeah, of course there is data already, but the data is very primitive data. We need more genetic data, which is lacking. We need more physiological data, which is lacking. Biophysical profile, which is lacking. So if we can gear up our systems to get all the data and try to put into a model, then it is going to work.
It has to bring up to the common platform, I think.
That's the future of medical practice. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So somebody is asking what goes for doctors' practice in future. The future we cannot predict if we know. So with 100 rupees, I can get 1 lakh. I could have invested in Infosys. Whatever it improves, if you start practicing, if a doctor starts practicing AI, he is going to improve the precision, he is going to make better things for his patient, and he is going to be ahead of, and he is going to make difference in his own career. So, adopting AI in practice is important. Is it useful for all the general public? To understand the disease model is important. Okay, as I told, I spoke one of those statin related. In general public, if that particular genetic pattern, as we know, if you come to me with high cholesterol, I don't know your genetic data. If I know your genetic data, if you have that particular statin resistance, I will not give statin to you. I will give some other drug. Okay. Definitely, if you have data, it's going to be useful for every individual patient. All that we need is the private personalized data of the patient, genetic data, biophysical data, etc. The AI-based Zolgensma is about 18 crores at this point of time. So it is not that as anything is expensive initially, but when you take up at a society level, looking at the benefit of overall society, gradually this knowledge will be useful to develop a newer model which can be useful in general at a large to the public. So we have to start somewhere. So keeping in society, we can start and make models. Thank you very much for all of you for patient listening.
Dr. Somadatta Karak, she is a scientist in CCMB. So, she is a science communicator and is working towards making science accessible to all. She is leading science communication and outreach projects that connects active science research and researchers of India with communities around them. She worked towards creating educational content for students and educators. She is also deconstructed science and technology for policymakers and public. Over to you, ma'am.
I'm trained as a biologist, and I studied biology because I just wanted to understand my own self-being and also the living world around me. And biology and sciences was my way to do that, and I really found joy and curiosity through sciences. And I deeply feel for spreading that joy and curiosity among people, and that has shaped a lot of things that I do today. At the same time, as I was doing my higher education in biology, I also saw starkly how inequity of information exists in our society and also in any other society, in human society overall. And that is another thing that has inspired me to work in science communication. So I'm a science communicator. I mean, my designation is that of a senior scientist for the parlance of the government system. I work with a CSIR lab, the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. But as a science communicator, which is what my job is, my job as a science communicator is to make science more accessible to people. And most of the people that I work with are non-experts. So of course, and why would non-experts want to know about science? They want to know about it for education. And that's the reality of India. Science is something that most people associate only as education. On one hand, while it is education, I get access to a lot of young people, but then the notion that people have around education is also a little problematic, which I'll come to a little later in the talk. People also want to know about science because, like me, it also helps them make sense of the world around them. So it helps them find joy and curiosity. They want to be better informed, and when I say information, in my experience, I have seen a lot of people want to be better informed about health choices. And that could be around the latest understanding of our bodies, our medical technologies, or it could be even things like, oh, the 5G is coming out and is that going to impact our lives? The later points that I have here are more for people who are into the system. Like there are tech businesses, technology-oriented businesses who want to understand what's happening at the cutting edge of science because they can keep themselves at the forefront of the field. And there are policymakers who are also interested in science. And this list that you see here is by no means exhaustive. It is highly, highly influenced by the kind of stakeholders that I and my colleagues have to work with at CCMB. So this schematic, which I've taken from this paper is, I mean, I really like this thematic because it talks about science communication in a very layered fashion. Science communication is not one thing that you have done for once and it is going to work. You need to really cater it for the audience that you are working with, and you need to also do it in a stepwise fashion. So the outer layers of this onion are basically information that you're giving to people. And you can give information by as many means as you can think of, as many sensory systems you have those many different ways of reaching out to people. But as you keep coming to the center of this onion, you're basically going to see that the conversations are going to get more targeted, and the ideal aim that science communicators or those who want to engage with public on science is that we want to make public equal stakeholders in decision making of what kind of science should the country be doing, what kinds of technologies we should be investing in, and what kinds of aims we want to have out of those. So that's what are the basically different layers of science communication or public engagement we expect to see in science. And to be able to do this, there are two broad areas that one needs to work on. One is the content generation, which is the broad aspect that most people are going to be given access to, and then also platform development, because where do you get these people to talk about science? Are these going to be physical spaces where they all come together, such as the conference, multiple other spaces, or are these going to be virtual medium, or anything else that probably I'm not able to even think about today? So developing content and developing platforms are two key areas that a science communicator needs to really invest in. Now, who wants to know about science? And again, this list is not exhaustive, but really influenced by my own experience, is scientists themselves want to understand what's happening in the big wide field of science, and that necessarily does not mean that a biologist wants to know only about biology. A biologist wants to know about physicists' work as well as vice versa and all of it. There are students who want to understand what's happening in the field because they associate their career developments with it. There are educators who want to help their students and hence want to understand what's happening in science. Citizenry, who just want to understand because their taxpayers, they're funding the work that's happening here. However, in India, that sense is much lacking. I mean, there's a lot of trust that our citizenry puts on the scientific ecosystem, and maybe the citizenry needs to be more proactive about being accountable for what's happening in the ecosystem. Tech businesses, investors, they want to understand the science better. Investors I will particularly put here because AI, for example, it's the buzzword, right? Like everything is AI, AI, AI. And then the investors are completely clueless see what exactly is the big thing about it, and or how much of it is just hot gas. And investors are, I mean, it's something that I've seen really appreciate science communication and policymakers. And how do they get really access to these information? And traditionally, science journals, these are academic journals, and mostly available to the scientific community only for multiple of reasons. It might be behind a paywall, which you get access to only through institutional handles, or the language of writing a paper is very dense, very technical, and not accessible really to everyone. Popular science books try to bridge that barrier and is written in a more laymannish way, and that does not dumb down the science, but rather uses a language, asks questions that a non-expert would really relate with. Newspapers are another great source of science communication, and now in newspapers, there are two kinds of things that happen. Traditionally, scientists used to write in newspapers talking about their own work or what's generally happening in the bigger ecosystem. Then now, there's a breed of journalists called as science journalists, and they want to understand science better so that they can cover science better. As well as at the same time, the science research institutes themselves have started investing a lot in sending more informed press notes to these newspapers. Social media is another great way. Twitter especially is a place where a lot of science-related discussion happens, and has become a very easy way for the journalists to stay connected with the scientists and ask questions right away there for them. Then there are trusted websites where people put trust in certain organizations. They feel that these organizations will have answers to the questions that they have, and they follow those websites. And in-person interactions, which are the most difficult because they're just most resource intensive. You need to have the expert who is going to do it for you. So these can range from expert talks to hands-on activities or exhibitions. So why do people enjoy certain content? And I'm asking this for every one of you to think about, because that's at the core of science communication. Generally, people think of science as something really difficult. Why should I invest thinking about science? Especially for those who are not already excited about science. So people find certain things, content exciting for them if it is relatable to them, if it is empowering to them. It is simplified, but it does not dumb down. People don't want to think, you just don't think I'm capable of understanding this, and hence you are just simplifying it so much that it is making me feel bad about myself. And no matter what, the content has to add value to their lives. So you can do those only if you understand their own context, their lives, the questions that they generally relate with. And I'll just go back this one slide, because here we have certain examples that I think will help you understand what I mean by context. So up there, there's a group of girls who are talking about antimicrobial resistance. But then they're using comics that they have made to explain it to their own peers. So it's not like they are just listening to people, they are also making sense of it in their own way, in their own community. How are they seeing a problem like antimicrobial resistance play out in their own communities, and talk about it to others who are there. Or down here, where I've used a lot of art in explaining questions of science to people, because science discussions have traditionally been only text-based. And what problem that creates is that the country as a whole is not very literate. Their relationship with text is that of a fear. And hence, visuals really help break it down and make it more accessible to many of the people. And visuals is something that I have played with. I'm not a visual artist, but I've worked with a lot of visual artists. But the same thing can be done with many other sensory sensory arts as well that you can think of. Another example in the center where you see those paper swans hanging and a lot of people crowding is actually a group of mathematicians who are talking about math in a public space. This is a picture from the Hyderabad Lit Fest of this year. And what I really found interesting was that math is something that people are even more scared of than science. And this was a group of people which was constantly crowded. And that was simply because they were using paper origami to explain geometry. And they were able to infuse art and fun and address questions. Geometry is something that's everything around you has geometry. So they were able to relate all these different things together to get a popularity like that. So these are some of the tools that we science communicators use regularly. But at the same time, there are many problems in the field. And some that I have related with are that there are not too many science communicators, not too many trained science communicators, not too many positions that employ science communicators. There are not many organizations which are invested in the cause. And at the same time, the number of people that you want to reach out to, they're all different in their own sense. They're all different demography, the places where they live, to the languages that they speak, the kind of questions that they relate with. And this diversity is so enormous that content creation and platform development itself is a humongous amount of work. And without dedication of investment into it, that becomes really difficult to go ahead from there. And effective SciComm is something, the tools to even measure what is effective SciComm are pretty much lacking. One of the dream tools is that can you measure behavior change because of the science communication that you have done. And such tools for a mass scale is not existent today. And for smaller scales, there are tools, of course, because social science does that all the time. But to be able to see such a change is enormously difficult, and hence that also deters a lot of people to get into this. And because these are difficult questions, I think these are where AI should start helping in. And I'm going to just run through these big, broad questions of science communication and just let you all think, all of you in this room are much more equipped with the tools of AI. If you can think of solutions that can help in any of these. So, and these three questions, I've marked them in actually increasing order of complexity. The easiest is, can we make better content? Next is, can we fight misinformation better? The third is, can we create communities of people who are empowered with tools of science so that they can make better informed decisions? Let me take you start with the first question. Can AI make better content? And by better, I mean more inclusive content, more engaging content. And by more inclusive, one of the questions that, for example, I have often been challenged with is, what language do you use for science communication? And in my line of work, it has been predominantly English, and at that, very urban English. And I think everyone in the room will not need any explanation to understand that that does not work for most of the country. And given the lack of number of people working in this, it has just not moved beyond this very much. But at the same time, of course, there are smaller initiatives who do work at the grassroots in other languages. But we just need a bigger movement of creating more science-inspired content in various different languages. At the same time, it should be even more engaging. Most of the cases that I know today are people who are trained in sciences, people who are working as scientists, also doing science communication, which means that we look at science in a certain way, and that's how we are portraying science. And that often does not connect with how non-scientists look at science. And that's where students who are not trained to be scientists, but you're trained to be content makers, you're trained to be technologists, you could be anybody. I think AI tools should enable them to also make content. It could be text, it could be visuals, it could be audio, it could be also installations. And as of today, except for the installations, there are tools for all of these. And unlike you who talk about Llama and this model, that model, for me, these are all products, okay? That I just go to these platforms, I feed in some questions and I get content out of it. And they've become really that well that for someone like me who does not need any tech knowledge is able to utilize them already. For installations, of course, these are much more physically intensive things, but AI tools today can also give you inspirations of what kinds of installations that you can think of. But at the end of the day, you still need people who are good with hands to make those for you. Now, let's say that, let me just tell you how humans create SciComm, and then I'll come to if AI has to replace humans, what all things it needs to do. So, as a human, as a science communicator, when I want to create something, first thing for me is to come across something interesting, something which is worth telling. Then I have to find its validity by going through scientific papers, talking to experts, contextualizing the study from a critical lens, because I have to also use my own sense to take away nonsense from sense, and then create content for my target audience in a style that will resonate with them. Now, let's say AI has to, and this is a very simplistic model that I've put here. One, it should know which scientific journals it should be accessing, because scientific journals today itself is an industry where there's a lot of fake journals. But let's say that can be done. Then it has to know how to read academic papers. And as of today, what I understand is that tools are able to read it, but not able to quantify things. And I'll come to the details of that also. So one, it needs to know which journals it should look at. Two, read those and understand those academic papers. Then also know which experts it should reach out to validate the claims of those papers. Identify contexts appropriate for the target population, and then create content for them accordingly. And what's the current status today? Science journals are already using AI tools to make social media content based on the abstract, largely abstract of the paper. What it means is the content generally is of that of a celebratory nature. Abstract is a much shorter thing, right? So it only generally says only good things about the paper. So the content that also comes out of such a tool is generally like, oh, okay, these are the good things that have happened in the paper. And the tool really helps them create the tone for multiple different kind of people. You can say that, hey, I want it for like a 20-year-old, and they'll create it in a language that 20-year-olds would relate with. These tools can work really well on text-based content, but it cannot quantify. And that's a problem for scientific papers because you really need to understand the graphs that they have put up there. Many journalists also cannot understand those, but what they do is then they access experts who can help them understand those or tell what is the shortcoming in the way the experiments have been conducted. So the AI tool either needs to learn how to quantify or know how to reach out to these experts. Then I'll come to the image generation part. In scientific, for scientific academic papers, image generation today with the accuracy that we need is still very, very blotchy. And that needs to improve, and that probably is just a matter of time. So today, the tools are such that it can help you do many things, but definitely under the supervision of a human who is trained very well in science. Plus content generation, because I'm talking of communication, content generation raises significant ethical concerns today. For example, image generation. A lot of art that you probably saw earlier in my talk, those were humans who made those art for India context, India specific context. And the amount that they got paid for those were not commensurate with a certain AI tool, which is now going to train itself on these work and earn much more. So from the science communicators, especially those who work with visuals, they definitely want to be a part of the community which thinks about how to ethically use these images for training your models. Coming to the second question, can AI help disseminate content better? And by disseminating better, can it also target misinformation better? In short, can it be a better social media influencer, a more responsible social media influencer? So today, there are already algorithms, right, which can sense people's mood, what they like, what they don't like, and give content accordingly. But all these algorithms are shaped by businesses, not by the intention of giving the right information to people. So this, I think, is just a matter of finding a way for you to integrate the ethics of communication with the financial, economical feasibility of doing something like this. But at the same time, I know examples from the medical community where they have already been working on things like this. So there's an app, for example, for sickle cell anemia patients. And now patients who are detected with sickle cell anemia, their doctor themselves, if they ask that, okay, you download this app will guide you to what you should be doing. It is just an enormous amount of help to the patient because now they're empowered with something that they can ask. The same thing that Dr. Pratik Desai also spoke about, the farmers having access to information that helps them take more informed decisions about agriculture. So, and these number of questions, they're numerous, and we all know these questions based on which community we are part of. So we really need, what we probably lack here is diversity of science communicators who come from different communities, are able to identify what kinds of content that their community would want to know more about for whatever reason. It could be for better livelihood, to just debunking age-old superstitions that they have. But if we can have that diversity of science communicators, we can then think about what questions and how we should go about them. So today in India, science is looked at as something that you need to do just to get employment. It's just a degree-giving endeavor for most people. Hence, most people don't think of science as something that gives you the tools of thinking. It is only the tools of passing an exam. So building community on this really requires a cultural change. And as of today, I really don't know of any AI platform which brings about cultural changes. Any example of this that I have seen, by humans also, bringing about cultural changes are extremely difficult. Whatever examples I know of are driven by very handful number of highly driven human individuals. So now this is probably the ultimate frontier that we as society want to think about, is that can AI help any of those? Like, what is the current status now? Probably is that we have chatbots that can answer my questions.
from there to really making those chatbots, if at all, really connect with me as another human is really a question that I do not have an answer to. But AI sector, not the AI sector, the education sector has been playing with such tools because they want to have AI tools which can help the teachers. Some might even call them replacements for teachers, which has a different problem, but that's how the sector is moving at, and I would probably be keeping an eye on that, on how they are able to move and what advances they can actually enable. I mean, what advances AI can enable them to do. So yeah, those are the 3 questions. And for me as a science communicator, I really wish to see if AI can help democratize access to reliable information to people based on their needs, not their biases. Giving content based on biases is what we are already able to do. The second is, if this, like, I'm a lot on social media and I see a lot of social media wars happening and based on misinformation. So I think this is fairly easy if AI tools can actually alert a diverse set of experts when it senses that something's gone viral. And now Twitter, for example, gives you the option of adding context to a certain tweet and say that, hey, this looks like problematic. So which means that this already has kind of started happening. Can AI take it further? Can you bring in a bigger community of people who have actually tools to understand the question better and put more context to it? And third is, which is related to that, is can you detect information and misinformation and targetedly send them more informed pieces? And for everyone in the room who want to be science communicators, I think you need to identify what really you want to use science communication for whom you want to do it, and why you want to do it. Accordingly, design your plan of action, the kind of content you want to make for them, how do you want the content to reach them? Is it going to be social media? Is it going to be internet based? Is it going to be physical based? All of those decisions you need to make. And definitely use AI tools to make your work easier and find inspirations. But remember that science communication today still is a very human connected endeavor and requires a human to be able to do it. With that, I'll end my talk and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Yeah. So, thank you so much, ma'am.
I'm not able to figure out who's speaking.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any questions from the audience, or you can also have offline. Yeah. I'm really sorry, couldn't come down.
Thank you for the wonderful lecture. When you communicate, for example, if I communicate in one language to my patient, a Dada and Didi can understand it in Bengali, a Bhaiya can understand it in Bihari, etc. So, what is the current status of such communication now?
Yeah. So, like I mentioned, that this kind of in-person communication is largely done only in English. And that also means that any of these in-person communications, when they happen, they're limited to a very, very elite set of audience who come in for this. And what we are trying to do, which has nothing to do with AI, is basically encourage more scientists to engage themselves in science communication. And in the scientific community, there's anyway a huge movement, if I may call it a movement, on increasing the diversity of scientists themselves. Like, it should grow beyond these certain specific states. I mean, Bengal, for example, creates a lot of scientists in India for whatever reasons. Then South India probably also has some. But then we don't have as many scientists coming from most of the states of India. So that's a different endeavor in itself. Like, how do you increase diversity of scientists? The second is, how do you incentivize science communication for these scientists? Many of these, especially in places where I have studied or now where I work, most scientists do this out of their goodwill. They really think that this is their way to give back to society. But at the same time, a lot of scientists have also started becoming more vocal about it, that this requires a lot of investment from their side, and they need to see more tangible outcomes for them. But nevertheless, coming to your question is that at this moment, it is really limited to the abilities of the scientist who is doing it, or the science communicator who is facilitating it or leading it. And hence, doing science communication in different Indian languages is a huge focus for the science communication community.
So we'll have one last question if there are any questions here from the audience. Else, I think we'll close.
And maybe, until any other question comes.
You can take offline during lunch or
No, I just wanted to add a little more context to your question. So, unlike, let's say, a chatbot answering what medicine one needs to take, and that already is a complex question though, but it can be probably pre-fed. But in science, especially things which are at cutting edge, a lot of it is also how that specific scientist looks at that field, the kinds of opportunities, the shortcomings. And that makes it really complex to train a chatbot to give those kinds of responses. But a chatbot, on the other hand, can be trained to give more generic answers, which probably is useful to a certain extent.
How can I go? I can just do a blood test. I can give a small card and then just get it up. That is feasible. I can do a liquid biopsies. I can do a mammogram. A lot of conventional mammograms are available. It is screening the breast. But what we did is different. We took a small piece of film, what you are looking into the picture, placed on the breast, and tumors are harder than the normal breast. So if I am compressing it at the point, this is the point, right? Okay. So let me see. So if you can see the blue one, there is a small pink, the green one, but the small pinkish one is where you can see a small dot there. So that's where it is not able to compress. So that's the thing that we are able to empower. So why do we require? I'm a trained oncologist with 25 years of experience. With my hand I can feel it. But a nurse who got training with only 6 months cannot find it. So this mission is going to actually replace Dr. Suresh, and I'm going to make the nurse as probably more experienced than what I can do. So this is what we applied the technology and then we did. It is not a simple thing. Our publication is there in 2022 in European Institute of Medical Oncology. We screened 86,000 patients and detected 34,000 patients. They have experience for that, and 486 cases they detected with the breast cancer certificate, which are otherwise missed. So this is one thing how technology is going to make an impact. We always are trying to explore the image analytics and then try to embrace it, and we try to do it in the cervical cancer. Cervical cancer, I can diagnose the looking into the cervix. What we did is, we arrange the camera. This is a machine, it is like a mobile phone, and let's take a picture, send it to the cloud, it will tell whether there is a cancer or not. So I am replacing one sense, that is touch sense, with one of the devices. The second sense is visual sense, that is what we call it as a image analytics, we did it. And the third thing is the warmth, temperature. The oral tumors are warmer than the normal looking mouth, and they look also different. So we use this technology called SASCAN, and we screen 1.32 lakh patients and to diagnose 2,826. This is what I am telling, what we are doing. It is not hypothetical. This we have applied in the fields and we got the results. So AI is no more a thing of future. We have been using it for last 4 years and we have great success with it. We are more comfortable using this. This is another story. Every woman gets a mammogram done to detect the breast cancer. What we found is what we see in the red color. Everyone from the medical background identifies that this looks like a breast cancer and coronary artery diseases share exactly the same features. No big difference. Okay? So we use the new technology and these are the publications that we did it. Total, the International Journal of Community Medicine, the topmost journal called Journal of Clinical Oncology, and ESMO, that is Annals of Oncology Europe. So we found that if you subject the conventional mammogram of a lady to a machine learning process, add on some of the features, you can actually tell how soon the lady is going to develop a heart attack or a coronary artery disease. This is possible. We did it. And To a surprise, the detection rate of cancer is 0.1%, whereas cardiovascular disease is 8%. So just one extra layer of analysis, image analysis, will detect and prevent almost 8% of the preventable cardiac things. And we are not doing any extra test. Same mammogram you do for the breast cancer screening can help you to detect heart attacks. Did one more innovation, it's called CATV device. We all know that there is something called average blood sugars, right? So 3 months average sugar, because chronic diseases have a long lifespan, but there is nothing like a chronic asthma score or a chronic anything score. It is always a snapshot. Okay, just to give an example, I am a diabetic patient. Today I control my sugar well, and the doctor treats me wrong. But if the HbA1c is wrong, he says, boss, in the last 3 months you are behaving bad. Today you are good doesn't mean that you are good in the last 3 months. Same thing is true with COPD. Most of the under treatment or over treatment are happening because the doctor is clueless what is happening in between the visits. So we collected the breath in silicon things and developed a prototype. This is heart. This is I forgot to show the picture. So by looking at this, it gives a COPD score that tells that the average control in last 3 months is good or bad. So this is again using the big data, how we are going to help the physician to make a better decision of enhancing the treatment or curtailing the treatment. One more huge data set, 54 million lab reports have been identified. Classically, this is everyone knows. People who have diabetes and hypertension and other things. We did a global test and we use myeloma in most of the cases. When I analyzed it, the 10 years of my follow-up of my patients, all of the people are telling 8 years ago that I'm likely to develop a myeloma today. And this we missed it. And what we found is these 400k patients with almost 5 million data sets, 5.4 million data sets belonging to almost 5 lakh patients. We analyzed, focus on 50 most type tests, and 230k patients have at least one abnormality. And this is what is the algorithm that we will. This is more of a statistical stuff, 80-20 rule. And what our inference is, the future most troublesome disease in 2040 is NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. People die of CLDs and liver cancers, not because of cervical cancer, because we have better tools and there is nothing that can prevent it. We are closely working with one of the pharma companies on how to detect it early, at least 8 to 10 years before, and develop a drug to stop this happening. Right? We also did the development of NASH. I can tell in next 5 years a diabetic patient is likely to develop dialysis dependence and renal failure or not. These are all the things that we did with the 10 years of data sets belonging to the same patients, 500k patients, 5.4 million lab tests. So this is what actually the frequency of the tests and other things. So if you look at the consensus of the conclusions of what we found is the human senses like the touch, the vision, and other things can be comfortably replicated using the technology. That sort of technology is available now. Using advanced mathematics, what our brain works can be reasonably replicated so that you have expert standing in front of every person to guide them on whether the disease is likely to happen or not. So here we are not replacing anything, we are just augmenting a normally skilled person to a better skilled person. This is where I call as augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence in the medical field. So I stop here because I have only 20 minutes time. I have 5 minutes to take your questions if you have, with the permission of the organizers. I hope it is not too complex.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm working in medical healthcare in blockchain technology from last 4-5 years. So, sir, the main problem we are facing the raw data sets. So, sir, in Indian perspective, because every data set is from the US and UK market and it is already 1 decade old. So, for the Indian perspective, from where we can get the raw data sets, or if we are go through the government The positive is already satisfied data and it is not
Yeah.
more worthy for us actually.
Answer is very difficult. It's easy to write a code rather than getting the data from the government hospital. Honestly, see, I'll tell you the reason why. Because the medical language is having so many shortcuts. I can put an arrow mark up. That means increased according to me. So it's so much, I can say, synonyms are used in the medical terminology that even if a person is trying to use some technology to put it into the system also, it is very difficult for them. So getting the data is very difficult, but with the current application of electronic data capture, at least in the corporates, which almost 6% of the current corporate data is captured in a structured form. So probably down the line in 1 year or 2 years, you have the luxury of the Indian data available to you. Government is making it mandatory, the policy is yet to be out. Once it is there, probably you have the comfort.
Actually, sir, when I asked the one professional who is supplier of the medical data, so for 1,000 of number of couples, he will charge 10,000 USD.
That is curated data. So that is expensive, but I don't think government will allow that to continue in the coming futures because, and what I'm hearing, if it is right, it's going to be less expensive. Thank you.
My question is slightly unrelated to your presentation. I understand that the use of AI is well defined in identifying, helping in oncology, communication, and so on. So, but one question is that has there been these approaches have been used for detecting autism, mental health related disorders?
The answer is yes, sir. Right? The autism is something which is a spectrum. Autism is not a single thing. There are some behavioral changes like the sensory craving, so they require more sensations, they crave for it. The less communication, the mind is hyperactive. These things can be detected both by showing the pictures or videos of the kid to a system and then just trying to figure out what type of specific sensory. Few people listen loud sounds or bright colors, or deep pressures on it. So these patterns can be detected. It is visible. What is being done? Couple of companies, I don't recollect the names readily, but I can give you those names. One is in US, another is in Israel. And more importantly, regarding the use of gadgets. So all these are firing of the neurons. There is something like a headband which is available to see where this firing is happening, and you can exactly tell before the acute tantrum of autism is likely to happen. And whether your interventions are calming them down or not, you can actually track it.
So is there also some work on looking at the gut?
Gut microbiome is almost it's the most complex thing, sir. A lot of attempts have been made. It's like solving the world hunger. Okay, so question itself is framed in a way where you never get an answer. Right? It's too complex, but yes, it is feasible, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Really like your presentation. Just wanted to ask this question, as in, for example, let's say someone from a DS background wants to go into this field. How much of a medical background they should process, or someone can just give it a try and probably get some patterns out of it, or is it some medical, background issue does affect this?
Honestly speaking, medicine is the easiest thing to learn because everything is predefined in a very simple form, unlike mathematics where you have to apply your logic. If a physician can learn mathematics, a mathematician can definitely learn medicine much better way. Only thing is you need to be very clear what you are going to solve. You need to be very, very critical of accepting that mathematics can throw some nonsense answers, right? So I'm just giving you an example. It says that when your hemoglobin is low, hematocrit is also low, and you feel pain. So they mean same thing to me, right? So you feel like you solved something, but you need to be very open to the idea that okay, they mean the same thing and it doesn't add anything extra to the doctor other than burdening with 3 more extra informations. So if your question and the target which you are going to solve are very clear, and that's what you need to understand from the practicing physicians, what is the pain points, then it is very easy to solve and it is not difficult to learn at all the medicine. Because the language is not too complex.
Thank you, sir. That was helpful. Like they say, prevention is better than cure. Our generation they are majorly affected by the depression or anxiety or stress. So how can we use AI to, like, there are no symptoms that are seen outside. A person may be calm for the people who are seeing, but inside he might be having many things that he is fighting. So how can this AI help to treat people like that, or to
Right. I give a very classical example here, right? So in the COVID time, you must have seen that in the airports, thermal cameras are placed, right? They just trying to segregate or screen the people who probably have high temperature versus not. It is not like a proper medical grade thermometer, right? Medical grade thermometer will take 2 minutes to give you the reading. Whereas thermal screening screens 1 lakh people in 1 second time sort of thing, right? Similarly, when I'm trying to look the mental health problem, solving individual is different, solving at a societal level is different. We're talking about prevention, that comes as secondary part. First is identification. So there is a tool which I came across from one of the professor of AIMS, who is HOD of the psychiatry also. By 10 minutes of, it is a 10 seconds of questionnaire, 3 questions are asked, and the 25 seconds of voice recording, they can tell whether you are likely to have depression or not. So it is very triaging. Don't say that if it says that you are at risk, you already have depression. No. It tells that you need to go and consult a psychologist. So I always tell, screening is different from diagnosis. Right? It is feasible. 1 minute, I think everyone can spend on themselves. I can share the website or the tool, how to use it. It's hardly 1 rupee per use. So they just set some, price for it so that it is not misused.
Few years ago, there was a lot of talk about using AI on the genome to predict what diseases a person is likely to have as they go forward. Has this come into the industry yet, or is this something that people are working on?
Right. A super question. And first I have to congratulate for bringing this particular question to me. It's like building a building, building a monument sort of thing. You need to start with foundation and other things. So the gene is 10 to the power 25 things. It's too complex. A sequence of 3 letters will try to make a sense. It's called a amino acid. Bunch of amino acids will form a peptide. They form a protein. They do a function. That's what it happens. So one missing thing can be corrected in this long place. So one big place here and there doesn't collapse the building unless it's the critical point sort of thing. So this is one part. So the corrective mechanisms at the end or final point are too difficult to be predicted at the gene level because the entire thing. So there is a reason why we moved from the genomics to transcriptomics to proteomics to metabolomics to polyomics. So you combine everything. So that is the future, not the genomics alone. That's one part. Second part, my most favorite quote, Professor V.P. Singh tells, the genes load the gun, lifestyle kills the trigger. So unless your lifestyle is bad, the gene is hardly going to harm you. Right? So if you have a good lifestyle, 70% of the things which are chronic are preventable. 70%. 30% tobacco, 34% diet and obesity, and 4% alcohol, remaining all viral vaccines and other things. I'm just splitting that also, so what is the 70%? So if you look in the larger picture, genes do play a role, but you know how to just cover that up. So if one person is not there, other people can take over the work sort of thing. It's developing, but don't stop at genome. Have a bigger picture in you before you solve that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing the advancements which have already happened in the AI area. He is a very busy practitioner, conducted almost 500 transplants so far. So with this busy schedule, he is still consistently contributing to the research community so that the patient care can be improvised. So thank you very much for your presentation, sir. So now I would like to invite Rajendran Kaushik Garu. He is a highly experienced healthcare IT leader who is currently a principal solution architect at Amazon Web Services India. He was a deep experience in healthcare and life sciences. He is a strong proponent of Indian Ayushman Bharat digital mission. So I would like to invite you, sir.
So I'm here to talk about, okay, how do you do something like what Dr.
Suresh have been doing before. When it comes to healthcare, or generally speaking, AI as a practice, there is a sequence to things, right? You need to follow that sequence. And I'm here going to talk mostly about data and how you make your data meaningful for analysis. So then it is something that you can build your artificial intelligence or machine learning model and things on top of it, right? So this is what I'm going to cover today. So I do want to cover why we are doing this, right? Why Amazon or AWS is interested in talking about healthcare. Just to give a small perspective, for close to a decade, I think we at Amazon have been carefully, or I would say, built a dedicated team of healthcare and life sciences specialists globally, and I belong to that team, wherein our mission is to enable healthcare organizations to improve patient outcomes by leveraging data, harnessing the power of data. And at the same time, we also want to help our customers to improve any kind of outcome by leveraging the data and also to be able to truly digitize the data, right? That's what we work for. And if you really see the pattern that is clearly evident that the patients themselves, I don't want to call patients anymore, rather consumers of healthcare services have moved more from traditional sick care model. It's not like, for example, I have fallen sick and then I want to go and take a treatment from the hospital. Nowadays, I am seeing, for example, customers like mine, like from AWS, Healthify Me, Fitterfly, and many others, wherein they actually work on the premises of improving wellness, right? How do you improve metabolic health? How do you maintain your weight? How do you improve your many other parameters, right? So this is where I think we as a consumer of healthcare services are also moving from sick care model to more of a wellness model. And that's exactly what we see as a trend. And plus, we've been running e-commerce business for quite some time, and what we have understood is the same pattern or the expectations of how our consumers have on our e-commerce platform is reflecting very well in healthcare. For example, how many of us are actually searching for a symptom the moment it happens online? Many of us, right? Just go and at least search online. But I mean, when you go and talk to doctors, fraternity, it has its own pros and cons. I totally acknowledge that. But the point is, we want the information on fingertips. We want to be able to consume services in a much more seamless fashion, like booking appointment, consulting a doctor, getting the prescription, and even like, taking the consultation and follow-ups and whatnot. How can you create this seamless experience of patient journey throughout the value chain of care, right? That's what is driving the consumerism. And if you really look at it like from the symptoms search and from ongoing care management, data plays a pivotal role. And thanks for the kind introduction where they mentioned that I'm a proponent of ABDM. I am. The reason being, I can really understand or relate to the value of how that kind of an interoperability can enable the holistic patient data, longitudinal patient data, which in turn can help to build or improve patient outcomes. Now let's look at how to build that. For example, if you are entities who are working in healthcare or any kind of business, this is typically a journey. First of all, in healthcare, there are operational or transactional systems like electronic health record, electronic medical record, hospital information systems, and whatnot. Now, first is you have to solve that problem. You should be able to create digital system that can capture the data. Now, after that happened, the next step is eventually to build data lakes, or what I call is like, highly modern data platform that allows different business units to consume the data and interpret the data and also analyze the data in the way they want to. That's the second stage. Then the third stage is all about how you use it for your building business intelligence. For example, one good use case at government level, what they're trying to do is population health. What if, let's say, population health doesn't have to be always at government level. What if you want to do like a care gap analytics within your hospital for a specific disease condition, right? For example, let's say if you want to analyze your cohort of patients for a specific condition, like for example, the risk of stroke, or what if you want to analyze your diabetic patient, or take any specific disease condition, if you want to work on top of it, then you should be able to build a population health kind of an analytics, and then which is nothing but collection of patient records, which helps you understand why some patients are doing better and why some patients are not doing better. What treatment works for certain patients and what treatment doesn't work. Right? This is the pattern that one provider or a doctor or any caregiver would like to understand, so that they can course correct any treatment down the line for other patients. Now that's stage 3.
Now then comes, when we have this data, is when the whole artificial intelligence, machine learning, and even the predictive algorithms like what Sarah has shown before, and everything will come into picture. And final outcome of all of this system is where personalized care is going to be there, right? Personalized care is what? What if by combining varieties of data, so for example in healthcare, right? I can broadly tell 3 to 4 different types of data. Again, there are more types. I'm just giving you 3 random. One is clinical data. Clinical data, by what I mean is my family history, allergy history, and present illness, and whole clinical data. The other type of data could be my imaging data. What if I've taken certain X-rays, CT scans, and whatnot? Then the other data could be from genomics data. And what if there is also other data, like for example, I always make this joke of people, definitely in Bangalore especially, if they are going for a BP or any kind of I would say stress or whatever condition, then I'm sure traffic has an impact and they should be evaluating traffic pattern also in that region, which means air quality. Let's see if there is a patient who is coming for a respiratory problem, maybe air quality index of that region has a greater impact, right? So adding all these environmental and other data will also make sense. So that the combination of all of the data will eventually help us paint better picture about why the patient acquired that problem or a condition and how to approach that issue and create a treatment plan that is far more personalized for them. So in that context, if you really see, and also models are evolving, right? I mean, the years before, we have seen models that can simply infer and give an output with just basically those models were trained on like 20-30 data points. But I think couple of years ago, we have seen models that were actually giving results for based on the models they are trained at like 200,000 data points. But now we are seeing models trained in billions of parameters, or even now we are approaching trillions also very soon, right? Now the models are also rapidly changing. Why? Because the cost of compute has gone down and the data set availability is there. And at the same time, how you can parallelize your training and simply learn and then put the model into use, like we have seen how LLMs can actually impact in varieties of industries, right? So those are possibilities that unlocks the value of data. How much of data in healthcare is unused or unusable? Just a random number, anyone? Sorry? Yeah, I mean, 60%, most of it all correct, but 97%. 97% of healthcare data cannot be used directly. The simple reason being, they are all unstructured data. And the reason being, 90% of the healthcare data is medical imaging data, right? So which means, how do I understand image? So you may think that, okay, what data is there in image? It's simply a photo. No, it's not that. There is so much of annotations and the diagnosis that were actually inferred by the practitioners like radiologists and others, which goes simply unused. Those are all added as a metadata to the DICOM image and never used, properly speaking. Now you take other data, like for example, let's say a doctor writes, again, sorry for the vague description, like, okay, Kaushik had fever, I'm just recommending or prescribing a paracetamol 500 mg for the next 3 days. When you type this, it is unstructured data. You cannot actually make use of the data unless you really process it, the data, and convert this one statement where it is unstructured to a structured data set. So that is why I am saying 97% of the healthcare data is unstructured data, and only through help of medical NLP, which is natural language processing, medical models, and other tools and system, you can actually extract all this data, convert into structured data, and then finally put it into use. And again, there are 3 stages when it comes to building any kind of healthcare data analytics. Now, the first one is data interoperability. Now, this may sound boring for those who are in healthcare. In fact, Ayushman Bharat exactly is solving this problem. The digital mission solves this problem. Now, how it's going to enable you is, there are so many enterprise systems. You go and talk to any CIOs of any hospitals. The first problem they say is, most of my team's time gets sucked into solving the API integration problem, payment gateway not working problem, and I'm acquiring new hospital, but their system is different, my system is different. There's absolutely no way I can standardize the data and operations and whatnot. So this is truly an interoperability problem. Now, what if just think about a world where like all your systems are actually built on standards? For example, in healthcare, there are different kinds of standards. So, for example, there are syntactic or schematic standards like HL7, FHIR, which is fast healthcare interoperable resources, or FHIR. And when it comes to semantics, which is the language or the vocabulary, like how doctor, for example, in the previous use case I mentioned, right? Kaushik had fever and prescribed paracetamol. What if you replace that with the ICD-10 code and whatnot, or RX num for the drug and whatnot, right? Now, we cannot put this pressure again back to the provider, but what if there are tools that can help you convert this unstructured data into structured data is where I'm going with. So, your first enabler of analysis is interoperability. You build this interoperability among your system and outside your organization, like through ABDM system and all. So, you acquire the data, and after you acquire the data is where you can build analytics. For example, you can enable quality-based indicators to be analyzed and cost-based indicators, and finally you will be able to build predictions on top of it. When you have this capability, is when you will be able to do the interventions. Intervention is where you actually build like virtual care. Like for example, even what if I send a reminder, again contextual reminder, not just about medication, reminder about, hey, you know what, after surgery you have to do certain things. What if I send educate patients very personalized way to basically follow this protocol, clinical protocol. These are things that is possible only when you have interoperability and analytics in place. So, and how, if you look at all the hospitals, and I'm not blaming, it's just how any industry or domain would evolve. If you see, even many technology companies, be it telecom or aviation or any industry, right? When initially we kind of progress, we build data silos. For example, each and every application, like hospital information system, will have its own database. Now, when you're building a data analytics pipeline, then you are actually building a data warehouse with that data only. And there will be another data warehouse for another application, another data warehouse for another application. Now, for a true population health kind of analytics, you should be able to let them talk to each other. It simply doesn't mean that, okay, now I have 10 different data warehouse, I can copy all of them and put into maybe another bigger data warehouse and then query the data. It is a lot of expense for anybody for that matter. That is why if you look at the right side, the modern healthcare data platform advocates lake house or data mesh kind of architecture. Could be data fabric or data mesh kind of architecture, where the data doesn't have to be centralized. The data can still stay in the respective business unit or the application domain cluster, and you build a mechanism of letting your consumers access different data set based on the consent, based on the privacy and whatever the policy that you have on top. This is what we've been broadly helping many customers build, this data mesh kind of an architecture. And again, you don't have, now I'm going towards how Amazon is helping in, or AWS is helping in some of this. For example, we have purpose-built tools. If you look at AWS, we historically invested a lot into healthcare industry specifically, and we have a bunch of purpose-built services. And I'll talk about only 3 services today. One is HealthLake. By the way, this service is available in India, which is going to enable any customer to build Ayushman Bharat integration. Now, HealthLake is a data repository and more that allows you to store FHIR compliant data. Like I told, right, HS7 FHIR is a schematic interoperability standards, and it allows you to store the data in FHIR format, which means you store the data, and it also exposes APIs that are standardized and can connect with any other hospital system or through ABDM also. You don't have to be in the business of creating different API standards and whatnot for your different customers. We are a healthcare startup or a healthcare business that want to connect with ABDM, then HealthLake could be a way. Our customers like ECACare, which is a known patient app company that is also using HealthLake to build some of that. It has a lot of capabilities. Couple of capabilities that I want to highlight is, one, it has medical NLP capability, which means if you send unstructured data in a specific document file, it will automatically run the medical NLP, will understand something like this. For example, in this use case, you can see it's totally unstructured data. Like patient is a 62-year-old female with a history of type 2 diabetes and whatnot, right? Now here, if you see in the bottom, you see I would say graph kind of a relationship build. And this is not an illustration. This actually happens in the tool. There is a console where you can see this, wherein it identifies all kinds of entities. It is a named entity recognition plus NLP kind of a model, where it understands the entities, and it also does the ontology linking, meaning it understands the symptom, the diagnosis, the generic name of the drug, and the time, the duration, route, and everything. And this is exactly how you convert your unstructured data into structured data. Now, HealthLake as a service will allow you to do that by various mechanisms and strategy and add the data back. So when you query the data again to your system, you will simply not get the description but also the structured data. which you can use to build analysis. Again, as a concept, there are so many things that we can actually cover, but Health Lake as a service also help you to normalize your patient data. For example, when a patient walks into a hospital, there are like tens of systems that captures the data of the patient, like prescription system, administrative system, financial system, and let's say if they are an inpatient, then the whole lot of administrative tools are all there. Now, this Health Lake can actually acquire data from all these systems at a different time frame in a different frequency. Now, what if it arranges the patient data chronologically for you automatically and also normalizes the data for you? So that is a big problem today that many people are trying to solve, which is automatically solved in Health Lake for you. So when you put the data, Health Lake does all of it for you. So when you query the data, it automatically is normalized and indexed for you. And it also has a zero ETL pipeline, which means you don't have to convert the data into again analytics friendly format. It converts into Apache Parquet and exposes iceberg table, which means it handles the upset and whatnot use cases. So you can immediately, in near real time, consume the same data, the transaction data for analytical purposes. Moving on, this is exactly what I told. The data could be from clinical data and the data could be from other databases. There are tools and mechanisms in which you can combine all those data, query and truly build dashboards. And yeah, these are some of the demos that we have built, which actually calculates the risk for stroke based on certain algorithms that are open source. And it's easy. I mean, you can do it in few minutes. Actually, I'm not even talking about hours. And moving on, the next is imaging. And imaging also, like we have a purpose-built service that automatically extracts the annotations, tags, and all kinds of metadata from DICOM images and builds a data lake for you. And then moving on, we also have something from the genomics or omics world, wherein we have this service that allows you to store, analyze, and also do the workflows. So all the primary, secondary, and tertiary workflows of genomics can also be automated using our purpose-built service, which is called AWS Health Omics. So now putting all of it together, if you see all of these services that I talked about, follows a very similar pattern. It takes the format from the healthcare standards, like for example, FHIR, DICOM, and any kind of genomics data, and then it creates a normalized data lake for you. This in turn can be queried or analyzed using our like I would say, analytical tools or AML tools for building applications on top of it. And again, I mean, this is slightly more for enterprise format. How do you actually create like a data mesh architecture? I think today also during open source panel, I talked about how many entities can come together and build like a federated learning architecture, wherein, for example, let's say 2 universities and a government agency want to collaborate along with a pharma company, and if they want to share the data, it's not that easy. There are so much of privacy and other conflicts that might happen. But what if you actually let the models being trained on the data within their environment and simply send the models in the weight? Collectively, you consolidate all of that and you have like a model with better weight and better inferencing capability, and that's federated learning for you. And it also has better security and privacy advantage, and the accuracy could be better and whatnot. So that's like basically the next evolution of what this particular slide is all about. So conversion of structured to unstructured data is key in healthcare. First of all, digitizing the data is key. When you have this, then the ability for you to build machine learning models and everything is even a possibility. With that, let me stop and perhaps open it for Q&A. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry, this is like a 2-day talk. I was trying to condense in 20 minutes. I think I shared a slide with 150 slides, and I had to slim it down to maybe 5 or 6. So, anyone, any question before the next session?
Sir, Amazon EHR.
Right.
So, is it open source or it is?
I think we're talking about Amazon EMR.
Yeah.
EMR is Elastic MapReduce. Basically, it's an analytics platform. It allows open source tools like, for example, the Hoodie and whatnot and Spark clusters to be provisioned on top of EMR. Just think of EMR as like the capacity, like a cluster that you can provision using open source tool for doing like a big data processing and everything on top of your data. So that's what EMR is. The health tech capabilities that we talked about, how transferable are they to clinical trial data? So data that we collect during clinical trials for risk-based monitoring. Right. So your question is about how transferable, or is it, are you talking about how easy to move the data from HealthLake? Basically, how can we use, for example, a program like HealthLake to inform
decision makers during clinical trials?
Absolutely. It is actually meant for purposes like that. See, just think of HealthLake being used in a hospital where all the clinical data are standardized to formats like FHIR and in fact ICD-10 and put everything. Now, then what you do is you cohortize your patients. That's how you do clinical trials, right? Now, on the cohort, if you want to query specific patient's detail or specific symptom or a parameter, HealthLake enables you to do all of that. Now, HealthLake simply relies on the data that you push into it. It doesn't add intelligence on top of it. Of course, it adds through NLP, but that's a different intelligence. HealthLake allows you to not only access data for analytical use case, but also transactionally. In near real time, you'll be able to see the data for your analytics. So it's pretty fast when it comes to how quickly you can access the data. And when it comes to standards, it supports semantic and syntactic standards. So pretty much most of everything is possible. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Kaushik. But we're only letting you go with the promise that you'll actually do the 2-day workshop for all of us over here. Thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you, Kaushik. What we have now is a very, very interesting mix of panel. We are going to be talking about AI, analytics, healthcare. But what we have managed to pull off is a very different mix for the panel. Let me start by inviting each of the panelists. I'll start by first of all introducing the moderator for the panel, Dr. Pavani. Dr. Pavani is a pharmacological researcher at Aurobindo. I'm not going to say anything beyond that because my tongue will never twist to pronounce the words that they're actually speaking. I will allow them to introduce themselves in terms of what they're working on. Dr. Pavani, please. May I invite Vamsi Karatam, founder and CEO of DeepFacts.io. Some of you would have listened to his talk. What they're doing is I say groundbreaking work. Fantastic work that they're doing. I was super impressed by the work that they are doing. Vamsi Karatam, thank you for coming over here. And of course, how would I put it? I would have said the brain behind it, but Vamsi said it's the brains behind it. The person with 6 brains, may invite Dr. Avius Suresh. I have no idea how to introduce him. He's an oncologist, he's an innovator, he's an entrepreneur, he's a racer. I don't know what else. Dr. Suresh, thank you for coming over here. He's one of the doctors who can actually program, right? And we have engineers here who cannot program. So just so you know, I am one of those engineers who cannot program. And thank you, Dr. Suresh. As I said, it's going to be a mix of different panels, right? So we have Nagendranath Garu. Nagendranath Garu he's a serial entrepreneur, investor, angel investor. He's a senior advisor at Salamander Advisor Services. He wears multiple hats. He's just coming, from running from a panel discussion where he was a co-panelist with Shobu Yalagadda, Srinivas Mohan, where he wore a different hat. Now he's wearing the hat of the as an advisor for Mediculogics. He has his feet wet in almost every domain that we can think of. Thank you, Nagendranath Garu, for coming over here. May I invite Dr. Lakshmikant. Shortly I will probably have to call him Dr. Lakshmikant. He's a veterinarian, trained veterinarian, and hence I'm calling him doctor. And he's also finishing his PhD at the IVRI. He works on, again, some names that I cannot pronounce, some virology research and all. Better that they introduce themselves. Another doctor, Dr. Saket Sriram, may I invite him onto the stage. This is easy for me to say. He works on cancer research. I always say, when I say cancer research, it's not cancer causing research, but one day he'll help us, cure research. I've known Sriram for a long time now, and he has always maintained that one day he will find a cure for cancer. I've known him for more than 20 years now. He's always maintained that he will work on cancer research. I hope we'll be able to give you some. Dr. Pavani, over to you. May I request that we be done by 4 sharp? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had wonderful sessions talking about AI and integration with the healthcare industry. So you are experts from different areas. Dr. Lakshmikant is from veterinary, sir is angel investor, then Dr. Suresh is coming from oncology, then Dr. Sriram. And Vamsi Karatam was integrating the patient and the healthcare. He was working on the bridging them. So I just want to understand what are the problems which you are observing in your respective areas and how technology or AI can solve or address these problems. So can you please explain about that? Dr. Suresh.
Yeah, so one thing that most of the doctors claim is they don't have time. And that's true also. Because most of them overwhelmed costs for last 8 to 10 years. So it's very difficult for us to combine. And one thing that I'm really enjoying nowadays, this last 2 years, in my hospital is everything is available at the click. We call it an iPad home, that is healthcare, that's working intelligence, whatever is the full form. But still, a graphical and easy presentation is really happening. So I don't call it a very advanced name, but you don't require very advanced to also the experience. So make it easy for me.
We see what we do is the capturing of data. That's where we see when they try to capture data. It's not good as Coach was talking the last talk. Here, the cleaning of data is really challenging, and also it's going to be streamlined in a way that it can be model designed and taken to the TV purpose. That's where the problem is.
Actually, I have more, I would say, helicopter view. I think as an outsider looking in, because I use the healthcare industry as a consumer, I think, and also because of the other hat we wear of helping startups and others, I tell you what it is. There are 5 areas broadly that have got issues. The first area I see is skilling. When I speak to friends in Siemens or all these companies that make medical equipment, even the best of equipment that a hospital can afford, they struggle to find time of the doctors to get trained on it. Forget the other support staff. That's number one. Number two is already raised the point that for improving quality, the basic is to have clean data so that you can have the right metrics to measure. That itself is a challenge. The third one is operations. Most hospitals all over the world, and especially in India, are actually from doctors to turn entrepreneurs. Their skill is patient care and not in running a hospital. So there is a lot of operational inefficiency that is hidden in the operations of the hospital that directly affects patient. Fourth is governance. There's not much of a governance framework that exists. So that is a challenge as well. Like, how do you know hospital A is better than hospital B for somebody to go to? We don't know today. There's no common way to see and there's nobody coming. The last one I see is leadership in this. Most of the leaders we see in this industry are leaders by accident, not by training. They've learned the hard way in life and come up. And now others look upon them as iconic people to be. But there's no system to generate leaderships. So to me, all these areas, except for leadership, which is a very special trait, can be solved by technology and can be solved by AI. And for a country like India where remote diagnostics, remote healthcare, how do you get patients out of the hospital quicker so that the beds can be used for more critical patients? There's so much that can be done. So I think there's enough opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lakshmikant.
Good afternoon, everyone. Being a veterinarian by nature, I am not that well equipped regarding data and updating and all. But in my view, I see this in a couple of ways. One is that when Sir said that there is no time for doctors, for us we are short of doctors itself in the very remote and ground level when I am talking. So the number of animals, the livestock that is exponentially growing, farm animals, and I am just quoting, not the pets, because the economy is majorly driven by livestock, agriculture country in India. So the amount of availability, there are efficient doctors, but whatever changes or whatever the updates that are happening, let's say I was hearing about the AI in diagnostics, right? The infrastructure is very low on a very village level. But if only all this data, whatever they were taken, they were filled, if that can be able to penetrate the very low level places, that would act as a real game changer in the livestock health sector, right? And also on the research front, Now I am working and I'm a PhD scholar in National Institute. I am unaware of the AI tools that can be used, right? So I wish there is more of like what we call as an extension program in it, right? So I wish somebody makes us more aware regarding this can be used, that can be used in particular things. So that would make us really a better researcher.
Yeah, that is the one which is lacking, which need to be, where Swechha also want to intervene there. Dr. Sriram, what is your opinion?
We do have a huge amount of data. So it's not like we don't have a lot of data. Sometimes it is organized as well. So for example, we had a huge project that was completed in 2007. We have like, say, 40,000 patient genome samples that have been analyzed completely, total RNA sequencing that has been done. However, we still see like at least 10 to 20,000 research papers that have been still published every year, having a small part of that data coming again from the human genome project. What it means is like, although we do have a huge amount of data, the interpretation of the data and how we look into the data is still in the preliminary stage. That's what I feel. Like, we are still just scratching the surface. So we need a little bit of, scientists as well as the data scientists over here. We need a huge amount of education to get into deep dive into data. And I feel that is something which is absolutely useful to get out of the smaller issues, whatever we have in the AI, and helping.
Like good that you have brought up the issue of whole genome sequencing. Yesterday, Dr. Tangraj was here, who was trying to sequence 10,000 genomes from Indian population. So mostly the sequences which you are talking about are from abroad. So the ethnicity is different. So I just want to ask Dr. Sudesh, like, is there any diagnosis possible for Indian population based upon the data which is generated from the different ethnicity, and how much of such kind of work was done already, and what is the research going on there, sir?
So this question was already brought up in the people from the audience. Something very important. What is this understanding? Your genes are very pathogenic, very predictable. I can give a couple of examples, but complex thing is BRCA and the breast cancer, which were shown that after a finite point of time, it is likely to be breast cancer. And prevention is not always stopping disease. So there are 4 levels of prevention, which I want to draw your attention to the audience. Primary prevention means stopping disease to happen. That's what I'm doing. Secondary prevention is stop the big surgery to happen, big treatment to happen. Tertiary prevention is stop the damage of treatment and disease to happen on the patient. Whatever it is, disease is wrong, the side effects of the treatment is there. So, the genomes help in a long way. Not only preventing and predicting what cancer drugs are. Now, I'm using genomic data to see what the root of what's happening, because it's not genomics. Whether the side effect is reversible or not, whether the drug will act better or not. So, which is very unique, is a combination of patient, gene, drug, and environment. So, this complexity is uniquely impossible to be solved with a rule-based algorithm. It requires much beyond a very definitely better. And the genomes, if it is done specifically addressing each question and look into it, is definitely going to be game changer. And we are already implementing it in terms of what people to choose, what patients have to be screened, what's the 6 months once a year, and how to take clinical decision. So how else is going to go for it? It is a practical platform. We can replicate that. Yeah. So whenever we go for collection of data, this is the clear planning. So we say we see the data available, and the data available outside the country, not inside the country. And that we find that data, but it's not going to be accurate enough for sensitive enough for us to handle, because our development is not too changed. So if you go towards Andhra, we have a different the data is already come towards
here the challenge is that so we don't have a particular repository for the data in the country. So we depend on exactly what some of the databases. But India doesn't have a standardized repository to have it. We find some, but not much. I think 100%. I think we have around 3%, 4%.
Okay, thank you.
I'll pass this question outside my domain of experience. So, the advantage in genomic sequencing is in US, for example, it has been privatized from the government. So you have this ancestry.com or 23andMe, which does the sequencing for anyone who wants to get it done. So you can see ancestry where you are from, how much percentage of black you are, how much percentage of African American you are, Caucasian you are. So when Kamala Harris did that and she said like I'm this thing, and when other people said that, people laugh at it if you don't have a statistical comparison to exactly get whatever it is. But then the important thing over here is that because of this privatization, a lot of people have sequenced their thing. We do have a huge amount of data. Maybe there's a few certain private players who can bring it, to the actual code whenever you want it to. But then it has been done over there, and people know like what are the issues with the sequences of say Caucasians or African Americans. But we don't have that in India, so I'm all for having more sequencing in Indian population, and it definitely helps out to unlock future perspectives of what kind of diseases we are more prone to and what kind of treatments we are actually favorable for or non-favorable for as well. So it helps us out. Yeah, that's. Just sharing this. We have conceptually also, like IGLP is doing a lot of work in just making it stand. The problem is libraries, against which we are going to compare. Libraries. So the genomic libraries, we don't have any standard libraries available in India so far. So if the comparison is wrong, your answer is wrong. So that's why I just wanted to leverage picture. That's why I wanted to raise this. My cousin who lives in the US is a true Googling vocabulary girl. When she did this, when she's working in one of those companies, she found some Afghani traditional ancestry. Right? Right? So the thing is, with organizations like Future, if you really want to do this, you know that the ability to collect, collate, standardize, and get libraries will become like, the speed at which can be done, I think, is an opportunity for organizations like Future. That's all I want to say.
Rightly said, sir, like genomic sequencing involves a huge cost. Where data analytics definitely switch and other IT industry where they get pitched. So just want to understand other thing like is there any existing AI tools available in healthcare industry and how much they are solving the problems which we have discussed earlier. And can you please throw some light on UHI, which was the initiative taken by the government, and the structured data. So, is it possible to bring structured data to implement in all the hospitals? So, I want to start with Dr. Suresh.
I asked 47 questions. Which is clear combination. So let me just start with a couple of questions and maybe remaining things because time also. So question number one, are we using AI tools? Definitely yes. So most of the people, I think I hear with the fascination from Dr. Kaushik that use tools to explain education. Okay? You have say brain cancer or breast cancer. These are your diagnoses, like distributed persistence or maybe observed brain cancers. So because you have ABC, it is likely to happen in this frequency. My treatment is going to offer X amount of protection. So we are uncovering it. Okay. If you want to say no to chemotherapy, you are free. But you know that 15% compromise is uncure. If you want to say yes, then 3% extra side effects you have to weigh. So these tools are freely available, like predict rest. is something which means life map is what we are using. EOR is the calculators we are using, MyStartupTV we are using. I can just say like this 40 calculators which are using almost on a daily basis. So, can you call it as an AI? Yes, it's like a vehicle. I mean, starting from the bicycle to the aeroplane, everything is a vehicle. So, it's a very primitive form, and we are using so far. But it definitely solving a lot of problems. In convincing the patient is also getting more confidence. We feel that they are also. And one part of the story, are we using Java? To what extent it is really helping us? Counsel, definitely yes. Patient getting partially yes. Changing our treatment or playing unit or like in the new avenues, still in the fancy is what I can sum up. The other question that you have asked is regarding standardization data. The beauty is like poetry, medicine is like poetry, the beauty is the art and science economy, right? So the art is we want answers. Then only we are well trained. We don't have any standardization. So that's the reason why we don't have standard data systems most of the times. And scientists want a square to build a beautiful and a perfect block, and we make a bizarre bricks sort of thing which doesn't fit in you, and you need to be really artistic to see and imagine how to just fit it into that particular place. So the difference of whatever is outside the square actually is vital. Okay, that's what makes response or no response, side effect or no side effect, that helps to build a new drug sort of thing. So this is where I think accepting the anomaly as it is and then putting it into the system will help for the better research. So let us not try to standardize the anomalies and then just make them sort of thing. So it is possible, but capture assets, no standardization. That's my opinion. We'll be open for the other comments.
Dr. Vamsi, can you please throw some light on what are the AI tools which are existing other than what Dr. Suresh was discussing?
Dr. Suresh was telling more about the
oncology side, yes.
We come from
okay.
So there are AI tools available. They're open source tools available, and they are there from last 10 to 15 years. We mature now enough, but they're not from. They are from outside of India, but they're mature enough. But here, here we can take that information and we can build our own tools on the top of it. But again, the data comes we need to find our own data here. That's the main part of it. Everywhere, AI is very helpful for the doctors as well as for the patient. But the challenge here is how we present it to the doctor. If we present it in the wrong way, obviously the doctor's patient will be affected to the patient indirectly or directly. Okay, that's where I come across. I see that we want to maintain the best data out of it, and we want to maintain that whatever the present AI tool, we don't want to reinvent the wheel every time. We want to use that tool and see that it is on the top of it.
Right.
That's what we do in our company.
That's right.
I'll talk about something very fundamental actually. We are going way ahead of where my comprehension is. I think specific to our country, we go to hospital, the codes we use are not the same. So the ability to know what happens. So I think there's a lot of initiatives, many initiatives across the world. You know, there is ICS, there is RX9, so a lot of things are there, right? The national mission, the national health mission that was announced, trying to standardize a lot of things. So to me, I think unless at this basic level, everybody talks the same language and uses the same nomenclature. I'm not talking about forcefully anomalies into, you know, it's like, you know, cutting the foot to fit the shoe. That is not what I am talking about. I'm talking about some level of consistency across the country so that it becomes easy for people to understand. And I think Dr. Gaurav Raina is working on a health stack for the country. And I think when that happens, if I, as using that app, can decide I want to talk to a doctor in Varanasi because it's good at something sitting in Udamandalam,
UP or somewhere, and I want to share my reports, it should be in a nomenclature that is easy for them to understand and standardized. So I think that level of at least standardization is what the country needs, and that will significantly improve the quality of healthcare. That's my personal opinion.
So I would deviate from the topic a little bit. I would not talk about patients and just healthcare per se. I would touch base to the pharma industry and drug discovery.
Okay.
So how do we do a lot of AI related innovations in drug discovery? We can actually structurally have this enzyme pocket where you have compound combined to have innovation to happen and so thereby have some effect on whatever it is and then thereby reduce the disease for a patient. So we have all those technologies from a long time right now. We can have this active site pocket of an enzyme, can be computationally driven, can be seen on our computer, and then we can design the molecule to fit exactly into the pocket so that it does whatever it is supposed to do. So we have all those technologies before. Now we are using AI integrations, machine learning, so that even we don't need to give a lot of input to it to have a proper molecule. You can design a molecule without even having a single manual input to it. You can get a proper molecule that has all those features, whatever you want it to be. You need to have some solubility, you need to have some good absorption, to have, and then you need to have the activity for those molecules. You have multiple ways you can run AI in a drug discovery setup. That is just one part of it I'm talking about, but since that is the first part of the drug discovery setup, I'm just talking about that. You have multiple places where you can run it. But then how do you improve upon is a completely different science. There is a huge space for improvement. We can improve upon it.
Right, as you said, it is the early phase of drug discovery. So there are a lot of gray areas throughout the pharma sector which are still open for AI development to be happened. Yeah. Dr. Lakshmi.
Just sort of saying that I don't know exactly the terminology if this is AI or not, because we have a bunch of software. Now, if I am doing the research, we are designing primers, we are going for cloning, we are going for all the cloning in eukaryotic, prokaryotic things and NMV cutters. So these softwares are there for a very long time. So if this is AI, I'm not sure, but I wish there is the AI comes into play where it helps us more in the interpretation of all these things. As a very young researcher, if you push me back a couple of years, I look at something and I'm not sure what is happening in that particular screen. So imagine someone or AI on any basis, if it is actually suggesting this is what's the direction that you are going. So that would actually push us in a better space.
So just to add what is said, that's what most of the regulators are looking at. So they want AI to be explainable AI. Unless your AI tells why it is telling so, what it is telling, what is the basis of the recommendation or the conclusion, and how much is accurate and where it can fail. Unless it is very open, it cannot be used in things. So that level of regulations are in the process of being implemented across the globe, including. So we are just 18 months away, if things go at the pace at which it is going. The target is 2027, but we are ahead of time.
So that is what the question I was about to ask you. Like, is there any regulatory guidelines? But as for you, it is not still under the process of development.
In US, yes. In India, is only partly yes, not complete yes.
Okay. So whatever the tools which we are using currently, the tools which you have said also, are they validated with the patient data for verifying the outcome results and all?
So, okay. So I'll put it across. AI is very broadly used. Simple decision to these are also called AS. Definitely, I don't want to use the particular methodology of so, but this dichotomy, like you have an age of what? Okay, you ask the next question. Diabetes here or not? Then yes, hypertension here or not? Then you say your cardiac disease. That's what the doctor thinks. That's what the AI does. So this is simple. So this doesn't require because these are all medically validated outcomes. They are just putting it into a user interface which is easy to interpret, easy to understand, and then some nice figures, they're able to convince the patient. So this, if you consider this as a AI, you are right. If you are talking about more complicated things, like a big score at week 32, a pregnant baby is likely to develop hypertension because of low hemoglobin and high sugar. No, they are not valid yet because it is based upon 1 lakh patients data pool behind, and they need to undergo very rigorous implementation checks.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ramsey.
On the regulatory side towards AI, in India, they're coming up with a policy, but they're not fully regulated. The same in US and the other countries.
Who are those regulators who are governing these?
So India is Central Control Board, CSO, and if you take US, it's
AI is considered device by definition.
Okay, so I just want to understand, like, there are so many problems. So there are a lot of young investors and researchers are present here. So for them to take up some issues, what are the issues which can be readily taken up? So in your area, which are the hardest? So for them to study and generate some tools for them. Dr. Lakshmikant also, like, he was working in agricultural industry. So,
Yes, ma'am. I got your question. There are a bunch of things that coming into my head. I just throw in the ideas. So, definitely one thing is, the first thing that I said is imaging or the AI diagnosis in veterinary field. That would be really helpful if it goes deep down. And the other thing is, the livestock sector is plagued with very frequent outbreaks of diseases. Like, there are FMD diseases. Recently, we are plagued by a disease called as lumpy skin disease. So, whenever the animals are hit by this, there is serious loss of productivity and economy. So, but there is a lot of epidemiological data. There is a lot of risk factors that we know. So, if only we can club them together and we can predict the next outbreak, or at least if that's a gentle push forward. So, that keeps the health sector ready on a livestock basis. And also, I was thinking on a very remote level, just like now we have pull bots and chat GPTs to write our theses and research articles. No shame in doing that. So we can also have chat bots for a farmer level. We not suggest a treatment exactly, but even a life hack or I'm saying on a health hack for an animal care or a health hack for an agricultural care. I don't know if it is really there. On something on that front would actually access them or empower them in a better direction.
So one thing that is close to my heart is the pathology reading of the slides. I've given the talk on the AI and digital pathology. It's a very wide field and has progressed a lot in the recent years. However, I would still feel like image-based interpretation of, say, a cellular-based evaluations is far more developed than what a pathology-based evaluations are. Especially if you increase the complexity by staging both, like not just the HLE slides, but say, for example, day of my life, I do the same thing. I just go to Google, pick a part of a code, and then try to see if it can be implemented. I can't do it myself. I'm no coder for sure. So that's how we do it. I just modify a part of the code. So, however, for mostly in vitro diagnostics and things like that, it is pretty much developed. I don't see the same things for pathology-related slide readings and things like that. There are a few companies that are currently working on it right now, but I would want to see the field. I would want to see the field develop a lot more faster because that is something which is of a tremendous application in terms of patient treatment and survival rates.
So, like, you are an angel investor, like, there are a lot of IT professionals are over here and researchers. Do you have any suggestion for them to pursue the career in AI? And what is your suggestion for them? Sir?
I think there is, first of all, AI is so broad-based. They can work in any industry. This panel is not limiting them to this sector, number one. However, if you are interested in this sector, I think, AI is a skill. You have to have passion for that industry also. Otherwise, you'll be an ordinary person in a team of extraordinary people. The skill is cheap. AI is telling us that skill is cheap. Like many of the coders are, he doesn't even know to code and he's picking up code and editing it. So for me, for the people, what I would say is, look for, if you're an entrepreneur, look for interesting problems that are low hanging. Don't look to shoot for the stars. There are enough small problems that can help people. He raised a very good point. If there is a hack for a farmer in a local language, even if it's a question answer brought about welfare of their animal, that is a phenomenal advantage for them, and that can be probably created in less than a year if you collect all the data and you can get it. So there are enough problems to be solved. I would think that if you're an entrepreneur, look for problems that can have immediate return, because that gives you the high. If you're a researcher, of course, you'll do like what we're doing. That's a long-term thing that you would do. If you are just a practitioner of AI, have passion to be here. Otherwise, this is not the place for you. Because success rate here, is 1 in a million finding the right molecular combination and things like that. So it's not an easy thing. So you should have the passion for this industry.
Can you please throw some light here? Like, what are the tools we can take up? Do you have any suggestions for since you are also one of the entrepreneurs? So
the most important part. So the most important part of the entrepreneur journey in healthcare or in AI is the patient. That's the most important part. It needs to be great for the founder, because every day is a worst day. It is a good day, you can do a party and everything, but it's not going to be every day a good day for us. So we have to be more patient in that, because the cycle time for the success in the healthcare or in the medical device platform or in AI. I'm talking about only on the healthcare, not on the other side of the industry, but it takes a minimum of 3 to 5 years, depends on the use case. So, and as entrepreneurs, the first thing we need to keep in mind is what is the worst thing going to be happening in the lab. We need to come from there to see that how we can break that and take it forward.
okay, yeah, thank you, sir.
One final word which I like is, ambition should not equal to common sense when we are doing the research. The best answer is always find is one of the second year students taught us on the fall detection tool. I'm still surprised. A lot of equipments are there on how to detect fall in elderly. So if you have to define the fall, you have XYZ axis on the standard, they become 0. When you fall, it takes 5 to 6 seconds if you want to purposely lie down. But if it happens in 2 seconds, it means you fell down. So till that time is coder's job or a medical device job. But the intelligence comes after that. So most of the equipment stand up when they fall, that's a reflex. If that doesn't happen, that means I prevented one falsana. And if I don't deliberately stand up because there may be slippery floor or dark surroundings, that means my brain sends a signal to my heart and it says, calm down, things are okay, but you don't stand up. That means HR gets sick. And if that means second prevention of the fall detection, then again comes the coder's job. Okay, if it is a significant one, send it to the ambulance and the neighbor and caregiver. So this is all common sense. So this is nothing like a great science behind it. So unless you are very vigilant about what things can commonly be solved rather than trying to develop a very fancy code, then you don't come up with a good product.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question for Nagendra, sir. Do we have scope we have already discussed, and what are the funding opportunities available for AI-based innovations?
I think there is always funding opportunity, in my opinion. So long as you are solving a real problem and you hit the nail on the head, ultimately the patient is God. the patients vote with their feet, whether they vote with their pocket or not. Right? Even if you give treatment for free, they will not come to you unless they, so it's nothing to do with voting with their pocket, they vote with their feet. If you're solving a real problem, enough funding opportunities available. Most of the time, what I found in my experience over the last few years is, entrepreneurs fall in love with the idea and product and lose sight of practicalities. And that, I think, is something that they should be careful about. There are enough people who throw cold water on them every time they go and ask. But I think it's very important to keep that in mind. I would again and again say there are enough easy problems to solve before you take big problems to solve.
That is nice, sir. Thank you everyone for participating in this discussion. So we want to take few questions from the audience.
Please introduce yourself and which panelists have to answer also. That is our job is.
Hi, this is Bharat. I work for a software company called Nexus Technologies as a project manager. I just wanted to understand, like, I work in the healthcare domain as well, like clinical trials and other stuff. So, I mean, we know, like, recently, like, stem cells therapy, using stem cells, we can create artificial organs and all, like, in near future. So, I mean, as a doctor's view, like, I mean, where do we stand, like, on that thing? I know that.
I think that is for me. Yeah. So the answer is very simple. Not in the near future, right? Stem cells can create a beautifully functioning cardiac muscle, but if this part of the heart is contracting and this is not, so they are not in sync, then output doesn't come. So creating the organ is easy, making it functional is easy, integrating with the existing system is impossible. Wherever it happened by accident, not by design. So accepting for the organs like blood, where they can function in isolation, no stem cells have worked. So some stem cell transplant work only in the organs like bone marrow transplant, where RBC, one RBC needed coordinate with other RBC to carry oxygen, or very gross things like bone, where you just have to wear the weight. So accepting that wherever it requires complex coordination, it always do. So something has to happen, miracle, for the stem cells to come into the real practice.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, hi. This is Hardik from Sama. So currently we are also working in clinical trials. But I want to just check the different side of AI. I have read one article. It's called like behavior change. So like the doctors were using the AI tools for diagnosis and all. And later they realized like after 2 years they were performing the nuclear scans were reduced from like let's say by it was around 40 to 50% they reduced scan because they were predict like the AI tool. In that case, they have misdiagnosed certain patients. So, like, how to do, like, in our regular life also, if you see, right, we can't do, like, basic multiplication also, because we used to calculator and all. So, like, when, like, all this AI will come, so how, like, human intelligence will be downgraded, and that human touch in the care and all. So how we can deal with that also?
To me? Yeah, I know. So the thing is, AI according to me is not artificial, but it is automated intelligence. As long as you try to enhance your decision making for the better patient care, that's okay. If you are trying to replace it, definitely a big no-no so far. So please don't attempt that, and that's what will happen. What you told. If I trust the AI that this patient is unlikely to have a recurrence, and if I stop doing this scan, if the patient comes with a disease bad, then I'm the saddest person, so as the patient's family. So we don't deviate from the conventional wisdom and conventional treatment. At the same time, we try to improve on how to interpret the scan better rather than how to avoid this scan. I hope I answered your question.
Hello sir, I am Manu from Biomedical Engineering. So I want to ask Dr. Suresh sir, as you mentioned, as per regulatory thing, AI is considered as a device. we have to look at it? Like, is it good or bad? Like, why not as a tool or something like protocol? Because
Student protocol doesn't go. See, the problem in India, I'm not an expert, but I definitely would like to see some of the inputs from the patent lawyers. In India, the code is not patentable unless it is in a device. Whereas in US and other countries, it is patentable. So, because the device is patentable, it is regulated, so the code has to sit on a device. So, it is more of a law that is making it to happen rather than why it is a device. It is otherwise. So, the same law controls both device and the code. So, that's what is the logic why it is put under the devices side. So, because more of a regulations in terms of law and enforceability and IP that is making it to happen in this side. So, I don't see any reason, but probably some of the regulators can help you to answer in the right way. But whatever I told, I do attend few of the CSO meetings, so that's what I gave.
I have one more question, like about the standardization. So, if we can look this into two ways, like the practices which would be followed, like the protocols where collecting the data would be like two different ways. As you mentioned, it would not be standardized for all. But can we? There is a possibility of collecting the data in the standardized method. Like
That's what sir is telling. That's
Yeah.
what even I completely agree.
Right.
I have to measure the speed of a car either in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. Unless I do that particular basic things, I can't keep on modifying my speedometers or odometers. Right? So you start with basic standardization, and on top of it you modify it and improvise. So basic standardization, no brainer. It has to be done. No choice.
So if we are not standardizing the practices and still we are standardizing the data collection process, so how would it would affect the data quality?
Right. So the practice cannot be standardized. It has to be individualized to the patient. That's where the AI is trying to solve the problem. How can they personalize the AI to you?
See, basically, the outcome decides the practice, effectiveness of practice. The moment you have standardized data and you also are able to collect the outcomes, then you will be able to know that this particular set of practices, right, are good or not good. Right? That's why age-old home remedies still work at home. Because of this historical data, we know that if you get cold, you take some turmeric, something will work, right? So practice is different, right? But if you can measure the outcomes, in fact, that's what a lot of people around the world are doing now, whether they're governments or regulatory bodies, to say there is this movement called pay for performance that's happening, right? Dr. So this is nothing about practices, and I agree with him totally. Practice is based on experience. It is also based on a moment of inspiration, right? Because, correct, right? So it is so important that you can't take that away.
Yeah, I have a question to Dr. Lakshmikant. I mean, from my side, so we are seeing how AI is really helping the human sciences and how it is treating in a better way or diagnosing in a better way. But coming to the animals, I hope you might have seen in many places, there could be times where it might be hard for you to diagnosis or treatment the animals, right? So, is there any way that maybe this technology or this AI could help this diagnosis, could help this in treatment to the animals? Are there any situations that where you have thought maybe this technology or this AI might have helped these animals in diagnosing faster or treatment them faster?
I got the question, but to even answer that, I've never used AI to say AI would have been better here. So that is the area where we are in so far. But to address it in a different dimension, I've given a lecture in the morning where I felt antimicrobial resistance is a serious threat from our particular livestock industry. Many times I had a very small clinical, how would I say, career. So I felt like whenever I am prescribing an antibiotic, there are only a couple of things that are clicking my head. I wish we had AI where it suggests an alternative, where it can actually bring in data that this particular your area is actually having more resistance for this organism. Better prescribe something else, or you can actually let me give it a 3-4 options. Like these are all there in the market. The first thing that always fits into our head is the only thing that we write. So I wish
that kind of a support, if it really comes, it would have made a game-changing difference to tackle AMR is what I always felt, and I'm still feeling.
Just want to make a suggestion which is probably not good from my point as what I'm wearing. Let's not think everything is AI solvable or we need AI to solve. Because for a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Right? There are maybe you need a shoehorn, maybe you need a wrench, you need something. AI is just one of the many things that we have. So I just suggest that collectively that AI is just one of the many things we use, and it definitely is a lot of potential, no doubt.
Hello, good afternoon, panel. This is Dr. Santosh Sharma from BVIT NASA College. I'm assistant professor here. And sir, my question is for that people are working in majority of the students are working in Raspberry Pi and Arduino boards. They are working. They are work with physical sensors, which is in generally Chinese supplied. So we are not getting proper result. And even in my doctorate, when I pursuing my PhD, so we are working in that domain also. So we are facing the challenges with the physical hardware sensors. So because that sensor is substandard sensor, so that's why we are not getting the proper result. And if we are compared with the Chinese sensors or the low cost sensors like BP monitor, which is cost around 1500, so it is almost more than 20 to 30% of the result sometimes we get. And even if we are talking about the rural areas, so majority of the practitioners who are they are not basically MBBS, so they are GMP practitioners or some kind of supportive staff. So they are using the same medical devices which cost not more than 2000 rupees for the diagnosis purpose, and the result is affected more than 20 to 30% around. So for that, in Indian perspective, if you want to try something in hardware perspective, so from where we get, because in generally I try from many of sources, but I can't get a proper sensors which is affiliated from any of the companies like Siemens or Philips, or they are not actually supplied in the Indian market, even in Asian region also. So for that, what we can do?
Let me divide the question into two. One, you're talking about the sensor.
Okay,
fair. And the second is you're talking about the result.
Yes.
Right? So sensors, India doesn't have a capability to manufacture or design sensors.
Definitely, it will take almost 1 decade.
More than a decade.
Yeah, actually.
So sensors, what you are procuring from maybe from the China or from locally, are more of made in China products.
It is all from the China supply.
So here we need the selection of sensors is also very important. So we have to see that we've made it. Okay, where the company is from. Okay, if you take a company from US, let me say a maximum integration or analog devices. Yeah, if you call analog devices, they're procuring a sensor from analog devices. They provide what is the standard they are maintaining. If you take the data sheet, you go through each and every point in the data sheet, you have a detailed explanation how the sensor works and in which conditions it works. That's also very important for a prototyping or a POC to be tested. Yes, that's one part. And the second part, when you're doing a POC or a prototype, it's almost like a raw development. I don't say it's a finished development. Yeah. So in the scale, I mean, in the percentage of 100, the development is only 15%. If you take a POC or a prototype 1 or prototype 2. Yes. So after MVP, I'm talking about minimum viable product. The MVP reaches by 30%. Right? After that, 30% reach 100% as marketable product. That's where you can see the difference. It's not going to be easy to say that, okay, I've done a POC or I've done a prototype 1 or 2 and I'm ready with the minimum viable product and I can take it to the market. It's not going to work out like that. It takes a lot of time and energy to see that from 30% to 100%, it takes a lot of time. Exactly. That's one. And coming to the second part of your question on achieving the
accuracies and all that. The maturity of the product development also is required to get that accuracy level. You have to fine tune the device in such a way that when you're going to one region to collect the data and doing the testing or the validation, you have to fine tune it in a more, the fine tuning is the most important part to get the marketable product.
I just want to add one thing. Don't underestimate the affordability of the medical practitioner in the village, because I see this constantly trying to bring the cost of the product down and pay for quality instead. I am sure the incremental cost will more than help the practitioner to get more clients. So I don't see that as an issue. I think he raises good points. Cost of product is only 20-30% in the overall scheme of things. So I think if you're guiding them, sir, please make sure that they have the first prototype of the best quality. Then you can choose to do how to do the value versus price and all that. Otherwise, we'll end up building subpar products.
Sir, actually, sometimes we try to communicate with the Philips and Siemens also, but actually, for the starting prototype, our card size is very limited for the getting the sensor. So that's why they are not interested to dealing with a business. That's the main problem I face.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Okay, fine.
We have one-to-one interaction with the panel speakers. So I thank every one of you. It is a really interesting discussion we had with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Praveen, for giving this opportunity for us.
That was a very informative session. Lots of questions. I know there are more questions, so I would request that the audience please talk to the panelists and speakers after the conclusion. We've had two really wonderful days. We started on a high yesterday. We started with an anthem, and I remember yesterday we had 2,500 people filling this hall. Hundreds of people standing outside. We had this wonderful anthem that we all sang together. Then we had the keynotes and all. And I now have the privilege, and I'm extremely honored, to be welcoming Jayesh Ranjan Garu. Thank you for honoring our request and coming over here. Jayesh Ranjan Garu is a special chief secretary. He's also been involved with whatever progress we have seen over the last 10 years in IT and all. Jayesh had a huge role to play in all of this stuff. He has been a huge support of what we've been doing. Thank you, sir. Thank you for obliging our request and coming over here. May I now request Jayesh Garu to deliver the closing keynote, and then we will proceed to the valedictory after Jayesh Garu's closing keynote. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciation for the organizers of AI Days, Swecha team in particular, and everyone else who have supported them in organizing this wonderful event. Even though I was not here yesterday, but I heard very good things about the day-long deliberations, also the interactions that happened today. And I feel very happy that the ecosystem in Hyderabad, in Telangana, supporting AI is maturing very rapidly. We are already thinking of developing local language models, Telugu language models, Telugu language products, solutions, etc. So some of the things that we are doing here in Hyderabad, I particularly feel very happy and very proud about it. Some of you would be aware that while the world over AI has been in existence for decades, but the real thrust came in just about 7 to 8 years ago. And gradually when people in India started taking note of AI, Telangana was amongst the first few states to decide a very focused strategy on how AI has to be developed, AI has to be used. Some of you will recall that in the year 2020, we decided to celebrate that year, commemorate that year rather, as a year of AI. And 2020, all of us go back and recall, was a very tough year. We had COVID, lockdown, all kinds of emergencies. And obviously, if you have planned something, not knowing that these kind of calamities are going to befall you,
your plans do get derailed in some ways, but again, I feel very proud that almost 80% of what we had planned for that year, we were able to accomplish, partly virtually, partly through in-person activities, but nevertheless, the beginning was very good. And of course, when we started something on 1st of January 2020, lots of preparatory work happened in the preceding months in 2019. And one of the good things, something which we have been recognized, national government has commended us for that particular activity. We brought out a framework to support AI. What is the responsibility of the government to promote AI? What is the responsibility of other stakeholders? How do we bring all the stakeholders together? And I would encourage all of you, I'm sure, have deep interest in AI, to go to our website and read this framework. While it was prepared in 2019, later have 4 years approximately have gone by, but it is still very, very relevant. And I don't think there is anything that we have missed. Possibly, generative AI was not that relevant at that point in time. But other than that, everything else that one needs to do to promote AI, to adopt AI very, very rapidly, all these features are provided in that framework. So, just to give a very quick overview of that framework, the most important thing, and I briefly overheard some of the panelists of the earlier session. I came a little late, unfortunately. One of the key things about doing anything related to AI relates to training your algorithm. And of course, writing the algorithm, developing the algorithm for sure. But we require lots of data, even prepare that algorithm, train that algorithm. So as a government, one of the first decisions that we took is that we will take upon ourselves as a key responsibility to make data available. And I think lots of efforts have happened in that direction. I feel very proud and satisfied to share with you. We have decided as a government that our priority for AI will be agriculture. Agriculture is one domain. I'm sure all of you know this, that it supports the largest number of rural livelihoods. And I'm very happy that you are also choosing to focus on AI for society, because this is exactly something which is our priority also. AI should work for everyone. Just as we use the thing AI for society, the similar thing that we use is AI for everyone. Making AI work for everyone. That is the thing that we work on. So obviously, everyone is the society, and if you look at which sector, which livelihood supports the largest percentage of that society, it is agriculture today. And to facilitate development of AI-enabled solutions for agriculture, we have set up, and as I said, we are the first state in the country. Now we are showing the way to the national government also. We have set up an agriculture data exchange. So all possible data sets that one would require to develop a solution related to agriculture is available on that exchange. But like any other exchange, like the stock exchange or any other kind of data exchange, there are norms on how do you participate in that exchange. So sometimes we have heard, we have seen also, these are very true kind of episodes, in which large-scale misuse of data has happened. Lots of even reputed tech companies have allowed the huge access to data that they have to be passed on for commercial interests to third parties. Third parties have misused it. A few years ago, when the elections in the US were happening, there was a huge debate and investigation on how personal data has been misused to kind of motivate or nudge people to vote in the favor of a particular party by reputed technology platforms, etc. So there is always that risk and always that concern that the more access you provide to data, some element of misuse will happen, some element of extracting commercial benefit without passing any benefit to the people whose data you are using. That kind of scenario will happen. So we have created an agriculture data exchange, keeping in mind all these possibilities and creating very robust internal system of checks and balances. It is not just commercial misuse, it is also privacy, it is confidentiality, it is consent. So that is one very important responsibility. And as I said, while we have created data exchange for agriculture, we are absolutely open to provide or make accessible other data sets also, which people will be using in other domains. So as I just found out, the earlier panel was focused on healthcare. Again, lots of data is available. lots of mobility data is available with the government, and so on and so forth. So making data available is a very big responsibility that we have taken, and many of the startups who are connected with us, who participate in our program, they know how easy it is in Telangana to access any of these data. Along with providing access to data is a related issue or a related question of high performance computing. See, when you are given trillions and trillions of bits of data, many times we feel that the compute capacity that we have access to in our simple PCs, etc., that is not enough. That is a big barrier that we face, because high performance compute also comes at a very high cost. And again, for young innovators, young entrepreneurs, startups, students, it literally becomes impossible. Even if you have a bright idea, you will be thwarted because you won't have compute access. So again, this is something which we have done for our kind of ecosystem partners. We have been able to access high performance compute facility, more than 15,000 GPUs through CDAT and NVIDIA at literally pro prices. And we are now in discussions with another provider, a company called Jota. We have decided to initially set it up in Delhi, but we are convincing them to set it up in Hyderabad as well. So once these facilities are available, already as I said, the CDAT and NVIDIA facility is already available. Many of our startups with I don't have precise information, but recently when I had checked on this, I was told that more than 20 startups in Hyderabad have used that facility, the low cost compute facility that we have arranged for them especially. And once this Jota facility is also developed in Hyderabad, and these are some of the challenges that people face. So actually right algorithms, these are the challenges that they face. Accessibility to data, clean data, interoperable data, access to high performance compute facilities. So as a government, we are making these things. Another very important thing, of course, as we notice now, AI is becoming more and more pervasive. Literally, there is no sphere of our lives which cannot potentially be improved or made more efficient using AI. But where are the people who have that talent to run AI kind of programs? So again, skilling is a very important responsibility, and it's a nice coincidence that we are having this conference in an academic institution, a premier academic institution like the JNTU, which is of course offering high quality courses on AI, ML, etc. But again, many of you would be aware, since I see that many of you are students, there are a range of courses available. In fact, AI is not just PhD level skills, writing very logical algorithms. AI skills start from absolutely low end, even to clean the data, data cleansing, data organizing, data annotation, making the data interoperable. Even that is a task which has to be done before PhD kind of people take over that. So again, who does that kind of work? For that, you don't require very high skills. But I have seen that people with as low as 10th pass qualifications or 12th pass qualifications can do that job. And to do that kind of a job, you don't have to be in an expensive office building in Hyderabad. You can be somewhere else and do this work. So again, we have been very successful in motivating some companies to set up basic AI level of skills in smaller towns. So again, I'm happy to share with you that some of this kind of work is going on in Warangal, some of this kind of work is going on in Nizamabad, something in even smaller towns, etc. So we have made a good beginning to show that the basic skill sets which are required to organize the data, that is also something which can be done very easily, and Telangana government arranges for those kind of skills to be made available to people. Of course, the higher level skills, there are many. JNTU and many of the colleges under JNTU were the first to introduce options, engineering options in AI/ML. IIT in Hyderabad again was one of the first to introduce a full-fledged BTech in AI. But there are lots of short-term courses also, few months courses, few week courses, very fundamental courses, etc. So there is no dearth of content which is available today for skilling, but how to put it together, how to make it easy to use, how to provide credits for it, and how to introduce an element of practical learning while you learn theory, while you learn the coding languages, how do you actually test the experience or the learning that you are getting on live situations. So that is again something that we have decided to focus on. From this coming academic year, which will start maybe from June or so, we will be on our, we have an institution, students will be possibly aware, which is called TASK, Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge. And on the TASK portal, lots of practical use cases will be demonstrated, will be displayed. So if you have done some course and you want to try out whether you have learned something which is worth replicating, which is worth applying, opportunities will be there. And once you enroll that, okay, I'll work on this particular problem, data sets will be made available, you'll be encouraged to develop your solution, the POC will be tried out. So, and then additional certificate will be given to you that apart from learning a particular content, with theoretical means, you have also been able to demonstrate that you know how to use it. So again, this is something which is, in my opinion, very progressive because to the best of my knowledge, not too many governments are doing these things. Possibly no other government is thinking of these lines. That the skilling that you are developing, the skill manpower pool that you are developing must also have a practical element. Just knowing the language is good, but how do you apply it in real situation is the real test. So again, that is something that we are working on. Of course, we have seen the world over that large number of AI solutions today are coming from not just big technology companies or niche AI companies. Many young innovators, young entrepreneurs, they are also providing these solutions. And to encourage that to happen here in Hyderabad, here in Telangana, we have set up very useful and a very kind of comprehensive programs to promote entrepreneurship, to promote innovation. In the government, we have set up a center of excellence on data sciences and AI along with NASCOM. And we run AI accelerator program, which is called RevUp. And so far, we have completed 3 cohorts. More than 60 AI startups have been supported through those cohorts. And many of them have done very well. The solution that we have developed is in use now. Their valuation have gone up. Some of them have received subsequent funding also. That is happening on a very satisfactory level. The eHub also has been recently given a sanction of a focused AI/ML incubator, which is called MAP, which is funded by the Department of Science and Technology. Their cohort has just started, just about 10 days ago, we inaugurated it. So they also, given the proven track record of eHub, they also I'm sure will do well. So the Center of Excellence, eHub, and many others who are doing similar kind of things at their level. The synergy, the collaboration that is possible, all that will be facilitated by the government. And I'm very sure that Hyderabad eventually will develop into a very potent center for innovation and entrepreneurship related to AI. The government also is very serious about AI and we want to walk the talk. Instead of just saying that I'll give data, I'll give compute facility, I will set up some innovation spaces. How do we actually bring AI into our own processes is again something which we need to show through example. And again, I feel very proud to share with you that in the last 4 years, since 2020 when we began the year of AI campaign, we have onboarded 25 plus solutions, AI-enabled solutions within the government. And one solution about which I feel very proud about because a few months ago, there was a national conference on AI and we were asked to present that solution before the Honorable Prime Minister. This is a solution which relates to poaching. Many of you will be aware that in the forests, animals are killed in a very brutal manner to retrieve their skin or their body parts and all that. And it's all very tragic. There are organized gangs of poachers who go to a forest area, they wait when no one is there, they attack the animals, and there is a very big traffic. The parts go to China, to other countries, and it's all very tragic. Animals obviously can't defend themselves, and all this is going on. So we have been able to support the development of a picture recognition based solution enabled with AI, which alerts the forest officials whenever any such image is seen, which is not of a regular animal which is found in that forest area or in that wildlife sanctuary. And it is running for the last few months, more than 1 year, I would imagine. And the initial results are very, very encouraging. We have created another AI-based solution along with Triple IT and Intel, which is called iCasting. Someone might have spoken about it earlier to you, which alerts drivers at the locations where accidents typically happen. So accident-prone zones, and the algorithm also takes into account the driver's own behavior of what kind of quality of driving is provided. So we have installed this solution in 2 national highways in RTC buses, and the data shows that there is a reduction by 40% in the accidents which typically used to happen in those roads. So many such examples are there. As I said, 25 plus examples are there, and we are always on the lookout for more and more use cases, so that instead of just teaching, we will also be walking that talk. One third example which I can share very briefly. Again, I feel very, very proud about that solution. This potentially is a global solution. Across the world, this can be adopted. This relates to remote voting. All of us know, and coincidentally, this is the election season. On the 13th of May, we will all be required to go and vote. Now, it's of course a very important part of democracy. It is our duty. We all have to go and vote, but many people find the whole experience of going out and voting to be a very cumbersome experience. And many times it is also very user unfriendly. You go somewhere, you stand in the queue, and at the end it is found that your name is not there or someone has voted in your place. So it also creates a big hassle. So we have been able to develop a solution which allows you to vote sitting in your home using your phone. And as you know, voting is a very contentious process in our country. People keep complaining, people keep challenging. Typically, after every election, electronic voting machines are blamed that they were faulty. I pressed this button, but all the votes went to someone else. But so even in this kind of an environment, we were able to successfully demonstrate in a live scenario. There is a town called Khammam, about 350 kilometers from here. In a municipal election, we were able to demonstrate with about 3,000 voters that without stepping out of your home, you can cast your vote completely successful, without even 1% of any doubt or any error, etc. And the AI played a very important role in creating that. So it's an image recognition solution, but how is your image evaluated? With lots of AI behind it. So, as I said, many such solutions have been created. The other important responsibility which the government takes is to work towards ethical use of AI, have a proper governance system, have a system which is promoting responsible usage of AI. So we have created an institution in the government which is called Telangana Artificial Intelligence Mission, and it is headed by the India head of NVIDIA. NVIDIA, as you know, is today one of the champion companies when it comes to AI. So their India heads our thinking. There are members of other private companies, members of Transcom, members of academic institutions, as a government representative I am there. So this institution looks after all the governance issues, data sets, responsible AI, what will be the ethical usage, which use case will be taken, how will we allow a startup to develop their solution. So this is a very robust mechanism. Again, very few governments, very few states have done something of this kind, which we have done. We are also very keen that we play an important role in popularizing AI usage through frequent activities, events, meetups. There is a strong AI community here. The present event that we are all participating in, AI Days, is one such example where we have been able to bring together all the stakeholders. I'm happy to share with you that 2 months from now, in July, on 8th and 9th, one of the largest AI summits which have ever happened in our country is going to take place here in Hyderabad, the Global AI Summit. And again, the focus of that summit is, while we are still working on it, I can share this very briefly, that the focus of that summit will be to show use cases. I mean, we have spoken enough about theory, we are now speaking quite a lot about Gen AI, we are speaking about responsible AI, ethics in AI, but where are the use cases? So we want to show that literally every field of life, AI has a use case, someone somewhere is using it and benefiting from it. So how do you get exposed to all these amazing use cases? How do you decide to use some of them yourself? Or how do you tweak it? Or when you hear about some use case in some field, does it give new ideas to you on how it can be used? So it's a very practical kind of focus event on July 8th and 9th, as I said. So I invite all of you also to register for it, participate in that. Registration will be open possibly in the middle of April. So look forward to these kind of events that are happening again and again and again. So once again, I feel very happy that the 2 days conference here, AI Days, has been a resounding success. I particularly appreciate the initiative of developing Telugu LLM, and of course, this is an opportunity which will help the next million users of internet. Most of the next million users of internet will be using it in their own language. They will not be knowing English, they will not be having any kind of advanced college degrees, they will be living in rural areas. So language should not become the barrier, and therefore the effort to quickly work on large scale local language models is very noteworthy. We are also making similar efforts, and I'll be happy to kind of collaborate and synergize. We have got permission, so it has not yet been officially announced. We have got permission to access the database of a huge Telugu newspaper. This newspaper group has millions of articles, millions of publications, and the entire archive has been made available to us. So this again is a very good kind of resource for us to train our model and make it more and more accurate. Eventually, accuracy is what will push the needle. This voting solution that I spoke about, we have not been able to kind of scale it up or convince the election authorities or the election commission of India, because it is still not 100% accurate. So it is, I mean, the accuracy levels are very good, 87% or something like that. But till it becomes much more accurate, no one will really be able to give 100% confident kind of acceptance to it. So this is again something which we need to do collaboratively, we need to pool our resources. And as I said, I'll be very happy as the government will be very happy to support any such initiative which is going on. So once again, good wishes to all of you, and thank you very much for inviting me.
One small announcement, my request, Kiran Chandra, founder, Sweksha, Professor Pratap, President, Sweksha, Chaitanya, co-founder, CTO, Ozotel, Nagendranath Garu, Senior Advisor, Salamander Advisory Services, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tata Narasimha Reddy Garu, so if you can also please join us on stage for 1 minute. Nag Malladi, Vice President, Tech Mahindra, Srinivas Mohan Garu, again, there is no introduction. You've all seen Bahubali, RRR, Turabo. He's the person behind all of that stuff.
We're going to set up a center here called as the Center for People-Centric AI. The spirit with which the conference has begun, solving problems for the commons. Thank you, Jay, saying that he is supporting us all through. He has been always supportive of it. And I think this center is going to look at solving problems for the commons. And I think all the scientific community that has been sitting here has listed close to 200 problems or odd problems since all the speakers were going on yesterday. So I think we'll start solving some of them, and hopefully we'll be able to present in the conference that is going to be there. And in these 3 months, we have solved X number of problems.
We've already a few institutes, including Triple IT, a few companies, they're also represented over here, signing up, universities and all. There are a few companies which have signed up to be founding members of this center as well. There's an open call. I know there are a lot of companies, startups, research institutes, including the likes of CCMB and others who are a part of this. We're also proud to announce that the Cyber Cell, they were there yesterday, initially was there. They wanted to partner in the center that we are setting up as well. So if you're interested, please do reach out. This center over the next 1 year, we will be working towards innovation AI for society. Hubs will also be there across the area. This is not just, this will be centered in Hyderabad, We are opening up hubs in Madras, Bombay, Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore, other places as well. This is going to be a huge initiative where we are going to be working on use cases. If you're wondering why we have this, we have demonstrated farming and agriculture use cases yesterday. This will actually be, we will be releasing lots of use cases as we go forward. This is an open invite. If you're representing your company, industry, startup, whatever it is, if you're interested in building people-centric AI solutions, please do reach out to us. We're going to be actually launching the center in a month's time frame, and we look forward to collaborating with you. Jayesh Garu has also said they're happy to collaborate with us on all of these things, and we'll be more than happy to work with the government and other organizations which are working with the vision of people-centric AI and AI for society. Thank you. And then we have spoken about how AI is going to take over, right? We started to say something that we have built, executed with a vision towards AI. The AI vision was 2017 when we held the DevCon 2017. We've spoken about AI vision. 7 years later, why don't we do a future perspective? Where do we think we'll be? I am quite sure we will be entering the era of quantum computing. So with that note, I think we should conclude the conference with Dr. Krishna Palam Garu, the founding CEO of Accelerquant. He's going to be talking about the intersection of AI, ML, and quantum computing. Sir, I think you should please join us. And 7 years, 5 years down the line when we are here, that could be the current, that could be the present. Because 7 years ago we started talking about AI, ML taking over, and here we are today. Probably 5 years later we will be calling it AI quantum days or something like that. But nobody better than Dr. Krishna Palam Garu to talk about the intersection of AI, ML, and quantum computing. I know it's a very curious topic for all of us. Nothing better than you speaking to close this out. Thank you so much for obliging and joining us over here.
This is on? Yeah. Okay. So I made you one promise. I will let you go in 25 minutes. You don't ask me any questions. And that's at the end of a long 2 days. But this topic actually would have been done better than like early in the morning, because it can be quite confusing, and I'll show you why. I'll start out by giving you a 5 to 10 minute overview of what quantum means. Then we'll talk about what it really is used for and potentially in the AI space as well. So I'm right now running that company, so I don't want to go into the company specific things too much. So the spirit of what I do is just an overview of what's happening in the field. You see those words on the left, I'll walk you through those. Those are terms used very freely, quite often without attribution of what it really means. So I'll start trying to give you a feel for the basic vocabulary of what quantum anything is. And then we'll move from there to trying to see how we can use it. So these are cartoons which are very, very approximate. So you can easily misinterpret them, but I deliberately watered them down so that you can understand what the real meaning is. So normally we all know that there are things called bits that you compute with. Quantum lives in the world of something called qubits. So a bit is simply a 0 or a 1. And typically when you build these ICs, integrated circuits, out of semiconductor material, there is a high voltage or a low voltage. And this voltage can be thought of as encoding a 0 or a 1. Qubits are done in a much more complicated and even somewhat bizarre way. So, and this is where things could get inaccurate. You actually manipulate and encode information not at the level of charge, which is about, 10,000 to 100,000 electrons, which is called bulk charge, but you can start manipulating individual electrons. So a single electron, when you start moving it around, it really doesn't want to move around the way you want it to. So the way you can think about this conceptually, there's a lot of mathematics and physics behind it, is that black dot, if you want to encode the information on it, depending on its energy level, you use a tiny laser tweezer and actually move the electron to where you want it to be. And this now lives in a supercooled bath, which is held at a very, very cold temperature, and hopefully we can live there for some time. And that encodes your information. So
the mechanism through which, and there are lots of different ways of doing this. There's light-based quantum qubits. This is superconducting material-based qubits. But there are different ways of building them. But they're all manipulating extremely fine-grained phenomenon, because I'm sure all of you have seen, whether you like it or not, some point, the concept of quantum in the physics world. So quantization really is quite old. What it really builds on is, by virtue of doing what we just said, you can stack these qubits and they can encode states that are much more complex than bits. That's about the basic idea. And so if you think about classical bits, each bit is a 0 or a 1. Depending on the number of dots, you take that many times 2 as a total number of possible combinations. In a strange way, because you're manipulating these electrons that can live in many states at the same time through this physics phenomenon called superposition, these internal states of these entities can simultaneously encode, you can imagine, many such strings. So many red strings can sit inside one green string. And that's the strangeness of quantum. So simultaneously, you're taking a stack and taking a red string, another red string on top, another, and you build a stack of it. Those all live in a single green string. And now you cleverly take the green string and compute by moving it forward to create another shade of green. That means you move the entire stack of reds simultaneously in some meaningful way, so that the result is what you want. So you can imagine why that's not easy. And the way you do this, if you're a programmer, is you write this down as some sort of a matrix operation on another matrix. But if you're building a system, it's much more challenging. We'll talk about that in a second. So, and this is where it gets really interesting, and that's sort of where it stops getting really interesting. After that, it's basically exploiting what I'm about to tell you. These quantum systems obey something which is, and now confirmed by science, a phenomenon which is somewhat strange called entanglement. So a very crude and inaccurate way of describing this, but it gets the idea across, is if you have two electrons and they're entangled, one is pointing up, one is pointing down. The theory said that if you send one of these two electrons that are entangled to the moon, and then it sits on the moon, and then you change the electron that's pointing up to pointing down, the other electron will change its spin instantaneously. And this is so bizarre that obviously it raises objections. So I'll get to that in a second, but let me walk through why this phenomenon builds on something that's actually very significant, and it took a long time. So if you don't get it in day one, that's really no one's fault except that it's hard. So the initial model of the atom, we all know, which my kids in 8th grade study, is called Bohr's atomic model. So Niels Bohr, the famous physicist, proposed this model where there are these electrons sitting in orbits, and there is a nucleus which is protons and electrons. So the time scale you can see for yourself. But the person who really triggered a very important break in this and led to what became the modern view of quantum mechanics is Schrödinger. So he postulated, and it's hard to explain this in 1 minute, but I can give you the idea. What he postulated was that at the level of an electron, when you take a magnifying glass and zoom into the atom, it is no longer thought of as a particle. It simultaneously lives as a particle and a wave, an electromagnetic wave. And it can have both interpretations. So he wrote this extremely famous, I think it's one of those where he had this leap of intuition, where he could write down the mathematics, because there was not enough scientific evidence at the time to justify it. It's one of those just a flash of insight kind of phenomenon. And just to, I know we all talk a lot in India about prizes. So each one of those I'm tracking were recipients of a Nobel Prize in Physics for that work. So now moving forward with this formalism of a wave equation, entanglement was postulated. And then, I'm sure you recognize the gentleman at the left. Everybody knows him. So he took objection. to the fact that this phenomenon where mysteriously this equation says you flip something here and something else will flip far away, simply doesn't make physical sense. There's no intuition that justifies it. So he said there must be variables that are hidden that you don't know in the model that are coupling these two things. So he got together with two of his friends, Rolke and Rosen, and they wrote, in fact, a popular paper because of the first author, attacking this theory, saying that he called it, and at the time, if he spoke loudly, people took serious notice, said this is spooky action at a distance. And this is called the hidden variable theory, which in the 60s got debunked actually. But the bottom line, this is not an easy thing to propose, nor is it an easy thing to verify. But lo and behold, many years later, work done from 64 to 1998 led these three people who did really brilliant experiments, because this sort of thing is very hard to verify, to receive the Nobel Prize in 2022, 3 years ago. So it's only 3 years ago that entanglement is accepted as a verifiable scientific fact. Through experiment, it was postulated, all sorts of indirect proof was there, but a direct proof is raised. So now, not to intimidate you, but quantum computers take all these things except for Einstein's objection and exploit it through a programming interface. So I can actually manipulate all these things through a quantum computer. And that's the brilliance of the engineering that happened in the last 20 years, which led to machines where you can actually set superpositions up through software, entangle things, and then if you are clever enough to write the right program, let the stack of entangled bits be processed, where when you touch the answer and read it out, you get what you want. So, and we'll see what happened there. So, an algorithm, a quantum algorithm exploits these features. Okay? And this is what everybody is after. Now, somebody in the opening of this session said that in 5 years we'll be looking at a quantum summit like this. It's happening now. There are summits around the world, the equivalent of this, maybe not 1,500 people, I don't know, but they are able to, and here our little startup could actually show how you have a problem that can be solved at scale. And therefore, sooner than you think, and that's the name of the company, Quant, we're accelerating the time to which these quantum technologies will use. And it's really, we live in the software space, all the big giants, they build the hardware. And so, what is happening out there? The next two slides are largely due to McKinsey, the consulting company, and the Boston Consulting Group. They built these projections. So, you have, these are the areas where it's supposed to have impact. It's a long list. I'll get to that a little bit more towards the end of the talk in 10 minutes or so. But the opportunities are many. But how significant are they? So the scale on the y-axis is billions of dollars. So if you look at a modest projection, and this was done 2-3 years before generative AI, the AI piece of that was supposed to grow to $100 billion. And that's the quantum piece. Okay? And now there are all other normal things like drug discovery, pharmaceuticals, I'll talk about that, and other areas as well. So if you add it all up, that's close to a $250 billion at that time. But today, or yesterday I heard, I haven't verified, that ChatGPT's market cap, people are talking about to be $1 trillion. Okay? I don't know if it's verified yet, but I heard. Now, if that's $1 trillion, and this was when ChatGPT didn't exist, the quantum AI could be much bigger. So these are areas that are just rising extremely quickly. So, is any of this real? Are people taking it seriously? There's a list of companies. Each column is a different type of hardware, technology, physics, who are investing in this area. So you can see So the names you don't know are startups, but when I say startup, they're spent anywhere from $100 to $250 million building this hardware. And the big ones, of course, right? So we ourselves are partnering already commercially with IBM to validate what we do on their machines, and I'll mention that briefly in a minute, and also talking to other companies. IonQ is a very interesting startup out of Maryland in the US who are doing a different technology than IBM, and Google is invested in this. I didn't list it here, but Amazon also, but they're not as loud about it in the public domain. They're quite much more quiet. That amount of money, and this is old information from 2023, that has already been invested in startups in quantum. So there is over $100 billion invested worldwide in quantum computing startups. The number is a little big because the hardware companies soak up a lot of this. The hardware companies take up 600-700 million of this. And so the leftover for smaller companies like us is in the $10 to $50 million, but we don't need more than that at the moment, right? So, because it takes a lot of effort and people and cost to build these things, right? So, different companies have roadmaps on where this hardware is going. This is IBM's, one of the companies we use actively. So if you see from left to right, basically you just see those names, Falcon, Hummingbird, Eagle, Osprey, Condor, etc. Those are increasingly big quantum machines. And they're rolling them out every year, year and a half. And as they get bigger, you have more of these things, I said, called qubits. So you can use more of them, you can solve bigger problems. That's the whole idea. Okay? Okay. So everybody who's been building hardware, therefore, has a roadmap, and they're all projecting that by 2028, roughly, you'll have a machine big enough to really do whatever you want, in a sense, something at large scale. And so that's Google's roadmap. And so this sort of the march goes on. Everybody has a roadmap now. So it's a pretty predictable pattern. So just as this mic did just now, qubits do the same thing. After a short while, in the middle of a computation, they kind of fade away and die. So what we just saw was a demonstration of a qubit in real time through the mic. So what happens with these qubits is because these electrons, let's say, are held so delicately in place, a change in an energy infusion to the electron causes it to go to a different state. But that can come from a tiny bump, the famous newspaper article that said a truck driving in New York 50 miles away from IBM facility can send a vibration that can destabilize an electron. So these things are very, very delicate, is a short answer. And that creates a problem. So the fact that when they say I'll have 2,000 qubits in 2028 means that when I'll have 1,000 good qubits that will stay around with us for a while, and hopefully like this might last till the end of the computation, right? So that's the way a typical computation can be thought about. It's evolving in time, because wire-like things are entanglements. The grayness means the qubit is fading away, and that's very common. So what we do in the company is, instead of investing $200, $300, $800 million to make qubits better, we ask the following question, and that gives you an idea of how to approach this problem from different angles. We ask the question, how much does your algorithm really need to survive and compute? And so you look at the number of qubits it really needs through some mathematics, you understand the need, and what we show is you can typically live on a small fraction of the total qubits you think you need. So that's sort of like Archimedes' lever, where you use the leverage of the algorithm's need to live on a much smaller machine. So the name Axelecon comes from the fact that we can take a problem you thought you needed 1,000 qubits and show that you can live on, say, 200. This is a made-up number. And therefore, 200 you can get now. Therefore, you can deploy your commercial application 2 years before you thought you could. So you're accelerating time to deploy. And for a company, time to revenue. Now, I want to close in 5 minutes with the idea of machine learning and where the opportunities are. And broadly, I categorize these into 2 areas. Let's call it synthetic chemistry and generative AI. Okay? It's a very broad area. I'll allude to some in some detail, some of them, not all, because you get the idea. So these are topics within synthetic chemistry where the quantum computer is programmed to simulate a chemical reaction, for example, at scale. So you don't actually go to a lab with a person and mix things in a test tube and test, do extractions. You actually run a model of this in quantum software and conclude. That's the idea. So protein folding is very popular because none less than the Google arm that does AI in the UK released something which is called AlphaFold, a protein folding scheme. It's all machine learning. Now we're talking about classical, not quantum physics. Similarly, we have another aspect which manipulates genes, not proteins. And you also have molecular simulation, which is straight chemistry. And this has multiple applications. And then you have this big giant that has just emerged, generative AI. So in synthetic chemistry, I touch upon just one of them. And this is the AlphaFold success story. Over time, they could look at a staggering number and train them on 100,000 proteins, and they could find close to 3 billion folding patterns in these proteins that make sense. And this is classical AI. But then they hit a bottleneck. And then similar things are happening elsewhere in molecular simulation and battery design, where in the battery design area, in order to optimize, mostly motivated by EVs, electrical vehicles, the quality and the efficiency of the battery, you can do a lot of chemistry. But that can get very ugly in terms of environmental impact, all sorts of things. So what people do is they do AI-based modeling in order to understand these things. But all of them have a problem, and that problem, which is summarized here in the context of generative AI that all of you know well, or at least use it in some capacity, is there you have on the y-axis the amount of global CO2 that the electrical consumption of these giants consume, and those are the power numbers that these things use. And as you go, you're right now just talking about 170, less than 200 billion parameter models. Now we're talking about a trillion parameter models, and the growth is very non-linear, right? So, roughly speaking, numbers I've seen informally, they say that it takes about 2 months to train a model at that scale on a complete data center. You lock down the entire data center, train it for 2 months. And then you have a model which will play with for the next 2 months while you train the next model. Now you can't pipeline this on a daily basis because you don't have 60 data centers in a lockdown. And that's for one company. Now imagine the number of companies that are doing training on generative AI models, right? So the opportunity space that we see in a particular form of this generation, and that is synthetic image generation, creating images, which you have seen recently in some successful demos, I'm sure, where it's completely artificially generated with some seed image you get from somewhere. So this sort of synthetic generation is, you can see on the axis, basically a low FID score means that you're doing well. So as the y-axis became high, the Q dense, the red dotted thing, you can see it drops quite well. That's a quantum simulation of the image generator using generative AI. So there are data points like this that are coming about. And what we ourselves do, using our philosophy, is to be able to take a model like that, but show that you can deploy it using our techniques on a smaller quantum machine sooner. So we are not in the business of creating AI models, nor are we in the business of optimizing them in traditional AI. But we are in the business, at least as of a few months ago, in trying to get into taking a model which lives in the quantum world, or we can make it live in the quantum world, but by itself would have required a machine in 2028 or 2027. But you can live on it instead in 2025 or 2026. And you get the advantage that you don't have those very large power and resource requirements, and also eco-friendly situations, right? So that's the general philosophy of our company. And so can we make any of this really happen? So last year we did a study with an optimization problem. An optimization problem is trying to find a minimum or a maximum of something. And those are all names of different IBM machines. They name them after rivers and cities with very number of qubits. And there is something in a quantum machine because of the fluctuations of these qubits, which is called its fidelity. How accurate it is. Think about it as probability. So probability 1 means it's perfectly accurate. Or 100% fidelity is probability 1. So the challenge said try to hit 99% on this machine. And using this method and making the qubit demands less and deploying sooner, we consistently hit 100%. And that's on real quantum hardware. So this is not a simulation. You actually can upload it in the cloud, invoke a machine wherever it is, and run it on IBM hardware. The other side of the story is what are we pushing to do? We're trying to take something that needs, say, 1,000 qubits and say you can live on 200 qubits. 200 is now 1,826, 27, right? So IBM has put out some benchmarks. The greenish blue curve at the bottom is when they will skip on the y-axis something called a certain quantum volume, the size of the problem. And it grows according to their projections along that line. Once you do our transformations to live on pure qubits, you get the purple line. That means you can move that point where you could get a certain volume from, I don't know, roughly 2025 to last year, which is when we did, right? So the entire philosophy of what we do is that living on other people's hardware, which is any of these, we're agnostic as to who makes the hardware. It's an abstraction that we work with. And last but not least, the domains of applicability that I mentioned to you are real, and we are concretely looking at aspects of machine learning. And that last application you saw, the image generation synthesis application, is at the front of all this. So this is happening now. The question says that can I translate the market size and technology opportunity into some sort of return on investment type estimate for a given enterprise. So first, a high level comment, everything we do is in the enterprise space. It's all what they call B2B. So we don't do B2C because it requires individual customers, right? Now, the numbers that start out in this, let us call it calculation, are speed up and let us say scale, the size of the problem. So I didn't say this here because it's all about AI, but there are non-AI domains which are where this is more obvious because the domains are mature and they already have revenue. So we are looking at a particular supply chain logistics domain which has a TAM, total accessible market of about 12 billion. And we are now in the process of showing that a problem that they solve can be scaled in size by a factor of 100 and done 10 to 100 times over time faster. So that means they have actionable information which would normally take a few weeks to get to in a day on a much larger global problem. So you can imagine the domains, without going into all the details, airline industry, shipping, correct? All the heavy supply chain kind of industries. The same optimization problem also plays a role in the battery design. But I went into the more future forward-looking areas because the total TAMs in optimization are set. The accessible market is now well defined. These are emerging TAMs. So for this forum alone, I picked areas, for example, drug discovery is a potential application But the TAM or one of those tables was very huge. Till, I would say, September, right? ChatGPT, before pre-ChatGPT, the TAM in that entire space was much smaller. Now that company alone has a TAM that is huge, right? So I picked areas where the markets are being defined for this stock. But there are mature markets where we are in-house working with companies like yours who have a customer base, but their problems are much less exotic and much more well-defined mathematically. So the markets for some of those areas are projections. Like drug discovery is a projection, correct? Protein folding, eventually personalized medicine is a projection. So I picked those because those are the more intellectually interesting future forward-looking areas for today's stock. And that's where AI and scale matter. But there we don't solve the problem at the base level. We try to take the AI solution and deploy it sooner at a larger scale, less cost. Now it's obvious to you that if something is 50 times faster, it's going to be cheaper. And if you solve something 1,000 times larger, also better. The exact dollar value, and that's a bit of a question mark, the more further out you are in the market.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna Palam. In the interest of time, may I request the audience to take any further questions offline? Thank you so much. In fact, I was thinking maybe 7 years. Within 2 years, we'll have to rename this to AI quantum based. We'll probably call it quantum machine learning.
We said in 2 years you might have to. We are a bit bullish in our company. We're accelerating. So I wouldn't be surprised if I was sitting with you this December to say let's do it next year. We're optimists. We're optimists.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We are now at the end of the conference, but before we end the conference, I would like to call on to the stage a very special person. I think this is already imprinted to all of our minds. May I invite Professor K.K. Babu from the National Institute of Fashion Technology, NIFT. If you are wondering what has Lift to do with AI days and everything, everywhere you are seeing the logo over here, everywhere you are wearing the shirts, volunteers, everybody, everywhere the logo is there. It was designed by Dr. K.K. Babu. Sir, if you can just please come on to the dais once. Just one minute. Thank you so much, sir. This is a wonderful thing. In fact, we're thinking we'll use the same logo to the center, for the center we've just spoken about as the Center for Research and Development of People-Centric AI. And I think nothing encapsulates this better is what I thought. He said, no, Praveen, I have a better design here. You have yet to look at it. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for doing this. And I'll ask you to stay back. We are at the stage where we're doing vote of thanks. I'll first do the formal ones. First of all, thank you to the Department of CSC, University College of Engineering, JNTU, Supriti ma'am, if you're here, may I request you to come onto the stage. Rajni ma'am, Padmajarani ma'am, any of them, if you're here, please do come onto the dais. And JNTU, to the Vice Chancellor and to the University who have provided us with this thing, with this venue. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. To our supporters, Anurag University, Anurag, if you're here, please do come on to this. If you're here, Anurag University has been a huge support to this thing. Anurag University, Meta is a supporter of this conference. We have Hitam, Sridevi College, and a lot of JPNC has also been a supporter of this conference. In addition to that, the supporters and everything, you've seen the partners, you see the AIML partners as TechVedica and DigiQuanta. Thank you, DigiQuanta and TechVedica. CX and AI partner being OzoneTel, or Visual Media partner, OneBlink Media partner, Hans India, and lots of others I might be missing because they're playing with full screen. I typically like to copy some of these things, but that's okay, using some of this stuff. What made all of this possible is not just the supporters, not just these organizations, I say. Naveen, we will show you on the stage anyway. If you can just please play other behind the scenes as well. I wanted him to play the behind the scenes because, there's a lot of work that has gone into it. We had 2,000 people. It was not just because, Naveen was eating. Dude, he doesn't want to say anything else. So what I'll do is I'll call everybody on stage. I'll first start with the person behind all of this stuff. Kiran is the founder of Swechha. please come on to the dais. We'll start with Kiran, but with the whole team effort, might I call all the preparatory committee onto the dais. All the preparatory committee, Pratap sir, Nag, Srinivas Garu, Vamsi, please come on to the dais. And all our speakers who have made this possible. Maybe Raju sir, come on, please come on to the dais. Suresh Garu, all the speakers, Anand, Sarajankar, please do come on to the dais. Krishna Palamur, might I request you to please join us on stage. Please here. Come. All the preparatory committee, the future executive committee which has worked hard, Dr. Pavani, Divya, Manjusha, Sahiti, Super Bloom Studios, if you are still here, I don't know if I Super Bloom Studios, I can see, yes, please, to join us on the stage. Divya ma'am is coming over here. Naveen, if you can stop eating and come join us over here, we'll provide dinner for you separately. Where is Rajshekhar? Chaitanya, hello, please. We also have the birthday boy over there. One, happy birthday to Ranjit. Happy birthday, Ranjit. Ranjit has turned 45 today. No, 50? 50, yeah? Divya ma'am is saying, why are you revealing the real age right now? Sorry, Ranjit, should I say what? I shouldn't say your real age. Okay, Ranjit is not 45. Hey, hello, Chaitanya. Hello, somebody escort Chaitanya onto the... thank you. Ramesh, all Shashikant. The question that I was asking, everybody was asking me, how is Shashi still alive? I don't think he has slept in the last 1 month. Where is Shashikant? Shashikant over there. Okay, Shashikant is over there. Sini, please do join us. Srinivasan Damani, yes. Dr. Srinivasan Damani. That's why he's not coming on to the dais. Next year only, 77 to 80, I don't know. Ready for it. We'll have the mics, I have the mic. If we hit 80, then we'll go to 90, then we'll see if we can actually hit 100. Doctors over here, Suresh got 100 decibels, is it safe for the ears for like 2 seconds? You have an idea, okay? Volunteers, also all the participants, may I request you all to come here closer. We'll see if we can hit 100 decibels over there. Shall we all come here? Shall we all come closer here? Come closer. Let's see if we can hit. In the morning we tried to hit 100 decibels. Naveen ensured that we could not hit it because he was hiding the laptop somewhere there. He was hiding the laptop there. Now also we have to shout that side. See if we can hit. This was morning session. I think, okay, 500. Everybody, let's come close. Let's see if we can hit 85 to begin with. Should I be ambitious or should I say 80 decibels to start and then? Okay, they'll first try without the mics. What should we say? We, us, AI for society. We'll try Swecha. Okay, we'll all try Swecha. We'll see if we can hit. Keep it, just start. Okay. Let's keep it started. Okay, I'm at 70. Hello. I'm going to turn off the mic. Okay, we'll hit 90. Okay, 90 is our target, everybody. On count of 1, 2, 3, we will say Swecha. Count of 1, 2, 3, let's all say Swecha as loud as we can. Let's see if we can hit 90 to begin with. Alright. 1, 2, 3. We're at 78. Come on. Where is stop akkale? No, it's showing the magic. Where is the ekkadunda laptop? Koncham dekkar తీసుకురండి. Alright, we'll try once again. We'll hit at least 80 here. We'll hit 80 and we'll go. Okay? You're going only after you hit 80. Volunteers, I need you on the stage. We need to hit 80 decibels. Okay? We're trying once again. 1, 2, 3. It has been try with the mics once. Last set we'll try. Hello. Mic. ఇక్కడ చెప్పిన మైక్ అక్కడికే వెళ్ళి అక్కడ స్పీకర్లు అక్కడ స్పీకర్లు మారదు. ఓకే, ఆల్ రైట్, once again హ్యావ్ యువర్ మైక్స్ ఆన్, one last attempt. It's easy to get at least 78.5 mic. Right, everybody please come to the mic. Come closer. Come closer.
నీకు ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఆ మైక్ నుంచి
All right, ready. Please turn your mic on.
అన్ని అలానకే మైక్ ఉంది అది పనిచేస్తుందా? అరు
All right, ready. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sure Naveen has speak this. I'm sure it is because Naveen didn't want us to. But good. Photos. Please stay back for photos. All of you onto the dash. Let's have some photos. Then we can. And there's tea and samosas available. All right. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to everybody.
ఇక్కడ నేను నడిస్తే అక్కడికి వెళ్తుంది కదండి.
Some photos, please.
Come on, now. స్వేచ్ఛతో పయనం, స్వేచ్ఛతో పయనం, స్వేచ్ఛతో పయనం.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We have enough data across the world, and the compute power has increased. Again, not a breakthrough in terms of the compute power, but essentially raw increase in the fundamental computing power that's available and the data that's available. So now we are able to crunch all of this data, put all of this together, and now those same algorithms with neural networks was what, perhaps 90s or something like that, when neural network algorithms were coming in. I know, for example, Professor Kumar Ishwaran is here. He's been working on this. Chaitanya has been working on some of these things. And there are other challenges as well. Can brute force approach, be relevant for India and all of this stuff. But before we get into those things, I would like to start with Surendra Garu. You're at Microsoft again, which means you've seen what's happening in the business landscape and enterprise landscape, the challenges and other things. What do you see for India as both the opportunities and the challenges in terms of becoming the AI leader? Let's say if we want India to become the AI leader, what do you see as the potential challenges and opportunities?
You can do for me in the question, or we can say what I can do in here. I think that has to be a mental model or mental shift one has to start adopting. And especially for Indian context, how in Indian ecosystem, the Indian youth, we have the largest talent here, how they can really lead. When I actually put this in context of how it can be done, in any technology there are 4 parameters of success, okay, or 4 parameters to really ponder upon. I think a lot of students here, we all heard about IQ. Generally in academia they are introduced as IQ. And as we grow from academia to professional, we get into a lot of EQ. How do you handle your emotional quotient in terms of connecting with each other? These are the 2 personal and personality aspects of it. Any technology has to become, and I have to adapt and I have to embrace it. There are 2 more parameters which are very, very fundamental and which generally not talked upon in a larger forum. One is the social quotient. Okay. In terms of the amount of population, amount of society, amount of communities which we have, what is the social relevance of any technology is the most important aspect of it. And when I was looking at the UPI, why UPI has become so relevant and so successful? because it has elevated the social identity of every person of every Indian. That's a fundamental key difference to the success. So any AI technology which we wanted to implement, we want to represent, first it has to bring the social context, social quotient in every person and everyone who is attempting to do that. Once it helps me in terms of establishing my social identity, it increases my social awareness, it increases my social quotient, then I will be slowly start trusting that. Fourth aspect, once the social thing is established, it has to be very, very relevant to the way I live and way I conduct myself. That is where the CQ comes into the picture, which is called cultural quotient. It has to be very much relevant. When I saw the demo of the IoT, it will be adopted here because it is basically talks to me and then responds to me the way I conduct myself, my life in the society. So I think the key challenges or opportunities for any company, any product, any AI revolution is to, while you establish the basis of the technology, you start basically making the social relevance and cultural importance. These are the two aspects, and that is where I saw one of the first introductions of data for me is when they introduced this language model for Tanmama story. That's my cultural question. That's why I relate to that. That's why it becomes so relevant for me. So those are the opportunities and those are the challenges one has to really consciously.
You're wearing multiple hats. You're the director at Meta, Facebook, you're dealing with data, emerging tech and stuff. But might I request you to put on the free software advocate hat while we talk about this? Sundar was talking about this, with these opportunities, there's a social opportunity, there's a cultural opportunity. For AI to be relevant in any of these things, we require lots of data to come in. Right? And we have spoken about the same thing now that the data storage is cheap, inexpensive, it's available. But I don't know if that's quite relevant to data that's produced or data that's required to build these open source models and stuff. Right? What are the potential challenges that you see in terms of building these data sets in the country? Now, India is quite diverse, from across the length and breadth of the country, you have lots of data that can be generated from, agriculture, the stories, Sannamama Kabiru that Surendra was talking about, voice data sets. There are tons and tons of data sets that can be generated. But without, in some sense, protecting, what are your views on how do we protect our data, to build models that are relevant, that can help the society? I know there are no license per se, but your views on some of this so that we can build a better AI for the country.
Thanks, Praveen, for your question, and thanks to Switcher for having me here at this event. It is truly an honor to have this opportunity to share some thoughts with all of you. Since you're asking me to answer the question with the free software or open source software hat on, perhaps I should start with that piece, which is what is Meta as a foreign tech company? What is Meta as a producer of proprietary software? What are we doing here at a free software conference? What many people don't know is that Meta is a very hardcore believer in free and open source software. And it has happened, Mark Zuckerberg was not very keen when he was building Facebook to pay for other people's cloud, or as Richard Stallman would call it, other people's computers. So he started an open hardware project called Open Compute. That was the first big project at Meta, which was an open source project. Today, and every year, we publish a state of open source report. So if you count the total number of projects at Meta, it is 1,200 open source projects that Meta has released. Separately, we are keeping a count on GitHub and on Hugging Face. We have released 650 open source or close to open source AI models, and we've also released 350 open data sets. So that is the extent of our open source portfolio today at Meta. And that's why we believe we are part of the same tent. Free software or open source software is a very powerful concept where you will see the same idea in the manifesto of the CPIM and the same idea in the manifesto of the BJP, and both of them will give separate ideological arguments for why open source is important for the country. So in the same movement, you will have large capitalist mega corporations, and in the same movement, you will have a small socialist cell as well. We're all part of the very same movement. So that's the first thing, that it is in a world where increasingly we feel divided, that you are different from me. Open source is still that very powerful big tent which brings us all together. But it is very connected to the question that Praveen is asking about privacy. So suppose you're using a proprietary software like WhatsApp, and as WhatsApp, a proprietary software company like Meta is saying, we are protecting your privacy and nobody can intercept your communication. The guarantee is being provided on the back of an open source project, which is Signal. And in the Meta white paper, we say very clearly, for the end-to-end encryption part, we have directly copied the Signal code, because it was available under a liberal license, where you could put it even in a proprietary product. Then, more recently, what Meta has done is we have moved to make Facebook Messenger also end-to-end encrypted. But when we did that, we did one more thing. We made some additional contributions to open source. We released a project called Code Verify. So what does Code Verify do? From your browser itself, you can verify that the code running on your computer is exactly the same code running on somebody else's computer. So that there is no targeted backdoor that Meta has put into your software to spy on you. So how to verify that there is no targeted backdoor? Only way to verify this is to use this project, one of the ways, and this project Meta has released as an open source project called Code Verify. So open source and privacy are very, very closely connected. If you don't have open source, then usually you cannot be 100% sure that you have privacy. So that is a very important piece. But what is the situation in India? India has a new law enacted in the middle of last year. It's called the DPDP, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. They have tried to do what Professor Rainer said, what engineers do. They try to secure a trade-off. The trade-off is between three broad objectives. First objective is protecting individual rights of citizens. Second is protecting innovation. And the third is to protect the ability of the government to govern its citizens. So that was the three objectives that the policymakers had. So very strangely they say, if you voluntarily put your personal data into the public domain, then anybody can use it for any purpose. It is not even covered under the Act. So voluntarily, if you put data in the public domain, it is not covered under the Act. But if it is not voluntarily put into the public domain, then you need consent. So at least India has quite a firm basis to protect the rights of citizens, and all corporations, big or small, hopefully will comply with the obligation under the law. So I will end off by connecting this back to one of our projects at Meta. The project is called Llama 2. It is a near open source. There are some big distinctions from the standard open source licenses, which people will complain about, and they should complain about. But the advantage of using Llama, I'll first start with the advantage for us. When we released it, we had released the code in Python. It was not very fast. One developer called Andrei Karpathy, over a weekend, re-implemented the same code in C, became 4 times faster than us, and we ourselves took his C implementation back into our servers to use. Obviously, free software is good for the capitalists, that much is clear. But the more important thing is, once you made it so small and you could run it from small devices like a Raspberry Pi or a Pixel or even your laptop, then you can disconnect from the internet. And you can ask Llama any question, and now there is a whole series of small models like this, which are offline models, that completely protect your privacy. Nobody will ever know what question you had asked the model, because sometimes regulators in their enthusiasm will go too far. For example, the FTC in the US at one point thought that every single prompt used against OpenAI could be an attack. So they asked OpenAI to submit a database of all prompts to the FTC. And that would be a horrifying thing if you had asked some embarrassing question to OpenAI. So this is what is important, that there are multiple rights. These rights are often in conflict with each other. For example, we have a right to information. That right is in conflict with the right to privacy. And we have to be part of the policymaking process so that our lawmakers make laws which solve this double optimization or double maximization problem.
I think it's a great opportunity for startups as well, right? To be able to reply to things. I know there's a huge data problem. We'll get to that. How do you see this as an opportunity for startups? You don't need to build your own models right now. One can, but as Sunil was talking about, we have lots of open source models available right now. Data is a problem. We'll get to that. Can leverage this thing. How do you see how can this ecosystem be nurtured in that sense, and especially in Hyderabad, Telangana. Right? If you want to, let's say, become the AI capital, what are the potential pitfalls, challenges, opportunities that you see with models also being available, the open source models being available? How do you see this? The startups, I'm sure some of these people would want to take this opportunity and build something out of it as well.
A lot of people know about T-Hub, but let me spend a couple of minutes more about T-Hub. T-Hub is the world's largest innovation hub. Not sure how many people know about it. Second thing is, I don't know if you've been to that place, you will find that there are a couple of other entities also in and around. One is T-Works, and there is another tower that is coming up behind called Image Towers. So, T-Hub itself has got about 450 plus startups, right, resident in the building. And T-Works, that is next door, is the India's largest prototyping center, right? And then Image Towers that is coming up right behind is going to be one of the world's largest AR, VR, VFX gaming solutions setup, right? Just coming to your point, Praveen, about what are we doing here, making this place Hyderabad unique model. Now, leave that aside, let me continue the story that, the professor was talking about. So, he spoke about the untold story of UPI. There is a bit more about the untold story about UPI. The UPI stack that was built had a significant contribution from startups, right? So the sourcing of a lot of, applications happened from startups. There's also another application, I don't know how many people remember, I don't think we can forget, called, COVID application. You guys remember COVID? Right, so nobody can forget COVID application. Very interesting thing about what we have done to the world. I've seen people traveling from the US coming to India carrying the COVID certificate. Did any one of us carry COVID certificates? No, right? I hope I heard that. No, right? So the point is, if you lose a certificate in the US, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get the certificate. And we never lost any of the certificates unless somebody had a problem. So this was another technology export that, along with startups, India did, to the world. In fact, the other point about Hyderabad and Telangana, again, because you brought up that point, Hyderabad is the pharma capital of India. Hyderabad is the pharma or rather vaccine capital of the world. So, if you look at sector by sector, there are so many sectors where there is one transformation is happening, and Hyderabad has been contributing both to India and to the world. In fact, in that process, we have attracted Microsoft and Meta, and I'm sure that's a long list, right? So, as of now,
25 to 30% of foreign companies that want to come to India are actually coming to Hyderabad. And this is something that I am not saying it is national support. I'm sure you can go and check it out. So where I'm coming from, the opportunities exist. You don't have to look outside, beyond say India. I'm not saying you have to drop your plans if you have any, but there are opportunities right here. There are support systems that are available. I know there was this question about, it is just one GitHub or one of those entities, GitHub, etc. Both the governments as well as the institutions like ours are trying to see how we can replicate this model across different segments or sectors. For example, in colleges, many of you are probably still studying in colleges. Some of the colleges have already taken that responsibility to build innovation hubs within your colleges. And some of them have approached us, some of you have already the talent required, infrastructure required. All that might be required is to really go on and build on those. Now, when it comes to technology challenges or issues, I think both my eminent panelists have actually talked about data. In fact, I was in Delhi last week attending a seminar or a symposium on healthcare. The biggest challenge in India, and this is a challenge for all of you youngsters who want to pick the problems to solve, right, is really to look at healthcare. So, and again, there's lack of data. We were just chatting a little while earlier. There's lack of coherent data. Of course, data is available, but it is not available publicly. If a startup working in healthcare domain wants data about clinical data, or they want data about patients, you have to approach 100 different hospitals or clinics to get validated data. So that's a challenge. So one is, how do you build applications that addresses that? Just to let you know, the government of India and of course local government is actually building something called UHI. So on similar lines to UPI, Unified Healthcare Infrastructure, and that is going to be equally massive. It is being touted to be much bigger than UPI, where you unify, stratify data for patients. Patients are nothing but people like us, who go to the hospitals. So that is going to be an opportunity. I would request all the youngsters to watch out for, because if somebody is in Nagar Karnool or say Hyderabad, where do they rush if they have a critical issue? Everybody comes to Hyderabad. How do you make the tertiary care, or rather the primary care? Tertiary care is what we have offering here, which is like the Apollo hospitals, etc. The primary care facilities. How can technology, the same AI, which actually solved one of the problems that was demonstrated, can take up a challenge around healthcare? It's one opportunity that I really see that is in front of us. So the other point is that when we come to the entities like we have, we have people from 16 years to 62 years as the founders range. So age no bar. Really, it is about the idea. It is about the problem that you want to solve and the technology that you want to pick and adopt. These are the ones that exist in front of us. You just need to walk in and build on it, and we provide a lot of support from ideation stage till you are able to raise funds. So one of the motto we carry is, we want to create job creators rather than job seekers. I'm sure all of us, each one of us innately want that to be the case. So there is tremendous opportunity. Of course, there are challenges, but very confident if we have delivered UPI and COVID, I'm sure UHI and many more would follow. So, I can only wish good luck.
You've been in this, entrepreneurial ecosystem space for quite some time now. And, you've seen a lot of people come in, try to put up their startups, and you've been with the incubators. You're an angel investor yourself, right? What is the message that you would perhaps give? Because you've seen a lot of people come and try, and some succeed, some perhaps fail, right? What is it that you see? What is the message that you would want to give if somebody wants to get into this AI space? It's quite nascent now, let's say the level it's still a level playing field for now. What are what is the message that you would give them from your experience working with different startups?
What is AI use cases for different societal use cases, right? And I kept noticing the first 10 were always US case cases, UK case cases, or in a few cases, somewhere in Australia. The Indian cases were like the 30th or 40th number. I started counting after the third or fourth search. So any use case that we develop here will have to be for that kind of database and with a diverse database. Let me take a simple example. The government is developing something for languages in India, right? One of the best use cases somebody suggested was that we can use it for translating government documents, government information into easily accessible to women entrepreneurs and any other entrepreneurs across the board, right? So you can access, let's take for an example, agripreneur, right? If the agripreneur has information that they require for doing their business, in Telugu, that data will not be available easily. That information is not available easily simply because he has typed in the data, search through 10 different websites. Half of them will not be, my Telugu is not that great, but even I can make out that that translation is little off. And you have such, if the simple language translation can be made so that the person in the last mile of India can get that, understand the skill and apply for that skill. That's the best use case to start with now, right? Simple things like the Right to Information Act. Why should there be one person sitting somewhere in some office making that decision? There is in fact a startup which is working on that anywhere in India you can put in the information and the AI tool answers the question. You don't have an AI officer having to answer the question. Believe me, most of the time the AI officer has got many other things to do and he's not interested in replying to that, the RTI officer. So let there be an AI tool that's building that. Simple things like this, if you can build and execute it, the UPIs and UHIs, you have the big technicians doing it, but let's have some startups build legal, agri, health, education. Taking off from what Sujit said, there is telemedicine that's being talked about, right? One of the reasons it's not working is because there enough data around women health. And most of the times the women health is the last priority in the family. So, the data sets around that is not available. One of the entrepreneurs that I'm working with is trying to develop data for women around menstrual health, right? And that, she's developing data, she's not talking about building an AI on top of it. Right now, she's just developing the data. Can we, with different, sorry to disappoint the many, not all women are the same. We have different health problems and different issues, and different genetic compositions lead to different issues. So, if a person is suffering from a certain type of disease in Telangana, the same disease will not occur in Nagaland. Can we therefore have the data for each place? And that's something that a startup is working on. Can you build the data sets? Indian data sets will be very different from foreign data sets. And please, if we can have startups which are giving data, there's money to be made there too. Because Meta and Google are not really sharing data with us.
I hope nobody minds. We are going to create these data sets. In fact, this data set is going to become open source. Right? We are just working on a licensing model to create and release this. I was talking about, some sort of attribution should go back to people who have contributed to this. Right? And this was not built by one company. This was not built by a few engineers. This was built by tens of thousands of people coming in together to contribute data sets. In fact, over the next few months, this is the focus of Swecha. We are going to be releasing a lot of data sets from agriculture to healthcare to all of this stuff. But I'll come back to this because there's a lot more questions about data. For example, all of you are mentioning this. If I'm a hospital, why should I share my data? What am I getting out of it? But we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this in a bit. But I'll go to Raj. Raj, as a CEO of one of these very few firms, it is that I know of, which is really working on AI ML projects, product services. Can you give us an example, or have you seen projects where AI is being used to solve societal problems, where AI, not just SORAs and the ChatGPT, but something that can directly solve a social problem Have you experienced anything like that? Any projects like that would you like to share with us now?
One thing I want to say is, see, like, social problems are everywhere. So we have one customer in the US. What they do is they work in providing jobs for the low healthcare jobs. So these jobs are mostly from Mexicans or the blacks or low poor, right? They basically take up the jobs, cleaners, janitors, things like that. Right? So what they said is, this company does a job screening for all the employees for healthcare companies to hire such workers. The problem here is when you plan these interviews, the guy is so poor, he doesn't know how to come to your office, he doesn't have commute, he cannot come at the right time, and when he comes, the interviewer will not be there. So it's a big challenge to make sure that the interviewer and interviewer are both present when the interview has to take place. It's a real societal problem, right, in Philadelphia and other regions. So what we said is, okay, we can give an opportunity where they can do the interview at home, right? They will go to a web, there will be questions and they'll answer. These answers are not like ABCD, right? They are like interpreting how somebody thinks through. So somebody says that, what can you do if you find a difficult patient? So there are different ways, right? I'll talk to them, or I'll ask my manager, I'll talk to my peers. There are so many ways we can judge on how a person reacts to a problem. So what we have done for this particular stuff is, we have from the interviewer the list of 10, 15 points that somebody can say when this kind of question is asked. What we simply did is, we created a recording. The user simply records his response for that. We simply do a semantic matching, thanks to the tools we have, and we tell which of them really match, and we get the information back to the interviewer. So the interview process is done quickly. So what I believe is, wherever technology can help the poor to make a difference, it will really help. One final thing I really want to say is, when I see all these LLM, the way I see them is, there are different small tools. Some tools can convert voice to text. Some tool can translate text to other language. Some tool knows how to get information from documents. Some other knows how to get data from SQL. The beautiful part is unlike, see, everybody uses chatbot now. Chatbot was at 10 years back also. I had a lot of challenges with chatbot because never will understand the intent of the person. So those chatbots used to be, you go to the bank, select one for savings bank, select two for checking account. It is like your mobile phone only. Why? Because we don't understand how to interpret that. But now, thanks to ChatGPT, whatever you ask the question, it understands your intent. And based on it, knows what to do. And of course, we do a lot of work behind the scenes to train the model so that all scenarios, all prompts, it works. So I encourage all the youngsters here to basically use all these tools to solve different problems. When you have this set of 10 or 15 ways to solve a problem, like Praveen, like you said, any problem that we have, any challenge we have, we can think about how to bring all these tools together to solve the problem. Thank you.
It's not that we don't have the data. Data is there, but in different silos. For example, hospitals, let's take one of those big corporate hospitals, but they have lots of EMR data already available. But they are in silos. Everybody has both thing. And in fact, Raj was also mentioning a little while earlier, people have their own 5G deployments right now. There's a lot of data that's being carried, but inside a silo. In edge cloud deployment where the data is in a silo, right? What do you think? How do you think we can actually, break these silos? And I know there's a policy aspect to it, right? But what can be done? What could perhaps be an incentive for, let's say hospitals to begin with, right? To start saving some of this data, because I know that there's a lot of potential positive outcomes that can come out of that, from early detection of cancers to all of this stuff, somebody, I think you can get different perspectives on the same thing. Who would like to go first? Yeah.
Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes after Delhi. Delhi is mostly administrative, but Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes. These are central government, these are state government research institutes. And they have a huge amount of data sitting with them. So let's take an example of hospital data that we talked about. There is an organization called CCMB, right? Center for Molecular Biology. They have been trying to collect disease-related data and other kind of data. They have been trying to collect it. One thing, if we can just have a policy, a way of getting that data to them, they can then democratize that data. So there's one person who is in charge of all the data for medical. Then we can, so the way NCPI was created, then we have the central research institute which have the capability of managing the data, which understand use case of data. Because data is not just about having a data, it's understanding how it can be used and how that can impact ethical, non-ethical, all of that consideration. But if we can have a central agency which is using it, and the people scientists who understand how the data can be used and received, then those can become the places of having all the data. And make it mandatory for sharing the data. If the banks have to share my financial data, somebody can as well share my health data. So everybody is possible. So, and data can be, in a way, not be very personal, but you can at least have the data in terms of, let's say, a female so age has this is the genetic makeup. You don't have to have my name and my phone number attached. So that can be sent out. I think that could start working there.
The hospitals or clinics are the custodians, have a fiduciary responsibility to hold the data. They do not have the authority on it because we give the consent to them to, for the data storage and processing, etc. I think, I'm sure it's not something what I'm saying is new. They understand it. I think so that's where the policy needs to come in to help everybody come on to the same page so that the data sharing starts happening. It is not monetized but anonymized, what she was talking about, so that everybody starts using it the way it was done in UPI. I think that is something that is already happening. I'm sure the professor will cover that at some point. That's the way forward.
The data is ours and ours, but are they actually really acting as fiduciaries or custodians, or they also like to believe that they are holding the data? And what is there some policy on this? How do you see this?
So Meta has released a open source model called Massively Multilingual Speech, and the model can ID 4,000 languages, and it can do speech to text for 1,100 languages. So what was the data set to do that? Because when you start talking about 1,100 languages, many of the languages are resource poor languages. That means there is no digital corpora to achieve. What is the example of resource high language? It is French. So thanks to the Canadian government, every single government document in Canada mandatorily had to be translated from English to French by very high quality translators and made publicly available. So the first language where we had very high fidelity between English, between the two languages of translation was English and French. So, but then there is the other end of the problem statement, which is very low resource languages. So for these 1,100 languages, for most languages, the only text that was available was the Bible. And they got a human to read the Bible, and then they trained the model on that single recording. Yeah? And it made reasonably good speech-to-text software. High error rate, obviously, because there is no corpora, but even 60%, 70% accuracy is a good job for the first cut. So, let's take another example. There is a non-profit in Bangalore called Agami. They have a project called Open Nyai. They have created a chatbot for domestic violence so that women can ask questions about legal remedies. If you look at the question-answer pair that they have used to create the RAG pipeline before the model, it's only 300 questions and answers. And behind it, they are using some generic language model to make it into sentences and to respond to the context you're asking and so on. So again, you want to make a very powerful project, doesn't take so much data. It's only 300 question-answer pairs, you will arrive at the project. So there is a lot of work for us to do in India, which doesn't need to wait at all for data. We just need to be very clear, what is the performance we are interested in, what is the application we are interested in, and then we can quickly move to all of that. And I wanted to break the seriousness a little bit here. I think everybody is talking about very serious use cases of AI. I wanted to share two use cases which I think are useful for us. Munshi Premchand's stories are now in the public domain. They're free of copyright. So it is possible to have the story translated using a variety of open source AI systems or even proprietary to any other language, maybe Kannada, and then a Kannadiga farmer or a Kannadiga person who is illiterate can hear Dr. Rajkumar, his favorite film star, read Munshi Premchand's story to him and he can enjoy literature. So that's one application which we should all be very excited about, provided the children of Dr. Rajkumar allow us to use the personality rights of Dr. Rajkumar for that application. And then the other story or the question that I keep asking everybody is, what percentage of Indian homes do you think own a personalized piece of art? So suppose in the good old days, a king wanted a portrait of himself painted. Only kings and queens had that kind of art in their homes. You could potentially go to a cyber cafe if the cyber cafe owner is savvy, and they could use a model to render your grandmother or grandfather's photo in the style of Raja Ravi Varma or Amrita Sher Gill, and you can print it and put it in your house for about 100 rupees. This technology chain is already available to us. And imagine the profound way, because even if we estimate that 10% of Indian homes don't have this art, I suspect it is much more. My suspicion is much more. That 10% is hundreds of millions of people, and this will be a profound contribution to the quality of their lives, which is not serious, like medicine and many other serious topics that we're also talking here, because I believe the fun part of AI is going to be very exciting, and that part also should be open.
I want to add something funny here. Right? My mother is almost 88 years old, so she can go and buy sarees, but she buys for all the others and all sarees and all everywhere. So she started looking at this video things, WhatsApp and all, where people show there is a shop owner, he keeps on showing the sarees and all, she'll be watching them, all those things. So I was thinking something like this, right? So UPI, for example, has made it so easy for anybody to buy from anywhere, right? So now so many people have been able to start from the house selling sarees, selling things and all. Obviously, AI can, what you said can be applicable. My mom can probably see the saree and see how the saree looks on her, how it looks on the person she's trying to buy, right?
Why people hesitate to share, and why whatever available data we can train the model and be successful. I think that the underlying question, underlying thing is the quality of the data. That is the most important, but because of it, just with 300 question and answers, a relatively good model can be built. Now, the fundamental thing is quality of data, but in order to get the quality of the data from any person, any organization, or even from, like, somebody asks my data, I want clarity of usage. That's the main premise. If I know why that data which I am sharing is going to be used, how it will be used, clarity of usage, where it will be deployed. One of the important aspects is the policy always kind of trails behind the innovation. Okay. And today, if we go to any application, the main, once you sign up, the main disclaimer says that, are you ready to share your data? It might be used somewhere in some context. Another thing, there is no clarity in terms of how that will be used. That is the reason which I will be very much hesitant to share any of the data. So the first aspect in terms of policy making is to bring the clarity of usage. Once the clarity of usage has been stated, even though there is not a strict legal law which has been established, people will be willing to trust the system because there is a usage which is being already stated there. So quality data and clarity on the usage are the fundamental two aspects which we need to really empower everybody, and that is one of the fundamental challenges in order to really make the AI for everyone. Okay. And that is going to be one of the first challenges, and that's where the technologists, academia, and the students need to have a platform to interact. And one of the reasons behind the slowness of growth or slowness in terms of adoption is the mentorship that I do. When I interact with students as a part of my social responsibility to raise awareness on AI with a lot of students, what I feel is the environment where somebody can really ask any question without any reservation, okay, and then seek answers for that in a very secure way. That is missing. That's where we need to have a platform of mentorship without hesitation to create awareness of how the data will be used, where it will be used, what will be deployed. And one of the only forum that can enable this is the open source forum. Okay. Because open source doesn't promise any employment. But one thing open source promises is the deployment. That's the fundamental importance of open source. Once you promise what you're going to deploy, then people will trust you and then people will be ready to share the information.
Absolutely. In fact, all of this stuff that we're doing is proof of that, right? You know, to the fun part, like the Chandamama Kadalu, it's not the equivalent of the Munshi Premchand stories, but these are stories that we all grew up in. You know, Surendra was saying the same thing. There's a huge cultural connect to all of this. It's a fun way that we had, in 6 hours, 10,000 students proofread around 40,000 stories that then fed into this small language model. Even the voice collection corpus activity was a fun part, right? No, yes, sure. There are going to be a lot of fun projects, but I'll have to, go back to serious questions again. I have two questions for all of them, and probably relevant to all of us over here. Two questions for each of you. Same question, different perspectives. I know we are at the back end of this discussion. First question is, in your opinion, what should happen, what should we do to ensure that we are the AI capital of the world? Okay. And one message to all of us over here. Everybody is here for the AI days, so I'm guessing everybody is here because they want to learn and become successful in AI. Right? So what's one message that you want all of us to take away, and one key thing that you think should happen, or one thing for us to become the AI capital, whichever way you want to go? If you start with Surendra.
AI days gives me a kind of impression we are just few days away from the elections as well. Okay. So, this request, if we wanted to become AI capital of the world, AI capital leaders in the world, information is out there available. So go and use the best intuitive way of using AI. Understand your constituency, understand your leaders, understand your representatives, blog about them, share your feeds on them, and then make that as the most relevant topic, because the AI adoption is all about the relevance and the context. If we approach any problem with the relevance and the context, I think it will be the first starting step to be called as leader in that space. So my request or my message is, just few days away, we're going to elect new leaders to use the AI to the best ability and share your story, how you use AI to really understand the problems of your constituency and the representation of the leaders, what they are promising, are they relevant or they context based?
I think that would help you hit it off well. It doesn't matter whether you are an entrepreneur, founder, or a student, or somebody who's looking for a great job opportunity. I think what you need to do is where you want to go and what you really want to achieve is what you need to keep in mind, especially for entrepreneurs or would be. Try and identify the problem and solve it. For AI capital, in fact, I'm sure we are all aware that we are now $4 trillion economy. World is coming to India for market access. So if we can solve for data issues, the world will come for data as well. Just to let you know, in fact, US has got roughly about 30 foundational models, is what I read somewhere. India has got none. I think small countries like Israel or some of these, I'm not talking about China, have got probably 2 or 3 big large language models, foundational models. So there's a huge opportunity for us to build on. And of course, we have got two great organizations that are offering open source capabilities as well. So these are the areas to look into for to respond to those.
See, the IT guys never understand business, no? Same way, AI guys never understand customers or society. So first thing that I would say is, okay, we are in colleges, schools, we learn algorithms, we learn data structures, right? We get a job, at least we know how to use the tools, how to solve. So at least in the initial days, we learn how problems are being solved, right? How to change the hairstyle of a person, how to change the dress of a person, how to write a nice article, right? My daughter does all her BB assignments using ChatGPT, right? So I'm worried about that also. So my thought process is, we need to go into business or go into society to understand what the challenges are. I think it is rightly said in the morning call by professor. So we need to understand where technology can make a difference, right? There are many technologies that have to come through. I see GenAI is just one of them. I was just talking to Praveen earlier. Even big enterprises, like when we want to work with ports or airlines, they also have these big challenges. They don't have the reliable network bandwidth to use technology in ports like sensors and cameras and all. They can't. So what is happening now with new technologies like private 5G, where they are issued a bandwidth. So what I'm saying is, when technologies, players, everybody has to come and create an environment where a business problem can be solved. My earnest request to all the people is, maybe you should go and work with companies, say that you want to work on business kind of problems using AI. So get familiarized with it. So when different solutions, different problem comes, at least we know how to approach. Thank you.
I agree with you when I say when you said that people don't know where to look for problems. They seem to have solutions first, and they don't have. Then they, half the time they come to us saying, "I have a fantastic product, no market, no funding." So my simple submission is, the solution is fantastic only if there is a market. Now coming to that, the one thing that I think India can do for AI, for any data set or any modeling, any IT that we can do, is how can we model it for the last person? Whether it is, look at agri supply chain, right? We've not even thought, if you look at the way the world is looking at agri with AI, you combine the two, the things that you get is precision farming, you get things like commodity price management and things like that. In India, right now, the farmer is not, with 1 acre of land, is not really worried about how much commodity should I produce, at what price should I produce so that I can sell it. Because he's seen his neighbor, he's making, putting tomatoes, I'll also put tomatoes. Because last year he sold well, I'll also sell it this year well. But can you then have models which can, the tomato that guy is producing, where is it going? 40% of Indian food is wasted. The production that we do is wasted. Can we build models for post-harvest? Everybody is building models for pre-harvest. Can we build models for post-harvest? Where should the cold chain be? We can have mobile cold chain storages, but where should they be when the harvest happens? Right? That's one use case. Taking another use case, let's look at traffic data. India, one of the biggest problems in most cities in India is traffic. And please somebody find a solution where there are no U-turns. My everyday morning commute is, how do I find a road to go where there is no new U-turn today? So the same traffic management data that we have can solve for ambulances, which is the best route for the ambulances to take. The same data can be used for preventing accidents, predicting accidents and preventing that. So the same data can be used for lots of small things which can then be impacted in smaller towns, smaller villages and things like that. Think of solutions that can be like UPI, which is mass, which is scalable, which is everywhere to the last person it can go to. You build models in India for that. You have best case scenarios here. Then it can be deployed anywhere in the world. So that's my submission for this.
I think it is solved. Only Bangalore traffic is an NP hard problem. I don't think anybody can ever, solve that. Anybody from Bangalore? No. Okay, there are some people. Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's an NP hard. I think for me it's an NP hard problem. Sure.
Shall I? Okay, so I'll come at this. I think the other panelists have covered the question rather comprehensively. So I'll take a slightly different approach. I think some of us here are part of what we call the free software or open source software movement. It's a community of people that use or build free and open source software. But that is just one of the many openness movements. There are many other openness movements. And the problem with AI, exactly as we had during the inaugural ceremony, is that it's a dual-use technology. It comes with some risks. Just like electricity. Electricity, even today, comes with very significant risks, but also very, very useful technology for us as the human species. So, whenever anybody is selling you some technology, they will make some claims about the risk. It is risky this way, or it is risky that way. But how can you believe those claims? The only way you can believe the claim is if it follows what is called an open science paradigm. That means the software should be open source, the training data set should be available under open data license, the full documentation of what you have done should be published under an open access scholarly paper. And that is why I would slightly resist this point that India has no foundational models. Because many of these foundational models, they are even if they are proprietary models, they are released alongside with a paper, which will explain the model. You should just go and look at the names of the authors in those papers. You will see many, many Indians. So India as a country may not have built models, but Indians have definitely built some of these key foundational models, including Llama 2. We have Indian authors building them. So what should you do to be part of this open science movement? Because that is the critical moment if we want to solve the data problem. According to DST, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of Biotechnology, they have an open access policy. That means every year they give $0.85 billion to Indian researchers as grants. But the expectation is, once you do the research should be published under open access license. That is the expectation. All we can as citizens say to these professors, please also release the data set. So that in the tradition of replicability of science, some other scientists can also repeat the process and check whether your scientific claims are correct. If there is a culture of releasing data sets in India by state governments, by scientists, then these data sets will be available for us to do other things. There will be a culture of open data sets being broadly available. So I encourage each one of you, because this $0.85 billion of research is your money. The intellectual property that has been created by that is licensed to you mandatorily by government policy. You own that, you're a custodian of that IP, push that IP in a further open direction. It is going to help all of us secure this leading position on AI technology.
Since you brought it up, I think it's a pet peeve of ours, but let's take this as a challenge. Open access journals, the Elseviers and the Singers of the world charge thousands of dollars just to publish one piece of paper. Per page is I think approximately $100 or beyond for any open access journal. The problem is there needs to be scopus indexing and all of that stuff. Can we today, take a stance, say that, we are going to come up with our own open access journal, not relying on the Elseviers and the Fingers of the world, but to also, at some point get into scopus as well, because we can't start with a scopus index journal.
I mean, we may not be obsessed with journals, at least for some domains like AI.
Scopus is the problem.
Because some of the best papers in AI are not in journals. They are outside journals.
It is something that I think we should go for the next 1 year. Yes. If we can actually come up with our own peer-reviewed conference, proceedings, which are open access, and that is the huge thing, because even if you are the author right now, you can't even go and look at your own paper. And that is something that we should definitely work towards. Open science, open source software. If you want India to become the AI capital without any of this stuff, it's absolutely impossible. Let's work together on that. So it's an open call to everybody over here. Let's work together. create that open access system, open access content. Alright, so we have come to the end of it. I have a small message to give to all of you as well. While we are talking about AI, society, all the serious topics, as Sunil said, I have a slightly more fun thing to say. How do I make AI with us as the AI capital? Is first of all by letting the word go out. AI days, AI for society. My request is how many of you are on LinkedIn over here? So we should perhaps do this. Can we tag hashtag AI days? What do we do? Maybe we just go back to the previous session. Here was a UPI story, right? It had brought out different emotions in all of us. Some of you felt proud, some of you felt, oh, this is good, inspired, whatever it is. Maybe we can do this. I watched, put the link to the story. At AI days, hashtag AI days. All of us, I see more than 1,000, 1,500 people in the auditorium. All of us together, can make a big bang, right? Put out, post on LinkedIn. Say you watch this story, hashtag AI days 2024. Put out the emotion, whatever you have felt, okay? And then nominate 3 of your friends, each of us. I know this goes back to that, ice bucket challenge, but maybe, sorry, we're not doing this on Facebook any longer. But we'll perhaps do this on LinkedIn. Okay? Just because Surendra is sitting closer to me, right? We'll do this on LinkedIn maybe. Okay? Why don't we do that? Hashtag AI days. There's a good photo booth outside. We can take a photo over there, post it on your LinkedIn. Bhavneet was saying in the morning, you don't feel shame to ask for appreciation, promotion. I think we should appreciate all of us. This is a huge thing. I see a lot of energetic faces over here. Why don't we do that? Take a photo over there or something. Put it on LinkedIn. Say that you watch this at hashtag AI days. Sahiti will kill me if I don't give the correct hashtag, which is I'm not saying it out. Sahiti, AI days. Hashtag. See, Naveen is already ready to kill me. Hashtag AI for society, please also hashtag AI days. I think this is one way. These sort of conferences will actually allow us to become the AI capital. I don't think there is ever another conference like this where lots of people, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Google, everybody come and talk about all of these things. We have the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have people who are really working on AI projects, and we have the open source community, which is creating all of these things. So, they're already bored of looking at my face. So, what I will do is, I'll thank all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
How the AI is currently changing, or how do I foresee how it's gonna change the landscape in the IT industry for sure, right? What I foresee from the current trends right now, it's massively gonna impact the day-to-day life. Be it in any domain, I'm not going in specific to the fintech to start with, but be it in any domain, the generical problems gonna get impacted and gonna solved very easily going forward. And I think we are getting the flavors now. Everybody is aware of how the chat GPTs, the Soras, and all those things are working out. It's a mixed flavor. People are excited about it. There are people who are scared about it. But I do believe, I think it's a more of gonna be exciting journey going forward, because the help that the AI brings you to your day-to-day work is enormous. Like the task that you were performing till now, maybe it's in few hours, with the help of an assistant, which is trained in a specific domain or for a specific task, can actually help you deliver quite fast, like 10x or 20x, right? So it's definitely gonna do a lot of additions into our life, and specifically to the fintech world, right? Where I'm currently working on, and we are seeing the wave of the fintech, at least in the Indian economy, right? It's gonna help a lot, specifically for the areas where ease of solutioning or ease of the payments is gonna happen. A more robustness into the payments, the more openness into the payments kind of scenarios will happen. It will open up a lot of portays for us to have niche products from the payment sites, from the fintech sites that will actually get into the day-to-day life of each one of us, and it's gonna have an impact, maybe doing a half of the work for us, without taking a lot of help from us. So it's gonna positively impact our life for sure. That's my take on the AI in the coming years.
How AI is impacting today, as, as in our this generation, I feel it is immensely affecting us. We know or we do not know. For example, I can give you a certain scenario in the current financial world, how it's going on. But you can think of the when the customer getting targeted, you may be getting a call, maybe from phone, maybe through emails notifications, or maybe from app notifications. So starting from the targeting a customer to acquisition of that customer, to bringing that customer through the process of a financial journey, and then managing it over time. Everything is today happening somewhere in some form, the AI or in a word, a traditional ML is used. So it's nothing new that we have found a new thing. It's happening. Just that we are slowly realizing. And given that the awareness today is very high, people are trying to understand why did I get a message from through my mobile and why not I'm getting a phone call. So there is a difference. If you are not targeted through a phone call, that there is a certain algorithm behind that didn't prioritize you through a phone call, then maybe through a message. Right? So that's happening. And what is going to happen down the line 5 years? There are a lot of things going to happen. For example, if you have seen today any particular any technical product, or maybe you are whoever is using mobile, maybe down the before 10 years, there's just a phone. Today is not just a phone; it's much smarter than that. You can do a lot of things on top of it, right? And it has integrated today. The very basic thing today, we have the sensors through which you can play with it and you can do a lot of things. What I believe in down the line 5 years, already iPhone has built a lot of AI layers on the mobile we have. Similarly, you do see a lot of applications are built on top of it, and which would be everyone's end, and people would play like any toy. So it would be so simple and so easy. So that's how I see it down the line 5 years. It is impacting, and it will impact our life.
If we have to think from a macro point of view, it is common sense that finance drives economy. And if India has to go from a $4 trillion economy to a $35 trillion, which is the aim which our Honorable Prime Minister is setting us for 2047, we cannot do anything without actually driving finance to the next level. And if we have to do that, everybody believes that an incremental technology adoption cannot do anything for us, but we need disruptive technology frameworks that will change the landscape for us. India, thankfully, has figured out through the digital public infrastructure the two facets of the fintech world. One is the identity layer, which we all have been beneficiaries of by the Aadhaar framework and multiple other frameworks that have been rolled out over the last decade or so. The second layer is the payment framework, which the gentleman just talked a few minutes before. And again, we all have been beneficiaries. More than us, I think the bottom of the pyramid have been beneficiaries of these two layers, right? People who didn't have the any kind of identity or who didn't know how to go to a bank and initiate a payment have fundamentally benefited out of this, right? And of course, there are multiple numbers being talked about in terms of how much these technologies have created or added value to our GDP. I think the next layer is going to be credit. So the identity is fairly figured out. The payment is fairly figured out. We are also taking it to the global level. The next thing which is going to revolutionize finance and obviously revolutionize the way of life for a lot of people, and application of technologies like AI ML will be the significant development which we all will see. Thank you.
When you look at the transformation that we all have gone through, the generational transformations, probably a decade over decade, this is probably the AI generation or AI decade that we are going through, right? It's been there, but the acceleration is picking up. the acceleration of AI transformation is dramatically picking up. And if you look at probably a year ago to till now, the acceleration has been quadrupled or even more, right? So what it transforms into is in our everyday life, especially point of the customization, which is really coming down to the personalization of your own information, right? Which is how do I serve you better? It is all machines are learning that. Machines are learning you, machines are becoming better to understand what you want, how can that be served to you, right? I think that transformation has been more manual till now, right? It is when you automate it, part of the true characteristics, the behaviors that you wanted to really exhibit out of what you wanted to get out of it, you got to get it out through the machines, right? So that's a power to start with. And second thing I just wanted to add on there is, especially the fintech layer or a financial services layer, and my partner here rightfully called out, which is finance is the center of the world, right? Everything is centered around finance. And when you look at your financial information, how that is secured enough, how that has been monitored, how that has been looked into in terms of your banking or in terms of your trading, in terms of your own activities that you do with finance, everything is going to change in a way that it is going to be much more personalized, much more into the aspect of how best can I do, what is the best, and a lot of those recommendations come to you rather than you seeking that. Lastly, I want to conclude with this, which is recently I saw a post on LinkedIn which said humans are going after machines in terms of phones. We're all watching phones, but machines are reading us, right? When machines are reading us, they are becoming smarter, and that smartness is what going to reflect back onto what we do on a day-to-day life.
Very well said. Very well said, sir. Thank you. So I'll just double click on one of the key points that you mentioned, right? The hyper personalization, or how customers will see an evolution of kind of services that we'll see, right? So you and Sarah represent a global firm, Paytm, right? Anand represents an Indian giant, and Sir represents a startup. So how individually within your, I would say an industry level, right? How are you guys getting ready for the wave? What kind of changes should each of your industries what should the audience take from each of these industries as the next wave, from a technology perspective or from a consumer perspective? What should they be expecting, or anything of that?
Yeah, I think I'll address that in a couple of ways, right? And then probably pass it back this way. I think from a consumer point of view, you have to be cautious about how is your data, is that data secured enough or not, right? Your personal information, is that secured enough or not, right? How far it is, how global it is being transformed into, and how much of that is something that you want to share or not, right? Some of those are not in your control, right? So when you go onto the websites nowadays, they're asking for cookies to say, do you want to accept these cookies or not, right? Watch out. I think it is important for you to watch out what you're accepting, what you're not accepting, right? For example, the other day I was just traveling with another person, and somebody calls and says, hey, somebody is tracking you. On your Snapchat app, you turn your location services on. So they're really tracking you, right? So that means you're with this person, you're going there, right? So you have to watch out what information that you're sharing, right? That kind of impacts your personalization. And second side of it is companies, organizations, what they're trying to do is they're trying to really predict. They're trying to build those predictive models around your personal data, right? So we have a lot of our focus right now is a lot of that chatbot technologies we are bringing in, and making sure that we're able to address your questions, your personal questions, much more freely and much more accurately, right? That accuracy is increasing as we speak, but we are not there yet, right? It's a journey. The model is improving as we speak, but I think it all comes back to understanding the intent. That is where the model maturities are coming along, the multimodal maturities, the intent behind that human behavior. more we understand, more personalization that we can start doing. And that's the journey that we are in. And as we mature enough, the serving to the customer becomes much more easier and much more accurate as well.
Yeah, probably I'll talk about the context a bit. The gentleman talked about the intent. So we are in the trade finance industry, and everybody knows that when a small business trades, buys or sells something to another business, it is not a straight line, right? So there are dips and there are seasonalities attached to it. There are a lot of dynamic situations where a customer is paying you very early. There are situations where the customer pays you late, right? And it's not just about telling a financial institution that, hey, go and fund this guy for about 10 lakhs, right? But it also is about giving the context. And that context can only be established when we look at large data sets. We look at the history within that spectrum of that industry. And we are able to bring intelligence which doesn't exist in the financial services ecosystem. So today, all of us know that banks are dependent on credit bureaus, right? So when somebody applies for a personal loan or when somebody applies for a corporate loan, or a personal loan, the usual thing or a baseline thing which a financial institution does is to check about your financial history of what you have done, whether you have defaulted or paid your home loans, paid your EMIs properly, right? Now, this is a very baseline kind of checking that happens with the historical data that the system has captured. But what about people who do not have a history of data, right? What about people who face new dimensions of business? So today I might be a small business, serving about 100 customers. But the moment I get listed on an Amazon or the moment I get listed on an e-commerce website, probably I'm staring at a million plus kind of customers who could come and ask me for business, right? And how do I meet the financing needs of these transactions is a fundamental challenge which trade finance institutions do not know how to solve currently. Because on balance sheet, on financial history, I may be worth only X lakhs or X crores in terms of my eligibility to draw financing. But I have a genuine case of looking at an hyperactive business traction which needs financing solutions, right? That's where ProFintech comes in. We are working with some of the voluntary organizations like iSpirit, which was at the beginning of UPI before even the NPCI came into picture. iSpirit was championing UPI payment ecosystems, and they are at the front end of bringing innovations which have an impact for the next decade or 2 decades, right? It's not about just trying to solve what is in front of us for the next year or so, but about creating something which can impact generations. So we are working with them. There's a first cohort which has come out where we are looking at large data sets and applying machine learning technologies to figure out if we can make this a kind of an auto decision process, right? Where people may not bring the data sets which usually people bring to a bank, but looking at their identity and looking at the industry and the trading situation they are in, we are able to make a decision that yes, this business would require this kind of financing at this point in time, and make that a kind of fulfilling story for that business. Because from a trade perspective, if you are not giving financing at the time of the need, then we should not be existing in the first place, right? So it's like a hospital. It's like a hospital in many ways, because if a patient walks in with a pain or a problem, and if you're not able to solve it and ask them to fill a form or give some do some requirements, then what's the use of being a financial institution in the first place? So we are thinking from that perspective, Kumar, and we are on an initial journey because the financial services industry is highly regulated. There are a lot of other challenges of risk, etc., which we need to solve for. But I think the direction that we are all taking is in the right spirit.
The way I see it in this case is that this is a win-win situation for both industry as well as the customers. So industry want to do better in their margins so that business can float, they can make good money over time, and customer wants better experience. So then needs to be balanced. Now, how AI is doing it? AI is, the way I see it, AI is going to enable it. so that business has better way to make money. At the same time, as a customer, I get better experience. That's what we want. And the same time, the beautiful things are happening as you see in this landscape for last 2 to 3 years, right? So if you look at simple KYC, know your customers. So simple things like you upload a document. Today people are just calling you, call over a video. You do not need to go to a particular bank or something and just prove it that you are the customer, right? So there are a lot of things are happening through this, and this is where, in a way, AI is making many things as an enabler. So it also brings like a lot of concerns as customer says, do I, my data is get secured? Am I sharing whatever the data I'm sharing? These are my personal information. I'm giving right consent so that the models are getting built or the customers are getting targeted. So I think that's where government is going to do a lot of role. And in the same scenario, RBI also playing critical role where, as you see over time, in US it is always there. The market is well regulated and a lot of compliance is there. And I do see India is going to catch up on that. RBI has already put a lot of rules and regulations to build a lot of things. And recently you have seen this AI advisory came out, like how to build models, how to do things, but that's still not getting enforced. But the way I see it, that's in some point of time going to happen. So customer needs to look at it in more positive way so that the data is secure. The trust is going to be built.
Just to refresh the question, what the customers should foresee or expect as we grow in the AI world, especially towards the fintech, right? So pretty much covered by the folks over the panel. I will just complement the answers and totally agree in aligned with the directions the folks has already described the things. But I will just add 2 points over here, right? Whatever the next outcomes that we're gonna see, right? Whatever the next products that the customer is gonna see will always be accompanied by 2 dimensions. One is on the fingertips, that is speed. So just to give an example, right? Let's take an example of KYC. So previously, when you used to go to a bank, it used to take maybe few days for you to complete the KYC because you have to submit the form, submit the documents and all those things. Nowadays, you just go there, fill the details and you are done. It's on your fingertips and it's with the accuracy, right? Lending. The underwriting nowadays is on the fingertips. You just apply for it and within few seconds you will get an SMS, congratulations. Yeah. Or even nowadays it's going even above that. Without applying, you are getting the messages that congratulations, you've been allotted. So definitely with the accuracy, a lot of accuracy gonna increase, a lot of speed gonna increase, and the second dimension is affordable experts, I would say. So if I just ask in the room, right, how many people here have a wealth manager? Maybe very few, hardly one hand or maybe nothing, right? So, but with the help of AI, with the help of technology, the segment of robo advisors or the wealth advisors, which are affordable to the medium class, right, to affordable to the new young generation, is gonna happen, and that credit goes to the AI world, right? Because finance is a very very big world where you have to diversify, you have to learn a lot of things, right? And if an expert is sitting out there giving you an advice very cheaply, which also works in your direction according to your goals, that's something you should expect going forward in the fintech world. That's my 2 takes on it.
There are multiple challenges, but one of the positive things which I would like to start this, Kumar, is that whether we like it or not, the rules in the financial services industry or the regulations in financial services industry have been unknowingly made by the wrong set of people, right? When I say wrong set of people, these are defaulters. So when one Nirav Modi uses an instrument like a letter of credit to defraud the system, suddenly the entire rules for millions of other customers have been framed, right? It's like almost somebody going and crashing into a divider and then, without doing any checks on why the accident happened, we come up and put a traffic light or a signboard saying that this is an accident prone zone, right? So that has unfortunately happened over the years. So the good thing which is happening in this space is that a lot of data is coming into use, and RBI and SEBI and multiple other financial regulators who are the key stakeholders in the system are kind of believing that we need to look at the larger pools of data and bring in things like AI and ML before taking decisions which can impact the lives of people. Because obviously, if I decide based on one Nirav Modi whether to lend or not to the next million customers standing in the line, I would have probably done a disservice, to several customers. So that I think will be is a good thing which is happening. There are several challenges as you can imagine. Regulations always take time to catch up with any new technologies, and that is big in India because it's also about financial stability, right? Finance has both angles, right? It's a kind of a double-edged sword. So on the positive side, it can fuel the economy, it can fuel the growth. But if you don't do it the right way, the economy can just spiral down and create huge problem for everybody, not just for government and RBI, but even for common people. You guys would have heard what happened in countries like Zimbabwe, right? Or what happened in countries like Argentina, etc., when there was spiraling inflation. And all of us have seen that to buy a 1 kilo of tomato, people used to take a pile of cash in a country like Zimbabwe to do that, right? Obviously, we don't want to go through that situation. So there will be a lot of caution before mainstreaming these technologies. But I am an optimist. I think that as the adjacent technologies or adjacent systems like the identity layers, the payment ecosystems, and things like account aggregator. I don't know how many of you have heard about that. Today, there is a regulated framework called account aggregator, which, if you give consent, can actually touch all your financial services providers like banks and NBFCs and take out a history of what happened in the past, right? So as these adjacent technologies and ecosystems mature, I think there will be a greater propensity for government and RBI to support adoption of AI and ML. Not just adoptions, but also to support mainstreaming these technologies. But till the time these things mature and till the time it is proven with data sets, we still have to bear with a little bit of a slowness, which is okay. I mean, we don't want to take a step and suddenly get into problems, right? So that's what I'm seeing.
True challenges point of view, I probably put India probably on the better side of it than rest of the countries, right? To be in fact, because our fintech industry has been really matured, right? The great example is the previous session that we really had, the NPCL that is driving a billion people systems, right? That kind of maturity is probably not there even in US, right? So I think definitely we are better off. AI, right? I think European is slightly better in terms of the regulations. They at least came up with a AI Act, right? We haven't seen that come out of India. So if something that like that comes out, and which is gives us clarity on what can be done, what can be done, I think it just gets us another edge as well. And even in India, government wise, there is a lot of support for AI. AI in India is definitely a big motivating factor for entire India as a whole. So I know the gentleman spoke about the underlying financial challenges. I don't want to go into that specific things, but I think the challenges, if anything at all, I think for us is the variations and the maturity level of people that we deal with, the billion people, that really brings in a quite wide spectrum of the maturity and the adoption, and how do we really tune our technologies to adopt that spectrum of the variation, whether it is highly educated to not educated. How do we really deal with that, right? I think we are much better there already in fintech world, but I think AI will be enabler, but we need to solve some of those underlying challenges that comes with it.
The AI is nothing but, just in a simple words, this is a data stack, and using the data, the models are built and then models are getting deployed. So currently the process is that how can you make it this two end point within a very quick interval of time, so that's where you have a better business to be there, and then you will make an impact to the customers. So doing that, that is where the current challenges are more. Like, how do you first prepare those data? How do you gather the data in the particular business context? I think many times people are struggling there to gather data and preparing the data on which you can build a model. This model is nothing like you just put in garbage in and garbage out, right? So it will not learn anything magical, whatever, nothing there in the data. You need to make sure whatever the use case you have in hand, you understand the problem well and keeping the right set of the data and putting to the right kind of algorithm and get the right set of output. Now you have an output. Model is trained, everything is good, but you can't put it in production because your production framework or the current the hardware or the architecture is available in the technical stack that is not capable to do it. For example, I build a model using a Gen AI Llama 7 million model, and I want to make a fraud detection on this, which I need to make a decision within maybe 1 to 2 milliseconds. That is impossible to do, because you need to generate data and pass through the model and get it out, right? So that required a massive infrastructure to do that particular inferencing or scoring to make it work. So it is not about the technology or the financial world, the required technology. It is not about this machine learning and AI algorithm. That requires the infrastructure and certain kind of hardware and software stack to support to that. And that's where the fintech, so-called tech, is helping the fin side of it to evolve faster. And that's a big thing happening, and this will keep evolving as we speak. And that's the beauty of this complete world.
Again, it's the fourth term. Most of the things are being covered. But yeah, 2 points. Very, very important things said by my friend Sarah. Garbage in, garbage out. It's the data quality that's gonna be used to train the model to actually say that we're gonna be an AI leader or we're gonna be having a lot of AI driven applications is gonna play a very, very important role, right? And that's one thing, I guess, where we as an Indian or as an as a country have to do a lot of work on. Definitely now we have some base through the Aadhaar, through the PAN, right? But still a lot of things to be done, which says, okay, these are the unique identifications and all these are the well structured data which I can use to train my model, which will produce the accuracy which I am expecting, right? So a lot of importance has to be given to the data quality if we want to excel into the AI world. And the second thing from the India's perspective, right, on the AI journey, what I see is adoption, right? We are very, very diversified country, right? Religion, caste, wealth levels, a lot of diversions, right? You just imagine, suppose if the demonetization would have not happened, for example, what would have been the percentage of UPI transactions or the digital wallet transactions as of now? I'm pretty sure the upper layer would have adopted it very, very nicely and would have done it, adopted it very nicely and have given a lot of inputs to it. But the lower layer, which is a larger layer into the Indian ecosystem, right, might have struggled a little bit because it might be possible that much effort into the adoption might have not been kept if the demonetization would have not happened. Right? To do, even if we build a lot of AI driven applications, right, a lot of efforts needs to be put for the adoption to the lower level, right? We have a tier 2, tier 3 people who still believes in the cash market, right? They still want to do a cash transactions. Now you're just saying that, okay, there is a chat bot or there is a voice bot, right, which will just do the transactions for you. Just tell it, right? How much changes they have to bring in their day-to-day life or their thought process, that whether this is gonna happen fine or not, even if it is a 10 rupees transaction, 100 rupees transaction, right? So that adoption, the drive for the adoption has to be there with a lot of force. From the AI's perspective, whatever application you deliver, you have to be on the ground. You have to make it very, very usable, very easy to use, in a different targeting different segments, maybe language wise, the region wise, and then drive for the adaptability. Until unless that won't be done, I think it will be a slow start. Slowly it will pick up, but for a faster thing, like to tell the story like UPI, right? You need either some event like demonetization, or you need some force which actually drives the adoption. Sure. Let me start maybe this time. With AI, there are a lot of challenges for sure, and responsible AI. Actually, I'm very happy that responsible AI is picking up early in the days, right? Uh, with If you see the boom of 2000, right, where we were adopting towards the technology, the backslashes that that could happen because of the technology was not brought that wisely or with that much voice previously, and then slowly we saw that the impact over it, right? But it's really good if we start with the responsible AI from the day zero, or in the early days itself. It's very important, it's very helpful technology, and at the same time it can be very dangerous for us, right? Because both the sides of world exist, right? You will see people who wants to build the applications who are like really helpful, but at the same time you will see the people who just want to ditch you, or who just want to make a fraud or make money out of it, right? So to create this responsible AI, early stage regulations, or a kind of community which can say, okay, these are the standards which will be followed while releasing an AI app or an AI feature, right? Anything, it's kind of gold market standards we have, right? If you're going to have a buy a gold somewhere, right? You generally see that, okay, these states just are being passed, or any software you see, you generally check these are the security checks which are being passed or not, right? If you can together come up with an standard that, okay, whatever the application or the feature that you are building through the help of AI or delivering as an AI, it has to go through certain security checks, or it has to pass certain benchmarks, and that becomes a kind of hallmark that, okay, this is a sanitized app which it's not gonna harm the general people, right? And that will build a sense of trust within the people, that, okay, I'm going to have an application which will be working for me rather than working against me, right? So it's gonna be a very important charter as we grow in the AI world. It will be very interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, so this is very interesting theme, like responsible AI. So, but when we say responsible AI, so first we need to understand what do we mean by that, right? So it is where the responsible lies. So it is the person or the company or the organization who is building these models, right? So the model is built, and then model is used for certain decision. For example, if you are getting a card or a credit decisioning is happening, you know that decisioning happens. So now I will just catch up on two themes, which is very important, I believe. One is the model bias, and second part is that how can you bring accountability through transparency. So what I mean by the model bias is that when I build a model, like as you collect the data, there is a certain inherent bias into it. For example, you collected a certain amount of data only because the person who surveyed or the way the data is collected, it is targeted to only male, not much female. Now the data is highly biased towards male, so because he has seen more attributes of those male population, so that when the decisions are made, and it says you are likely to get more profitable if you target a male customer rather than female. Now this is a bias inherent to the data that is selected and the model you build and the algorithm you choose to build these models, right? So now going, but the important part is that the regulators who is looking into this model, or let's say I own the model, so my primary purpose is to understand, is this model is biased towards something or not? Is it biased towards a certain language or certain race? So how can you make sure that? That is one responsibility lies with which building this model and posting to the customers at a final decision. Second part is that the interpretable AI or explainable AI. So now the decisions are made. Now we need to explain. I say no, Kumar, I can't give you a credit of next. Let's say you are asking for, let's say, 1 lakh incremental credit or a credit line increase. Now I am saying, no, I'm not going to give you the credit line increase. Then I need to explain you why I'm not going to give you this credit line increase, right? That part when I build into my system, I'm creating the transparency. So Kumar would be more now trustable with me, that he believes me what I'm saying, how my decisions are made, and that is the responsibility lies with me. Right? So these two aspects are really more important. There are more to it, but these are two critical things today. How the models are built.
One, I think, as I mentioned in the previous comment, the financial services ecosystem is highly regulated. And the good part is that a lot of financial intermediaries, whether it is insurance companies or banks, are regulated, which is not the case in many industries, right? So today, if you look at media or if you look at technology companies, they are not regulated. None of the Facebooks or Googles of the world are regulated, right? So in those sectors or in those industries, obviously the technology will be miles ahead of regulations before we open up our eyes and see that there are certain things which have happened the way which we didn't want to happen. Fortunately for us, the financial services industry is regulated, and also the service providers have an element of discretion. So if you are a bank or an insurance company, you are not allowed to just go ahead and go give loans to anybody, right? So there are certain ways and means of looking at it. For example, if there was a small company here which comes up and says that, hey, I would like to build a factory which will manufacture, say, machine guns or say narcotic substances, they're not going to get the loan, right? Because these are banned business activities. Fundamentally, they will not be allowed to come inside. So, talking about the ethical side of AI and ML technologies, I think there is a fundamental design level deterrence which has been built because of the nature of this industry, because of the nature of these regulations. So I personally think, and I could be wrong here, this is based on my experience and my bias, that there may be very less scope for things to just crop up out of the blue and create ethical issues within the spectrum of fintech or financial services ecosystem. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
I think we are evolving, right? Ethics play a big role in the entire AI spectrum. Organizations are really transforming their chief ethical officer into chief ethical AI officer, right? To make sure that there are ethics that are looked from an AI spectrum point of view. It's very important. So I look at it as probably 3 or 4 sectors. One is what organizations are doing, making sure they are doing ethical AI, ethics at the center of the AI. The second dimension is government, as the gentleman talked about, the regulations, the AI acts that are coming together, that really plays a big vital role. And third, we all are consumers. We are on consumer side of it. We also have to play a role into it to make sure that ethically we are able to consume the services that are being offered and challenge if something that is not right. I think we all have a say in this entire ecosystem. And overall, I think ethics is one of the reason probably AI didn't take off as much as it's supposed to as we are sitting here today, right? Because ethics, the kind of data controls that we want to put around, the kind of regulations that we want to, everything passing through that stages makes it even becomes challenging in these LLM models, because they want a lot of data, and all of the data is fed in. There are no controls in it. Then how do you really make sure that data is controlled enough and ethically correct enough to make sure that we are serving the right information to the right people at the right time, right? I think these things all play a vital role as we evolve, and ethics is really organizations are putting at the center of it as they evolve the AI practice as a whole.
I think one of the very interesting themes which is taking shape is the whole data and behavior footprint that we are generating as consumers, whether it's a corporate entity or whether it is an individual consumer, right? There is tremendous amount of data across various platforms and systems that is getting generated. I have taken an Uber in the morning to come here. I have made a payment using my GPay or PhonePay. I'll probably go back and do something, take a metro rail or something. So there is a data and a behavior footprint which is getting generated. Now the challenge is how do we bring these together, right? And whether we like it or not, there is a very thin line between snooping on privacy and creating something for the productive use. Now sitting in Hyderabad, we've all been reading news about phone tappings and things like that, right? So, people will always have a fundamental challenge of where do we draw the line. But to answer to your question, Kumar, is that if we can find a way in a clean and ethical manner to integrate the data footprint that we all generate, it is going to evolve into financial magic, right? We will see a day very soon where AI and ML will be able to give out a very, very curated experience of what financial products, at what rates of interest, at what points of time that you will be needing from the financial services providers, right? And that is going to fundamentally change the way the financial services ecosystem or industry has been built over a period of time. But more exciting is that it is going to bring a lot of changes into our way of life, because now we are going to get access, we are going to get better rates, we are going to get better financial products driven and fueled by AI and ML, right? So those are my thoughts around this.
One important thing, the way I see currently is happening or also will happen. So one thing which has happened is the financial inclusion. That is a good part which has happened, and then payment systems are in place. Now these things are placed. Now as a young India is growing up, what they need is the financial stability. So that is one of the important thing. What is the country is going to do something about it, and that is coming up. For example, so there are, as you have seen, there are very minimal instruments where people can diversify their wealth. Today, that is increasing. You may have seen these mutual funds have taken a lot of traction last 4 or 5 years, and people have started investing in stocks. Now they are getting learned in how to do that. Now there will be more safer instrument will be created where people will be more going to invest and make sure they have their financial stability. So that is what I think will happen. And I can give, there are some interesting stuff like pay over time, or they call it pay later. That's the easy credit everyone has in some form or the other, right? Where they can get that credit and do some sensible transaction out of it and then pay back, right? At the same time, what we see as easy credits are coming, that has its own challenge. So as we are going through these systems of change, we need to find that balance and make sure we get to a stable scenario where the country's wealth is safe and sustained over time.
My 2 cents on the question, Kumar. The answer is yes, I would say. To me, AI for India or India with the AI, there are 2 things which are required. One is the talent, and the second is intent. And we in India have both, and in plenty, right? So it's gonna happen for sure. We gonna be leader sooner. That's my belief. And it's gonna happen for India, especially in the fintech domains, health domains, where we have a lot of to catch up. And the acceleration that we'll see in those catch ups will be something which the world will see for sure. That's what I think.
Seriously, I think it all starts with the talent, right? And we are here sitting here in JNTU Hyderabad, where there are a lot of students that are really growing up in AIML specialization, right? When I'm growing up, I didn't even hear any of those terms, right? Of course, it's a while back. So the reality is the talent is being built around AI here. That's definitely the number one big positive. The second side of it is we have already done in payment systems. We've done it. We have the subject matter expertise. We have the kind of financial background financial systems, how they operate, what it is, what the challenges are at scale, right? We talked about scale as well. So we've seen it all, right? So we have the advantage than any other country in the world. And I think that combination is super powerful. When we bring that together and the intent that he talked about, and our heart is there, right? We are there, we are technologists, we are passionate, and we bring that passion together and make that happen. I think we're going to be very powerful. And it starts from top down, right? Our leaders like Modi, all the way down, it is AI centric, how they're driving India to be AI centric. I think all of that just fuels, comes together, and we're going to be a very powerful country as we go along.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This conference is the largest AI conference in the country that has been held with an overwhelming response and resounding success with 2,000 plus participation of academics, researchers, IT professionals, students and representatives from the government organizations. And this conference is deliberating on a lot of issues which have a real place for the people's issues to be solved. And from the tracks of fintech to the agri-tech to the health sciences to the life sciences to foundational research in AI, there are close to 8 and 9 tracks that include journalism, creative media industry, and all the issues that are related to the commons in all of these sectors is being jotted down, and the deliberations are being held to see on how do we solve problems for the commons. This conference began with the launch of a AI model where people communicate with the machines. There were 3 farmers who lost their dear ones because of electrocution. It's not that the farmers do not know how to switch a motor on or switch a motor off, but rather they just got electrocuted because when they water the fields, they get drenched in water, and one droplet of water from their little finger or index finger when they switch on the button is sufficient to be electrocuted. And this AI model that we built enables the farmers to communicate with machines, and while doing so, it made it really possible for them to give oral commands either to switch the motor on or switch the motor off. They can do it remotely, they can do it near the borewell site, or they could with the borewell site. And I think this is something which is going to be a path-breaking thing, because farmers being able to communicate with machines, agricultural workers being able to communicate with machines, we are only one step away from people with different languages being able to speak to each other. The only thing that is required is language models in different languages, and then there is already a bridge of being able to talk to one another. And the 3 farmers, we have called them. One is a mother of a farmer who died because of electrocution. Her name is Bhimamma. The other woman whose husband passed away because of electrocution, and her name is Ashamma. And there was Basavaraj who lost his brother. There are thousands of farmers who just get electrocuted not because they don't know the why and how of switching on and switching off motors, but rather because of the harsh climatic conditions or the harsh conditions in which they need to live and work. And this conference is a resounding success, the first of its kind in India. And I thank all the people and the support that we got from everyone in making this conference a grand success.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Having this conversation with all of you. I want to start off with a little bit of my experience of having worked with all of you over the last year, and why I believe that the curation of this panel is very, very important, especially for the topic that we're going to be talking about today. Innovation in campuses innovation and entrepreneurship in campuses has been a conversation for over a decade now. through the ministries, through policy, through conversations within campuses, and also aspirationally for a lot of universities to build a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in campuses. And of all the universities that I've had the privilege of interacting and working with and understanding the energy behind intentionally designing and driving this culture, I felt that the three of you bring extremely unique insights into the conversation. I know I'm going to start with Dr. Janaki, who leads the Institute's Innovation Council work at Mount Carmel College. They're at the helm of a very interesting change as a university and a college that has primarily been for young women, and have now sort of opened doors for it to be a co-ed college. And they're exploring many different ways and many I think interesting experiences as to how redesigning this culture or tweaking this culture to engage with both genders. And we're going to talk about that a little bit as I introduce her. Thank you, Janaki ma'am, for joining us today. And we'd love to hear a little bit more about what you do and your role and the work that you're doing at Mount Carmel College in just a little bit. And then there is Dr. Leena, who heads the SDG cell at Christ University. I'm an alumni, so I always feel a little bit biased when I speak about Christ University. So much of so many things in the trajectory of our lives, of those that have attended universities, such as the three of you here, and it's altered our lives in so many ways. And the universities keep giving to their alumni. And I'm pretty sure it's not just limited to Christ University. Leena ma'am also leads an extremely important conversation in the campus, which is that of sustainability. And I'm excited to explore her role in building a culture of not just entrepreneurship, but also responsible entrepreneurship. And how can we build pro-planet innovation within campuses and within young people. And then we also have Dr. Anila. Thank you so much for joining us today from Jain University. You have an extremely important role because you literally help young people become entrepreneurs. And I don't think there is a better way of actually introducing the work that you do. While innovation and entrepreneurship continues to be an important but a non-academic pursuit for many universities in the country, you lead a program at Jain University which is just focused on building entrepreneurial skill sets, mindset, and it'll be exciting to see young people graduating as entrepreneurs as they complete the course. So welcome everybody. I'm going to invite all of you to now take your turns in introducing a little bit more about you and more about your work, and how we can design this conversation today. Dr. Anila, do you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Anila Bajpai, and I've been associated with Jain University for over 2 decades now. It's an absolute privilege to get the space to do what you are passionate about. And I think Center for Management Studies has always given me that space to think, innovate, and design courses which is more relevant, and which is much required in today's need in today's environment. The program which we are currently, putting all our energy in personally with my team is the BBA Entrepreneurship World of Work program. We focus heavily in terms of how can we encourage students to ideate, right? And we do definitely bring in the sustainability issues and the SDG, all the 17 SDG goals, right in the beginning of the program. And then through their course of 3 years, we encourage them to really go ahead with that idea and make it into a prototype. And then we look at products and releasing those products and services into the market. So yes, I think it's a very, very satisfying role which I'm playing, and to see children blossom into confident young minds. And I think the whole idea is to celebrate their journey. I wouldn't say that there are failures. I would definitely say every bit of their journey is a stepping stone to it. So yes, that's what in a nutshell the BBA entrepreneurship program really looks at. Thank you.
Dr. Leena, do you want to introduce us into your role at Christ University, please?
Definitely. First of all, good morning to all, and happy Women's Day to all of you. It's very exciting for me to part of this discussion where we are talking about designing for innovation in campus. Basically, I am a professor at management at Christ University. I am also associated with Christ University for last 2 decades. And I am heading the SDG cell at the university right now and molding the students to be a responsible citizen and taking care of the society, taking care of the environment. So there is a passion assigned, aligned with the role what I am doing. So I am very much passionate about how the students should move forward, taking up their responsibility, whatever way. Especially we are talking about this ecosystem of innovation and the campus involvement in that, thriving for successful startups. The basic fundamental part would be ask the facilitators, ask the mentors. We have to make sure that they have this idea, ethical, conscious way of thinking and fixing the problems in the society. And when we talk about the startup culture in India, we can see a remarkable growth over the couple of years and couple of decades, I can say that. And we can see an evolution that have contributed to this vibrant ecosystem. And Christ University is part and parcel of it. And we are giving a lot of opportunities and avenues and platform for the students to involve in this process. And we have our own incubation center. It's not only for BBA program or MBA program. Across university, different departments, they are pursuing with that. Their curriculum, their research, and their academic activities, all that is connecting with that. So we are giving a platform for the students to explore unexplored areas. So I'm very happy to be part of this particular panel discussion where we can get more ideas and how we can go ahead with this kind of a system where we can make a responsible citizen. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Of course, ma'am. Thank you so much. Dr. Janaki, the floor is yours. Please tell us a little bit more about your work.
Yes, a very good morning to all present. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share this platform in this discussion to delve into this important topic of innovation, designing innovation in the campus. First of all, I want to bring greetings from our sister Albina, who is the director of Mount Carmel College, and our principal, Dr. Lekha George, and Dr. Shanti, who is the Dean of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And I feel honored to be part of this discussion, and I'm looking forward to sharing insights and also learning from my fellow panelists here. So I am Dr. Janaki. I'm associate professor in School of Commerce, and I'm also the innovation ambassador and president of MCCIIE. So MCCIIE is a Mount Carmel Center for Innovation, Incubation, and Entrepreneurship. And what do we do in MCC IIE is creating a culture, a ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship. And I must say, MCC IIE is the outcome of the initiative by the government of India. So back in, let's say, in the year of 2018, Ministry of Education came up with this idea of fostering a culture of startups, innovation. So through which IIC came into picture. IIC is the institution's innovation council. So that is the initiative of MOE. So through that, our institution very gracefully embraced the idea of becoming an institution that looks forward for innovation. And that's the outcome of MCC IIE. But I must say that spirit of innovation, spirit of ideation was way back, I think I can date 2007. So if you see there, we already started with this ideology of encouraging students to think out of the box, creative thinking and implementing certain kind of innovative ideas. So we used to call back then E-Cell, entrepreneurship cell. And we had named it as, I still remember, Initium, right? Where it was a small idea where we thought our students should not just be thinking of seeking job, but they should be the future entrepreneurs. And I still remember we had different events and organized different talks where it made students to think beyond what they can what the corporate can offer. Think beyond, but we never thought of, to be very frank, we never thought of sustainability then. We only thought of business ideas and business models that can, break the corporate way of thinking. So, and when 2018, when the government came up with this idea of sustainable innovations, we never gave a second thought. We immediately jumped into the idea and we started with MCC IIE. And I must say, we have great things to offer in our campus. We have created an ecosystem where students are just not pushed into the academic arena, but they are made to think beyond their textbooks. They are made to think beyond what is to be offered in a classroom. So we conduct various events, speaker series, and we connect with industry. We have entrepreneurs coming in. They give us the insights. And the best thing that we have in our campus is it's just not about student entrepreneurs, but we have even the faculty. So if you see, it is a collaborative efforts between faculty and students. And I can say we have a very interdisciplinary approach. And further, maybe during the discussion, I would want to talk about the number of programs and startups that we have. And I must say, thank you for having me here, and would like to share more insights.
Thank you. It's very interesting to hear that there is, a piece of how you run this is not just interdisciplinary, that is between students of different departments, but also in collaboration with faculty. So I'm going to ask the first question to you, Dr. Janki. Tell me a little bit about what role does the faculty and the entrepreneurial ideas or entrepreneurship ideas that faculty play in the ecosystem of, of cultivating this culture of, innovation, of thinking out of the box or thinking beyond. What role does the faculty play?
So basically, if you see our council, that is the MCC IIE itself, we have a faculty, it's a very collaborative effort. We have a faculty council as well as student council. We call student secretaries and the council. So if you see, we go through a training called Innovation Ambassador Training, which is a curated program by the government. So what happens here is IIC, annually, they have a number of training programs that gets organized in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of IPR, in terms of ideation, in terms of concept development, design thinking. They have a different tracks through which we go through this training. So we as faculty in our institution, we go through this training. We go to this IIC institutions where they conduct the trainings, and I think about 40 days at a stretch we have the training, and we also get certified to say, okay, this so and so person is now in a position to go and mentor and give guidance to the students. So that is the best thing that as faculty we get trained by the industry mentors, by the government, and also we get certified. And with that, we have some kind of a solid, a foundation where we come back to our campus and we transfer that knowledge to our students. So what happens is, when that happens, students come up with ideas, and we faculty become mentors. With whatever knowledge that we have, we start collaborating with students, and we start talking, and is certain point when it is out of our hand, we take experts from the industry who are very generous to come and help us in terms of how to develop a concept or how to come up with a design for the product. And I must say, we are a non-technical college. We do not have a great base for technology, but I must say, when ideas come in, when we get challenged about the new technologies that are available, that's when we approach IIC or the industry experts, and they with open arms come to us and they tell us how exactly we can improvise in terms of technical aspects. And I must say, we have a startup program. We are so glad, and I'm privileged to share this in this platform. We have a startup corner which is established in our campus. It is called Utkrasht. So it is a pure startup where the entrepreneurs are faculty and students. Let's say we have faculty entrepreneurs from the Department of Botany, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, and we have from Department of Environmental Science. So it is all a collaborative effort. So to this startup, we have students as well as faculty coming together and testing their product in the campus. So they're selling the product in the campus. It's like a pre-test. So the concept and the product, the prototype, is being sold in the campus, and we have a corner where all their products are displayed. And I must say, the sale is going well. So by this, it's like we are encouraging the faculty and the students. What we felt this current year is that we always thought of students. We always thought of students would be, starting up. But then seeing this overwhelming response from the faculty perspective is great. Faculty is just not about a classroom setup where we just deliver the lecture and go. But what we have is to transfer that idea into students, and students have time, energy, and they have a brilliant ideas. So it becomes a very collaborative efforts with faculty and the students, and that's how we are able to have the startups in our campus.
That's excellent. And you also made a point about it being a non-technical college and therefore having access to industry and industry experts from a technology point of view. I want to now take this thread to Dr. Anila, and I want to ask you, how do you keep up with just the rapid changes in technology, or like how do you keep up with the emerging trends? How do you make sure that the students that are learning or starting up or prototyping or figuring out their ideas, want to work on their ideas, and each of them, I believe, will need a different kind of industry expertise, right?
Yes.
And also this, and I think we spoke about it when we met a couple of weeks ago, as to how their idea of what they want to do also keeps constantly changing, right? So
Yes.
how do you ensure that the program that you run delivers value despite it being a non-standard, or like, the knowledge to the students is not the same, right? The knowledge transfer that's happening to students is not the same, and there's so much happening out in the market, and trends are changing constantly. So how do you keep up with it?
So what is the key to all of this is that when you look at the vision statement of Jain University, entrepreneurship is one of the key words. So we've got quality education, we've got research, and we've got entrepreneurship. So when there is very high clarity and the intention right from the top, what happens is everything else becomes a lot more easy because you get the space to go ahead and execute it. When we look at the BBA entrepreneurship program, what we feel distinctly we've done differently is that we have created specialization papers which are across sectors. So generally what happens is in a BBA program, your specialization areas would be across your the earnest while specializations would be across functional areas, which is your marketing, finance, HR, because the course in the past has been designed for employment, right? Now, the BBA entrepreneurship program is making sure that the students are equipped to give jobs. So the specialization is sector domain. So our specialization revolves around finance, food and beverage, and textiles and apparels, right? Now, we have students who pick some of these specializations, and in these specializations, we have designed courses which are domain specific and tech specific. And right at the beginning of the program, we give them tech programs or tech courses which are across all domains. So, for example, we definitely make sure that in the first year they understand their digital marketing, their graphic designing, their tally, etc. So, a very fundamental tech knowledge is infused in the beginning. We have a Center for Emerging Technologies, which focuses on emerging technologies. And the whole idea is to develop very high level of research and consultancy, which is embedded in the university. We have a fantastic engineering school of engineering. And therefore, whenever we require tech expertise, we collaborate with them. We have a vertical in our course matrix known as project-centric learning, where the whole idea is to be transdisciplinary. So what happens is that being a university, we have the space to bring about relevant changes in our course matrix and introduce technology. Across BBA, we are encouraging business analytics. We're encouraging emerging technologies, artificial intelligence. So what happens is we've got a lot of industry people who are coming in regularly. And before we introduce tech papers, we generally have the culture of doing a short workshop to understand how much can the students take in, and then we design it accordingly. So I think for us, we've understood a simple fact that technology is going to be the key for startups to scale up. So we would like to go ahead and collaborate both with industry and with the experts in our university. So it's quite easy and simple for us to do it. I think we have the intention to embed. We've got children who are so savvy at campus. A lot of them come from business backgrounds. So they realize that if they've got to scale up and if they've got to innovate, tech is a very important component. So I think the acceptability across both ends are very high. When we look at tech courses, I think today, I think by the month, the technology is changing. So what is happening is as and when we feel that it needs to be introduced, we bring it in while the program is being delivered. So we are looking at, say, for example, now AI prompt. I think this is something which children need to understand immediately. We can't wait for it, to be inculcated in the course matrix to the usual board of studies schedule. Whilst we have the space to introduce it, but then what we do is we've got that backing from the Chancellor, Dr. Chenraj Roychand, from the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh, from the Pro Vice Chancellor, who's currently our director, Dr. Dinesh Nilkant, that don't wait, because we'll embed it in the cost matrix as and when the meetings are scheduled, but at least for the graduating batches, give it immediately. So what happens is tech is definitely very important, and we are able to do it. Yes. So I think we're very excited about being more tech driven in our course and in our assessments.
Yeah, that's excellent. And emerging trends in technology brings me to another important aspect of it. And I want to ask Dr. Leena about this, because we see now the necessity, the need, it's imperative that we start talking about green tech and climate tech. And we see that the emerging trends in terms of both entrepreneurship and employment are moving a lot towards sustainability, renewable energy, fashion sustainability, etc. They seem to be the most clearly emerging trends in the market. And I know you bring that very, very critical lens to the entire university. And I know, like, across all the campuses and the entire university. So tell us a little bit about how do you bring in the sustainability lens? And by sustainability, I mean sustainability beyond environmentalism, right? Social and environmental sustainability as a lens and not as an add-on, right? So how do you bring that into all the work that happens in the university?
Great question. See, when I am talking from the Christ perspective, okay, the startup landscape, it's continued to evolve and attracting the students and the talented people, innovative people, then their capital and innovation. It's an exciting time for all the startup entrepreneurs, and especially in Christ, we have many collaboration with the corporate. Many of them are coming as investors. So this is a golden opportunity this period of time, I can say that. So where the campuses, across the campuses, people are coming with innovative ideas and creativity, and they have a lot of opportunity. Why I'm saying that? So now we can see a shift, a paradigm shift. Graduates are shifting from job seekers to job providers, including you. I can say that. They are looking to address what is that previously unanswered problems or provide a better solution to the existing ones. So where they are ready to take risk. So that is the main part. I can say that risk appetite is much more than early generations. The Gen Z generations are more proactive, and they wanted to take much risk. And this is giving a kind of different offering in terms of products or service or and even the demand creation. So here they are venturing out new path to explore the unexplored, and they are giving better solutions and services through their products, whatever it is, to the customer or could be the clients or whatever it is. So that's the way they are looking forward, and how the Christ is giving on that in this process of thriving up startup ecosystem. We can see that in Christ around the 3,000 startups already they have registered. So maybe thinking that in India itself is almost around 180,000. Out of that, 3,000 startups have already registered in Christ. And it has started long back, maybe almost a decade back. And now the ecosystem is changed. And how this emerging trends, especially in the space of SDG, if you ask about that, or maybe how it will be connecting with the entrepreneurship movement. So where I can see that there is certainly there is a intersection of SDGs, that is sustainable development goals, innovation, entrepreneurship, and immense potential for shaping the future of entrepreneurs in the universities and fostering a positive impact. So what are the emerging trends, or especially from the industry, what they are expecting? What are the contributions this innovators can give it? So here in Christ, we are actively promote innovation and entrepreneurship mindset, I can say that, and integrate real world problem solving into their curriculum. That is one aspect of it. Then integration of SDGs are increasingly aligning with all the activities of our whether it is academic or research or co-curricular activities. They embedded with sustainability principles across disciplines. And it's not only for management or science or engineering. Across campuses, across departments and deaneries, we are integrating SDGs into the mission, and universities inspiring students and researchers to contribute meaningfully to the global challenges. So that is something very unique in our university. So where the role of this, not the students or the entrepreneurs in attaining this SDG is very paramount way, where with strong awareness and commitment. So that is what our molding part, where the faculty or the system is giving a strong awareness about and the commitment to sustainable development, and that helping almost all SDGs. I can 17 SDGs, they can take it as they create business that will help employment, eliminate poverty, then increase the standard of living, provide decent work and economic growth, help to reduce hunger, assist in reducing the good health and well-being, and all that. Maybe the 17 SDGs probably we are touching in one or other way. So here we have to see that find a solution to this innovate ideas. See, now this is water scarcity is happening, the climate change is happening, green energy, all that's the butterfly effect. See, maybe a small thinking and reflection in the students that make a lot of change, not immediately maybe, but we are giving a lot of support system, how they can take it further. And again, another area I wanted to stress on that maybe the social entrepreneurship. This is an emerging area where education institutions play a pivotal role in shaping the future of social entrepreneurs. And Christ, we have an effort to make changes in the complete ecosystem through addressing socio, cultural, or environmental issues. And we are basically giving a specific instruction for them. If you're taking up on that, please make sure that you are considering the three areas: socio, economic, and environmental aspect. Maybe the individuals or organization who practice social entrepreneurship, they can find or implement opportunities to enhance social wealth. But starting from the university level, definitely they have to give a proper mentoring and proper kind of value addition to that. So I think Christ is giving much more than that. So they can start with a business to make a difference. So that is very, very important while we are aligning sustainability or SDGs in the process of this entrepreneurship progress. Another aspect is about sustainable innovation. We have an incubation center, and we have sustainable innovation centers separately. We are holding for the students, those who are really wanted to start with. There we are giving the industry, corporates are coming. They can also invest in the industry-led research and innovation projects aligned with SDGs, or by supporting startups, those who are already there, incubators or accelerators. That is also Christ is actually giving. So there are many people are coming forward to take the risk and moving forward, because there is a system where we are giving them a platform where they can give all this kind of information. So this industry collaboration, investment, and mentorship, I think that's playing a very pivotal role in Christ to shape this kind of ecosystem, and people are looking for ethically sustainable process for their startups.
Businesses. Yeah, that's excellent. And I want to take this to Dr. Anila, because I know there's a lot of industry collaboration that happens. And I want to ask you that beyond financial investments that universities themselves can make in very, very early stage business ideas that are led by the students, innovations and ideas that are led by the students, what are the other kind of investments that the universities should be looking at to hone this culture, to make this culture better, to make this more, and also very important point that Dr. Leena pointed out about that they just don't create businesses, but they create responsible, sustainable businesses.
Yes. I think very well said by Janki ma'am. and Leena ma'am, in terms of the culture they've created back at their campus. I think, yes, a financial investment is a must. But like I always believe in that, if you have the intention as a university to bring that culture on, right, and transcend it beyond your campus, I think you'll get the right people who will join your vision and your intention. At Jain University, especially at CMS, I think we are very, very fortunate to have that intention being articulated repeatedly across most of our meetings, right? And like I've said this earlier, right from the top, our own Chancellor, Dr. Chenraj Roychand, encourages students, he mentors them, etc. So we know that when a person right at the top of the university can do that, then we have a lot more time and a lot more space with our students on a daily basis. I can only just kind of probably structure this answer across three areas. One is design programs which allow them to do it, right? Let's not keep it additional to the program which they are studying. So at BBA Entrepreneurship WOW program, it is a part of their outcome, right? It is one of the key outcomes, right? So one is have it embedded in the program across all schools, and you can, maybe the proportion and the way it is embedded could be slightly different based on the program or the program outcomes of different departments or faculty. Second is that right from the beginning at our campus across all the BBAs, what we do is we have an idea contest, right? We first try to see what is running in the minds of the youngsters who've joined the program. So one is to try and grasp what interests them, right? And again, it is so heartening to see that the youngsters across India, since we have students coming in from across India and a few from outside India, that they are very serious about these sustainability issues, right? And they are quite educated about it thanks to the kind of schools they come from. So I think we've got the first leg correct when you are bringing on and allowing them to speak at the ideation stage. Second is that in the BBA entrepreneurship program, what we do is that we allow them to understand a problem, an idea, for quite some time and understand it through a lens of various stakeholders, right? So we do not say that you've got to give the idea immediately in a day, in a week, or a month. We generally allow them 2 semesters, right? So 2 semesters is a lot of time where they're constantly interacting. Now, throughout the program, we make it mandatory for the students to participate in various seminars, workshops, conferences. In Bangalore, so blessed to have so many trade fair and exhibitions, so they do go. And a lot of these events are domain specific, right? So what happens, they tend to meet people who are on the other side, who are slightly ahead in the curve, and they do get that understanding that there are existing solutions and there are people who've gone through that grind. So their confidence level builds up a little bit more, right? So that is something which we are very particular about, that is done throughout the program. In the first year, we handhold and we make it mandatory for the students to get into that grind, right? Then what we really go ahead and do is that we've got our own incubation center. We've got our Jain Launchpad, and we have the entities, or I would say the staff from the Jain Launchpad, they all coming in and constantly interacting. We've had the privilege of having Supriya ma'am, you right in the beginning and interacting with the first years. And we make sure that the students are given the space to participate at local, first at the inter-class campus competitions, city level competitions, national level competitions, and definitely at the international competitions. We give them that space right in the beginning. We don't say that, you are not ready. We never use that. We say you're always ready. Go take a plunge. I think once you take that plunge, you will learn faster. I think your role for the current students has been very, very strong, and they all remember you fondly because I think those sessions made all the difference. So we are clear that that exposure must be given to students. And then again, what is very interesting about our program is that we've got startup entrepreneurs who are delivering this program. They are full time on our campus, right? One of the requests we made to the university is that we need entrepreneurs to deliver the entrepreneurship program. And they very gracefully gave us that space, and we've got them on board. So what happens is when you've got a startup entrepreneur standing in front of you, the students are far more confident. Their interaction level, their learning is very high. So these are initiatives which can be taken. And the idea is to look beyond classroom and campus. How many entities can you bring into the campus? And how many times, maybe in a week, in a month, or in a semester or a year, you can actually engage and collaborate with experts outside the campus. So we have, especially for the second years, which we have designed, that once a week minimum, an entire day they have to spend with the practice. We call it as practitioner session. They spend that entire day with the experts outside campus, because I think learning is much higher outside campus. There are certain experiences which cannot be created in the campus, and I think that is a must. So these are things which, if we can design, and then we can try to make sure that it is delivered. Then the beauty lies in the fact that we've got it designed, we've got it delivered. How about assessing the learning? So then we've got the assessment pattern which is designed around all of this, right? So whilst we respect the fact that students need to take up usual formats of assessments, we are also having the internal assessment, a part of the 15 across all the courses, which is driven by the practitioners. And some of these practitioners definitely are the startup entrepreneurs. A large part of your internal assessment is in terms of the progress they've made with their idea, and how much of it is then being converted into the next stage. And then by the end of the program, we're looking at releasing the products into the market, how much sales, and so on and so forth. So I think in every element, the student should be able to get a feel that the whole objective is to revolve around, your startup idea, your innovation, and sustainability. I think these things are a must. In the course matrix, like I mentioned earlier, we've got something known as project-centric learning. So we've got 3 credits given every year to it. And so what happens is that at the BBA entrepreneurship program, we've told them to pick this. Each team needs to pick up one SDG goal. And that's how the ideation starts. And then it splits into multiple startup ideas as they proceed from one semester to the other. So I think, Bangalore is poised at a point where we can collaborate. We collaborate with a lot of incubators outside our own Gen Launchpad. And we've got some of the brightest minds of India who come. We just finished our CMS trade fair, where we encourage our students to showcase their product. We invite many colleges. To come and encourage our students. One of our key goals in the program is that we will encourage women entrepreneurs, right? So this CMS trade fair also does keep certain stalls aside for women entrepreneurs. We actually seek out for those women entrepreneurs who do not come from this privileged background of studying in a fantastic B school. A lot of them don't even understand fundamental marketing or social media marketing. So we take on a lot of live projects projects throughout the 3 years. These live projects are then embedded in the internal assessment across different courses. So therefore, the question paper is designed around the live project. So what has happened is throughout the year, they're not just meeting entrepreneurs, they are actually working with entrepreneurs, and we are assessing them on the work they've done for the entrepreneurs. So we've taken a lot of initiatives academically, I wouldn't say non-academic, but quasi-academic, right? A hybrid model which can encourage the young minds. See, the idea is they should feel that they've learned.
Yeah.
It's not about, okay, we've gone and delivered what we wanted to. I think those days are over. We no longer call ourselves teachers, in fact, in our campus. We call ourselves facilitators. So I think a lot can be done. One of our recent initiatives, which I would like to mention, is we've reached out to the schools in Bangalore, right? And we are going ahead, and we believe that our students will mentor the school students now. So we're going to tie up with schools. Some of them have the Atal Tinkering Lab. So we are going to have, in the coming academic year, starting from June, we'll have our own students mentoring the school students, right? So we will weave that ecosystem in the city. It is not about us. Entrepreneurship is all about taking many more people along and making sure that collectively we do something which is making more sense for the society. So I think that system is slowly getting created, and I would I would definitely would like to reach out to all my peers out here, because I think each of you are doing fantastic, phenomenal work. And I think collectively we can make that difference to Bangalore as a startup hub. Thank you so much.
Love it.
Very much. Thank you.
I love it. I love also just how collaboration comes a lot more easier to women. Working together comes a lot more easier to women. And it's important to acknowledge, just considering the fact that today is International Women's Day. I want to go back to an important point that you made, Anila ma'am, and ask Dr. Leena, and then perhaps do a quick closing remark, because we don't have a lot of time left. Is this piece about students getting access or student being involved in programs which are not just at their campus level, at inter-campus or intra-campus, or even national level, but importantly international level, right? We see that the world's getting smaller and smaller, and we see even on professional networking sites like LinkedIn, a lot of young people who are still in college, they're developing their digital presence. They're trying to build a digital profile that talks about their work, that talks about their successes, etc. Even way before they actually get into the professional, whether it's employment or entrepreneurship or etc. And I know that, ma'am, you do a lot of work with international universities, organizations, as well as organizations like ours, the Future Founders Co, that work with other global organizations. And I want to, and I remember one of the things that the India Sustainability Startup Fund delegation said when we were talking about how many don't get to interact in an international setting, even way well into their professional lives, right? But the fact that they go to universities like Jane Christ, MCC, etc., who are constantly looking at bridging industry connections, or constantly trying to make the entire world more accessible to their students, right? So tell me a little bit about how your work also involves working with international organizations and bringing some of that, whether it's approach, learning, access, network, etc., into the classrooms at Christ.
Thank you. Certainly, the international collaborations they play.
Oh wait, also because sorry, I want to interrupt. Also because I know recently you were awarded by the Sri Lankan government for your work in the youth empowerment space, especially with respect to environmental and social work. So big congratulations on that. And I know that it came through the Prime Minister's office, and it was excellent, and it was very inspiring to see you there. So yeah, just tell us a little bit about how.
Thank you for that. So what I wanted to say that, see, international collaborations definitely plays a very important role in fostering innovation and creating a value-driven startups within universities. Okay. Before moving on to that, to explore on that, I wanted to thank Dr. Anila and Dr. Janaki. They have given a lot of inputs. Definitely, we can work as collaborators, and definitely, this is what you are looking for, the new innovations in the academic field. Okay. So coming back to my question, how we can explore and why we can collaborate with international universities and organizations. And as you know that for SDG Cell, we are collaborating with United Nations Academic Impact. We have lot many programs we have arranged in the month of Feb. You were also part of it. We had one full week, sustainability week, where we had involved the students and faculty, the entire stakeholders, participating in one or other way the sustainability initiatives and connecting with again the startups and other things we are doing. When we think about sustainability, I wanted to quote here our Vice Chancellor for the JOCC used to say that sustainability or SDG should be a distinctive practice of the university. Each and everyone should understand it. You have to make it more visibility, more involvement, more community engagement. So it's his vision. And through that, we are all taking the further to make sure that there should be a better future for all of us. Global perspective is very, very important. Coming back to this international collaborations, Christ is fortunate to have around 59 international universities we collaborating with. And how we can explore on that. I just wanted to make some 2-3 points on that. First, about this, when we are collaborating with international universities, that will give you a diversity or knowledge exchange is very, very important. So the international partners expose universities and startups to giving a different perspective about a same problem and the knowledge and expertise. So that's very, very important for the students all to think in a different perspective and interacting with people from different background. That sparks creativity and encouraging innovative thinking for them. Then by sharing ideas and best practices of different universities can enhance definitely their research capabilities and contribute to cutting edge innovations. That is usually it's happening in across the world. And here, Christ, definitely we are giving maximum advantage for the students collaborating with international universities. When the professors are coming, we used to have a kind of workshops, seminars, and that will give some kind of ideas for them how these universities are doing in terms of cutting edge innovations. Then again, access to resource and the markets, especially I can say that international collaborations provides different ways of resources that may be locally it may not be available, or maybe where the resources may be very scarce resources locally. But when we are connecting with international people, definitely that will be a momentum for them to think and take it further. And see this, another aspect is about the global funding and the research facilities. And see, these are the equipments and other things where we are also getting an exposure to different stakeholders, international markets, potential customers and investors. That is also very important aspect instead of you are confining only to the local or Indian perspective. So that is another aspect we have to consider in the international collaborations. Then again, the talent mobility, where the students and faculty are getting some kind of platform where we can have a faculty exchange program, student exchange program is where exposure to different education system and their culture that enhances the skills and broaden their horizons. Then when we talk about startup can recruit top talent people around the world. So then that is another important advantage for international collaboration, fostering a dynamic and diverse workforce can be looked on that. Lastly, this will be giving an economic impact for the entrepreneurship program. Basically, about universities definitely play a crucial role in incubating and supporting these endeavors. There again, creating economic growth, job creation, and societal well-being. So these are the things definitely we can learn, and we can collaborate, we can network, and we can get more kind of enhanced information and knowledge, and that can be used within our confined knowledge and the platform what we are using here. So definitely, in summary, I want to say that international collaboration accelerate innovation, creativity, then networking opportunities, and definitely see in management terms we say that no 3 P's: planet, profit, and people. So this will be definitely will be explore much more what we are looking right now. So that's a way the international collaboration definitely help us. It's a mutual way we will be giving and taking. So that's it's very very important for in the ecosystem of entrepreneurship.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for joining us. I think we're right on dot, and we'll finish this up. Each of you play a very critical leadership role in helping young people of this country become responsible global citizens. And I wish each one of you a wonderful, wonderful, and a formidable Women's Day. My best wishes to each one of you, and I hope to catch up with you in campuses very soon.
Thank you. Looking forward to meeting you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to Youth and Inspiration Today. In this discussion, we shall explore the dynamic world of young minds shaping our future. Introducing the panel for today, Chandni Agarwal. She is the co-founder of Yogi Bear Collectives. Yogi Bear Collectives is a creative incubator in the heart of Hyderabad, designed by creatives to support creators around the world. Music to photography. Yogi Bear Collectives is the hub for all creative things. Coming to our second speaker, Sonali Talwalkar is a parenting coach. As an intuitive mentor specializing in parenting, relationships, midlife, and teen to adult transition, she blends empathy and wisdom into transformative journeys of life. To our final panelist, Ruchi Sharma Kapoor, she is a leadership coach, facilitator, social and emotional intelligence certified practitioner, NLP certified master practitioner, and an author. So welcome all the speakers and all my guests. As Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can always build our youth for the future. With this apt quote, I would like to open the discussion with Chandni. I would like to know what inspired you to pursue entrepreneurship at a very young age, and how is the journey different from a traditional career path?
Hi, everybody. Quite a question to start with. So, I mean, did I really pursue it, or did it pursue me is the big question. I'm from a business family. My mother is a pioneer who built the first Andhra Telangana tourism project. I have a father who's been in the granite and steel industry for generations to come, and a brother who treats business like a baby treats candy, just something to keep shifting from one to the other. So a lot of times I do wonder whether this is something that was just laid out for me as a path, or is it something that taking a deep dive in though, I would say that I think my thoughts shifted towards entrepreneurship when I came back from Australia after doing my architecture. And the reverse culture shock that I went through changed my perspective and changed me as a person. I've always been a creative and passionate person. And I guess my desires to bring unique ideas to life were the inspiration for my journey. From being an environmental architect to before architecture was cool, being a pastry chef before that was the business that every woman entrepreneur was thinking about. And now in the entertainment industry, trying to bring about a shift when I'm an outsider myself. It's always been that way. That's my thought process as such. Has it been easy? Not really. A lot of people assume that because I'm from a business family, things would have been laid out for me. But what they kind of forget is that I picked industries which had nothing to do with the understanding or the little network that my family has. I had to establish credibility for myself. I had to make people believe in me because of the lack of experience I had. Focus on showcasing expertise and dedication to building this. I mean, being an introvert, I still had to become an extrovert, which I think was the hardest part of choosing young entrepreneurship. And very truthfully, all of this differs with a regular path in only one small way, or maybe a really large way. It's lonely. It's a singular person's journey and a very lonely climb. To walk this path, you need to deal with uncertainty and constant adaptation as your life's choice. What else can I say? Yeah, and not to mention self-doubt, sleepless nights. Oh my God, the number of those that I've gone through, unbelievable. But it's been great. It's been fun because it's the way to build something that I can call my own. And I think that's the most important thing at the end for any entrepreneur, young or old. All part and parcel, I guess. That's how I think it's different.
Lovely. I think the audience will really be inspired to pursue the passion. And like you said, that burning oil, the burning passion and drive, I think they will literally chase that. So coming to a topic that's quite prevalent, social media. So Nali, how do you perceive the role of social media in shaping the identity and relationships of teenagers today? What impact do you believe it has on their mental health and well-being?
Yeah, hi Devika. Thank you for this particular question. I think it's a very common and a very popular challenge that parents go through, and this is one of the common queries that parents come to me, during and we discuss during our mentoring sessions. I like to take on from the quote that you mentioned in your introduction that we cannot build the future for our youth, but we can definitely build the youth for our future. So today we have social media. Tomorrow we may have something else. I think during our times we came up with the mall culture. Our parents were in for a culture shock, when malls started opening up and the entire experience of shopping changed. So the point is that technology is ruling the world. Life is very, very dynamic. Things are changing on a daily basis. So it's very, very difficult to stick to a particular way of life or a way of thinking. And I think adaptability becomes a very, very important attribute, not just for our teenagers and young adults, but also for our parents. Talking about social media, Devika, I come from the perspective that everything needs to be in balance. So we have a positive side towards life and we have a negative side towards life. Anything which is over positive is not good, and anything again which is huge towards being too negative is also not good. Similarly, when it comes to social media, I think we as parents, our generation, we need to adapt to the evolution that's taking place and understand the fact that social media is there to stay. However, what we really need to focus on is how we can actually build our youth, our children, our young adults into being responsible and understanding how to use social media in a very responsible way. So there are negatives and there are positives. I'm not just going to say that it's only negatives and, the screen time is too much and things like that. It's really about what you are viewing and what are you taking back in terms of learning from social media. So just to give an example, if you look at the positives, there are inspirational videos, there are gratitude posts, there are achievement stories, personal achievement stories. There are acts of kindness that people put forth in the videos, which actually teach our youth about empathy. They teach our youth about responsibility, sensitivity. So these are the positive aspects of it. Talking about the negative, of course, there's cyberbullying, there is body shaming that leads to, a kind of comparison that the youth lands up making. They become extremely conscious of themselves. All of this may lead to FOMO, fear of missing out. It leads to isolation. It leads to self-doubt. It leads to low self-esteem. In extreme cases, it can lead to depression as well. If I have to kind of summarize, because this is a very, very vast topic, if I actually get to talking, I think I'll utilize the entire hour. But net, there are going to be positives and negatives. We need to accept the fact that social media is here to stay. We need to develop our youth and ourselves to understand the positives and how we can actually use the benefits of social media for our overall mental wellness and holistic development, not just for ourselves, but also for our children. So that's what I think that's a perspective that I would like to.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sonali, for your sharing your insights. It's very profound, though. So, switching gears, I would like to ask Ruchi, could you share some strategies for cultivating emotional resilience in the face of adversity? Everybody has gone through the pandemic, and I think that was a very testing time. So, how do you develop emotional resilience at those times?
Thank you, Devika, for asking this question. Emotional resilience, okay, and building in times of adversity. One thing I think I would like to say that having an emotional resilience ability is a muscle memory. And like we train regularly to go in gym to keep a good physical health, it is not just something that ability to switch on in time of challenges or when there is adversity, as we said. It's a fact that challenges will be there in life as long as we are in this world. There are challenges in different shapes and for everyone, be it youth, be it adults, children. We need to build ourselves and make ourselves ready for facing this adversity, which means by regularly investing in ourselves. So picking up from what Sonali was saying, while in today's world there are a lot of distractions and a lot of areas in which the youth faces these challenges, one thing which can be very, very useful is maintaining and nurturing the connections. If you see in erstwhile times, there were a lot of chit chats happening, group talks happening, group meetings happening.
Yes.
Now we have slowly weaned off from that. And
Correct.
that isolation is causing a lot of trouble for everyone actually, and youth for importantly, because they have been raised in a time where they haven't seen the benefits of the social connection. So one thing is not compromising and not replacing it by having WhatsApp chats, Snapchat chats, or dropping in a message, but really picking up that phone and talking, and even better, calling your circle of friends, family, basically your army, as the slang that goes. Having your army there and building and nurturing that connection very, very in a focused manner. Now, that is something which will keep you going, and you will not be in a state of that, what am I doing? I'm feeling so lonely. There is no one to talk to. That is something which needs, a lot of focus. Now, the other aspect is one thing, and I'm not going to talk about things which are easily available and everyone knows, do meditation, do exercise, yoga, which are very, very powerful tools. But some of the doables is, as I talked about connection, the other thing is about inculcate a habit of reading. I think reading is something which over the years has just phased out. I think reading fiction books as a child and as a youngsters, that is fine, which is very good. But as you grow up, we wean out of this ability or this habit of reading regularly, and then it becomes like a to-do. Like you feel it's a pain to get up in the morning and go for a walk. It's a pain to read. People say read 5 pages, 10 pages, but one nice book, if you're in a regular habit, it can do wonders. It is that, again, it's a connection, right? Sometimes it's a connection with people you can see. With books, you have a connection with people who you just feel they get you. There are so many things, so many stories, you never know what inspires and what sticks with you. So one thing for building emotional resilience is inculcating a habit of regularly reading. There is so much wisdom out there, and I think we will never have dearth of what to read. But I think just that commitment to stay to it is very, very critical. So if you were to ask me for building that emotional resilience, to my mind, it would be nurturing your connections. And here I mean true connections, not the one you click selfies with, not the one you tag on different posts. These are people you can open up, who know you. You don't have to have any armors. The second is having a commitment towards reading, having a practice of reading regularly. I think these are two things which goes a long way and are very, very powerful in building and flexing the emotional resilience muscle.
Wow. These are such great insights I have got from all three of you. So it's very enriching for me to hear all of you. So now we'll go on to we'll talk about teen or parenting teens or young adults. So Sonali, what unique challenges do these parents face and how can it be addressed effectively?
Okay, so that's I think that's a big one. Devika, the thing is that today, if you Google, just type what are the common challenges faced by parents, you will get, like a list of different obstacles. The challenging times that parents are going through, the harrowing times that they go through. There are so many parenting groups. Even I think when we meet up during morning walks, evening walks, this is the common gossip, not a gossip thing of, it's like letting out, there's so much of,
Yes.
that frustration inside as a parent. So I want to just, try to tweak. I'm going to make an attempt to tweak the way we look at challenges today, and kind of make it a little lighthearted, because parenting at the end of the day is a journey, right? I mean, we are not perfect. We are human beings as well. No one is perfect, and no one can ever reach that point of perfection. So the whole idea is that enjoy the journey, have fun. There are going to be those speed breakers and potholes and things like that. But then you need to slow down whenever there's a speed breaker, there's an obstacle, and then carry on. So I think I want to go back to childhood, where if I can draw a parallel to social media in relation to a playground, all right. So I'm sure even you would recollect, Devika, that when we were young, first thing that our parents did was, held our hands and they took us to this playground, which was close by to where we
Correct.
stayed, right? And
Yeah.
then you have the swing and the slides and the sand and all of that. So initially, it's very scary. They would hold our hand. They would take us there. They would take us to every, play area, tell us what it is, how do we use it, give us an experience of it. First, even if we're sitting on the swing, they would push a little slow so that we could get a little confidence and that fear element goes off. And they teach us how to have fun. And then there is the interaction with other children, right? Because there's so many girls and
Yes.
boys over there.
Yeah.
We'll end up playing with everybody. Thora about, we fight as well. But then again, we'll end up playing. And then eventually, as parents, what we do is we sit back, right? We sit on the bench, just keeping a watch on the children. And we may do whatever little bit of work that we've carried from home. So I think social media is the digital playground today, right? So it's exactly what we have to do, what our children, what our parents did to us as children, and what we did to our children by taking them to the playground. So we handhold them in this playground of social media. Okay, we introduce them to this playground. So the swing can become a video, the slide can become a post. Building sandcastles can become building social networks. Like how do you really choose who do you network with and who do you connect with? And plus the social interactions also, right? Because it's about communication. So hand-holding is very, very important. So just treat it like a playground. Be there with your youngsters. handhold them. And of course, before that, you need to use the playground yourself. You know, you cannot go there and look blank. So it's extremely important that the hard work and the learning needs to happen from the parent side first, so that we can handhold our children, show them the playground, show them all the different resources available, what to use, how much time should you be, playing on each and everything. And whenever they're stuck, how do you reach out? How do you ask questions? How do you ask for help? And then just, take a back seat once you're a little confident and relaxed that, okay, my child is kind of getting the hang of it. But then you don't go away. You just sit on the bench a little away and keep your eyes on them, so that you ensure that they're safe. So I think if we look at it from this perspective, it just would make the entire journey very, very relaxful, lighthearted, and fun as well, right? Even we can play with them.
Wow, this example of social media being the digital playground for kids is a fantastic analogy, and I think the audience is very inspired by what they heard today from you. So, coming to Chandni, I would like to hear from you how youth entrepreneurship differs from entrepreneurship at later stages of life. Many people turn 40, after 40s, they say, okay, I'm done with the 9 to 5 job and now I want to do something else. But how does youth entrepreneurship differ? And what are the unique advantages of that young entrepreneurs bring to the table?
Well, great question. I think entrepreneurship at any age is a good age to start, and it's more about a mindset that you keep rather than the age that you're at. But saying that, at the same time, there are a few things that I believe that being young allows us to do that being older may not. One of the main things is that youth entrepreneurship brings a certain sense of naiveness that allows you to take a little bit more risk than someone who's seen a bit of life. Also, it's a little bit of an easier learning graph. You're not very set in your ways yet, so because of this you're a little bit more adaptable to change, and the changing landscape becomes easier for you. Youngsters also come with this energy and this creativity that allows pivoting to become very easy and fast. Saying this, I don't mean that an older generation cannot come with the same amount of energy, because age is a number you put on yourself, but it's just seen a little bit more in the younger generation. Another major advantage of being a young entrepreneur is, I think, the big bold L sign that you come with. Like a learner's car, everybody kind of gives you the benefit to make a small or maybe a little bit of a bigger mistake that they wouldn't allow somebody who is seasoned to do. At the same time, it's a little bit of a curse as well, because a lot of the veterans don't really believe in your ideas that much. It can go the other way, but I guess that's where you find your tribe and work with the people you need to work with. I also think one major advantage younglings have is limited responsibility. You don't have to take care of a family. You don't have a lot of these responsibilities that a person in his 40s or her in her 40s would have. This allows you the capability of really focusing on your venture a little bit more. And that allows you to drive a very unique concept forward. So, yeah, I think these are the few things that kind of cover what I think young entrepreneurs have, like a yay over the older ones.
Oh, I like the term you use, younglings. Okay, I'm going to use that term now. Very good. It is a very cool lingo, I must say. Yeah. So thank you for the term. And so, Ruchi, often we have heard that young entrepreneurs face difficulties due to emotional outbursts. It also happens to the adults. I'm not denying that, but we have heard from in the aspect of young entrepreneurs that they have difficulties in facing emotional outbursts. So, what role does mindset and cognitive reframing play in developing emotional resilience? And second question, how can individuals effectively integrate these practices in their daily life?
Okay, wow, that's a topic for a full day workshop, Devika. But it's a very, very valid question, and all right, so let me attempt and answer it in a way that the viewers see it something which they can go back and adapt in their lives. So, cognitive reframing. I think before we get to that, the first thing is the key to any change is creating awareness. Creating awareness about what are these things which are causing you to feel pulled down, what are these things which are acting as triggers for you, what are these things which are making you go in self doubt. So the first step before we take any technique is about having that awareness created and acceptance that, okay, yeah, this thing does this to me. Now, cognitive reframing, a very easy and a simple way to start with reframing. And these days, we see a lot of terms used instead of cognitive reframing. We have heard affirmations. We have said that, use these are very, very powerful.
Yes.
But I think one way to go about, you can't just start using it and then the impact will be limited. The first thing is to start watching your self-talk. Just observe yourself. How are you talking to yourself when you are not talking to anyone? Is the self-talk demeaning? Is the self-talk discouraging? Is the self-talk giving you a lot of fear about what's coming forward? And I think that is the place wherein you have to catch yourself and create that awareness for yourself. And then slowly and gradually practice reframing that self-talk. From there it might start as a task again. It might start as something difficult, that how to watch your self talk, but catch just one, start reframing any of the self talk that you do. I am feeling very scared. Instead of saying that, you might just say that, okay, I don't have all the facts right now with me. How about talking to a few people who may help me in this? Small and consistent steps in this direction goes a long way. So I think the first thing is creating the awareness, watching your self-talk, and working with yourself in reframing that. You will see a lot of content, and as we are in a world of too much information available, one click and you will see a lot of things coming up. Don't try blindly following anything. Here, have an individualized approach. What worked for someone may or may not work for you. So try slow, but be consistent. Now, the other things is it will be in continuation from what Devika I said earlier in terms of building and how one can do it. It's a slow process. So working on your connections, reading creating that self-acceptance and awareness and watching your self-talk and slowly starting on reframing. The other thing is spending consciously some time out in the nature. That's again a thing which we have lost touch with, and especially our youth. We still had days where as youngsters, we used to go out in the park and play, and then there used to be one scary voice coming at 7 p.m. It's night, come back home. But one COVID, and I think the whole technological advancement, it has taken away this one big thing wherein children have lost touch, youth has lost touch with being out in the nature. So I think even if you're exercising, even if it means going out and just sitting there under a tree or staring at the sky, just do that. And focus on having, again, consistency is the key. Don't think, was I able to do for 1 hour or 30 minutes? Even 5 minutes is okay to start. And watch your self-talk, as I said. Talk to yourself as you will talk to your dear one. Imagine that if your dear one would have been in the same situation, would you talk to that person in the same tone as you talk to yourself? And I think that is something which worked very well for me. And I started talking to myself a little more kindly, more compassionately, and not in a way that would just pull me down and give me all those negative feelings. So I think, yes, those are the things, Devika, when we talk about mindset or cognitive reframing and how does one work towards it, it is in small, consistent steps towards building the emotional resilience we need for ourselves.
Wow, this is absolutely very right, because I think we are very hard on ourselves, and we sometimes judge ourselves too much. That the even the outsiders are not judging us that much that we do. So I think positive self talk is very important, and having valuing ourselves. I think that is the first step towards developing emotional resilience. Very nice. So coming to support systems, everybody knows what is its importance, and like I had read somewhere, it is important that you create a family than you are born into. So I think it is very essential for us to develop a good support system which will help us grow. So Nali, why do you think it is very crucial? A support system is crucial for parents of young adults or teens. And what do you think are the useful resources which will benefit them the most?
Okay, before I answer that question, Devika, I want to say that I am guilty. Okay, I'm guilty as a parent. I'm guilty as a mother. The reason being because there were multiple occasions in the past where, in spite of support being available, I chose to not take support or not reach out for the support. Primarily, the reason being, what will people say? What will people think? Everybody will know, and stuff like that. Today, I'm in a much better space, in a much more wiser, mature space. And I do not think for a millisecond before I have to shout out and say that, hey, I made a mistake. I don't know this. Can somebody teach me? Can somebody help me with this? Uh, See, the thing, Devika, is that is a journey, but it's made up of multiple stages. So children have different life stages, right from infancy up to adulthood. Every stage comes with its own unique challenges, its own unique obstacles. And as parents, if we stick to being our own rigid self, that this is my parenting style, I'm only going to work like this, or I'm only going to think like this, then how will the synergy actually happen? Because the child is changing with every stage. And if we need to develop the relationship in the true sense, and we need to make a successful relation at the end of the day, we also have to walk along with them, right? So we need to figure out, okay, what is changing in them?
Right.
And now with this particular change, is what I was doing working or is it not working? So if it's working, well and good, I continue to do what I do. If it's not working, it's a fairly simple thing what we even do at work, right? If something is not working, we strategize, we brainstorm, we figure out how to change our processes and things like that. So same thing is what applies to parenting as well. But I think because there is a stigma, a cultural, societal stigma attached. Most of us as parents, we fear coming out into the open. Support systems are humongous today, Devika, okay, especially with social media and the digital platform. So let's say today, if I'm stuck with a particular challenge with my child, then I just need to go on the internet and I say, okay, what are the 5 things I need to do, to ensure that my child studies, for example. And then, there's a list of things that comes up. I think the most popular is the how to dash dash dash. So everything is about how to, and tips for something, tips for ABC, tips for XYZ, hacks to do this and hacks to get your child to do something else. So all of this at the end of the day, it's good to read, but when you actually look at implementation, it's not as easy as we think it is, because everybody comes with a different background, everybody comes with a different history, everybody's home environment is different, the culture is different, the family dynamics are different. So there's so much that goes into everything. And, uh, as a parent, when I said that I was guilty, there's also another reason for it, is that today we crib about our children having or wasting their time on screens. However, when we actually are stuck and when we need help, what is it that we do most of the times? We go to the screen, right? We go on the
Yes,
internet because we try to find
yes.
out, the quick ways and shortcuts and because we want everything very quickly. We want the solutions very quickly. There are very, very few parents, and this I'm saying from personal experience, because most of the time parents actually come to me when things have reached at a very sensitive stage, rather than actually coming earlier. So what parents land up doing is, doing myself, I'm guilty of that till a while ago. You go on the digital platform trying to get the support, and then we get all confused trying to implement it in our routine. But we don't actually connect. So we are doing the same thing, right, Devika? Out of, let's say, 100%, there's online here and there's offline here. We are 70-80% reaching online and just that 15-20% offline.
Right.
So what are we doing? I mean, we are um, we're probably advocating something to our children that we ourselves are not role modeling. We're telling our children that, hey, you need support, come to me. I'm there for you. I'm there as a mother. I'm there as a father. However, when they reach the digital platform, we're not comfortable. We don't like it, and we say that, look, I'm here. But isn't that the same thing that we ourselves do as parents? So again, it becomes very important to role model. Support systems are available everywhere. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning, let's have a balance of both. Online is also good. Offline is also needed wherever required. So it's very, very important to not shy away. And regarding the second part of your question, where you spoke about resources, I think the the most biggest powerful resource that we all have is within us, which is our brain, our mind.
Yes.
Uh, we don't need anything else. Okay, we just need to tweak that a little bit.
Yeah.
Tweak on this, that mindset that we come with. Uh, try to mold ourselves into a growth mindset. Become more adaptable. Become more accepting. Be open to feedback. Have patience. Yeah, that's another thing that we don't have. Patience. Go slow, step by step. Everything will happen on its time. So we have the resource within us. We've been empowered. We all are empowered. We don't really need anything. But yes, we have these external online and offline supporting elements. So let's use them, remove all the inhibitions that we have inside of us so that we can make the most of all these beautiful benefits that we have on the platform today.
That's lovely. And I think you're right when you say that we are also guilty of our behavior and what we have done. So coming to my next question, so I would like to touch on a sensitive issue, gender stereotypes. It still persists. It is still there. I am not going to deny it. So Chandni, I would like to ask you, how do you navigate that as an entrepreneur and overcome obstacles to pursue your vision confidently?
I'm in an industry, in a country, actually in a city that tends to misunderstand me all the time. Okay, my choice of clothes aren't right. My way of talking isn't right. My age isn't right. My knowledge base is never strong enough. I'm too friendly, too snooty. I'm too demanding. I'm not demanding enough, and so on and so forth. Truth is, my answer to all of this is just one thing: push, push, push. That's really it. I'm a very strong believer in the statement that we can't change the world. The only person we have control over is ourselves. So even with gender stereotype or problems that come by, the fact that people are stereotyping, my belief is that I am in control of what and who I let affect me. And how do I go about this? I think me, myself, and I, like I keep saying this to myself, is one of the most important statements that I make for myself. When I finally, it took me a lot of time. It's not like overnight I became this, guru who was perfectly not, didn't have a problem with other people's expectations of me. But when I finally embraced my unique perspective and my strengths, I realized that no one else, male, female, they, them, were able to shake me anymore. And I think that's very important. I mean, I'm not saying don't respect everyone, but do not carry their thought processes home with you. It's one of the most important things I've learned. Another thing that I feel, and something that everyone's kind of touched upon as well, is, and oh my God, I thank my lucky stars for this, is that one of the biggest gifts I have in my journey is one of a supportive network of mentors and peers. My role model is my mom. My backbone is my father. But I also have friends who believe in me so much that they spend all night calming my worries down. In fact, I'll fall asleep, but they'll be out researching and figuring out how to solve my problem the next day. And I'm extremely grateful for this, because without them, everyone would be able to rock my boat. And now they can't. So I really beg every young entrepreneur out there to please find yourself this really strong foundation and keep them. You'll have ups and downs, but keep them. Another big tidbit that I can give you, a small tidbit, I don't know, either which way, lena hai to lo, varna chhod do, kind of thing. I believe that something that stops all non-professional commentary towards you is establishing a strong personal brand for yourself. When you become a thought leader in your industry or in your life, it gets very, very hard for someone to pull you down. If they can't reach you, how are they going to pull you down? Right? So this is one of the other things that I, really strongly believe in. And that's why I say push, push, push. Stay true to yourself and your beliefs. Never give up on your dreams despite all the doubts, even your own doubts. And yeah, that's it, I think.
Wow. That gives an example. That is an example of immense strength and courage. So thank you. Thank you for sharing. Ruchi, I would like to ask you, emotional resilience, or when we say EQ also, people have a lot of misconceptions and a lot of hype has been spread around these terms. So what are the common misconceptions about emotional resilience and how do you address?
So I think the emotional resilience, the biggest misconception is the way people perceive emotional resilience. It is the image when I talk of emotional resilience, often people have is a strong tree which is not impacted by anything, be it heavy rain, be it windy nights, and someone who's just standing tall. So if you develop a mechanism wherein nothing impacts you, whoever says anything, you don't feel bad, you don't go in self-doubt, no one is able to hurt you, no one is able to make you angry, and so forth. That is what emotional resilience is. Whereas that is not what emotional resilience is. Emotional resilience is your ability to get back up quickly after feeling whatever you have to feel. So I think I have looked at this video, which is, I think, a very perfect example of emotional resilience. There is a toy that we all might have played in our childhood, at least I can tell that about myself, like a punching teddy bear. So you punch the teddy bear, and no matter how hard you punch it, it will fall and it will again come back up. It will fall, it will again come back up. That's what emotional resilience is. So it is not about your ability to not feel anything. It's about having an ability to be able to allow yourself to feel and quickly bounce back. So it's okay if you get angry. It's just about not going on breaking walls or shouting at someone. It is about taking a moment with yourself, saying, hey, what's happening? Okay, getting things in order. Someone said something, of course, you might feel hurt. Asking yourself, what is it which is causing that hurt? Okay, no, but this is not making sense. Coming back. Things like this is what emotional resilience is. The other misconception is either you have emotional resilience or you don't. And it is nothing like it. Emotional resilience is a skill. And like any other skill, you get better at it the more you practice. It is not something you're born with. It is not something that, oh, I don't have, it doesn't run in my family. I think genetically we are not wired to be emotionally resilient. It has nothing to do with that. First of all, having that awareness, that acceptance that yes, I do need emotional resilience, not for anyone else, but to be able to take care of myself better, to be able to feel joy and feel happy in the day-to-day life and not continuously be under some rock. So that is one. And then making a commitment to start practicing it, and it will get better with time. Now, how does one do it is and I would say the earlier points that we have said about the connections, reading, going out in nature, watching your self-talk, taking small steps, and being consistent with your approach. Emotional resilience is also about allowing yourself to feel what you are feeling. So it is not about that someone said and you felt a tinge and you say, no, hey, it didn't bother me. Okay, I'm cool. It doesn't help that. It's rather the better way would be, yes, it's someone said something. It did hurt me. It hurt me because I was again going back onto the old pattern because someone said about take for example, as Chandni was saying about an idea. And I was again going back into an old loop where I would go in self-doubt. But now I think I've gathered that wisdom that no, someone saying is nothing to do with me. And then coming back. So that is something which, you can develop, be allowing yourself to feel what you're feeling and sit with it, go deeper, that what exactly it is telling me, what part of me it is really troubling, and then allowing it to just pass. So yeah, that's about it, Devika, the misconceptions and the way slowly and steadily you can build an emotional resilience as a skill.
Nice. And as you said, acknowledging your emotions is the first step. I think it is very, very, we sometimes deny that, okay, we are not feeling a particular way just because it is very uncomfortable. So we want to accept the rosy things, but not the thorns in the life. So coming to the last segment of our discussion, which is education. So Sonali, how do you approach educating young adult parents about child development and parenting?
So I have a very simple philosophy, Devika, and that is experience, experience, experience. Okay, this is the only one word that I can think of. I think experiential training is the best available opportunity, not just for the parenting role, but it could be in any role that we take on in life. Of course, along with that, there are other mediums. So when we look at the formal education processes, there are classroom sessions, there are workshops, there are study materials, or books that you can go through. And along with that, there's also coaching, there is counseling, and there is mentoring. So when it comes to me, I primarily focus mainly on one-on-ones with parents and also group sessions if, there's a common topic, because sometimes parents may hesitate to come alone. So it's always nice if there can be a common topic and then a group of parents gets together. So the learning also becomes that much more fun. I think the other thing also when it comes to understanding in terms of what is happening is family dynamics, Devika. That is one aspect which I think is still needs a lot of attention. Normally what happens is if there is a challenge, let's say with your child, the focus is entirely on the child. Okay, so the child is doing this or not doing this, or the child is becoming like this. However, the child is actually in that whole environment, right? Is surviving in that whole environment. And that environment is made up of so many other people. And each and everybody has a direct or an indirect influence on each other. So for small challenges, it works if you focus on the child. But if there are intense cases, if there are things which are really bothersome, you've tried whatever possible, but nothing is changing, then I think it's important for the parents to look beyond the child and start looking at themselves as well. One thing I think I would like to point out very, very strongly, Devika, and I'm glad I've got this platform to say this. This is coming only and only from all the mentoring sessions that I've done, I think we tend to make children the center of our world, when they're born. So for a while it's good, but with time, as and when they grow up, uh, they start having their own priorities, their own thought processes, and they're becoming different individuals. And there comes a point in time when the children have become big, they've become adults, they no longer need us. And that's when we tend to look at our partner, okay, who's there somewhere, right? But then it's too late, Devika. Um, I think my very, very strong message that I want to give today is that uh, it's, I think it's one of the most beautiful experiences becoming a parent. However, the most important relationship is what we have between the parents, because that is actually what nurtures our children. That is actually what the child is absorbing through the entire growth process, because they're living with the parents. So what they are seeing, what they are hearing, everything is what their system is absorbing on a daily basis. So it's very, very important to focus on that relationship as well. Yes, focus on the child, but also focus on each other, because that's the lifelong companionship, that we've got into. So I think from an education perspective, just again to kind of summarize, there are one-on-one sessions, group sessions, classroom sessions, books to read, online videos to see. However, do it in a nice, balanced way by focusing on the child and by focusing on each other. And out of all of this, please, please, please also focus on self. There's something called self-care. You don't have to burn out. You have to love yourself. Take care of your health, take care of your emotional health, mental health, physical health. Because at the end of the day, if you're standing on your two good feet, then the world is at your feet. So we don't want to be on the other side, where we're not able to do anything. We wait for the time, when we can actually pursue our own dreams and our own passions. But let's do it together along with this whole parenting journey. So let's not forget ourselves as well.
Lovely insights. I felt very nice hearing you, and like very nice. So thank you so much, Sonali. So like you spoke about self-care, I would like to ask Ruchi that building emotional resilience is not a cakewalk. It is a difficult path. Everybody, it is not a very easy path. So we have already spoken about self-awareness very briefly, but I would like you to elaborate on the role of self-awareness and self-care while we develop emotional resilience.
Well, I think again, so Devika, you are giving me one topic after the other, which calls for a full day session, and I'll try to summarize it here and also say things which are easy and adaptable. So, self-awareness is part of the emotional intelligence landscape. And if you do a Google search, self-awareness will tell you the definition of being in touch with yourself, being aware of your emotions, your strengths, and your development areas. Now, having said that, that is the definition which is available to us. What does it simply mean? It just simply means sitting with yourself completely without any filters, without any armors, just sitting with yourself. So every day as a practice of spending some alone time where you do not have any gadget, where the TV is not on, where you are not chit chatting. It is just about being with yourself and reflecting back what is happening, what happened. And this is for someone who is yet to embark or is very, very new to this journey of what is self awareness, how do I get to that level. The first step exactly is simply put sitting there, reflecting back on the day and asking what happened. That particular moment, I felt something, and what exactly was this? Why did I move away from that place? Why did that colleague said and that triggered me? And things like this. So just sitting with yourself and going deeper. you may not, or rather, I would say, you will not get the answers in the first go. But slowly and steadily, when it comes as a practice, you will start seeing and understanding yourselves much, much better. That what is it that hurts me, so that I consciously avoid it? What is it that triggers me, so that I consciously sit with it, work on it? And that is where I take care of myself and my emotions. The second part, and as Chandni was mentioning about having a personal brand. Now, where does a personal brand come in from? Today, if you ask someone what are few of your strengths, and here when I say this is not a interview question, it is about really knowing what is it that you get to the table. It is not about your marks, it is not about just the projects you've done, it is not about just the designation or the package you drive. What is it you are beyond as a person? What is your character? What do you feel? What are your what is the metal that you're made of? That is where the self-awareness and the strengths come in for. And equally deserving, when you have a strong sense of strength, you will be able to look into your areas of development. The only time when you are not able to look into your areas of development and they remain behind a curtain and they keep haunting you from time to time, a person who is regularly practicing self awareness, as in touch with himself or herself, will have the ability to say, okay, I have challenges with presentation skills. Let me go and work on it. I think I have challenges with my English writing. So let me start working on it. But till the time you cover the first two steps of being with yourself and being in touch with your strengths, the conviction and the commitment for the third one will never happen. And for life, you can be haunted by those things. Coming to self-care, sitting with yourself, I think, is one of the best form of self-care. And as they say, we want to do so many things for others. We want to take care of our parents. We want to be there for our friends. We want to be there for our partners. And the list goes on. But we need to remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. And that empty cup is you. So unless you have it in you, you don't want to be feeling drained by just giving. It's like a bank account, right? If you just take out money and don't deposit anything, it will just go zero and blah, blank. That you don't want with yourself. So what are the things which are going inside your own emotional well-being bank account? My good eating habits, my physical health, my being in nature, my spending time with myself, having my connection, having my army with me, reading, whatever that means for you, which is filling up your cup. Those are the things that you need to be mindful of and create a list and consciously and consistently do those. So those are some of the things that for self-care, and the first step to it always will be being aware of it. So always remember, with awareness, you create a path for any change.
Lovely. So I guess one takeaway from this discussion is that from your insights is that don't be emotionally bankrupt. Well done. So coming to our last question, Chandni, how can we better support and encourage young people to pursue entrepreneurship?
I mean, perfect question for a creative incubator, right? Because this is what we're talking about every day. I guess as a basically all the discussions I've had with my company, one of the in my company, I mean, is that the most important thing is probably access to resources and a strong mentorship program. Having programs, workshops, and hands-on learning opportunities will help reduce the strain in growth. Mentorship programs connecting experienced entrepreneurs with youth would give them, would put experience and excitement together. And that's a great mix, I think, because you can really make something out of that. What else? I guess more than anything else, I believe we can also encourage our youth by, actually, a thought just crossed my head, and this is, I think something that's probably the most important according to me. Maybe my office doesn't believe so much because it's not monetary, but I think listening. I think one of the biggest things we can give our young entrepreneurs is a space that's not judgmental, that's safe, where they can do and be whatever they want. Because in that space, I believe that they'll solve most of their problems for themselves. They don't really need us to handhold them that much. Most of them don't, because if you've come down on a entrepreneurship journey, you've come down with some clarity that it's not going to be that easy. So this, according to me, is one of the absolute biggest things we can give them. Apart from that, spaces for brain vacations so that they can, emotionally fill their cups up again, and, just have a creative outlet if they want to do something apart from work. Also, collaborative growth platforms. This is something we're working very strongly towards, because peer-to-peer learning is something that people have forgotten about. I think one of the biggest things that social media has done is put us in this state of, oh, she's got it, but I don't, and I got to figure this out myself. If this can change into something which is more collaborative in nature, I think we can get a lot better out of it, in terms of companies, in terms of anything, just life in general, I think. So yeah, that's what I think young entrepreneurs need, or actually probably everybody needs. But yeah.
Yeah, oh my God. I cannot thank you much in words, but it has been an incredible discussion, and I have learned so much from all of you. And thank you to all our panelists for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives, and for such a progressive and forward-thinking discussion. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you so much. So I can just say that the audience today has got a lot of insights on self-awareness, on young adult parenting, and on young entrepreneurship. So I think that's it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Oh, that was really appreciate the way you have introduced me. It really made me feel good about myself. And thank you for your wishes. And I would like to first congratulate you and your team for launching this live TV program for the first time on the International Women's Day, with a full day long programs and panel discussions lined out. And I sincerely want to thank you for trusting me and making me a part of this, initiation of yours. Thank you. As you have already mentioned, are you saying something, Sunilji? No, please take over. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So when I'm working as a startup and incubation expert, consultant to Startup Odisha on behalf of Ernst & Young, who is a knowledge partner to Startup Odisha. So first, I would like to give a brief introduction about the state of Odisha and the Startup Odisha, and how the startup ecosystem is evolving in the state. So Odisha, as it claims to be surely, best kept secret. I think, with all its the rich heritage, culture, the farming, mining, and natural resources which are abundantly available in the state, it definitely makes one of the top destinations for startups with plethora of opportunities here. So, and Startup Odisha is an initiative by the MSME department of Government of Odisha, which is registered under the Section 8 of the Companies Act. And Yeah, requesting all the panelists to keep their cameras switched on. Jayanti and Sumona ji, please. So, once it was initiated in the year 2016, Startup Odisha has come up with, a very business-friendly policy where, the vision itself mentions that 30% of the startups must be women-led. So that shows the kind of, commitment the state has towards promoting the women entrepreneurs. And in the framework which was developed and released in 2016, it has been provisioned for the women under the special category, where all the grants and subsidies are definitely more than the general category. So considering all these provisions made to nurture and support the women-led startups, today, if you look at the national scenario, recently there was a blog on ETBFSI, which says that the year 2024 belongs to the women entrepreneurs. And I think this year will definitely can see many more women entrepreneurs coming up. And, the statistics, if you look at in the nationwide, 50% of the startup ecosystem is being supported by women. But unfortunately, the number of women entrepreneurs is limited to only 14%. And when it comes to the MSME, more than 20% businesses are led by women. So I think there is a huge gap here which needs to be filled up. And definitely, the women entrepreneurs, even I'm seeing a lot of students, girl students, who are coming up with excellent innovative ideas and concepts. So there is a huge potential. So with all the policy framework and the support systems and the excellent infrastructure provided by Startup Odisha, we see that here in Startup Odisha, out of 1,849 recognized startups, we have around 28% being led by women. So that is like, we are just 2% less than our target. And if you look at the startups with at least one women director on board, we are almost at 42%. So definitely we are at a better statistics compared to the nation, and we would like to contribute more and encourage more women entrepreneurs to come up with excellent innovative ideas. So out of this, and today if you look at Startup Odisha, it is under the able leadership and guidance of Dr. Omkar Rai, who is a executive chairperson. The state and Startup Odisha are definitely exponentially growing with an aggressive target of reaching around 5,000 startups by 2025. And with all the efforts put in by the Startup Odisha team since 2016, it has emerged as a leader in 2019 and as a top performer in 2021 and 2022 under the state startup ranking framework by Startup India. So definitely this shows how committed and dedicated the state is to promote entrepreneurship, particularly the women-led startups. So without much ado, I would like to, introduce to you the three. See, there are many startups, but we have just, because of the time constraint, we took only 3 of the women path breakers of Startup Odisha onto the panel today. So I would, going alphabetically, I would first start with introduction of Ms. Jayanti Mahapatram. She is a business advisor, entrepreneur, and a coach by profession. She is a dynamic expert with the ability to transform, innovate, and deliver strong financial returns. When it comes to her qualifications, she has a master's in business administration and MSc in psychotherapy and master of social work, along with a commendable 15 plus years of experience in diverse fields, primarily in banking, consulting, in organizations like HSBC, Dell, etc. She has been a serial entrepreneur who co-founded Manikastu Agro Private Limited. And when you say agro, I think you all would think something related to the general farming or anything, but you will be surprised to know, what kind of farming she is doing. So we will hear it from her. And the company has received a lot of accolades as one of the top 40 startups in Indian Express 40 under 40. Her passionate involvement as a regarded business management expert with a blend of strong analytical skills, creative approach, and entrepreneurial spirit, combined with her dedication towards leading and driving change for betterment, have been catalysts for businesses receiving multiple accolades. So some of her achievements are Women of Substance Award 2019 and Change Maker at ICC Women Summit 2020, Emerging Women Entrepreneur of the State, Promising Entrepreneur by AIC, OTV Award as an Aspiring Entrepreneur, AMNS Shakti Awards 2022, she received the Exemplary Performance in Agriculture, Udyog Urja 2023, Entrepreneur of the Year Agriculture by Prameya Channel, and Pride of Odisha during the 7th edition of Sambad. Jayanti has been a mentor to many startups in various incubation centers like SOA, CII, AIC, CUTM, KIT TBI, and a partner consultant to Startup Odisha, MSME, DBTILS, Doordarshan, TAI, SPIU, ISAP, Indigram Lab, etc., and part of CII Skill and Education Committee. Her other interests include technological connection to business and natural parenting. The Honorable PM, Sri Narendra Modi ji, had spoken about her startup in detail during his 110th episode of Man Ki Baat on 25th of February, which surely added another feather to her cap. Welcome, Jayanti, onto the panel. So our second guest for today is Miss Nikita Baliar Singh. Definitely, she must be missing her twin sister and co-founder, Miss Nishita Baliar Singh, along with her today on the panel. These twin sisters are the pride of Odisha as the first Forbes International Under 30 honorees, founded Nexus Power, an eco-friendly battery tech company. They are striving to build a sustainable and greener planet by building lithium-free, biodegradable electric vehicle batteries from crop residue. Inspired by concepts in industrial ecology and biomimicry, Nexus is not only speeding up the process of EV adaptation through the fast charging, cheap, and energy-efficient batteries, but also facilitating massive growth in the agricultural industry by converting the waste. Both Nishita and Nikita completed their bachelor's degree in business management from the prestigious Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. Following this, Nikita went to pursue her master's in media and mass communication from XIM Bhubaneswar, and Nishita opted to pursue chartered accountancy. Both of them have also completed master's certification programs in nanotechnology, battery management systems, electric vehicle engineering, innovation and strategy management from IIT Roorkee, IIT Chennai, and IIM Bangalore. I think these two sisters have not left any kind of need which is required for their business. They made each and every need of the business their qualification. Besides their entrepreneurial interests, Nishita is a photographer and an artist, while Nikita is a creative writer and a filmmaker. Something that resides in both of them is being musicians, sports enthusiasts, adventure freaks, and brave horse riders. Both the girls are very active when it comes to business, leadership, and travel. really, I think you guys are very inspiring to a lot of us, Nikki and Nishi. Apart from being featured in Forbes 30 under 30, Nexus has been a recipient of multiple awards since its inception in 2019. Entrepreneur magazine's Shepreneur, Women to Watch, Vogue India's Women at the Workplace Special Edition, MG Motors and the Better India's Change Makers Season 3, PMI's Global Future 50, to name a few. The pair has also been felicitated by the Honorable Governor of Odisha for their innovative work and contribution towards the startup ecosystem in the state of Odisha. Kudos to you girls. Welcome onto the panel. So our next path breaker is Dr. Sumona Karji Mishra, who has a PhD in molecular virology from the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, having more than 14 peer-reviewed international research publications in the area. Very commendable, Dr. Sumona. After surviving a life-threatening pregnancy complication, Dr. Sumona founded Prante as an R&D-driven deep tech company that majorly focuses on predictive diagnostics or prognostics, as she calls it, to bridge the gap between the increasing patient loads and lacunae in the healthcare systems across the globe. Dr. Sumona is an alumnus of Cambridge Judge Business School's Ignite program. She actively collaborates with academicians and clinicians to identify the pressing problems in the current clinical diagnosis and gaps that have deep social and commercial value. She has been conferred with many prestigious awards, including Pride of Odisha, Rashtriya Swayam Siddha Samman, National Startup Award 2022 in the field of innovative medical diagnostics. Technologies developed by her group have a rich intellectual property profile with 6 patents, and her team has been a winner of CII IPR Award from 2018 to 2021. That's an awesome, achievements, I can say, Dr. Sumona. I very warmly welcome you onto the panel. So before I start the discussion, I would like to request all three of you, if you would like to just share a few things about your startup or your journey, very briefly. Yes, Nikita?
Surely. Hi, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm audible. So I'm actually somewhere in the reception of the Taj Palace. Yet to check in here, and the flight was late, so it's kind of really hectic. But yeah, my journey so far has been very exciting, specifically because it is coming out of college and wanting to start work, wanting to get into the and with my own twin sister, we spent all my life as a child. I used to copy her assignments in school. So when I stepped up and started doing business with her, I was sure that path was right. So from there to here, about 3.5 years, I think we also hadn't imagined that we'll get what we have so far. We managed. So it's been a bittersweet journey for sure. There have been things which have not gone the way we wanted. Few things that have just fallen in between. And I think that's what entrepreneurship is. So, looking forward to more adventures in life. Also very happy that I've chosen this field.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, how often do you twin sisters fight during the, professional journey? Does it happen?
Fight, yeah, we call it discussions, so let's put it that way. So we do have some aggressive discussions sometimes, some very subtle discussions, but not that we end up fighting the way we used to when we were kids.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me about personal things, then we'll fight. Professionally, I think when you're in the office, you have a team around you, it gets difficult to also fight with each other. So yeah, we call it discussions. A little aggressive, sometimes subtle, but discussions.
Great, great. So, Sumona ji?
Hi, everybody, and wish you all a happy International Women's Day and Mahashivratri, of course. As I talk about My Prante, it's a startup that we have started in 2015, and with a mission and vision to bridge the gap between the healthcare early diagnosis, where it is very critical to be at the point of care so that the management can be taken at a right time and the patient can be saved, not in terms of their health, financially, and also getting them the support that they can arrange the kind of a treatment they require. We started it thinking that the medical device and diagnostic that need to be built, it should be from the scratch. It should not be something which is available and just makeshift or changing it and bringing little innovation into it and making it a point of care device which is already existing in the centralized facility. So our vision is to looking into the concept, looking into the requirement, user need, and then building the product around it so that it can serve the user in a better way, in a safer way, and in a precise way. And Startup Odisha and the Odisha environment has been very helpful because, see, for developing a new technology, we require a kind of an ecosystem that has been provided by Odisha and Startup Odisha, not only in terms of the financial supports or the encouragement, but also having the human resource. Being a state where you have a huge number of engineers, getting people with technological skills was not very difficult for us. And since it is Bhubaneswar and not Bangalore and Pune, retaining those talent was also equally easy over here. So these two things which has been very instrumental when you are developing a point kind of a state of the art technology. You need to retain the talent with you because it is a long journey, and when you build a team you want them to be with you. And Bhubaneswar being a place where you have a dedicated people, skilled people, and they are willing to be with one organization for a longer time with the commitment has been very helpful for us. Thanks a lot.
Sumanaji. Jayanti, can you please switch on your camera? Yeah, we would like to see your beautiful face. You're on mute. You're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty much there and kind of listening to all the, the beautiful women around here. And I think one beautiful girl. Women बोलते ना थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो जाएगा.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just start by not wishing Women's Day. I think the day we have a happy Farmers Day, that is the day I think we should all be feeling great about the country and about the society as well. And having said that, yes, in that community of farmers, we would be, all of us are included. The reason is this time the theme is inclusion. So when we talk about inclusion, I think it is all the more important that beyond the genders, we must think of inclusion of people around. So obviously a very, very happy Women's Day and Mahashivratri. But iske saath, I think we longing to look forward to a happy Farmers Day. The reason why I put it down is because the startup and the company that I run, it is all to do with farmers, and our greater idea for the farmers is each farmer should live as an entrepreneur, should look forward to being a micro entrepreneur or a respected employee somewhere in some agri company. So that's the entire idea, and I personally call myself a farmer again. The reason is ours is Monikastu Agro Private Limited, which started off in 2015 with a back-end calculation of helping farmers into feed and fodder of small ruminants, that is animals, and we specialize into goats. We can look at goats the two ways. One is greatest of all time greats. That's how people put my name against Jayanti and Goat. So that's how I consider greatest of all times. Otherwise, yes, goats is a small ruminant which kind of is the gold mine for every farmer. Each of the farmers, when they are only into one particular product, it is not viable for them in terms of their scale of economy. And we wanted to take on something which is categorically supporting the bottom of the pyramid in terms of the farmers, manufacturers, production, and supply chain. Having said that, why small ruminants is because the idea of integrating animal husbandry into the generic farming will always give that traction of enterprising and also supports in terms of scaling the income for every individual. And the best part is the farmer doesn't have to work on it. The people at home can actually help the family. So both ways, we looked at females, we looked at the farmers, and we looked at the income base. And we started off something that is called as a goat bank. So that is one revenue stream. The goat bank concept was a HubSpot model where we kind of worked it out where, Manikastu will be at the center, supporting every farmer into animal rearing, insurance, technology, backend support, medical support, and buyback model with the market leverage. With that, the other streams are pertaining to manure processing, where the waste is also bought back and we process it into an organic manure, which is available in Amazon for individual D2C retail. And there is a supply constant which goes for the larger bits. The third is the feed and fodder, which is again another revenue stream. Every farmer cultivates something or the other in his her farm. If not an owner of a land, then they also go for partial, जिसको भागीदारी बोलते हैं यहाँ पे. So the waste out of that land is also bought back, and that is the third revenue for them as individuals and for us, which is converted into feed, fodder, silage, and so on and so forth. Larger later, we are looking at Odisha being one of the one-stop destination and choices across the world for every product pertaining to goat and the processed product out of goat milk, cheese, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Great, Jayanti. So, I mean, like people would have heard about, blood banks and, financial banks and everything, but I think the goat bank is something very new and, kudos to you for coming up with that kind of a concept, actually. And so my the next question would be to Jayanti and Dr. Sumona. So, both of you are first generation entrepreneurs. So,
yes.
Like, when and how did the seed get planted in your head? And once you expressed that, what was the immediate reaction from your family and friends?
I think it's interesting to talk about the reactions first. The first reaction was, okay, she was mad, now she's gone eccentric, she would require medical help after some time. So that's fantastic to hear, because unless you are little eccentric and you want to get down to that level, it is difficult to be an entrepreneur. Every day, it's a matter of challenge. It's a matter of getting that kick off from every time you have a downfall. So unless you have that energy levels and you're eccentric, it is difficult to deal with that situation. So that was the first thing in terms of reaction. The reason why we wanted to get down is you don't want to be answerable doing a job entire life. And, most of us, I belong to a completely down to earth middle class family where everybody was into job. And majority into government jobs. So government job is the hat. and is the crown of the family lineage from both sides. So one of the kickoffs were, you wanted to break that off, saying that 50 years, 48 years, people work, and ultimately what they own is a house, car, and basics of their life. Um, so one needs to, I wanted to break that off, and I didn't want to become an engineer or a doctor and, have a government life. But ultimately, I was pushed into jobs for a certain period of time. The best part was I made a choice to move into a private sector. So I'm a first generation private sector jobbie at our place also. So the black spot, typically who doesn't study very much, is lazy, who doesn't like to do anything other than kind of have fun. So that was the thing, and the other thing was while at work, what I can understand is someday we will be slower, we will be going back. So what is the contribution when we leave this world? So for me, what was important was what am I doing, and if I'm doing something, why am I doing it? And that why answer was how many lives I would change in what I'm doing. In banking, yes, we change a lot of lives. Yes, we are doing a lot of good things. But then again, when we look at a sector which comes as a shock to us, is the farmer community. And even today, when you say that I'm a farmer, a lot of people will feel that farmer is relative to poor and economically very low. So I think that was one other area that I wanted to make this change in perception that farmers be acha or ameer ho sakte hain, right? So those were the things. Thanks.
Great. So, Dr. Sumana, so I think you mentioned, it was mentioned in your profile that, you had, you are a fighter and you have successfully come out from a very, difficult pregnancy. So I guess, that could be your triggering point for, getting into what you're doing now. But yeah, I would like to hear from you more about when and how it started, and how is it,
Yes.
where is it today?
Yeah, thank you. So definitely, I was more inclined toward academia, research, and always envisioned myself as a little girl to become a big scientist, doing research and making new product discoveries and all. But entrepreneurship definitely was not at all in my list, and I never wanted to be. But what small incidents in your life often changes the way you think about your career, your future, and how you want to take the life ahead. So maybe pregnancy and the pregnancy complication that I faced is one of that trigger. Because being educated, being in a very we were in Delhi at that time, and had all the ANCs been done in a proper way, but unless and until my pregnancy turned critical, I was not being diagnosed with the condition that was called as preeclampsia. So that led me feel ki, if there is no early diagnosis, and there are so many women who is getting impacted by these kind of complications. If we take the statistics, more than 10% women in across the world get affected by preeclampsia every single year. And this is not only limited to the pregnancy or pregnancy complications, but beside that, there are various diseases where early diagnosis could be savior. But unfortunately, we don't have the early diagnosis, or the early diagnosis is not available in a form that it can reach the person who really needs it, point of care, and to the so that uh, initiated the thought in me, doing a research, publishing a papers, making discoveries in a high-end lab where all the instruments are available. It's more important to do something where we can develop products and bring it to the common man. Actually, they are the people who need our invention. So that was the trigger. So in 2010, my daughter born. and I did all the kind of a back end surveys and searches till 2015. Still, she was little stabilized because as she was very premature, it was very difficult for me to go leave her and go outside and do my entrepreneur journey. So in 2015, the first thing that I did is I registered my company so that there should not be any deviation or kind of a any kind of distraction for me. I know what is my target, and I registered it initially as a one person company so that uh, my focus is there. If somebody wants to come along with me, fine. Otherwise, I want to go ahead. Uh, but if I talk about the reactions from my family and friends, I would say that they were very supportive, extremely supportive. Not only my parents, my husband, my in-laws, my friends, everybody supported and encouraged and tried to help me in every possible way they could. Even my daughter, at that time she was just 5, she also encouraged me to do something in this regard, because she said, mama, you could save me, but there are millions of women who are not being able to save their child because they don't have that kind of facility that you could provide to me. So that is kind of encouragement and support that I got, and definitely I was doing something in the field which I have already been trained for so many years. So there was not much of a negative reaction. In fact, I would say there is no negative reaction, but of course they were concerned that whether it will be very hard on me to take an entrepreneurial journey. But in each and every step, each of them, especially my husband and my daughter, were supportive, and they helped me like anything. From 2015 and now we are in 2019, we have all the certifications from DSI, Cedisco, everything, and they have been the integral part to help me to, from a one person company, now we have around 15 people working together.
That's great. That's a great journey. So, Nikita, coming to you, I think you are like a second generation entrepreneur. And yeah, so is it like a genetic thing for you? Or, have you developed that interest on becoming an entrepreneur at a later date? And
No,
particularly
I
when
think.
you have, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
but
go ahead, please.
no, I also wanted to understand because you mentioned to me that your parents are in telecom sector, right? Yeah, telecom products and all that. So
Real
when
estate and
you
stuff, yeah.
have, sorry?
There's a telecom, real estate and stuff, yeah, traditional businesses.
Yeah. So, but now
Yeah.
you have chosen both of you have chosen a different, entirely a different, business line. So again, I wanted to understand how supportive were your parents, and what were the challenges you faced?
So it was not like we developed this thing later or there was a different thought process. I think since school we had this in mind that we had to be entrepreneurs and we had to start our own company. And that was way back, I think, when we were 8, 9 years old. So we've since then we've been kind of been in this space to build our own company. And of course, I've seen my parents in business. They used to have they have their own company. So often as kids, we used to go to their offices and see the team and how work would happen and how they would manage and approve things and so on and so forth. So yes, that feeling has been there since childhood. Of course, our school was very instrumental in encouraging us to be entrepreneurs because they always felt that we had that spark and we should take it forward. I don't know if it was genetic or it was just because we had we'd grown up in that environment that we picked up the idea of having our own company, but it was there since childhood. So there's nothing that happened later. And people, I remember my batchmates were asked, what you want to be in life, and somebody would pick up astronaut, somebody would say doctor, and I would always, in fact, both of us would always stand up and say that we will build our own brand and we'll build our own company. So it was that old in us. Parents, obviously, they've been in the same business line, so they understand the highs and lows of what businesses can be. And so they were very supportive, yes, but they were also concerned about how the growth would be for us because we were getting into a very R&D intensive deep tech startup, battery technology, and young women with women who don't even have a very specific science background. Like it's not like a very long engineering background that we have. So for us to step into that domain, it was that parental concern that they had, that you have to think how far will this go and how you will manage to build it or grow the company eventually. So yeah, there was this little bit of concern, but they were very supportive. They gave us a lot of tips from their journey of how they started their business and how they've managed highs and lows and the finances, of course. So even today, mom gives us a lot of financial tips and things, because it's one very important factor of business. So people have been supportive. Somewhere it has been with the external environment, sometimes with investors, sometimes with a few government officials. It has been not very smooth to convince them that we know what we are doing. But other than that, it's been a wonderful experience so far. And Nexus as a company, we work on battery technology. So we're making the cells and we do a lot of research day in and day out. So surely we needed a lot of support, which thankfully came into us from Startup Odessa, from KTBI, from CSIR Labs, IMMT is an example. So we were grateful that we managed to tie up with all of these organizations in the state, and we managed to grow in the state. So it was a dream for both of us to build a brand in the sustainability domain and to come up and have a 30-35 member team today who's extensively working on research every day, and where we are maybe say 7, 8, 9 months short of commercializing the batteries. uh, Probably wasn't a thought in the beginning, but yes, it's from here on, I think it's about growing and going global.
Yeah. So, and where are you planning your manufacturing unit? So, is it going to be the same place here?
Personally, if you would ask me, my heart says Bhubaneswar, because we've grown up here, we're born and brought up here. It's close to my heart. But it'll also depend on the kind of incentives we get from the multiple governments of the state, and of course, central government as well. Also depends on the proximity to raw material and how the supply chain and distribution channel works. So a lot of things go into deciding your manufacturing plant. But if Odessa, because we've been so attached with the government already so far, if we get the best intensive incentives here, I think this is going to be our first choice for sure. So Bhubaneswar it will be if everything falls in place.
Yeah, I think from the industry department, there are many schemes and policies, and also from Startup Odisha, there is a need-based assistance which is given to the deep tech startups. So probably you can look at applying for these things. And
So
yeah,
we've not had a struggle on the financial side, to be honest, because we've raised 2 rounds of equity investments. So we've got like a proper investment network and board of directors in place, and we've thankfully not required the need-based assistance so far. But we're looking at incentives in terms of allotment of land, manufacturing subsidies, proximity to sourcing of raw material, other industries who could collaborate with us. So these are certain elements that go into deciding where we would, set up manufacturing units. And obviously, it will not be just one. It will be multiple of them across the country, but one in Bhubaneswar, and maybe the first one in Bhubaneswar for sure.
yeah, I think that would be a better plan to have start here and in your hometown and then expand outside. Yeah. So my next question to all three of you would be like, so did you ever face any kind of challenges in your entrepreneurial journey as women? And if yes, what are they and how did you overcome these challenges? Yes, Jayanti, you can start.
As a women, when you dive into an area which is pretty much a male-dominated area, which agriculture overall, we see is attached with males. So at the time, especially animal husbandry sector. So yes, there are basic challenges that you kind of go through and have. One is the trust factor. With the farming community and specifically the marginal farmers, with the policies, with the kind of work people have done, their experiences. Yes, initially there was a little to do with gaining the trust. Hence, we could understand even before we surveyed the area, and that's why we did not start immediately with animal husbandry or the goat bank. We started with supporting them for cultivation of other horticulture products other than what they are used to, which took us 2 years. And in 2017, October was when we actually launched the goat bank model and the realistic model that we wanted to take on. We understood that it would take us at least a 2 years time before the farmers come back and are associated with us, because goat rearing is also a very, very scientifically driven technique, and the modern methodology with ERP systems, with applications for the care, for tracing, monitoring, and all that, it is not an easy thing, especially in the deep rural pockets, where people are, kind of used to the generic thing. And when it is attached with the women, somebody who has no background of animal sciences or agriculture or anything, it is all the more a camel ride to say. But I think those 2 years were the time. And India as a country would require a little bit of time before things change as a gender specific notion for a particular industry. So it will change, and it is going to take some time. I think from policy perspective, from government office perspective, from procurement perspective, the mandis and these on the ground, yes, you will have a little bit of I think, but slowly now with all these years, it's physical. But I think like Startup Odisha and all other incubation supports and the promotion, the state and the center, everyone who's promoting us has kind of been our stalwarts as support system, who have kind of supported and helped us to move ahead beyond the so-called perception of agriculture to men.
I think you are now a national celebrity with the PM, Honorable PM himself mentioning about you and talking about your startup. Okay, so I mean, like, I just want to ask a very foolish question here. So, did your psychotherapy MSc help you in understanding the?
Actually, that is the approach, ma'am. So when I said that initially we went ahead for buying in the trust factor, psychotherapy, counseling. A lot of times when you talk in groups, that worked, and a training background works. The studies work. Generally, as an individual, if not agriculture, then somewhere you have to play the mind, and I think that worked for us.
Great.
And it still works, actually.
So, Nikita?
No, I wouldn't call them challenges. Just certain roadblocks that sometimes come around, certain situations that do come around. Not that we faced anything specific or very dedicated because we were women, but there have been certain interactions with, sometimes in the early days when we were raising our first round, we used to pitch to a lot of investors. And few of them came up with certain questions like, so we used to pitch, used to finish an entire pitch, and we used to expect questions on the company and the product. But the first questions that we've got is, when do you plan to get married? Would your husband join the company once you're married? Would the company be going on, once you're married? What's going to be the continuity of the business? So we used to be a little perplexed because you wouldn't ask a man these questions if whether his wife is going to join the company or not, or what happens to the company when he gets married. So these were certain things that kind of pinched us a little in the beginning. And my personal life has got nothing to do with my professional life, and I don't think that should come in the way. So I think eventually we did learn to, just say that it doesn't matter. Initially, we used to try and be, a little subtle, but then we started being a little direct, saying it doesn't matter. So don't get there. Let's talk about what I'm doing and, not what my personal life is. And this was something that often I believe, when we look at women empowerment, or we look at how women are trying to build themselves and companies across in the country, it's also important that everybody else in the ecosystem understands that it is already a very tough job to stand up and build a company, whether it is a man or a woman. And if the ecosystem is not looking at both of these genders from the same lens, then it gets tougher for the one who is being criticized more than the other gender. So that's one thing that we do believe everybody in the ecosystem has to understand. And beyond that, I think it's also important that we have a lot of women come up and become investors as well. So you look at a list of investors, say 150, 200 of them, out of which barely would find 20 or 30 of them who have women founders. Otherwise, it's a very male dominated space even today. So these are certain things that we have to work on, and there's a long way to go. But I'm sure things have changed ever since the startup boom has happened, and I'm sure government is doing a lot of things, special incentives for women, compulsory women director in a lot of limited companies. So these are positive moves. I'm sure now they have to make it mandatory. Eventually, that will be the case. Maybe 5, 7, 10 years later. So that's nice, and it's a welcome move. It's good that women are being given their due share of management skills, and they are actually shining quite bright in multiple startups and also investment domains.
Yeah, great. So, Dr. Sumana ji, did you have to face any kind of challenges as a woman entrepreneur?
No. As Nikita said, as a woman entrepreneur, the challenges as an entrepreneur, definitely, whether it is a male or a female, they have to face when they are building their company. But being a woman entrepreneur, as such a different challenge, which might, if I would have been a man, I would not have faced. Nothing has happened like that. Everybody was very understanding, collaborating, and at the intellectual scale, everybody accepted that the man and women are same. Right now, at least the circle, I have been very fortunate. The circle that where I am operating, there is no discrimination at all. Whether we are collaborating with the AIMS, or we are collaborating with the Utkal University or Revensha, or whether it is NIB Pune, everywhere we have been welcome, and they never discriminate as I am a woman. It is, in fact, it is easier. Sometimes I feel it becomes easier when you are a woman and you are driving something. The people around you appreciate the effort that you are taking. Maybe sometimes there are apprehensions. As a woman, you have to take care of your family, but now I think the trust has built on the women, that they know how to handle multiple things and keep their time slot as it is required, and they can prioritize what to do, when to do, and how to do. So that much confidence, I think, the society now have started having on their women.
That's great. So again, one last question to all three of you, because we are running out of time. So which has been your best moment in your entrepreneurial journey, be it any kind of an award or any kind of an achievement? So whatever it is, and what was that best moment, and what was your feeling at that point in time? So let us start with Dr. Sumona.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for giving this first opportunity to me to explain, because there are so many moments. But the best moment, there are so many awards that when we got, you get we feel very good. But there is one moment which actually made me feel the best being in the entrepreneurial journey is during the COVID. So during the COVID, we thought how to operate the things. At that time, it came up to our mind, why not to develop some diagnostics for the COVID? And within 2 months, we developed RNA isolation kit and send it to ICMR for validation. And we are very apprehensive because we didn't have the sample to validate much. So with all the surrogate samples we have validated, and within 2 months, me and my husband, because we could not bring our other employees to do the testing, we developed from scratch, and it is based on magnetic nanoparticle, which we later on patented it, and we have a granted patent on that. We sent it to ICMR and we are very apprehensive, and the report came, and our performance was better than the international brand Roche's 99 magnetic nanosensor. And when I saw that result, it was so overwhelming for me to feel that within 2 months we could create and can contribute something for the COVID war, which was affecting so many lives. So that was the, I could say, the till date, that was the best moment that I can count upon.
Yeah, Nikita.
When you are in an R&D intensive company and you have like a research team who's day in and day out stepping in with multiple ideas, I don't think I can really pick one moment which made me feel that this is it, because there was actually no eureka moment in this journey so far. Every day we do certain experiments and some are very successful and we are very happy. Some just we fail at many of them also, but we still keep it going. So yeah, there have been multiple awards falling in the kitty. Forbes, I think Forbes under 30 was very, very important for the family, for our friends, for our loved ones. They really they're very happy about Forbes. And I think everything else that happened after that happened because of the Forbes mention that we got, whether it was Entrepreneur India or it was Vogue or it was PMI Future 50. I think it all happened because we already featured in Forbes. So probably yes, that was one very happy moment for everybody in the family, in our loved ones. But personally, I think for me, just to get up and have a company and work with my sister and day in and day out to go and step into the office, I think that is a wonderful feeling in itself. To go into the office and have a team working and dedicatedly, when we are shedding our responsibilities, we are sharing our work and we are kind of working together. I think that is the only feeling that probably I wake up for every day in the morning.
Great, great. Yeah, Jayanti.
There are many, ma'am. I think every day there is something or the other that comes up, which is great and good. But I think I'm happy with smaller and little things. So one of my experiences was when I was really happy. There was this girl who joined us while we started the firm. She was the first one, our first employee actually. And she did not have parents. She was staying with her mother, brother, and other family members. And they had pushed her to start earning. She was hence no choice, so she came to us. We put her on board. And 5 years later, she was getting married, and she was one of those richest in their area. Okay, and who was actually taking a survey, and they were shocked to know that she had saved around 6 lakhs in 5 years. And very interestingly, that was the time she started getting her proposals for marriage. And the best part was, she says that anyone who would like to marry me has to stay in Manifesto and has to work here, because I will not go to their place. So anyone who is ready to marry and stay here will continue, and I will get married. So I think that was one of the experiences which was happy, and it makes a lot of difference for people, from those areas where you make a difference. Similarly, we have multiple stories actually. There is this old couple who was selling greens out here in the roads of Bhubaneswar, your IRC village roads. They were from Raikia. So their children had pushed them off and had no place to go. So somehow they managed coming to Bhubaneswar. The old man was around 60 and was forced to do, posed as a security guard. So, and then 10 days later, probably he was thrown out and had no way, no place to go. So, someday I used to buy some stuff from there on the way, either for some work or somewhere. So then I would see them regularly, new face, and I asked them, "Where did you come?" And then they started sobbing. And then we pulled them from here, took them there. They worked with us, and recently they were able to build the house. So they were there with us for around 6 years again, and so they have taken a sabbatical and have gone back to build their house and come back again. So those are the kind of happy experiences that we have. The rest is, I think, recognitions will always make us happier. And one of the recognitions is again all our support incubators, you, Startup Orissa, and everybody, I guess.
And I think, really, I feel very privileged to have, this panel and you people on the panel who not only, brought in a change in your own lives, but, impacting many more lives and, working on the sustainability areas and really, kudos to all of you. I'm really glad to be working with Startup Odisha, to be in touch with all of you. So let us keep this going and wish you all the very best. And I think definitely many more happy moments to come to all of you. So it's been a very great time, and thank you for taking out time on a holiday. And I know Nikki is traveling and she has just pulled out time to be here. So thank you, all of you, very, very much, and wish you a very happy Women's Day. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Sunilji and my Startup TV team for having us and encouraging the startups from Startup Odisha, women entrepreneurs in particularly. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I want to welcome you all to the inaugural gathering of this Women's Day. I want to welcome you all to the inaugural gathering of this Women's Day. I want to welcome you all to the inaugural gathering of this Women's Day.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us back. So I'm introducing Aarti Unnayar, Managing Director of Arnold Consultancy Services Private Limited. Aarti is basically a seasoned hospitality professional with around, I think, 20 years of experience. She's worked with very big brands, prestigious brands like Oberoi, Hyatt, Radisson. After having worked with these brands, she transitioned to Find Arnold in 2017. So beyond business, she also champions a lot of social causes. She's founded the Unnati Social Development Foundation Trust, which is dedicated to educating underprivileged children So welcome, Aarti. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. And I would like to take this opportunity to wish you a very, very happy International Women's Day.
Thank you.
I have a few questions for you. Your journey with Arnold Consultancy Services and your social work, I want to say, is commendable. And my first question to you would be, what drove you to establish Arnold Consultancy Services Private Limited?
So it's a the transition happened in a way like as I was into the hospitality industry, hotel industry for so long, and I wanted to go for a small break before getting into a big role. So I was onto my bigger platform, bigger role, and to get into that platform, I wanted a bit of a break. So that was a break which when I wanted so that I can get ready for that opportunity. So I took that break, and that break was like for approximately 2 months or 3 months. So I was on that break, and during my travel, during my sales meetings and all, there was a UK company which had come across to me, and they knew that I'm on this break, and they were into this. They wanted to get into the Indian market, and they wanted to introduce their company into this Indian market, and they wanted my help for that. So for initially when they approached me, I was working with the hotels, and I refused that I am working with a hotel. I cannot get into this assignment. So when they came to know that I am on a break, they approached me again, and they said that you don't have to do anything. You just have to give it 3 hours and help us establish into this market. So that was the time when I helped them into this project. This was a small project, and this project went up to 6 months. So it was good financially. It was good. Everything was good, and I was just giving three hours of my day, which was fine for me. So slowly and gradually, this was like it didn't spark me, but it sparked my husband, and he said that if you can establish a non-branded company which is not in India also, and you have established it into the Indian market, why can't you grow your own brand? So that was one thing which struck me also. And he was like, stop minting money for others now, start doing it for yourself. So from here, the idea of getting into my own business started off, where it made me also think that yes, if I can establish a non-branded company into the Indian market, then why can't I make myself a brand for this market? I know people, I have connections. So that was the starting phase, how Arner came into the picture. So that's how Arner began. And since I have the expertise of hospitality, so we got into tour, travel, event management, weddings. So these were our specialized areas where we started in this slow and steady manner. We started coming one by one into the field.
Very nice, very nice. Why don't you also tell us what all services does Arner Consultancy provide?
Okay, so Arner Consultancy Services was established in 2017. As you also know that it's a tour and travel company. So along with tour travel packages, we do hotel bookings, we do events, we do seminars, we do exhibitions and weddings. Apart from this, Arner Consultancy Services is also into security, manpower and talent acquisition. So as I told you that Arner means 5 elements. So we are into 5 segments. So it's it's tour and travel, events, weddings, your security and manpower, and talent acquisition.
And just before we started talking, we were talking offline before this, and you told me a beautiful story behind the word Arner. I think it's made up of your last 3 letters of your husband's name. Is that correct?
Yes. So Arner is 2 initials of Aarti, AR, and NAR is the Naren. So NAR. So that's how we came with the name of Arner into it.
And so, do you basically you contribute about 4 vendors, Nare contribute about 3/5 work-wise, and contribute?
You have to come again with your question.
I was just saying, is the contribution towards the efforts also in the same ratio? Do you give about 2/5, and does Naresh give about 3/5?
No. The contribution is equal. Because as my expertise are into sales and marketing and business development, he holds the expertise into, because he's from the Air Force background, so he holds the expertise of strong administration, HR, your policies, So all these things, our company policies, our HR policies, and our administration is everything taken care by him only, and he manages our finances also. So as I get the business into the company, he's the one who drives the policies, who drives the salaries, who pays out the salaries of the employees. So he's the one who takes care of that part. So equally, you're running the vehicle.
Equal distribution of work,
Yeah,
right?
equal distribution of work.
I know. So I've heard of Shri Traveler India. I think that is one of the initiatives of our nurse. Could you highlight and talk a little bit more about She Traveler India? What is that?
Yeah, She Traveler India is basically a vertical which is only and only for my female travelers. So, as being into the industry for so long, I have been seeing that our Indian women, they depend on their husbands, their brother, father to accompany them wherever they want to travel. So, and because of which they are not able to travel because these people don't have time. For traveling you need time. So these people, then the ladies, they hold themselves back and say, okay, next time we'll do it next, and that next time never comes. So with that concept we came into the picture that okay, don't depend on your male counterparts, don't depend on the male people, just come back to us, tell us your requirements, and we will give you end-to-end services. So what She Traveler does is She Traveler gives you end-to-end services. It gives you stress-free, hassle free, and a complete travel freedom for our female travelers. We also organize women-based events in this vertical. So it's celebrating your travel experiences with She Traveler. Unnati Social Development Foundation was like, I am into workouts also. So me and my friend, we were coming out from our workout session, and we saw a small child who was begging on the road, and his hand was amputated, and still he was begging, and it was bleeding. So we tried to go close to him, and we wanted to just pamper him, and we wanted to just ask him what is happening and why is he begging. So when he saw us, he ran away. So there were other children also who were outside, who were begging where he was begging. So the florist, he told us that don't go near these children because they have been continuously watched. So today they are begging here, tomorrow because you are continuously going and trying to meet these children. Today they will be begging here, tomorrow they'll be sent somewhere else. So don't go near them. They are into the trap of begging because of somebody is watching them. So this thing came into our mind that and if these children are begging, only then there are people who are getting benefits out of it. We need to stop this. So then me and my friend started off with this drive that we should be stopping begging, and we should be going to the slum areas. We should be speaking to their parents. We should be making them understand that the children should not be begging. Their right is to study, and give them the right education. So we had a doctor on our panel. We came up with this idea that let's move out and let's open up an NGO. Let's come up with an NGO who will be working towards this cause, because nobody as an individual will listen to me. So we gathered approximately 9 ladies, and then we moved out in a group in these slum areas, and we had a psychologist also along with us, who used to convince the parents of these children who used to beg around that you should not be begging, but you should be studying. So for them it was like, if the children are studying, for them it's like you are cutting off one of their hands from getting money home, because at the end of the day these children are also contributing a certain amount towards their livelihood. But then we assured them that you are doing this for food, right? So we will be providing you this food, but send these children to school. So we are responsible for their school education. We are responsible for their stationaries. We are responsible for their midday meals, and we are responsible for all their basic education, what they are getting into our school. So we run a small open school for these children, and now we started with 2 children, and now we have 70 children in our school. So these are all beggar children who are converted from beggars to regular school going children. We are getting something from the society, right? we are earning, we are whatever events we are getting, whatever we are getting, my clients are from the society only. So we need to give it back to the society, to that level of people who are underprivileged. So this is how then Unnati came into this thing, that okay, society is giving us something, we need to give it back. So this is how then the idea of Unnati came into the picture.
Very nice. I must say, you guys are doing a commendable job. I applaud you for all the efforts and keep up the good work. You happen to be the project guys. Any challenges? Please talk about the challenges that you face or are facing. Balancing your various roles. Your 4G wife is not an easy task. It had its own roles to play. So talk to me and talk to our viewers about that.
Yeah, being a 4G wife, yes, definitely we do have some challenges. But after all, those challenges can be overcome, because if you have a supporting husband, so the challenges can obviously be overcome. So yes, my challenges were like I being into the hotel industry and he being into the defense background. So army people, the defense people are posted every 3 years, if you know. So they get their postings in every 3 years. So when I got married, my husband was posted in Goa and I was working in Delhi. So any lady whose husband is posted in Goa, so it's a beautiful posting. So anybody would leave the job and go and join her husband and settle over there for some time, till the time the place is like Goa-like place. But I chose my career on top of everything. So for me, my career was everything, and I did not join my husband when he was working, when he was posted in Goa. After that, when he came, because see, for us it's like co-location postings are very difficult, because if he's there in Goa for a certain time, so no hotel will give me will place me in the hotel when they know that okay, her job is based on her husband's postings. So for me, my job was secured in Delhi. I wanted to be in Delhi because for me my job was my priority. So I did not move out with him to Goa. After that, from after Goa, then he came back. He came to Agra. Then I had to shift from Delhi to Agra. So these are the loophole. These are the challenges which we face, that we have to change our jobs as per their postings. Now, this second challenge is like where they are posted. It's not necessary that what kind of hotel I am working with is over there also, or a branch is also over there. So if I'm working with 5-star hotels, if he is posted in Thois or Siachen, I will not be having a hotel over there. So for that, either I will have to stay back, or I will have to go along with him and leave my job and go along with him. So these are the challenges that are faced over there during that time. Also, there are a few more challenges. Protocols. You have protocols also to follow. The protocols are like there are some defense, there are parties happening. There are some for meetings. The meetings which are held at the station with the station commander's wife and the other lady officers' wives over there, and which work towards the betterment of the place where you're staying over there, of that station. If you are working in the civil setup, kind of a setup, you are very less into all these things. And then you have to face those challenges, because then you have your seniors' wives who are looking up to you, and they keep on saying that you're not there. So these are also the challenges which you have to face, and every time you have to be on your toes. So you have to contribute here also, and you have to contribute there also in your workplace. So then you have got challenges for contributing in both the places and equally. So you cannot say that I am less over here or I'm more over there. So it's like you have to be equally present at both the places. So these are the challenges. But yes, I have a supportive husband who always used to tell me that if at all you are not able to attend the meetings at the Air Force station, please do concentrate on your work, because I will handle all these things. I cannot handle that. I cannot handle your hotel. What happens there? I cannot handle that. But at least I can handle things over here. So you concentrate there, and if you are not able to contribute towards the Air Force thing, I will help you out doing that.
Very nice.
The things became easy for me, and he never forced me to get posted wherever he was posted. He never told me that come along with me. He first told me that take care of your job first, and there will be a time when we'll be together. And today we are together.
Very nice. I wish all working women get such supportive husbands. A lot of them are, just like wives are supportive of their husband's career. I think it's equally important that men also are supportive of their wives' careers. And thank you for sharing these examples. Any future plans do you have for Arnav? I'm sure you do, but anything for Arnav as well as for the trust, the Development Foundation Trust, both of them.
Yeah, when it comes to the trust, yes, we do have expansion plans because we are working towards the. As of now, we are working for the underprivileged children. Now our future plan is to work for the skill to skill the ladies for the women empowerment. So there are ladies. We have recently opened up a setup for stitching and embroidery center for the ladies through our trust, where we have approximately 25 ladies who come and who are learning stitching and embroidery from us. So future plan is like if we teach them how to stitching and embroidery work. So in future we will be using their skills towards towards the necessity of the market, where now those portals are being made where you have got wedding requirements. These portals are used for many of the things. So we are coming up with such concept that these ladies they make such things, and we will be supplying it to the vendors who require these portals or those decorative bags for the hampers. Plus we will be getting them contracts from the surrounding factories for shirts or gloves. So these ladies will be getting their salary also from us, and they'll be learning their a skill also. So this is our future plan. This is our future plan for the trust. And now when it comes to Arner, yes, of course, Arner will not stop only for weddings, event management, tour and travel, security and facility management. We will be surely getting further. We are getting into the international market also now, and as of now Arner has only 2 offices, but yes, in future we are planning to have more offices in pan India, so that our operations are not, as of now we have got vendors through whom we operate, but in future we will have our offices settled there.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Any advice for aspiring entrepreneurs, aiming to make a positive impact, aiming to make it a success of their business and all of that? And that would be my last question, but if you could have some.
Yes. See, this is the last but not the least question, and it's the most important question. To all the aspiring women entrepreneurs, I would just like to say is believe in yourself, believe what you are doing. No thing is big or small. Anything, whatever strength you have, your talent, your hobby, please use it and take it further. You never know, your smallest hobby can make you a multi-billionaire also. So just believe in yourself, do whatever you do, just think of doing it. Don't sit, but do it. Whatever comes to your mind, just give it a try at least. Even if I wouldn't have given try to myself also, I wouldn't have come up to this level where I am. I would be happy. I would be happy with those figures coming into my bank account. I would be happy at the first day of the month that my salary has been credited to my account, and I'll be happy. I did not go for that. I had to leave something to achieve this. So don't get disheartened. Just give tries, and you will definitely succeed. So,
but it's important to get into the action mode.
Yes, you have to get into action. You have to recognize yourself, and whatever small things that you achieve, please start appreciating yourself for that. That is the only motivation that you can get as of now. What you can give to yourself, and you can give to yourself. So start believing in yourself. This is what I want to say.
Thank you so much for joining the show today, and I again wish you a very, very happy Women's Day. I wish you a lot of success. I wish Arna Consultancy a lot of success.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me this platform and this audience where I could come and speak over. And thank you, Shetty sir, to give me this platform and giving me this recognition. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
thanks to each one of you, Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya, for accepting my invite, and thanks for coming on to this podcast. Happy Women's Day to each one of you. As the old adage goes, ladies first, will not go by that. We'll start with Sudhindra. But before we start the actual podcast, or before we start this Women's Day panel discussion, I would like each one of you to introduce yourself shortly. I'm Srilata Shankar. Like Sunil introduced me, I come with 24 years of experience in HR and L&D, learning and development. I've conducted soft skill workshops. I'm in HR. I've also been teaching HR in management colleges. I conduct soft skill workshops for management, engineering, and corporate companies. I'm a content writer. I write poetry, and I can go on. So I will stop here. Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya, request you to introduce yourselves, please. Let's start with Sudhindra. Sudhindra, please answer my question. What, on the occasion of Women's Day, as we empower women to be leaders, what are we doing to educate and inform the men in our lives to avoid gender-based violence?
Namaste, first of all, to all my panelists and all the viewers. Greetings on the occasion of International Women's Day. Greetings also on the occasion of Mahashivratri. It's an extremely auspicious day for us to be doing this session. The education of the men, if it has to happen, it has to start from the house. It has to start from the home. The parents, the siblings, I'm assuming the grandparents, the entire ecosystem that was there in a traditional Indian home. I think that is where the character is groomed. That is where the character is crafted for every individual, more so for the boys. The kind of upbringing that an individual gets at home, the kind of interaction that he has with his friends at school, the impact that the teachers have on him in a school, I think these are the various aspects which are critical, which are important in enabling a boy, an individual, to understand his relationship with people of the opposite gender. The interaction with the siblings at home, the kind of examples, the kind of milieu that unfolds at home, I think these are very critical in terms of shaping the kind of character that the individual is going to become in future. History is, of course, replete with plenty of examples. We have Shivaji, Chhatrapati Shivaji, whose mother, Jijabai, was the most significant impact on his life. All through his life, we will see that his achievements were always grounded in humility. His spectacular achievements were always dotted with acts of magnanimity, with acts of simplicity and humility. He was somebody who was extremely honorable even in defeat, whether he was in defeat or in victory. He was somebody who always stood out with honor. He was somebody who had that strength of character in him. And this is something which he owed to the tutelage that he had got from his mother. Closer in the 19th and 20th centuries, we have had the example of Swatantraveer Savarkar, on whom also his mother and his sister-in-law were such great influences. The introduction to concepts such as nationalism, devotion to one's motherland, our culture and traditions, and an exposure to the revolutionaries, which kind of framed the entire life sketch of Veer Savarkar, were all contributed to him. Acharya Madhva, a saint philosopher from Udupi in Karnataka, who founded the concept of Dvaita, he quotes from our epics, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Bhagavata, and he says that our epics are full of instances where the complementary nature of man and woman are so clearly delineated. He lists out, he narrates small nuggets from the Mahabharata, the conversations between Kunti and Bhima, or the conversation between Satyabhama, Rukmini, and Draupadi during the period of exile, where the sketch, where the entire role of a woman in the household is so beautifully sketched. And there is a lesson to be learned for every single male from reading from those books, reading from those epics. The second thing that I think the family plays a major role is inculcating a sense of respect in the individuals. I think no relationship can ever be successful unless there is that innate sense of respect and regard for the opposite individual, irrespective of the gender. So respect for oneself, respect for the opposite person, for their views, for their thinking, for their personality, for their traits. This is imperative, and this is also something which will have to be groomed at the house. So I think these are two critical aspects that the family, the milieu in which an individual, a boy, grows up, these have to be crafted at that level. And as I said, one word of caution, or I would defer to the wisdom of the women, is that there needs to be a subtle distinction drawn between flirting and chivalry. Very often that kind of gets missed out and even misunderstood. So I think so long as both the genders try to understand and assimilate the differences and learn to comprehend and live with them in a complementary manner, I think much of the issues tend to get sorted out.
Well said, Sudhindra. I couldn't agree more with you on this. Moving on to you, Chaitanya, as you are in HR as much as I am, and you being a leader and managing teams, how women's leadership and collective action can make a difference?
I'd like to speak first, Srilata, about collective action.
Sure.
It's the feeling of a shared goal and a real cause which can call for a strong action. And if it's priority of one person, it's no big deal, right? It has to become a shared priority to be able to gain that most needed attention. And when a woman stands at the forefront, either individually or along with men and other women, it definitely turns heads and people notice it. And thus the difference making could be possible. And there is so much that we can speak about, how women can really make a difference. And maybe as we go on and progress in the discussion, we could speak more about it, Srilata.
Sirisha, moving on to you. Starting from policies and policymakers should emphasize on the importance of accelerating gender equality and why women's leadership is as important as a time of overlapping crisis. What is your thoughts on that?
I would like to take a step back, Sri. Women represent half of the world's employment potential, I mean. So effectively developing this talent will increase organizations' competitive advantage. And one of the growing body of evidence was demonstrating a correlation between gender diversity at executive level and company performances. But still, women are not able to make up into the leadership level. So as we speak, we are just making up 11% into the leadership roles. So because of various reasons, motherhood, family responsibilities, health, or caregiving. But I feel women leadership is critical in policy making and overcoming crisis, as decades of studies we have heard from the psychologists on how women leaders help increase productivity, enhance collaboration, inspire dedication and fairness. And to encourage an equitable world, women leadership plays a very critical role. For some, I can quote like, achievement of, in terms of policies, right? Achievement of equal pay for the equal work or value you bring in. So that will be one aspect. And then prevention and elimination of the so-called violence and harassment at workplace and at home as well. I feel, we can bring in some policies at government and at workplaces, creating a harmonious work-life balance for both women and men. I don't want to discriminate men here because men equally needs to manage work and life, and equal representation of women in business and management strategies and roles. And of course, the more the women leadership grows, the more investment in future of work that works for women. In fact, the studies say that, I can quote some examples. Your story, if you've heard, right? So was started by Shraddha Sharma. So now she's leading a team of 100 plus people who offer content in 11 local languages. It's a very innovative idea when she started. And another than Kiran Majumdar Shah is one of the most revered female entrepreneurs in India. She is a billionaire, one of the billionaires in India, who was hailed as the founder and chairman of Bangalore-based biotechnology company, Biocon. So on and so forth. I just wanted to quote some of those examples from India. Akanshu is founder of Refund Me. It's again some of the innovative ideas. So I would say the more the women grow into this leadership roles, I can see some creativity and innovation coming up, and they can make good candidates for the startups as well.
Absolutely. I agree with what each one of you said, especially what Sudhindra mentioned. He went back to history and spoke about the women leaders across and how they shaped our independence, how we got. Independence is not because of Nehru and Gandhi, as we are taught in our schools. Unfortunately, a lot of women leaders have helped get us our independence. Apart from that, we have our, like you mentioned, Kiran Mazumdar, Kalpana Chawla, Sunita Williams, and so on and so forth. And we have our own Kamala Harris as the Vice President of US. Our own, like I said, it is so endearing that we women are doing well. And yesterday, when I was getting an award, one of the chief guests also mentioned that about 5 years back, or even 3 years back, it was 921 girls to 1,000 men. Today, it is 1,021 girls to 1,000 boys. So it is very, very heartening, very, very welcoming. But yes, there are still some pockets of women deprivation, and we need to cross that.
One point when you were asking Sudhindra about how do we improvise on education on the diversity and inclusivity perspective, why don't we even, I was just thinking, why don't we include a topic or a one day in a month kind of classes of diversity and inclusivity in the schools itself, right? So that
school curriculum,
nurture not only from home as parents, we should inculcate these thoughts in our kids, but even the school, which plays a prominent role from the kids journey, right?
Yeah, apart from the school curriculum, I think it is like Sudhindra rightly pointed out, it starts from family.
Yes.
You and I I and Chaitanya must have continuously heard. I thankfully don't have brothers, and my parents have given us equally importance. But I've heard a lot of my friends who had brothers in their families saying the brother can come home till 7:38 or 8:39, but the girls cannot step out beyond 6:30. So I think, like Sudhindra rightly mentioned, it starts from the family, and both girls and boys should be treated on the same footing. Coming back to you, Chaitanya, can you share examples of being a leader, the role of a successful collective actions or collaborations led by women that have had a significant impact on you and your career?
Particularly women-led interventions is what you're saying. I actually can think of some wonderful movements globally, right? We all know about this Chipko movement. So what happened when some of the men in the village were out and the contractors' men were here to cut so many trees? It's the women who've led the entire movement, which turned heads again, to the extent that the government set up a formal committee with government officials, pramukhs and Communist Party and whatnot. So that's become a movement that the world speaks about today when it comes to the environment-related things. Then you also have Greta Thunberg, the Swedish environmental activist.
No, let's not get to Greta Thunberg because I have a lot of opinions about her. So let's not go there. Yeah.
I mean, we could speak about Malala Yousafzai. We could speak about the Iran incident, right? The movement where thousands of women took the audacious step to shed their hijabs altogether. These are big deal where women had to come together and could really make big impacts. But then again, I'm going back to the social aspects, right? So we say the United States of America, the most developed, so-called the most developed nation. When did they give the voting rights to women? After the 20th constitutional amendment, right? That was just about a century ago. Too late. And who will take responsibilities for the atrocities on women by the ISIS men who were used as sexual slaves, or so there are a lot of these basics that the world is still struggling with. Back home in India, I'm extremely grateful to the Prime Minister for some actions taken in getting women to the forefront, the number of women who are there in the ministry, getting us a woman president. including inducting of women fighter pilots into the mainstream. This happened just 2 years ago, 2022, right? So net, I think the idea is not to fight saying that we want our space. I think it's for all of us to collectively create that environment so that women are really noticed and she gets the fair place, and that thereby creates the right impact that the world needs.
Sudhindra, moving on to you, what is the importance of empowering women leaders? And do you want to add to what Chaitanya mentioned of women leaders making work better?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's perhaps no better example than this regime itself, as Chaitanya pointed out. It's given us a woman president. We have had women heading the three most critical portfolios in the government. We have had women finance ministers. We have had women's defense and external affairs ministers. So if this is not the leveling or the true example of Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas, I think we've really come to a level where it's not even a question of fighting for space any longer. And remember, let's also not forget the fact that this is a regime which also got in the Women's Reservation Bill. It is now a law, and in the fullness of time, subject to the other changes that have to happen, the Women's Reservation Bill is a reality. What had just been a matter of conjecture for several decades prior to that. So I think
including the triple talaq and including UCC.
Absolutely. So this is a regime, this is a government which is moving in all the right directions, and it walks the talk. It is not just empty rhetoric. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is reflected in the legislative business of the parliament and what is happening on the ground. When there is focus on Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, that is something which is actually happening, which is getting reflected. Chaitanya just rattled out some figures, whether it's in the Air Force, whether it's in various other segments. You have more and more women who are collaborating, participating, and actually leading from the front. Coming to the point of empowering women, I think it's a no-brainer now. It's absolutely imperative that this has to happen. And I'm a beneficiary of so many wonderful women being instrumental in molding me to become what I have eventually become. My grandmother, who lived from a different era, from a different century, even about 70 years ago, she was a member of the British Library, and she used to borrow books, traveling some 40-50 kilometers from the hinterlands of Tamil Nadu to Madras to borrow books. And she was somebody who was a single most important factor in molding a large part of my career. My own mother was a banker even about 50 years ago. So she had a widowed mother. She underwent a harrowed childhood, and to be able to emerge from there and bring up a family as a working, as a wife, as a working mother, and grappling with so many things, it's something fantastic. It's something fabulous, which millions of mothers do in India day in and day out. So if these people are not going to be empowered, I think empowerment will not have a meaning as a word itself. Why
Absolutely.
should women be empowered? I think the most important reason is for the empathy that they bring to the table. The level of emotional equanimity, the level of emotional strength that women have is something which can never be matched by all the physical strength of women. Some of my finest friends, my well-wishers, my mentors have always been women across the spectrum. So a huge source of strength is what men derive from women, be it their mothers, be it their sisters, be it their spouses. So there's a tremendous amount of strength that is derived from men, derived by men from women, and it's absolutely imperative that women should be empowered. Just one final word also, again, I just want to balance it. Empowerment of women should not be at the cost of compromising on merit. Enthronement of meritocracy is something which should never be compromised, and subject to this caveat, empowerment of women should be a sine qua non as we go ahead.
Totally with you, Dr. Sudhindra, because we do not want to take reservations or any others, benefits as an advantage. In fact, wanted to encourage folks in terms of empowerment and equally demonstrate the capabilities as much as we can.
Going back to Sudhindra, I've been your well-wisher, and I'm so proud of what you have done. Every achievement of yours that you post on the Facebook, and before he posts on the social media, he sends it off to me, and I've been jumping around and saying congratulations to you. The salient points that you brought out and enlisted all the points is very, very enumerative and excellent. Sirisha, moving on to you again. As a tech leader, you have men who are reporting to you. So have you ever had instances where probably it's not come to you, but within the gossip circle saying, oh God, I have a lady boss?
Definitely, I did hear about, the meticulousness, or the people talk about the micromanagement the women leader does, which I myself will not agree, because they expect perfectness and transparency. Even if we make a financial discussion, it will be like fully transparent, no hidden charges. So these might be not going well with many communities, but I did hear, but definitely there is a lot of improvement in terms of how the work is being managed between both the worlds.
Yeah, in the corporate sector, it's much lesser, but
Yes.
you still have men saying, oh, I have a lady boss. Did you face any disparity in terms of salary or designation or promotions in your career? And if any, how did you manage to deal with it, both from the men's side and the women's side?
So I definitely take a pride in saying that I work for an organization which doesn't discriminate women in any category. In fact, it provides equally challenging aspects on work, growth, and salary for that matter. In fact, my organization drives some initiatives to encourage diversity and inclusivity. These help to promote women in long career leadership. And I can quote some examples, Sri. Salary was, in fact, just to directly answer your question, I didn't face that instance in my career. Come back to work. Even if you have taken a break, we welcome ladies to join back work after a break, and we encourage to take sabbatical than resigning from work, right? So, and we also give some kind of, importance, or have a conversation start. If there is a forum, we give equal importance for women to start the conversation. And many more initiatives to lead the inclusivity. So I didn't face that disparity because I've been working in one organization for longer duration. Maybe I was fortunate enough.
Chaitanya, women leaders make work better. Adding to what Sudhindra mentioned, I could have this question for you. Women leaders make work better. What are your thoughts on that?
I think women leaders are very good when it comes to creating and rectifying certain processes. The way they have the ability to give a form and structure to an idea, and also correcting matters without losing her calm. I'm sure women can be. It's not to let. It's not anywhere to let that men are less or something, but the way they can focus on multiple things at a time. That's something that's commendable and worth a note. And I couldn't agree more with Sudhindra when he says empathy. Wonderful empathy is what you could find with women, and there are so many more that we can speak. It's a lot. And one of my mentors used to say, "Are men and women equal?" And if this question was posed in a group, majority of them would say yes. Especially the women would say yes, of course. And my mentor would say, you know what, while they are more or less equal, it's always 51-49. Women can never be equated to men. They are 51 and men can only be 49.
Right. Sudhindra, you very brilliantly spoke about the points of empathy and how women are can connect with men more, or rather teams more. I would add, apart from empathy, they have this innate talent or inherently born with, that I can not just empathize, but I can also understand what you're going through, what you're facing, and how to give you a solution to that. May not be the ultimate solution, may not be, let's say my mother's unwell. I'm not just going to say, okay, take off, but I will also be helpful to say, I'll come and meet you in person. I may not be able to even spend 1 rupee, but that's not all. The fact that my boss is coming and meeting me or saying, take off, don't worry, I will take care of work. That itself says everything. Having said that, I've had horrible women bosses where my mother has been in ICU. And when I spoke to my reporting manager, I said, my mother's in ICU, I will have to take off for 2 days. And the first thing that she said is, is there any work pending, which is obnoxious. So I think all the women managers out there, all the men managers out there, please understand what Sudhindra and Chaitanya mentioned is not just empathy. Please be sensitive to your team members. Understand what they're going through. Yes, you will have a lot of young professionals who are just coming out of college who will say, my grandfather died, grandmother died 10 times. So I've turned around and asked them, how many sets of grandparents do you have? You only will have one set of grandmother and grandfather from your maternal side and paternal side. But these things you will have to understand or assess which is fake and which is genuine. And if it's a genuine case, do not say what is the work pending, but please be more sensitive. Coming back to you, Sudhindra, for gender equality, promoting data, action, and accountability are paramount. What are your thoughts?
It's quite important that we aggregate the data and ensure that there is accountability to percolate gender equality at the workplace. This helps fundamentally in understanding the fact that women collaborate much better. There are studies, there are researchers, across the board. The consulting firms across the globe have published reams and reams on this. That women, to take up from some of the earlier points, women understand complex situations much better. Women can multitask much better with greater efficiency than men can, given their own responsibilities that they have at the home front or the way they have been groomed from childhood. So their ability to multitask is that much more. In terms of holding recording data or aggregating it and trying to understand or percolate it, as I said, to gender equality, I think this also enables making very informed policy decisions on very strategic matters, where the involvement of women typically tends to be a little low as we speak. It also helps in understanding or going for a root cause analysis when something goes wrong, when something isn't going as per plan and budgets are faltering. It certainly helps in understanding what's going wrong. So that relentless root cause analysis is something that women can help significantly with. I've also observed that women tend to be more accountable and more responsible. This is not just a generic statement, and I say this with a lot of responsibility, that women tend to be more accountable and responsible for any task that is given. So I think a sum total of all these findings and personal experiences that I've had would go a long way in determining the gender equality is a reality, and it can be buttressed even further once everybody around starts to understand them.
I will also add that when you spoke about women are good policy makers, I think what they do is not just make a policy of 1, 2, 3 steps. They take a collective understanding of the process, of the situation, and then make a policy which is more universal. So I think that is inherent talent again of women. Do you want to add, Sirisha and Chaitanya, do you want to add to what Sudhindra mentioned?
I think, Srilata, the farther that a woman could see a situation, I think, I'm not saying men are myopic, but women can consider multiple directions and far-fetched impact that some action or a policy may have. I think that's something really special about women.
Sirisha, moving on, do you want to add one more point, Sirisha, or I can ask you next question?
Yeah, we can go to next question. I think both of them have covered. So empathy and collaboration was my point. Yes.
Sure. How do organizations help advance more women into leadership? This is for you, Sirisha.
Sure, Sri. Actually, I would correlate with the software industry to start with, but it will be applicable across. So I would say maybe I'll just touch base on 5 points. One is, as I was earlier mentioning, invite women into conversations. First of all, if a conversation about women should be held by women, so that way organization can give a fair opportunity to promote their thoughts and provide equal opportunities as an organization, regardless of how equal you might think your workplace is. Women still face obstacles, right? So such as like unconscious bias, stereotyping, and pay inequalities. So furthermore, then encounter fewer opportunities to work. So that's where we have to go ahead and have organizations promote equal opportunities. Pay inequalities was one more thing I was talking about when I was talking about in policy thing, right? So if a corporate can address this disparities, nothing like that, and again give opportunities for women to embrace some non-linear career paths, for example, right? In fact, I wanted to share that the culture of nurturing women leadership and has drive some initiatives to promote that. And also, if you see, most women's career trajectories are interrupted due to various challenges, right? So to address this, equal opportunities and parallel non-linear career paths within an organization should be encouraged for women. And as we quoted earlier, providing avenues to support work-life balance, where I personally don't believe there should be a line towards it, but women with familial responsibilities often find it challenging to work long hours. Maybe there can be some policies where look at the productivity part and the outcome, not the number of working hours, right? So
absolutely, you spoke very like a true HR person, though you're not an HR person. Sirisha, I agree with what you're saying, because being in HR, I've heard a lot of managers who say that, oh yeah, I don't want to give this lady responsibilities because she's not married today, but she'll get married tomorrow. And then subsequently she'll want to start a family. But the point is, maternity leave is entitled for a woman. And she's going to go on leave and come back and work. So why don't men understand that? Or why don't men understand the fact, while she may want to get married, or she will get married, and she probably will start a family, but she's also going to be an extremely productive and responsible team member of yours. So these, I think, men should open up their mindsets and accept the fact, as much as their mothers and their wives will want to do many things, and if they haven't done, they should understand that team members will want to do that.
Right. As an organization, right, Shri, to address this disparity, companies should create a culture that values work-life balance and provides women with necessary support. Like, for example, you can offer flexibility,
crash in the office, crash in the office, and so on and so forth. And men should also understand that these are all part of life. Physiological. In today's age, in advanced age of technology, I don't care whether my team member is working from home or from office or from Timbuktu, as long as the productivity is good.
Work is done.
But yes, from an HR perspective, again, Chaitanya will agree with me that it is important to connect with employees. You cannot do it on the Zoom calls and all. The connect between each other on a personal front is much more.
Correct. And last one,
but you should be flexible. I'm not saying allow them to work from home 365 days of the year, but allow them to work at least 3 times a week. They can come to office. Those kind of flexibility should be allowed.
Women also shouldn't take that as an advantage.
Absolutely.
So definitely it should be mutual. That's what I strongly always believe.
In fact, some organizations have come to the fact that saying, okay, you come in at 10 o'clock to work, you can go back at 3:34 or 4:30, go home and log in. That's fine. Because therein, what's happening is, she's beating the traffic. She doesn't have to get stuck in the traffic. She reaches home faster. And then, even if I have to log in at 9:30, it's still okay.
Yeah. As Sudhindra was saying,
Chaitanya, my last question to you is...
one last point I want to add, Sri.
Please, please.
See, as an organization, they should be providing to support this part, provide mentorship and training programs to enable women employees to climb up the ladder, right? So that is something where an organization can actually empower
leadership
us.
skill training has to be imparted.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Chaitanya, my question to you is, women leaders are catalysts for change. Can you give examples from your own career?
Sure, Srilata. So there was a time when one of my bosses told me, Chaitanya, can you slow down? It's putting a lot of pressure on others in the team.
What did he mean by slow down?
Slow down meaning don't do so many interventions at one point of time.
Right.
Don't complete projects like this and do too many things. So it's just putting pressure on rest of the team members. It was told to me. Can you imagine? And I know rest of those team members were primarily men. Again, no offense at all. And then there was a time when I worked in an organization which had about 50 people in the sourcing department, meaning their career progression, if they could look even 5 years ahead, they would think, oh, I want to become a recruiter. Recruiters would get their profiles from the sourcing team, right? So from that situation, there was a time when these sourcers had come to me as a group and said, you know what, Chaitanya, we never imagined that we could also think of being an HR business partner. We never thought that an HR person could add so much value to business. And you are our inspiration. We really want to think beyond the recruitment role, those kind of things. And way back, early stages of my career, it was possible to get a seat on the table when it comes to business discussions. And it was possible only because I could earn that credibility and speak the language of business, which in the past, it never happened that, I'm speaking about almost 20 years ago. HR professionals hardly had a seat on the table, right? And there are many more examples, Srilata, I can go on, like HR shared services project at Novartis across the country. So we had 8 legal entities. If you can imagine animal health, where the employees go to remote villages and imagine their kind of, HR systems and procedures, to the most advanced Alcon, where our employees would stand in a operation theater where an ophthalmologist is conducting a very complicated surgery. So imagine the HR processes and tools that have to be different for various categories. So my change management intervention across the country was a global benchmark, and I have mentored after that many countries to set up their shared services towards all these things. So good experience, I could say, good examples from my career. But yes, I have personally been successful in managing change and have seen really good women leaders managing change to the
Wonderful, Chaitanya. I mean, you've done so much change management and brought in changes across country, which is applauding, very applauding. Moving on to you, Sudhindra, my last question to you will be, I'm saying the last question because of the paucity of time. Role of women leaders in shaping tomorrow's world. Your thoughts, please.
This is obviously going to be paramount. They are the ones who will shape the way of life, the way things are to come. If diversity, equity, and inclusion have to get a real meaning, have to get their, if they have to be not be just words in the lexicon, but flow on to the real world, I think women have to be in the forefront. They will have a very compelling role to play in the days and years ahead. And we've already been seeing there are examples galore that we have seen as to how women are leading from the forefront and how this is going to become that much more important. It is not merely from a viewpoint of ticking the boxes of being a diverse and equitable or an inclusive organization. It's also the fact that this will lead to greater social justice across the spectrum. This will lead to greater representation. This will also bring forth diverse perspectives. I think one thing that we tend to miss in the overall picture is that the diversity is not confined only to gender or ethnicity or nationality and so on. Thought diversity also is something which is
Very well
so
said.
significant and
Very
so
well.
important. And women, by virtue of all the discussions that we have had over the last hour or so, I think it's fairly well established that the empathy, the sensitivity, and the ability to think out of the box, or the ability to think in very different ways that women can bring to the table. I think that diversity of thought that they bring to an organization, that is going to be a real game changer. It is that which is going to drive India, particularly from where we are and where we will eventually be. So if India has to metamorphose and transform itself into that Vishwaguru, I think the role of women and the empowerment that is happening right now, that is going to be the determining the design, the critical paradigm as we go ahead. Again, since we spoke about the regime and the government, just a simple example. Chaitanya spoke about women being catalysts. And very truly, in the scientific meaning of the word itself, let's look at the Bharatiya Janata Party itself. It's a party of governance now for the last 10 years. It's moved so much forward, and it has catapulted India into the community of nations. And we have a position of pride in the global arena today. Yet about 35 years ago, when the party was still a fledgling and was in its nascent stages, all that you and I knew of was Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who went on to become Prime Minister, or Lal Krishna Advani, who was very recently also conferred the Bharat Ratna. But we all tend to forget that there was a third and a very important pivotal fulcrum that was there for the party, and that person went by the name of Rajmata Vijayaraje Scindia, the Queen Mother from the erstwhile Scindia Pradesh in Madhya Pradesh. She was that unseen hand. She was that catalyst. She was that ethos that was binding the BJP through, even as it was evolving all across. And if today the party has come to this position of shepherding a government which is living the dreams of the common man, it owes to a very large extent to the dreams, to the contribution of Rajmata Vijayaraje Scindia. So let's not forget the fact that the contribution of women transcends across the board, even in politics. No matter in what aspect of life you take, you will find that their role is always there. They have a hand that rocks the cradle. They have a hand which wields the ladle. And all this is possible only because they have a heart which is so very noble. I doff my hat to all the women on this momentous occasion.
No, I will also add that apart from the cradle and the ladle, they also have a stick in the hand. If you have a son or a husband or a daughter misbehaving, they will also give you a whack.
Well, the ladle itself becomes a stick.
Yes, the ladle becomes a stick. Yes. Adding to your points, Sudhindra, I will also mention that all the women, all the young students, girl students, all the young professionals who are getting into the corporate jobs, the ladies and the women, please do not limit yourself. I repeat, please do not limit yourself. Do not say, I can't do it because I'm a girl. I can't do it because I'm a woman. Or these are my capabilities. Men are more stronger. Like Sudhindra mentioned, men are physically stronger, but women are more mentally and emotionally stronger. So I think apart from what each of these wonderful people, the both ladies and the gentlemen spoke about, is I would like to emphasize all the young girls and young women and grown-up women, please do not restrict yourself. Please don't limit yourself. Sky is the limit. Understand what your strengths are and chase your goals. Have time frame, chase your goals. You will be a Kalpana Chawla, you will be a Ananda Shankar, you will be a Tejdeep Kaur Menon if you wish to do it. Do not compare yourself with somebody and say, oh, they could do it, but I can't do it. You can do it as much as they can, but you need to push yourself. But you need to set your goals. But you need. Let me just finish. But you need to chase your goals. You need to push yourself. You need to motivate yourself. Chaitanya or Sirisha or Srilata or Sudhindra are not going to motivate you. You need to do it yourself.
Correct. a small piece of advice added to what I just stuck my mind. Lot of us come with a baggage, right? So we need to just unload it, restart, and there are times to let some thoughts go. It's okay to take help. I feel personally,
It's
it's
absolutely, you should take help, in fact.
and it's okay to say no sometimes, or it's okay to say I don't understand. Can you repeat?
Absolutely.
Nothing to be feeling offensive about it. And there is no, even if people form perceptions that she's not able to understand, it's fine as long as you do your work perfectly. I think we should treat these vulnerabilities as strengths but not weaknesses. That's what I wanted to add.
Absolutely, because like, for example, I don't understand technology. You're a tech person. I don't understand technology. Of course, yes, today we are living in a so-called very advanced technology world. But if you ask me to sit and code or sit and decipher the phone that we use every day, I don't think I can. I use a smartphone, but I'm using 10% of it. So, but that's not my area. So you don't have to be a master of all. Be good at a couple of things. That's fair enough. My last question to you, Sirisha, is what are the outcomes of creating inclusive environments?
Sure, it's a good closing question. So, an inclusive workplace, Sri, it's very vital. The culture, in fact, we build in is very vital for both ethical and strategical business outcomes. That is which matters end of the day for the organization. So, key strategies for inclusivity involve ensuring all employees feel valued and heard, right? Encouraging diversity and inclusion means you're creating a roadmap for innovation and productivity. So people feel more engaged and included. You can really see some creativity and productivity and feeling engaged, feeling part of being increased, right? The real world examples provide a blueprint for like sustainable and inclusive company culture. What in a nutshell I would say is these environments will form a pillar for attract and retain a diverse workforce. And our summary is benefits of an inclusive workplace include improved employee engagement, loyalty, and business outcomes. I can not more than this watch for it.
All right.
Directly proportionate to what positive outcomes.
Sure. Thank you so much. Your last thoughts. We'll start with Sudhindra again breaking that paradigm of saying ladies first. We'll start with you, Sudhindra. Your last thoughts on this Women's Day and this topic.
I think it is, as I said, I just want to reiterate the fact that men and women need to consider each other as being complementary, as allies, and as being wheels in this chariot of life. I think it's not about equality. It's not about superiority, inferiority, or whatever. It is about being in it together. There is no such thing as independence. Life is all about interdependence. So that is all we will have to learn, assimilate, and live our lives with.
Thank you so much. So, Sirisha, you?
See, I would say just go with this mantra, na? Like think that why only men? Think yourself as a sole maker of the bread and butter at home and feel empowered. And that's how I think you can, every woman, advice to all the women hearing us and in general, think that's how you can progress in your career's job. And as I earlier said, use technology is at your hands, right? It's like you have a lot of learning aids to upskill yourself, and then there is a lot of organization help also you can bring in. So definitely utilize it and put yourself up to the ladder. That's what I.
All right, Chaitanya, how about you?
I think as women, we just think we are human beings first and then women next. So I have all the potential, I have all the confidence. So that's, I think, the mindset with which we will go ahead. And let's all work towards a more equitable world today, tomorrow, and forever.
Absolutely. I will add to what Sudhindra mentioned is both men are women and women are equal partners, whether it's marriage, whether it's work. The men out there are giving a lot of support system to women. I'll go back with my own family example. My sister is an extremely successful artist. My brother-in-law is a very well-accomplished professional. He does not have one iota of jealousy or one iota of insecurity. I think this jealousy and insecurity factor is what is killing everything else. So I think both men and women should not be insecure or jealous, and they're equal partners in the same they should walk together and not paddle. They should not walk like a railway track, but they should walk together. With that, I close. Thank you for being my panelists for this panel discussion. Thanks to Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya. Chaitanya, I literally reached out to you in the 11th and a half hour. So thank you so much for accepting my invite. Thanks to My Startup TV, Sunil, Purnima, who was coordinating for this entire event. Thank you so much. And thanks once again. Happy Women's Day and happy Shivratri.
And I do believe that this is not confined only to this day, but this permeates all the other 365 days of the year. This becomes a part of our life and not confined only to this day.
Absolutely.
Thank you all. Nice knowing you.
Wishing
and
all the best.
Women's Day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Sunil.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, Vinita.
Hi, Shelly. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Wishing you a very, very happy International Women's Day.
Thank you, and same wishes to you too.
Wonderful. So you're based out of Hyderabad?
No, I'm based out of Chennai.
Based out of Chennai, very nice. So I wanted to say, Vinita, why don't you talk to our audience about yourself? So give a slight background about yourself, and then I will want you to talk about Krida, but maybe first about yourself, since this is Women's Day and I want you to introduce yourself first. Yeah.
So I did my degree in journalism and communication in the US.
Okay.
I had my first son rather early, and I wanted him to grow up in Chennai, in India, get to know family, grandparents, parents, all of that. So we came back to India in 1990. I then set up my own content development firm back in 1992. I think, they were talking about work-life balance. And in those days, I think hybrid work from home, they were all unknowns. So it was easier to do something on your own if you wanted to build that work-life balance. So I set up my own content firm. Ran it very successfully for 10 years, had some amazing clients. In fact, I was on the verge of expanding to Hyderabad, but I took a hard look at my life and I realized I wasn't enjoying my work anymore. I was doing a lot of corporate content, and at the end of the day, I was like, does it make a difference to anybody's life other than paying the bills? So I kind of decided to take a step back and reevaluate what I wanted to do. So I've been writing about traditional games, and many people have been, so my grandparents used to babysit my kids, and they played the games with them, which are what got me interested in traditional games in the first place. So I used to write about it in the Hindu. People used to ask me, how do you play these games? So I thought I'd make a few games, sell a few, gift a few, and then take the time to figure out what I want to do with my life. Didn't quite turn out that way. It wasn't as temporary as I thought it was. So I called myself an accidental entrepreneur because the interest was so high on the games that I had to make them again and again. And 20 years later, here we are. Side by side, though, with traditional games, because they don't really pay the bills, I did a lot of consultancy in the NGO sector on management, on communication and marketing strategies, which I continued to do till a few years ago. A few years ago, I chose to step back from that and join my husband full time. We run an IT company and a diesel generator company. So I handle HR, marketing. But out of my NGO experience, a beautiful little NGO emerged, which I manage on a day-to-day basis. We support children with HIV for counseling and higher education. Proud to say over 150 children have been educated by us, graduated working, and out of more than 1,500 children. We have many more to go. Fingers crossed, it'll go well. But Krida is my landmark brand, traditional games, and I guess I'm best known for Krida.
I must say you're doing a wonderful job with this NGO, and my congratulations to you. So, if you could, Vinita, also, you call yourself accidental entrepreneur.
Tell us a little bit more about what kind of games these are.
So all these are traditional games from across the country. Obviously, a little more south focused simply because of logistics for research, but they're games across the country. So we manufacture, research, revive, do programs, workshops, trainings. We work with schools, we work with corporate houses. I wrote a book last year which is published called Life Lessons from Traditional Games. So it's not just about bringing the games back, but bringing the whole ecosystem of the games back, the learnings from them, the essence of the games and how they are rooted in our culture, in our tradition as Indians, as human beings, and what lessons we can glean from them. And of course, what fun you can have with them, because at the end of the day, games are not about lessons learned, but about the fun you have. We have 28 games in the market, many more coming under the brand name Krida. My driving goals have been it should be global in quality, but Indian in spirit. Our games are, we try eco-friendly, sustainable, and safe. We recently got our ISI certification for safety and quality from the Government of India. And yeah, we love what we do. We have fun doing it. And what better can you do with it?
So, Vinita, in today's world where everybody is so glued to their mobile phones, especially the children, and so much of screen time that they're having, how has Krida's response been from the users or children? I presume the children are the major users, unless the adults are too. But
not really true. Not really true. Not only children, though we tend to. I think part of the fallacy is the way life has changed. Traditionally, everybody played. That was your entertainment, grandparents, aunts, uncles. Over a period of time, play started getting diverted to children's activities.
Right.
And I think sadly in the last decade or so, free play, as you know it, unstructured play, as you know it, is disappearing even for children. I mean, earlier kids would be on the street playing cricket. Now they hit 2 good balls, they're bundled off to cricket class. You play a good game of chess, they're in chess class. So unstructured play sadly has disappeared. But I think there's been a resurgence in games, thanks in large part due to computer games, mobile gaming, PC gaming. And the concept of play, board games are seeing a resurgence. So, to say the bulk of our users are children, I'd say yes and no. People tend to look at it as children's games, but no. We have people of all ages, from 7 to 70 playing and even over 70 actually, I can't limit it to 70, playing our games. As far as the response, those who know our games love them. I have had young mothers come and pick up the game saying, you know what, we grew up playing Krida and we want our children to play. So a whole generation has grown up playing Krida in 20 years. Many of them are now have children of their own. So we do see a lot of interest in children, young mothers, but I see a lot of interest in young adults. Because there's this whole resurgence of the gaming tradition, board game cafes, gaming groups, things like that.
Right.
I think also in the last few years, there's been a deep level of curiosity about India and Indian culture and traditions at many levels, about our music, our architecture, our history, our textiles, our art, what have you. And I think games have seen that resurgence too, curiosity about the games we play. But I think also there's this whole concept of gamification that's gaining a lot of traction, particularly in the corporate sector. So we're seeing a lot of interest in the corporate sector for our games. We do a lot of corporate events, programs, and see fabulous response from the senior most to the junior most people. So again, coming back, those who know about our games respond very positively. We've never had an event where people are not excited about our games. And we've done thousands of events in the last 20 years. But that said, I guess in many ways it is, how do I put it? It's a marketing awareness effort. The more people you walk into a store, you can ask for Monopoly, you can ask for, say, a Scrabble, but you don't know you can ask for a Chowpad or a Bagar Bakri or a Pasapali, whatever it is, because you don't know that someone is even making it. So,
right,
the awareness we do, the greater the awareness, people do get to know the games. I think another major challenge we have faced is often the same game is known by different names across the country.
Right.
So you can't name a game by 20 names. You can only call it one name. So sometimes there's this challenge of someone will come in and ask for a game, and the person on the shop floor knows it by the game we're marketing it under. So there's a little bit of slip between the cracks there. So we do try to put all the names on our packaging in a smaller font. Typically on the shop floor, it becomes a little more challenging. Online becomes a little easier because they're able to search by name. But again, when you're transcribing an Indian word into English, sometimes the spellings are a little different.
Right.
Those are some challenges we face.
Right. So
we will
tell me
survive.
Tell me about a couple of traditional games, the ones that we usually play in person, not necessarily board games. How do you facilitate some of those, if you do, that is?
So the bulk of our games are traditional games, which you...
for example, like a Coco? Like Coco is a game.
So let's be clear. Krida in many ways has focused more on board games and peasant games, simply because that's where we are in danger of losing them forever. So if you look at a Coco or a Kabaddi, there is a lot of awareness about games. People are playing them. Kabaddi is in the Asian Games. People know chess. So our focus is on the games that are on the verge of dying out, which are the peasant games, because sadly, it's all part of the oral tradition. You see very little physical games available. Nobody bought the games. You do a couple of games, you may see embroidered pieces, or we have this game called Palanguri, which is made on a wooden board. There may be an old board lying around in a house, but to the bulk of them, they were just drawn on the ground. So we didn't know what the games were. Luckily for us, a lot of people in the construction industry, particularly temples and monuments, you see the artisans of the stone carvers actually engrave the game on stone floors. So that gives us some clues to the games that were played, their geographic spread, their popularity. So we try to document those and go from there. But that only shows me the board. I don't even know if the board was actually a game or not. It's just the beginning of a quest, if you'd like to call it that. And we have to find the clues and put it together. So,
what are your plans for next maybe 2 years, 3 years for Krida?
Definitely look at more and more traditional games. There are many, many more. We're doing a lot of research. Interestingly, I think your previous speaker was from Orissa, and I'm actually traveling to Orissa this afternoon because I'm working on a project there. And we're doing a lot of research on the games from Orissa. I found that a strange coincidence that the previous speaker was from Orissa. It'll be wonderful to connect with the Varam in Bhubaneswar if possible. And so looking at many more board games, many more traditional games. We also have a bunch of games which we have created, which are not traditional but anchored in tradition. Hoping to see many more of those. I think also different types of use for our games, using them more in the corporate sector, in education, in special ed. So we are working on a bunch of initiatives which hopefully will bear fruit in the years to come.
Who do you consider to be your close competitors, Vinita? If there are any?
I
At
don't
least
look
the
at
Indian brand.
competition. 2, 3 things. There are a couple of brands who work on games, traditional games with games. I mean, this is not the work of a single individual. If we have to protect our games for future generations, everyone has to do it. You need to talk about it. You need to go home and say, you know what, talk to your grandma and find out what games you play, bring it to your family. This has to be. So I don't look at it as competition. I just look at it as I have a job to do. The market is large.
Maybe a broadening of the entire ecosystem.
The ecosystem, absolutely. The market is broad. The people are there. We need to bring the games to them.
One very interesting question that has come to my mind, Vinita, since I've spent about 26 years in the corporate and of which about last 12 years were with Deloitte, and I heard you say corporates, right, getting interested in, your product or your services. How do you think you can combine or, develop a product or an offering or a service for Indian corporates, wherein they can take that to their training rooms or classrooms?
We are already doing that. We work with a couple of trainers. In fact, my book, which was published last year, is about life lessons from traditional games. And you coming from corporate, you'll understand when I say I've divided the book broadly into 3 aspects: strategy, synergy, and survival. And how these lessons emerge, and within them, subdivisions of goal setting, team building, leadership training, decision making, and what have you, and how many of these emerge through our traditional games. I've been doing a lot of research on this, and this book is a result of many, many years of research.
Okay, so corporates are already your clients. As
we are working with them, and many of some trainers are using them. We are doing that. There's this trainer in Chennai called Pradeep Chakravarti who's used our games fairly extensively in corporate trading.
Very nice, very nice. It was wonderful, wonderful learning about this. Anything else that you would like to say from your end?
Love to hear about games people played. If anyone knows games they've played, they'd like to share their experiences, or they'd like to share stories of games they've played or games they've played which they believe we may not know, do reach out to us. I'm available on across social media platforms. You could reach me there or email me. Love to hear how people played. It's not just about, I know a new game to tell you. It's how they played, how games influenced lives, how they impacted people, what role did they play, and therefore what is their relevance today. So, this is all part of the research we do. We actually have a traveling journal that's floating around the world where people are documenting how they used to play. So if anyone would like to, get the journal, document their thoughts, do reach out to us. And as we say in our office, come let us Krida today.
Wonderful. That's good. So thank you so much. That was Vinita, the accidental entrepreneur with a wonderful, wonderful company, Krida. Amazing products, amazing services. Vinita, thank you for all that you're doing for us. And I wish you a very, very happy Women's Day once again. And I wish Krida a very successful, even more successful and brighter future.
Thank you very much, and a happy Women's Day to everyone out there. It's taken me 20 years, and I'm sure we'll all get there in our passions sooner or later. All the best to everyone out there. Look forward to hearing from some of you.
Thank you for joining.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It was, in fact, very pleasant. You will all be surprised. because in Madurai University, Dr. Ashirvadam was the general surgeon. He wanted women to join general surgery. So I had a very pleasant experience with him, and I learned a lot from him, including vast history of general surgery and what the surgeons did at that time. That gave me an inkling into the true beauty of surgery, how they all suffered at that time. That made me think even our people in India must have gone through the same difficulties, but there was nobody to account for it, nobody to document it. But whatever happened in Britain had been documented very well. That's how I learnt about history then. Now, I'm so glad that all of you have decided to chronicle everything now. It will make a real mark in future. And that was my experience in Madurai. In Madras Medical College, also it was very similar. I worked under Dr. Vasudevan, who encouraged me, gave me full freedom to visit other surgeons' techniques and learn from them. And so I must tell you, it was very pleasant, or it is continuing to be pleasant with my colleagues working along with me, my friends, and my students, and those who work under me also. Maybe you might think I'm exaggerating a little, but no, this is a fact. This is how my life has been, and I'm enjoying it even now. When I was posted as the assistant professor at the Institute of Child Health and Hospital for Children, it is the largest hospital for children in India. And I found several infants, several babies dying in front of me. There was no infrastructure. There was no equipment. And the equipment that we got from Madras Medical College were all broken, repaired. So I thought something had to be done. And the government came to my help, the state government of Tamil Nadu, central government. And through them, I could get into World Bank and finally the government of Japan that saw the institute, were impressed with primary, secondary, and tertiary care in one building and decided to give 28.8 crores for just equipment, 250 equipment they gave. And our department benefited entirely because we got the best infrastructure. And that is how we were able to build up that department and continue. When I came out, still there were 700 children waiting, and I thought one center, which was well equipped, was not sufficient, and so I started the SOCAN. It was a difficult task getting not only the infrastructure, the team we were able to manage because all our friends from government hospitals joined together to do it. But the difficulty was to find a proper hospital with a proper infrastructure. We managed to get it in public health center. Now came the biggest challenge of all, funds. When I was in government service, I told you all the state, center, everyone helped, the bureaucrats helped. And so I was able to do whatever I wanted, try to find out how anemia, how hemoglobin maintained during perfusion was the real crucial factor which decreased mortality in children in the immediate post-operative period. That I learned with all the investigations, the blood gases done those days. The equipment used to be so huge and it had to be calibrated, solutions spent, cost was exorbitant. But I was able to do it because the government helped. When I came out, I realized that it was not possible to get funds like that. And so I went about contacting the government hospital, the government, state government itself. Had a few friends there who helped me and then started this public-private partnership with the government. And then with Other components of society like organizations, philanthropists, campaigns, started collecting funds. Now I have a fund of a large fund of about 50 lakhs from which I keep doing patients who are underprivileged free of charge. So I managed, and now I have a large fund, as I told you. And with that fund, I am doing surgeries continuously. And I get the patients from different districts of Tamil Nadu. My target population is India. So with my website and trying to let others know, patients are coming from faraway places, from different states, because they are all poor. I'm not concentrating on others. Just the poor come. I was mainly children I have started doing. But I started doing adults because some of them came and said that they needed, and their history was pathetic, and decided to do it. That's what I'm continuing to do now. We have a partnership with Children's Hospital Boston, who, with the IQIC and International Quality Improvement Collaborative, they help us in upgrading our knowledge of post-operative care and maintaining risk factors. Our data also goes to them. They come here, check our data. We learn from that hospital. Our anesthesiologist went there and refreshed his knowledge. I am proud to say I have a good dedicated team, because this is only for poor, and you can't expect that I pay very heavily. In spite of it, this team helps me a lot. And so that the first step, the anesthesiologist is back here, and we have started doing challenging cases in infants also. It has been an uphill task. It was very, very difficult to get these children, because they are all malnourished, and the respiratory infection, as you would all know, has been vexing, and we have found out ways. We have a shelter in a destitute home where they stay, and we make sure that they are prepared well before taking the surgery. We are following them. We are documenting all these facts to find out when they become really normal with the cardiac function, physiology, everything. How long does it take? So we have documents to prove what we are saying, and that's how it's going on. Excuse me, I always thought this is nothing extraordinary. Anybody who would decide to do it would do it. And what we are doing is also not very, very different from what others are doing. What we are aiming at is perfection in what we are doing. We are trying to modify all techniques to tailor to our needs, to our forms, to our patients. And you know that the problems in India, whatever you learn from the West cannot be applied. What I saw in Roger Mee in Royal Children's Hospital, Melbourne, I couldn't apply it to Institute of Childhood. I found all those children dying in front of me. So I realized that if hemodilution is the factor that allows oxygen to be taken to the tissues, here they were already hemodiluted. And when you hemodilute them further when they go on bypass, the post-operative period was catastrophic. When I realized that, I cut short everything, the lines, the oxygenator, everything I cut short. And then realized that 7.5 grams of hemoglobin was a must. That was a watershed. And once I maintained that, the mortality came down. But now I realize when on bypass, even now I'm following them up, the same, if they go below 7.5, nothing really happens post-operative, because there are other risk factors. If they are maintained properly, you can really win. That's not a single individual risk factor when other factors are maintained. When I started, when everything was new, nothing was perfect. At that time, it was catastrophic. Now, the same